products, as well as offering you their invaluable expertise. So tune in, reach for the skies and stock up on your crafty cargo and help us celebrate VE Day with 4 for 3 from the 7th of May at 6 p.m.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Well, hello, a very good morning to you. Happy Saturday, happy weekend. How are you? Hope you're going to have a lovely day today. My name is Rachel. It's very nice to have your company this morning here on Hochanda. And we've got lots of great shows coming up for you. And of course, we've got some guests back in the building as well. Anyway, on this show, we have got some beautiful stamps for you and lots of things from the lovely Phil Martin. Lots of lovely new things. Now, if you were watching last night, Julia was actually in and she was demonstrating some of these things for you. Got different demonstrations, though, from last night. So if you did see last night's show, don't worry, it's not going to be repeated right now. So lots of things to see in this hour. Let's have a look with this huge collection of stamps here. And this is your lovely big birthday verse complete stamp collection. And you've got 6 A6 clear stamp sets there, 18 stamps in total with some absolutely essential and very much needed and very much liked sentiments in lovely, lovely fonts as well. And you'll notice they are very readable and very easy to read, because that's the problem sometimes when you're using really lovely, swirly writing, lovely fonts. They can be a little bit tricky to read, which of course defeats the object. But here you have got beautiful, beautiful fonts and lovely sentiments, as you can see. This extra special birthday card has been sent your way with lots and lots of happy wishes for a really special day. Have a great birthday, especially for you today. Things like that. So really nice and different fonts, as you can see as well. Oh, fun, cake and laughter. That is what we all need, I think, every day, never mind just on our birthdays, do we? But it's nice to be able to just add a sentiment into your card, because sometimes you can't find the right words or your handwriting's not that good. And so it's nice on the inside of your card to just be able to pop that in there. Of course, this could be the outside of the card and it could be the feature, which is what has happened on these cards here. So it's up to you, however you want to use the sentiments. Lots of versatility, lots of different variety, as I say, in fonts and also in wishes. Now, if you want to get the lot, it's £57.94, 2 lovely flexible payments of £26.08. So £26.08 today and then in a month's time, and no interest. It is 317333 as an item number. Loads of samples here for me to show you. So as I was saying, it depends how you want to vary the stamps up, because of course you can mask off. So although these are big stamps, of course you're not going to use the whole thing. So you can mask off and use whatever you want to use there. So there really couldn't be a better time to say I wish you all the very best on your special day. So of course that could be a wedding card, could be a christening card, could be any kind of card. Doesn't have to be a birthday card. You could just say happy birthday. Don't have to do the whole entire verse. Have a look at this one here. And this one, I mean, the thing is as well, I mean, you could use these on the inside of cards, but as you can see on the outside of a card, they make an absolutely beautiful statement and a lovely addition to any front card. Happy birthday to you. So keep it nice and simple, or use the entire verse, and of course with flowers, lovely Phil's flowers there surrounding the verse, just giving it that extra bit of wow there. A special birthday wish has been sent your way for a fun-filled and fabulous day that's the best in every way. I know, there's a lot of rhyming action, but that's good. We like a nice rhyme. And then we've got one more for you. Let's just show you that one there. So there you are, some beautiful cards by simply using a verse. So I think interesting, and I think a bit different. Not many verses to be used on the front of cards as well as on the inside, I think. They're beautifully designed. So that's brand new. 317333 is your item number. Let's move on to some other lovely stamps here, which are going to give you textural temptations. Yes, they are. And you've got all sorts of little grids here, which of course you can double up and you can use in different ways to create a lovely textured background. I've got a couple of examples here for you, just to show you how we have mixed up things here, just to add that little bit of something extra to your card, that bit of texture, you know, that little bit of something in the background there, just to, you know, give your card a bit of a pop. Because sometimes I think we can look at cards, we can look at a plain piece of card and think, oh, what we're going to do with that? How are we going to, you know, what do we do? Do we use a colour wash? What do we do? But it's great just to have the stamps. So I'm going to show you them as well here. And what's fantastic about these, of course, is that you can just use them to create a full background or just a little bit of texture, a little bit of detail. You could mask off certain elements there. So if you wanted to just use the star in the circle, you could. Fantastic there to have that old-fashioned kind of typewriter keyboard, and it says, "You are my type." You see what they did there? You've got the love hearts there, that kind of harlequin pattern, and then you've just got that on the top corner there. That sort of, you know, background there. So lovely set of stamps there. Very useful, I think, in your card making. £14.49 there. 485174 is your item number. Now, paper pack. One thing you absolutely need is a paper pack, or two, because you get two here. And we'll have a look at these because they are really lovely. There's nothing too bold and crazy in these. Really nice kind of soft, muted colours, pastel colours, different kind of textures on the papers as well. £23.98 if you'd like to get hold of these, and we will show you the lovely papers. And this is the Terra Nova collection here, and you can see you've got kind of wood grain effects, you've got sort of splash effects there, like the colour has been taken off the paper there, and a nice sort of selection of muted colours. So you've got greys and pinks and purples, but very, very soft, a little touch of green as well. So a very nice collection, 4 designs in 5 different colours, and I think very useful to have. That's one. And then if we show you the other one, and these are really lovely. This is Celestial, and as you can see, although they are sort of texture papers, they also as well, I think, give you an image, like, for example, that is like a very early morning sunrise over a sea, isn't it? So I think you can see things in these, or a lighthouse in the distance or something like that. So, you know, you've got all sorts of different kind of images. It's 190 GSM, by the way, this paper. That's nice, with that sort of strong blue coming through there. 190 GSM, and nearly 60% of this has gone since last night. So you get the 2 packs, which is fantastic. You get 80 sheets in total, because of course it's 40 packs in each, and that's 20 papers in each, rather, £23.98. Shall I show you some examples? Yeah, because we've got some... actually, I'm just looking here. No, do you know? Oh, yeah, hang on. Yeah, I think that's a little... Is that a little bit of something? I'm just looking here. I think these might just be samples. I'm not sure. Maybe they've just cut up the sheets, and so you can't really... I mean, that's a good one, because you can see that sort of softness running through. Yeah, I think maybe that one has been used and been stamped on. Yeah, these all look like they've got different things on them, but that's an idea. So lovely papers to play with, to create with, for only £23.98. That's 280497 as an item number. Let's move on to our ombre pearls. These are also new, and these are just lovely pearls too. I'll just pop a few out for you actually, so you can maybe see. They're flat backs, so of course they just pop onto your projects really nice and easy with your little pickup tool and a little bit of glue. Now you can see that they are all different sizes there, so that's giving you a nice variety in your project making there. So you can see different sizes, and also from there you can see the different colours running through them as well. So they do, when you use them in a card like that, just put those down there so you can see the ones that we've used. You can see how they really pop. I mean, just in terms of using them in the centre of a flower, really very lovely, and just really make that flower come alive, don't they? So really nice little gems for you to use. Hang on, just pop that one over. Now you get 3 different colours in here. There you are. So you get a Sleepy Kiss, a Sherbet Sunrise, and you get a Marshmallow Latte. Oh, long for the days when you can go out and sit and have a latte somewhere. Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? So if you can see, oh, let's put the purple, because it's quite a good little view, that, isn't it? Get a nice little idea of the colour. They work together beautifully well as well, I have to say. You get approximately 400 per pot as well. So a lot of lovely jewels for you. Hang on, turn that one over. So now you can see, it's almost like a sort of solar planet kind of skyscape or something. There you are. So you've got all of those wonderful colours there. So that is 020835, and that is £16.47 if you would like to get those 3 little pots. Perfect. Let's have a look at these rubber backed stamps now. Nice big stamp for you to use here. And you are getting the 2. It's a new little configuration that we've put together for you. £23.98. They are grey rubber. I will show you exactly what we mean. There is the grey rubber on the back. Lots and lots of sort of manoeuvrability, and it means that when you are putting that onto the back and you've got all of this flexibility in the stamp, it means that when you ink it, you can then get all of that lovely detail onto your projects. A lot of that, well, all of it is going to come through, and it will also stick to your acrylic block because of that back there. So you get 2 of those, and you can see exactly what you are getting, and they're called Sparkly, Squiggly and Scratchy. Sounds like 3 triplets. It's Sparkly, Squiggly and Scratchy over there in the corner. So those are your lovely backgrounds if you'd like to get those, and that is 088677 as an item number, £23.98. Then we've got some super fine glitters for you. Let me see. Yes, they are open. Fabulous. Now look at those. I love, love, love glitters. I think until you see them in real life sometimes you can't actually see, but look at that. I mean, that is amazing. Look at all those lovely colours in there, and that really is super fine and really fantastic to use on your projects. You can see as well, because it's so super fine and how much you're getting in the pot, this is going to last you a very, very long time. Now, they are called cosmic dusts. I'm not surprised. And you get the entire collection there, 6 fabulous 25ml pots for £24.94 with a saving on there. I'm just going to do that because then you can see, look at that, how fine that really is. So you can imagine using that on your projects. Just a little sprinkle, a little bit of stardust across your projects. Really fantastic stuff. Brilliant. So all of those for £24.94. I will show you. Put the lid back on, don't want any accidents. And look at this. And it really does catch the light, this glitter. It's fantastic. There we go. Ooh, lovely. So that's going to work beautifully. And if you want just a little touch on your projects, there you go. You can see how nice that is. Beautiful. So that's 408-298 if you would like to get the 6 pots of the glitter there. Now, we've also got your embossing powders for you as well. Once again, a fantastic collection, really great collection of colours, particularly if you are going to be using these, I think, with your flowers and things like that. Really very pretty. I'm just going to turn them round because actually, if we turn them like this, yeah, you can see a bit more of the colourways, can't you? Oh. So hard doing it backwards on TV. There you are, and that one. Turn that one around for you. There you are. So it's great to have these embossing powders. They really do add a lot to your projects, and that is a fantastic range of colours there, as you can see. And then when you use those, I love the magic of an embossing powder. As soon as you heat it, and it just goes, oof, and you see it just come to life. And that's the kind of sparkle and the density of colour you are going to get. That's the kind of beautiful, lovely kind of metallic finishes that you are going to get with these fantastic embossing powders. So great to have those colours. £24.94, 393638 is your item number if you'd like to get the lot. And then our last thing to look at is the magazine collection. Now, this is brilliant. It's a box kit, and what happens is you get your magazine, you get your inspiration to make projects, and then you get lots of tools to make fantastic projects as well. Now, it's only £12.99. Now, when you think about that, £12.99, well, you could pay £10 easily for a set of stamps, but here you've got so many stamps. You've got your papers with your tags and your fantastic patterns. You've got your magazine, which is going to give you inspiration. And then at the top here, you have got your stencils here to work with as well. So my goodness me, what a fantastic collection. If you're looking for something to occupy you over the next few weeks and something to sit down and have a good read from, but also to start playing with, this is a brilliant collection. £12.99. It's issue number 2, by the way. And do you know, I love those stamps in themselves. You know, the crown and the music and the compass and the stopwatch and the flowers and the butterflies, the postmarks there, roses and that huge stamp in the corner. I mean, I think you pay £15-16 just for that collection of stamps. But here you're getting more stamps and a stencil and papers, and you're also getting your wonderful magazine as well. And if we just have a very quick look through this magazine, just to give you some inspiration, you can see here the kind of things it's teaching you how to make these cards. So giving you ideas, but give you lots of inspiration. So there you are. And that is £12.99. It is 329255 as an item number. Okay, well, as I said, we've got lots of demonstrations for you, very different to the ones last night. So let's have a look at our first demonstration here in the show.
For this demonstration, we're going to be making an easel card. I'm not sure if you can see that properly. So we're going to be making a different colourway. For this one, I've used the Tabriz blue card, which Phil's put all of the card on a pick and mix, which is the last time he's going to be doing this. We're also using the scratchy background stamp. We're using the sparkly squiggly background stamp, and in the demonstration we're going to be using the backgrounds in opposite ways. We're also using the enchanting flower, the Sweetheart flower. I've got the lush leaves on here, but we're going to be using the leafy fronds instead, and we're using all of the stamps in the Big Birthday Verse A Very Happy Day set. We're also going to be using the Textural Temptations, which is new. Like I said, we're going to be using the 2 background stamps as well. There's quite a lot of stamping to do, so let's crack on. That out of the way. Excuse me. Okie dokie. So, starting with my actual base card. So I've taken a piece of the pure white card and I've trimmed it so that it's just 28 centimetres long. And then I decided what size I wanted my topper to be, which I've cut from a rounded corner double debossed rectangle. And so what you need to do is draw a line, a pencil line, pop your, if you can see, your topper on here, and then draw a pencil line all the way along the length. Then what you need to do is score just on the half that isn't going to have the topper on, and you score at 3 centimetres, 6 centimetres, 10 centimetres, 14 centimetres all the way across, because that's going to be the actual kind of proper fold of your card, if you like, and then at 21 centimetres. And then using a craft knife you cut from the 3 centimetre line up to the 21 centimetre line. And then it's just a case of turning it over so you hide all your pencil marks, and then you do your mountain and valley folds, and then you've got your stepper. So it's as simple as that. It's really easy to create. So that's my base. Then, as I said, we've got a little bit of stamping to do. So we'll start with let's start with this one actually. It's a piece of pure white card, and we're going to stamp the sparkly squiggly. I'll put it down somewhere. Here it is, with Victorian Velvet Distress Oxide, and this is going to be what I'm going to put my verse onto. So it's a grey rubber stamp made by Kay and Alfie at Indigo Blue, so you know the quality. And of course the quality has to be decent, otherwise Phil sends it back anyway. I'm getting really good inking on there, but what I'm also going to do is giving myself a little bit of an insurance policy, and I'm just aside misting that with water as well, and that lets the oxide actually it just gives a clearer image, and you can get a couple of impressions out of this actually. There's my sparkly squiggly, nicely stamped. And you do need to, once you've kind of taken a second impression, you do need to wash this off your stamp. Don't leave oxides on, because you'll just change the colour of what other ink you put on top. So that's that one, and you leave that to dry. And I have one that I have dried earlier, and I've cut a double debossed rounded rectangle out of it. I've popped it in my Stamp Perfect, and we're going, like I say, we're going to stamp the verse onto here, and we're going to take my Nocturne Versifying Clair. So we're in a really good pop of colour on this. Try not to, I'm not very good at, I like to really give it a really good inking, and I'm aware that every time I do it I make the camera wobble, so I'm sorry. Right, so there's my Versifying Clair. And the beauty obviously of this Stamp Perfect is that you can keep on going back in if you don't actually stamp it very well. Give it a good old press. Make sure I've covered it all. And there we go, you can still see it. You've got a lighter background, and then you've got that black pop, but I want to make sure that that actually pops even more. So what I'm going to do is pop some clear embossing powder on top, and this is the crystal clear from Phil. So you do need to make sure that your oxide is 100% dry, and then you do need to dust it with your anti-static bag, because otherwise you're going to get the embossing powder on your oxide background as well, which is obviously a different look but might not be what the look that you want. I'm going to do all of my heat embossing all in one go, so I'm just going to put that to one side just so you don't have to watch me do it all. That's my clear embossing. Then I'm going to take my double debossed rounded rectangle, which I've cut to 2 sizes bigger, so I've got a really good border to it. And this is the candy pink card. Like I say, Phil's put a pick and mix on that. And where's my stamps? There they are. Sorry, I'm just learning the names. Textural Temptations. So we're going to stamp a selection of these on the background, and we're going to again use the well, we haven't used it yet, have we? We're going to use silver embossing powder on this. Give myself a block, and we're going to stamp with the Wow embossing pad. I've already dusted it with my anti-static bag. Wow embossing pad, here it is. I put everything within arm's length, but they're not actually where I normally keep them, so I'm instead of just grabbing them from where I normally have them, I'm looking for them. Oh dear, if I had a brain. I love this one. I think this is my favourite. You'll see this on most of the card samples that I've done, because I absolutely love this stamp. It's a little bit grungy, but it's also very pretty as well. Now you can't see it very well because obviously this is a pink card, but when I stamped it on the Tabriz blue, you get a watermark effect, so you can actually see where you've been. But I'm going to do one down here, coming off the side, because we're not going to see all of it, but I do want to see some of my lovely flower. And then I can have another little bit here down the bottom. I know Lou always works in 3s. I'm a bit more random than that. And so I can see where I've been, I'm going to add my embossing powder right now. Silver, pure silver. I think that for me, the silver, the gold, the pure white and the clear are the ones I use most of, and they're the ones that Phil's just replaced for me. I wasn't quite out of them, and I've been with Phil since the end of August last year, so that's an indication of how long they last. They're big pots, they're 20ml pots. Keep them in the pot, because the pot's anti-static and so is the powder. I'll move that so you can see it. I'll give that a flick. Got a little bit there that I shouldn't have, but it's fine. It's a grungy background, you don't actually need to worry about it too much. Then let's go for decisions. I really like this typewriter one, and I like that one too. Let's go for this one though. I love this one. It's hard to not go for your favourites all the time. We had a bit of a discussion as to what to put on the shows, what to design. So basically Phil has to do all the work and I just say yes or no, and that's how it works, which I'm very happy about. So these are like stars, swirly stars. So I'm just going to put a couple of these in there, because I know what I want to put in the other area there. And I can always fill in with something else if I've got space. Let's have a look where my silver is. See where I'm at, because I have no idea what I've stamped where. Somewhere along there it was. No, I didn't put anything there. There we go. There's my stars, and I definitely put something down here. Yeah, there's my stars there. Okay, So we're building up. I think we only need perhaps one stamp now, because I can do one stamp down there. I've got in mind the one I want to use. Yep. Okay. Fingerprints all over the place. Right, I want to use this one. Oh, might as well put it straight. This is really cool, this stamp. And this is one of those stamps that it really doesn't matter if it's not stamped perfectly. So we bring it in, and you see it's going to fit just down the edge there, which is what I want. And then we're going to bring in a bit. I'm going to do it the opposite way here. I'm probably putting more fingerprints on than I'm taking off, actually. Do be careful that you don't put any embossing ink on your fingers, because then you will get a fingerprint. But that could be a stamp anyway, that's fine. We only need a little bit there. And then I can turn the stamp around, actually, and just figure out just that one there, like that. So that should be me completely covered now. There's a little bit more stamping I'm going to do, and then I'll take a break and heat set and do a bit of gluing, etc. See, there's my background. Doesn't that look cool? And that's not even embossed yet. You wait till you see it embossed. So try not to put that on top of my other one. Okay. Those are my two focal rectangles that are going on the stepper panel on the left of my card. Okay, so what we also want to do is, now we need to stamp the other background as well. There's two bits I need to do. Here's my background. I'll grab my block. I'm using the long block of fills here that's in the kit. This is your scratchy background. Already dusted that with my anti-static bag, and we're going to grab the wear embossing ink again. I love cards that are all background, because it means that you can do whatever you want to, and if you make a mistake you can just restamp it. Obviously you could bring in the new papers that are on the show. But I just wanted to do one card that was just all basically card and stamps, really. Obviously dies as well. So sparkly squiggle. This one's quite scratchy, rather, this one. This one's very easy to extend because it's so random. It doesn't really matter whether it's lined up properly or if it overlaps or anything like that. Of course you can't see it until I put embossing powder on, and this is going to have the silver on again. Got a bit of a theme going on here. Look at that, it's such a cool background, it really is. That's that one. And just a couple of extra little bits of stamping because I've got to do the rest of the verse set. Okay, we were using all of that. So once you've embossed, before you've embossed, let's see. I've got a couple of this is your sparkly squiggly that has been stamped just with the Victorian velvet, and we're going to go back to the VersaFine Claire. So I want it to pop, and I've got the other two sentiments that are in the set. Now this piece here that I've trimmed is going to fit in this section just here on my stepper. So that's going to have a sentiment on it, and then this section here I'm going to trim down as well. So we're going to take the longer piece, the longer sentiment that says "Have a great day," and we're going to stamp it on the top of there. Already dusted with my anti-static bag. see if I can get it straight. I'm working around the camera again. Get that chance to set in nicely. Okay, and then we'll quickly stamp the other one, and then I'll add the embossing powder to both. This one is the one I'm going to trim down, and this just says happy birthday. With VersaFine Clear, it stays open for a little while, so we should be okay. If I stamp it there, then I only have to trim one side. Lovely. Doesn't it look great on the stamp background? As long as you use one of the light colours in the oxides, you're fine. I mean, don't use I don't know, chip sapphire. That would be a bit dark. Blueprint sketch. That would be a bit dark too. We're going for crystal clear. Don't go for the white. Try not to get your white and your clear mixed up. As I said on a previous demonstration I did, and I was very disappointed that I put clear on instead of white. Couldn't live with it, had to do it again. Okay, so that's all my stamping all done. So I'm going to leave you for a couple of minutes, and I'm going to heat emboss everything, and then I'll show you what it looks like when I've done it.
Fabulous. We love Julia, don't we? She's coming in today, actually. She's going to be in the studio at 11 o'clock. Of course, social distancing measures are still applying. We are all separated. It's a shame, actually, you know, because we're desperate to get together with the guests again, but we've been told we have to be at opposite ends of the building. We can't meet them. We can't see them. We can't talk to them. We can wave, and that's about it. But it's great for you because you get to see live demonstrations again with them. So all very safe and above board, but yeah. Shame for us. Okay, let's have a look at these lovely stamps. 50%. Oh, it's 60% of this stock has gone now. And you have got a beautiful collection of sentiments here. You're getting 18 in total. Now, of course, you know, you are getting lovely verses here. And as we said, you could use those on the inside of a card. But they're so beautifully written in terms of the font and the design. Why not put them on the front of the card? Of course, you're going to mask them off as well. So you can just use bits of them. Just use the words happy birthday or birthday wishes. But you can, of course, send a verse as well, as you can see there, like that one. So it's up to you how you use them, but they're very legible. That's the thing with squirrely writing and with beautiful fonts. Sometimes they can be hard to read. Not the case here. You can read those nice and easily, which is fantastic. And they do look lovely on cards. Let me just show you some cards. I mean, it's very rare, I think, that a verse can just kind of become the card. But as you can see here, it is. It's a major focal point of the card. And if I just keep flicking through here, once again, as you will see, they stamp beautifully. No bits missing here. And you are been able to read the type really easily as well. So lots of variety. And of course, some of them just say, you know, on your special day or best wishes. So it doesn't have to be about birthdays. Special day, it could be christening, it could be wedding, it could be anniversaries, it could be a Valentine's card, it could be anything. So you've actually got a really great range of sentiments here to take you through many different occasions. And if you want to simply take the happy birthday from there, then you can. So you don't have to go the whole hog if you don't want to. But really lovely selection stamps there. 317333 is your item number. £28.97, your first of two flexible payments today. Let's go to our stamps now, because these are fantastic in terms of giving you a lovely background to play with. Of course, you can use these to multiply and give you an entire background, or you could just use them, you know, as a little sort of decoration if you wanted. Mask them off as well. If you want to just use the flower, just use the flower. If you want to just use love hearts or the stars in circles. But to give you a grungy background, you could use the whole stamp there. So you are getting a set of 9, and they are £14.49. That's really cute. The typewriter one, it says you are my type. 485174 is your item number. £14.49 there if you'd like to get hold of those. And then we've got the papers, and these are brand new, and you get the 2 sets of papers, a new configuration. And these are lovely because they are soft muted colours, pastel colours, but they've got textures within them. Now what's interesting, of course, is if you want to cut them up and use them just kind of little elements, then fantastic. But if you want to to use them as whole pages. I think some of them are kind of almost like images. So some of them look like a kind of early morning sunrise. Some of them look like kind of frosted sort of rivers and things like that. So I think you can sort of see things in them, but just in terms of being textured pastel papers, they also do the job there as well. So 2 collections there. You've got Celestial and you have Terra Nova, and you've got 80 sheets in total there for £23.98. 280 497 is your item number. And then we've got ombre pearls. Now these are also new and they are fantastic. I've actually put them together here. And you can see how well the colours do work together. Of course, you don't have to use them together, but they do work as a collection really, really well. All different sizes as well. And if you want to just literally pop one of those into the middle of a flower, you can see how that really works and just sets that flower off. Also, you don't have to use many of them at all to get a lovely effect. So they're going to last you quite some time. Now, 2/3 of this stock has gone for the Sherbet Sunrise and Marshmallow Latte and Sleepy Kiss, and it's £16.47 for the 3. We have also got these stamps for you. They're rubber backed, means that they stick on the platform really easily, but because they are rubber backed as well, got that nice kind of flexibility in them to really get into the nooks and crannies, into the crevices, and to get all the detail from those stamps that you could possibly want there. They could give you quite a grungy effect, but they don't have to be. They could be fun and playful. You get the 2, sparkly, squiggly, sparkly, squiggly and scratchy, and you get those for £23.98. Julia was just using these, of course, as a background in a demonstration. 088677 your item number. Then we've got these wonderful glitters. Oh my goodness me, they are just a joy. Super fine glitter, and you will see, look at that. The colours that you get in there are absolutely amazing. Look! Beautiful and so super fine. You're not going to need very much of that at all to be able to work on your projects there. As you can see, really, really lovely. So if you want to get hold of the entire lot, 6 pots there for £24.94. 408298 is your item number. Lovely. And then Julie was using embossing powders, wasn't she? And you've got a collection here, embossing powders, in a lovely range of colours, and they are so strong in their pigment and in their finished result that they look like that when they're finished. So that fantastic metallic finish there on these embossing powders. 393638 your item number, £24.94 for the lot, and you can see there that lovely range of colours, so you could mix and match those colours and really get the most out of them. Good sized pots as well. So 393638 is your item number if you would like to get hold of those. And then the magazine. So brilliant project magazine this. So you get your magazine, loads of stamps. I mean, you would pay £15, I think, easily just for the stamps, but you're getting those stamps as well as those stamps, and a stencil and a magazine and papers. And in the magazine, you've got lots of projects to inspire you and to help you to make some new things. So 329255, Phil Martin magazine, of course, and it's £12.99. Half the stock has gone, so a lot of people are going for that this morning and wanting to have a play and make some lovely things over the next weeks. Okay, we've seen part 1 of our Julia, so we have to, of course, see part 2. Let's see how she finishes this fantastic demonstration.
So this is attempt number 3 at showing you this section of the card. So excuse the mess that we've got here, but I did want to show you the background embossed with the silver. We've also got the scratchy embossed with silver, and we've got our 2 sentiments on there, and I've edged everything with Victorian Velvet Oxide. We've also got a flower on here because that was from another attempt at this. I could cry, but hey ho. Right, okay, so right, let's just add our panel on here. So we've got our sentiment panel here, and again I've edged that with Victorian Velvet, and that's going to go on foam pads to hide the mess that was underneath from the previous foam pads. I shan't harp on about it too much. I can't wait to get back to the studio. Right, so let's do our flowers. I've got the enchanted flower, not the enchanted flower, sorry, the sweetheart flower, which I've stamped with Victorian Velvet Distress Oxide onto the pure white card and embossed with the crystal clear, and then cut out with the Sweetheart die. Then I've got the same size flower which I've stamped onto candy pink with the Wow embossing pad and embossed with the pure silver embossing powder and cut out with the die. And then from a sparkly squiggly background, I've cut 2 of the enchanted dies out. So I'm just going to show you how I shape these. So just in my finger, I'm just curling the petals up. These are all 4 petal flowers, so when you put another one on top, it looks really cool. And again, this one exactly the same. Like that, and that one will sit on there. Then for the enchanting flowers, I'm just grabbing my pointed tweezers from the tweezer set and just squeezing them up. And these are going to sit very nicely inside of the Sweetheart flowers. Of course, it's optional. You can use each flower individual. But I know that when Phil designed these flowers, he designed them so that there was as much flexibility as possible so that you could mix and match and just create your own kind of fantasy flowers. So just giving these a pinch. Then we're going to stick these together with the Sentimentally Yours glue, which is also on the show. And I'm just using a what they call moulding mat, so it's just a foam mat. So when you press into the centre with where your glue is, you get the dimension into the flower. And then this one go in there, and then we're going to stick 2 of these together. A bit more glue, and then see this point will go. See the points go into the centre, how they fit together beautifully. Now in the centre of my flower, the new pearls would go very nicely with this colourway. This is the Marshmallow Latte, just to show you one of these and how it would look. Oh, that's 2. That's a 5mm. I don't want that one. So that would look perfect in there. So that's an option, but we're not going to do that because I've decided I'm going to do a glitter mix instead. So what we're going to do is just grab a whole load of glue into the centre, well, make a little circle of glue, and then we're going to, what I've done is I've already mixed some Cosmos holographic glitter with the Crystal Aurora glitter to make my own glitter mix. And if we look at the Cosmos, you'll see there's quite a difference between the 2. This one's lighter, more pink, salmon pink, which kind of goes with the colour theme that I'm dealing with. So we're going to add some of that to the centre of our flower to give us a different look. There we go. Very pretty. On my original card, I did actually edge the tips of the enchanting flowers with the oxide, but I forgot to do it on these, so it's a little bit different. Right, while we've got the glitter out, I'm going to add some glitter to my topper piece as well. So I don't need to add any to these 2 corners because that's where all my flowers are going to go. So we just add a little bit. It doesn't have to be neat. It can't possibly be neat when we're trying to do it this quickly. Just down to there, that'll do. And then we'll start it about here. I tend to do, because I never know quite where I'm going when I'm making the original card, I do tend to just go all the way around. But there is no need when you're covering it all up. Just add some of that, tap it in, I'll give it a flick in a minute. It is easier when you're constructing your card to actually construct it flat rather than folded. think. Obviously that looks a little bit different at the moment because the glue's got to dry, and you will sometimes find that the card will buckle a little bit while it's drying, but then it'll settle down. That's one side. Okay, right, so let's bring in all of our flowers and leaves. So I've cut 2 pairs of the this is your delicate leafy fronds, I'm trying to think of the name, and it's got a lovely deboss detail in it. So I've got 2 pairs of those. So just be careful that you don't cover up your words when you pop them on. And my glue should tack quite quickly, she says. If I put them on, I don't know if I put the glue on the right side, we'll soon find out. Because it's been sat there for a little while. So this is my, and you've got lefts and rights. That's the one that's, move that one out of the way. You can't see the mess that's going on outside the camera. Quite a lot. Now at the bottom, you need to be aware that this has got to stand up. So just be aware of that. Other leaves. Pop one at the top. Doesn't matter at the top. The top, it can go out, and sometimes it's nice to have that movement so that it is actually going out of the card. And here's my last leaf. I know Phil puts his flowers on first and then adds his leaves. I can't do it that way. I have to do it this way. Okay. You will get a little bit of stray glitter while it's drying. Okay, so this is my biggest flower, which at the moment the glue's still drying because this is from my previous failed attempt. How many times have I said that? I'm going to put a foam pad just under there actually, because obviously I've got foam between my topper and my base, and that's going to give my flower a little bit to stick onto and make it sit nicer. That's going on there. Try and get the dimension back in that. So that's the biggest one. And then I'm going to add another foam pad down here as well. And I'm going to bring in my next biggest one. And these have all got glue on them already. Now, just like I say, just be careful that that's going to still stand up, and you're not hiding your words either. So there's a few things to think about. This one's perfectly dry, so you can see it's dried with that coppery colour in the glitter. Then my next one's going to come in here. Try not to move my leaf too much. I want to get it sitting all together. Okay, that's kind of working. And then my next largest is going to go up here, just off the edge there. And then my smallest one's going to tuck in with my lone flower down the bottom. Hopefully that's not dry, that glue. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so now we can do our little fold. Hopefully I've remembered everything. There we go, and that flower there will darken up when that glue's dry. So there we are, there's our stepper card in candy pink, white and silver. Yay!
That was lovely at the end with Julie when she went, yay! But I'm not surprised. You should be proud because that was a lovely card. I hope that you enjoyed that demonstration in 2 parts there. If you want to buy anything to be able to make something like Julia is making, it's all on this show. All you have to do is go to the website, hochanda.com, or pick up the phone and give us a call. Freedom prize as well on this collection of stamps, which is fantastic. £52.15 there, including your packaging and posting, which is lovely. If you're not in the Freedom Club, you can join that today, by the way, and get the savings. It is £57.94 plus your posting out to you. And you can see here a lovely collection of stamps. 317333 is your item number, and you've got flexible payments as well on that. So £28.97 today, your first of 2 interest-free flexible payments. So with these stamps, as we've been saying, firstly, the font is fantastic. All the fonts are different, but very legible, very readable, which is really important because sometimes you can get these lovely flourishy sentiments. You can't read them, so that's a bit pointless. Also as well, you've got so many different sentiments here, and you can mix and match. There are verses that you can use, so you could put them on the inside of your card, but they are beautiful to adorn the outside of your card as well. And you can certainly mask off and just use different elements there. So you could just use happy birthday or just on your special day. It doesn't have to be a birthday card, of course. On your special day could be relevant for so many different occasions, but really lovely. Nice size as well, because they're not going to be too big on a card, not going to take up too much of the space, but they are big enough to give you some nice nice detail and a nice bit of punch to your projects. So if you want to get the lot, it is 317333. I'll just show you a couple of samples while we're here, because they are absolutely lovely. As you can see there is one, but as we were saying, if you don't want to use the entire verse, you can just use a little bit of it. Happy birthday. And if we have a look here, there really couldn't be a better time to say, I wish you all the very best on your special day. So that doesn't have to be a birthday, it could be a wedding, it could be anything. And then you've got this one as well, a very special birthday wish for a very happy day and a year that's the very best in every possible way. Nearly 70% has gone, by the way, on these collection of stamps, so I think that you are liking them very much indeed. Lovely. 317333 is your item number. Perfect. We've also got some nice stamps for you on the show. These are great in terms of giving you a bit of detail. You can mask off, you don't have to use the whole of the stamp, or you can use the whole of the stamp and really replicate it to give you a full page of detail. On here you have got your flowers, you've got little typewriter keys, which is really cute, with the sentiment saying you are my type. You've got the harlequin. I love the sort of grungy one at the top. I mean, if you look at the grunge and the flower, they're very different, you know, very a different effect. So that's nice to have variety on this set of stamps as well. You've got the hearts and the dots there at the bottom and the sort of squiggles there as well. So you've got lots of lovely different stamps there. I'll show you them actually so you can see the actual size of them. There you are. 485174 is your item number if you'd like to get those for £14.49. Fabulous. I love the stars. I like a star stamp myself, not sure about you. Then we've got these great papers, and these are lovely soft muted colours, great pastel colours. They've got the definition in them in terms of you've got the sort of like as if it's been lifted off the page, the colour and the splatters. But when you look into them, yes, they are great for cutting up and using on projects, but just as a whole page, let me just show you this one, for example. You can almost see, you know, kind of like maybe a frosted lake or something like that, or you can see reflections on there. And we were saying earlier with one like that, like a distant lighthouse, or that's definitely like a wood effect, you know, and then you have got like sunrises and things like that. It's very much like a sea with a lighthouse in the distance and a stormy sky. So they're quite interesting papers actually, in terms of, there you go, creating sort of images that you can use in your card making. You do get the two, so you've got that one, and then you have got the other one. This is Terra Nova, and this is your Celestial. So you can see here, really like that. It's beautiful, isn't it? Really lovely, lovely designs. So that is 280497 as an item number, £23.98 if you would like to get the two. Very quickly, let's just show you these little pearls as well. These are fantastic. They look great together as a collection, but obviously individually you can use them. You get a lot in each pot, and you are able to just use them on the centre, for example, of a flower, and just add a nice little detail. Approximately 400 per pot, so they're going to last you some time. £16.47 for the lot for your Sleepy Kiss, Sherbet Sunrise and your Marshmallow Latte. So those are your lovely gems. Very quickly, oh no, we've got 15 seconds. We gotta go! Stamps, glitters, embossing powders and the magazine. Have a look on the website. It's hochanda.com and you can find everything from this show. Keep staying here though. One Day Special is coming up in a matter of moments. Isn't it amazing how time flies when you're having fun? Okay, we've got that One Day Special. I love those cards. Then we've got the jewellery box and Stitching in the Moment, embroidery, all coming up here on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 888. So don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Well, hello, good morning. Welcome to Hochanda. How are you? Happy Saturday. I'm hoping that you're in the swing of the day already. Maybe you're a really early riser. You've had your breakfast, you've had your cornflakes or whatever it is that you're eating, and your tea and coffee or Weetabix, other cereals are available. And you're ready. You're ready for your one-day special. My name is Rachel, by the way. Thank you for joining me here today. And we are talking about a fantastic collection of goodies. You can buy the complete collection, which we'll come to in a second. There's not much left of that, though, so if you do want to be very very quick indeed. But I absolutely love these cards. I love them because literally, look, if I just do this, this is the magic. When you have your card like that, for a start, I like that anyway, because I think it's fun. I think it's funky. Why the long face? Of course, because it's a giraffe. Are you ready? Whoop! Yay! I love these. I love a mechanic. I mean, my dad was a mechanic, but but I really do like things like that. That just amuses me. So they are absolutely fantastic. But if you want to buy this collection, let's just have a look at this one. Look, so this is a pop out. If you want to buy this collection, yes, you can have that little mechanic as I was showing you there with the pop-ups. But if you want to just use it to make a really fun card, then why not? So I like that. You're not that old. What's the punchline? There is no punchline. You are. You're not that old. Things like that. But I love these. Look at his face. Fantastic. And I like that one as well. Here, why the long face? Brilliant. So I love this collection, and that's the best gift box ever. If someone gave me that gift, it wouldn't matter what was in it. I'd be like, okay, you've won me over. That is brilliant. Now we have 3 different options here. So the first one is a 6x6 square card. And it does come with all of the amazing animals and stamps and dies, as you've been seeing featured on those cards there. So if you want to get hold of that, you can. By the way, the item number on this is 346457, and that is £29.97. And we have got some demonstrations as well to show you how it all works. But if you want to get that straight away, you can. The complete collection on the bottom of the screen, by the way, 524056. Let's have a look at option number 2 for you. And this is now a rectangle card. So if we have a look here, ready? So, I know, the small things please me. Right, here we are. Whee! Hello! Hello! There you are. Now, the stamps and dies that are coming with this one are called Fabulous Flight, by the way, because you have got flight-themed things, as you can see. Woohoo! Whee! Yeah, that is a bit dangerous, being close to a flammable balloon like that rocket. But, you know, we'll sort of bypass that design flaw. But if you want to, once again, just create fantastic cards like that, or like that, the sky is the limit. How fabulous! I absolutely love these collections. This is brilliant. 346457, and you will be able to get your rectangle. So that is that collection. You also get a helicopter. I should show you the board, actually. Show you this, then you can see the different elements there, the dies, and you can see those lovely sentiments as well. So those are the bits that you could pop on there for your Fabulous Flight collection. Really love those. Love those. Don't just fly, soar. Absolutely. And you've got your stamps and everything to play with there. So I think these are great fun. So you can go for the full-on mechanic or just use them to create really funky, happy cards. 346457, your item number. Now, let's go on to your last option now. Again, 5x7. But this is called a Z-fold card. And I will just show you this one, which has got lovely flowers. Here we go. Whee! Really clever. And this is coming with the funky florals. I just love this. Look at that. That is a fantastic card. Look at that with the glossy accented happy birthday there. Absolutely brilliant. And then you've got this one. Look at that. Yeah, just using elements there and making that fence there. But just as a pretty card. Nice. Is it upside down? Sorry. And then, yeah, best bud. Buds, you see. Buds. See what we did? Well, we didn't do anything. And then you've got that lovely little box there as well. And then you've got a card like that. So sometimes you just have to stop and smell the flowers. I think it does pop out. Yes, it does. Ready? Whee! You see, that is brilliant. Have a blooming, marvellous birthday. What fantastic fun! I haven't seen anything like this before in terms of these kits to make up these cards. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Let me show you the elements as well, just so you can see some of the things that you could be using on your cards from your fabulous, your funky flowers. There you are. So all sorts of elements to really cheer someone's day up when they open their card. And I think cheer you up when you're making them, because they're great fun. £29.97. They are your one-day specials. The price, of course, is going to go up tonight. They were launched last night at 6 o'clock. Tonight at 6 o'clock, price disappears. And you've got a couple more shows today to see them live and see the demonstrations there. But surprise cards, but a collection of stamps and dies, and of course the dies to actually make the mechanic make the cards and make it nice and easy for you. By the way, instructions on the back for you as well. If you are thinking, what? Don't know what to do? Don't worry, because the instructions are there so that you can make those fantastic cards. Yeah, and it's not that complicated because there aren't many instructions, as you can see. Oof, almost. Okay, 346457. Let's move on to your embossing folders here. I want to put it out there on behalf of the embossing folders in the world. Embossing folders unite. I think embossing folders are really underrated. I really do. Because you can, through one pass of a machine, just make these brilliant backgrounds in terms of textured papers. You know, just to give your card that bit of something as a background. I think an embossing folder is a brilliant way to go, and they're not very expensive. So £19.96 for these in particular is wonderful value there. And you can see you've got different sizes. So your 5x7, 6x6s there, and you've got them in the different configurations of designs. So you've got balloons and clouds and your little grids there, and almost like your kind of hundreds and thousands. So I think those are a really, really great value. And, you know, if you imagine just using those as your background and then just sticking on some of these elements, you've just got great cards. So 839927 as an item number if you'd like to get hold of those. Then we have got your 8x8 paper pads. So let's have a little flick through and see what we've got here. And these are coming in two different themes. You've got your party pads there, and you have got your scenes. So you can see, look at these. I mean, these are such great fun. You need these in your life to cheer yourself up and cheer up the person that you're sending the card to. I think these are fantastic. So you get one, and then you get the other. That was a very slick move there, wasn't it? There you are. So now we have got beautiful, I mean, look at that. Beautiful florals and kind of scene setters. That reminds me of the opening scene of, come on, Director Webster, you know which film I'm going to talk about. No, Toy Story. Sorry, I missed that, Emily. Yeah, Toy Story. Love Toy Story. So there you are. Fantastic collection of paper pads there. 2 paper pads. Okay, now do you want all of it? Of course you do. The details are there. Let's give you them full on the screen so you can decide what you want to do. But 524056, 114.85. Of course we're going to give you flexible payments on that, so you can divide that into 3. And your first payment is £38.28. But very limited stock. It's about to sell out. If you want to get that entire collection, it is 524056. Shall we talk to Sam, who is the designer of these fantastic cards? I think we should. Sam, are you there?
Hi, Rachel. Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Sam. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I was up nice and early.
Nice and early for us. Now, can I ask you, are you still in your pyjamas?
No, I am dressed.
You got dressed. Yeah, you know, I think sometimes if you are sort of working, you've got to do it, haven't you? Because if you sit in your pyjamas all day, it's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling.
Definitely. No, I have to get up, dressed, makeup on.
Exactly. So what have you got planned for today then, Sam? Are you going to be doing some crafty bits and pieces, some work today, or are you going to, you know, watch some TV? What are you going to do today?
I will be tuning into the shows, and I'm also working already on the next collection.
Oh, well, can I just say, Sam, I know you and I haven't met each other yet, and I haven't, you know, seen these cards before, but I genuinely absolutely love them. I think they are such great fun. I mean, it's not just the mechanic, which is fantastic in itself, because, you know, we all like those cards when you open them and something pops out. But I just think the design of them, they're so fun and funky. Where did you get your inspiration from, Sam?
I think my my life generally is just a bit wacky and colourful. So I seem to like the more unusual things, and that comes across in my card making. And I just enjoy kinetic cards, something that has movement, and wanted to bring some, fun faces, fun sayings, and just some colour really into the collection.
Yeah, well, there's the word. That's the word, kinetic. That's the word I should have used 10 minutes ago, rather than just a mechanic. But yes, kinetic cards. Yeah, they are great, though, aren't they? They sort of do add that interest. For anybody who is watching right now, though, Sam, and thinking, oh, that looks like a very complicated thing to make, I'm guessing that you've made it easy by putting all the dies together in the instructions.
Yeah, we wanted to bring this card style in a die set so that you don't have to worry about scoring and cutting it yourself. There are people, that struggle with that kind of thing and still want to be able to make these fun cards. So by having the die set, and it's something that will be in addition to what you already have in your stash as well. Yeah.
I'm intrigued by you, Sam, actually, in terms of what's your sort of crafty history. I mean, have you always been, did you train as a graphic designer or an artist, or is this something you've come to kind of later on in life and you did something totally different before?
Well, I studied art in school, but then I took the retail route and went into retail management, and I moved abroad for a while, and that enabled me to kind of get into my crafting full time again. I started a YouTube channel, and from there things have kind of grown, and the rest is history, should they say?
Oh, well, it's fantastic, and long may it continue. How long have you been with this business and creating these sorts of things, Sam?
This has been since I joined, June last year, and this has been in the making now since the beginning of this year.
Oh, fantastic. Well, you've done an amazing job. Can you give us any little hints as to what is coming up next, perhaps?
It's more movement, and I might just be able to say fashion.
Oh, we want to see pretty dresses and pretty skirts and things like that. That's
anything
fantastic.
More than that. Just that kind of, think about that kind of,
Okay.
I guess.
Nice. I want to see some lovely shoes popping out of a card. That would please me, Sam. Well, listen, thank you so much. I really do love what you do. I think that they're such great fun, and it's the colours and the papers and the vibrancy, everything. You've done an absolutely tremendous job. So really well done. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day, and I look very much forward to seeing your next collection. Can't wait for those shoes.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Care. Thank you. Bye. Putting a very strong hint there. I want the shoes. Now, complete collection, technically gone. And that means that every single one of those is allocated in shopping basket at the moment. So what you need to do is look on the website in a few minutes, or 5, 10, 15 minutes, see if any have bounced back. You might be able to get in there. But at the moment, every single one is allocated. However, don't forget, you can still get the one-day specials in any of those 3 options, or buy all 3 one-day specials. It's totally up to you. We've got a lovely demonstration, though, from Sam herself. With her, she says she likes bright colours. She's got very bright nail varnish on, a fabulous ring as well. Let's have a look at what she gets up to.
Hi everyone, for this video I just wanted to show you some alternative ways to use the stamps and dies. You don't have to just always make a wiper card. So I've made these really fun ones here, and this is doing that mirror technique, which I will share, or I have already shared in the videos, because I'm not sure at what point you're watching this one, but I show you how to get a mirror image of your stamps, and it's just a really fun card. You can see there it opens up, you've got room to write your message. If you don't want to write anything inside, you can always write it on the back. But they look really nice. And then you've got that one there. Just by adding the baseball cap to the giraffe completely transforms it and makes it into more of a younger card. So perfect for the teenagers and so on. And there you go. Again, you can see I've got there, why the long face. I just love that sentiment. And then I've used those papers in the background. So I'm going to do the one today. I'm going to use the horse and the die here as well. There's the stamp set. I've already gone ahead and coloured all of that just to keep the videos, focusing on how to put the card all together. And also the papers I'm going to use is this one here. Okay, so I'm going to be doing a 6x6 card blank, and this is that piece of paper that I showed you there. And this is cut to 5 3/4 square. And you'll see it's going to just sit nicely on the top of our card there. So I'm going to actually stick this down first, and then I'm going to die cut my aperture, so that circle, through the 2 layers. Now if you're worried that you won't be able to do that, then just do one at a time. You'll just have to line up this one, draw around the circle, and then cut it again on that second piece. But most good die machines should cut through both of them with no problem. So make sure I've got this the right way up. This is going to be a top folding card, so again just make sure that it all opens up the correct way. And that's that one stuck down there. Then I've got this circle here, and this one measures 3 3/4 thereabouts. So you want to open up the card. You'll be able to run this through a standard die machine, and I've just got a little bit of tape, and I'm just going to sit this in the centre. So just make sure you got, you know, even kind of amount there on each side. I'm going to stick it on the inner part because, you know, I don't need to keep that piece. So if it did rip or, you know, tear the paper, at least it's that bit and it's not going to damage my actual frame there. So I'm just going to run that through my machine. I'm also just going to pop a layer of copy paper on the top, and that way it won't damage. If you've got a very worn, well-used machine like myself, that way it won't leave any markings on your actual card. Okay, so now I can just take that one away and we've got that lovely opening. Next, I like to always have a frame whenever I do these kind of cards. So I've got the next size up in my set of circle dies there, along with that original one, and just pop them together. And you've guessed it, I'm using that lovely holographic cardstock, and I'm just going to make sure I've got a nice even border. Again, I'm just going to run that through my machine. Okay, so that's all fallen away nicely. I'll keep all these pieces for another time, and then I can just pop that one around there, and I think it just frames the card. This is a birthday card as well, so that shine I think works really well. So I'm just going to add my glue to the back here, just a very thin layer, you don't need much at all, and just pop that one, and it will perfectly line up because it's exactly the same size. Okay, now when you cut down your paper, you'll have this piece, and I never throw my scraps away because there's loads of fun techniques and card styles that you can do using scraps. So with this one here, I actually want to keep these three together here. So I'm going to cut straight across there. Again, I can keep that for another card, and I'm just going to cut right up to them. Sometimes I leave like a white border, but because of the pattern behind this and the fact that I just want those balloons on their own, I'm actually going to cut right around. I mean, it's easy to cut around, you're just following the curve. Okay, like so. And the idea is I'm going to stick the yellow bit above that one there. You can just see a little bit of the yellow balloon, and then the side of the blue one's just going to attach there, and I'm going to put some twine behind for the string on the balloons. I've got a little yellow bit there, but when I add this really cool horse face, which I just love, his ear just sticks there, so the whole thing is actually attached. It just gives it a little bit of strength, and I've got this piece here which is going to go inside. So all I'm going to do is add a little bit of glue along the bottom there and just pop that inside there, and just make sure it's going to sit where I need it to. Yep, that's fine. And you can also just cut another piece of pattern paper, cut a circle in it and stick it inside so it will cover up that. Or you could stick him down in front of the circle first and then add the pattern paper. So there's, you know, there are other steps and ways that you can put this together if you just want to have a bit more of a, I guess, tidier finish. You don't want everything to be exposed, but you can just easily just, you know, cover that behind. So I'm just going to lift this one up here. I just want to pop a little bit of my glue just to the back there, like so, and I'm going to pop a little dab of glue just there, just to attach the ear to the balloons there, like so. While that's drying, before I attach the twine there, I'm just going to add my sentiments. I'm going to have happy birthday, you're not that old. So the happy birthday is going to be just about there, and then the you're not old is going to be down here, because we're going to have the string there, so I don't want too much, you know, kind of going on in that part. So let's just cut that one in half there. I always like to use the foam. You see me use it throughout all these videos and in most projects that I do, and that one's going to go just there. And then I've got this piece here, which is the whole size, so this is 6 by 6, and it's just going to cover the inside, so you get to see that pattern paper when the card stands up. So just sit that right over the top there. You could have a frame if you want to, but I quite like the whole area just covered there, like so. And then I've just got some twine here, so I'm just going to take a bit of the purple off and a little bit of the green. Actually, no, let's do the orange. That's the last bit of that one. We'll bring these ones in. I'm just going to open this up, and I'm just going to pop a little bit of glue on the bottoms there and just stick the ends of each one down. Give that a little bit longer to dry, but now when you flip it over, you get to see the strings from the balloon. You get all that lovely striped paper in the background. The way the holographic card there hits the light and all the party balloons. It's just a really, really fun card and a great way to use these very fun animal stamped images here. You can see the other ones there. So just an idea, you could do any shape aperture you want. It doesn't have to be circle or the ovals like I've done here. You can do squares. But I think it really does help those characters really stand out. So that's another fun idea to use the stamps and some of the papers.
It is all about fun, isn't it? And let's face it, if you're making things, you need to have a smile on your face. And then if you're giving things out, you need to have a smile on that person's face as well. And obviously, if you're making these things to sell, then they are very attractive. So I think that it's a lovely collection, actually, and fantastic that the mechanic is there for you to use and all to be able to make easily. The kinetic side of the card is the official title for it. But I think great fun. So you've got 3 different options, of course. You've got the giraffe, first of all. Love his face. I love his illustration. And this is the 6x6 card for you as well. You've got your sentiments there. It's your birthday, galloping by to say happy birthday. Why the long face? You're not that old. Stay cool. Hi. And good luck. So you've got those. I love the teeth, love the teeth. And then when you have got those collections and you've got the dies, of course, I'll just show you the dies so you can see, so you can cut out your card and you've got the bit to make the kinetic kind of side of things, then you can, and then you can really cheer the person up that you are sending the card to. And if I show you this one, there we are, ready, and we go, whee! I love that. You're not that old. Yeah, but the thing is, there's no other punchline in there, so what's that saying? You're not that old. You're old, but you're not that old. So that's that one. I'm not going to break it, I'm not going to break it. And then you've got your little gift box as well, which I think is really sweet. And then if you want to just make a card, you can just make a card like that. You don't have to go for the whole kinetic thing. I just think as cards themselves, they're really fantastic fun. Brilliant. And then this one is just a little pop-up, like that. And then we've got this one, which is a kinetic card again. And that goes like, oh, hello, what am I doing? That's it, yeah. Ta-da! Look at him. He is the happiest giraffe ever. So there you are. If you'd like to get that collection, it is 346457, £29.97 there for the lot. It is a one-day special. Remember, the price will go up tonight at 6 o'clock, so you don't want to miss out on those price savings. Let's move on to our next one now. This is called Fabulous Flight. Here is your board, and this is a 5x7 rectangle that you are going to get. And as you can see here, these are the elements that you could use: balloons and planes and rockets, and then you have got all of your sentiments there as well. So that's your Fabulous Flight collection. As we were saying though, of course, if you want to just make pretty cards like that, you absolutely can. Love the rocket. I mean, I think most people would like that card, but I tell you what, little boys and little girls, who wouldn't like a space rocket for their birthday card? And then you've got this one here, which if we pull like that, whee! There you are. And we've also got the balloons as well, and the rocket. A little bit too close to the balloons for our liking. And we like the birds on there as well, just kind of sets it all off. So lovely, beautiful colours, great fun. They work so well. 346457 is your item number there if you want that one. And then we have got your Funky Flowers collection. And here are the bits and pieces that you are going to be getting. And this is your Z-fold card in this collection. And you can see there you've got flowers. Have a blooming, marvellous birthday. You grow, girl. Sometimes you just have to stop and smell the flowers. Oops-a-daisy. Sorry, I forgot. And for my best bud. See what they did there? Bud. And let's have a look at some of the cards that you can be making here, because these are spectacular as well. And she likes a giraffe. She's used him on all of these. A donkey. No, it's a giraffe. Is it a donkey? Is it a donkey? Is it a donkey and a giraffe? Have I been missing the fact that we've got donkeys as well as giraffes? There you are. No, we don't have any with the flowers. I'm in the middle of nowhere. This is very reminiscent of my life. I'm actually in the middle of nowhere right now. There we are. So you've got your flowers, and there you are. We're on the right place now. Perfect. Little box. We've got this one. Whee! Yes, I know. Have a blooming marvellous birthday. It's a surprise to everybody. Then we've got this one. We have got this one, which is a blooming marvellous birthday. There we are. Nice with the sentiment on the back as well. And then this one, yay, it's your day. There we are. Whee! Yeah, our producer wasn't expecting that when it actually made her go, ooh, ooh. So 346457 is your item number if you would like to get hold of that collection there, which is your funky flowers. Yes, funky flowers. So that is 346457, £29.97 instead of £36.97. So you're saving money there, but only until 6 o'clock today, because that is when your one day special will go up. Now, by the way, the complete collection has gone. So the only way you can get these now is individually, but you can't get them as a complete collection because that has gone. Embossing folders. These are fabulous because they will give you instant interest and appeal on your backing cards. And I think they are really, I mean, if I just show you here, actually, let's give you examples. There, so you can see how you can just create these wonderful clouds, and then we have got that kind of hundreds and thousands effect, or it's like a sort of grate, isn't it? Yeah, it's like a grate. And then we've got those. So you've got your balloons, and then you've got that one there as well. Yeah, the chevrons or zigzags, whatever you want to say. It's like a grate. But I think those are fantastic, just to add that little bit of detail to your card there. So 839927 for those embossing folders, £19.97 if you'd like to get hold of those. And then we've got the papers, and you know, these are really lovely. They're bright, they're bold, they're fun, they're funky, and they go so well with the rest of the collection. So do think about popping these or a couple of these into your basket. You do get the two, obviously, but you've got your party scenes. Well, you've got your party and your scenes there. But lovely little buntings and stripes and balloons, all the things we want at a birthday party. Of course, at the moment, what we'd really like is people at a birthday party. Can't have those, but you can still have the balloons. I think everybody's going to be like the Queen this year. They're all going to have two birthdays, aren't they? If they've had a birthday in the beginning part of this year, they're going to have to do it later on in the year and celebrate later. Lovely funky flowers. And you've got your palm prints, you've got those lovely clouds and your hot air balloons going up into the sky there. So 2 paper pads there, 565186 is your item number. Fabulous. Okay, well, I think it's time to see this lovely collection in action again. So we are now going to have another demonstration for you.
Hi everyone, in this video I just wanted to show you some fun ways to use the embossing folders that are in the collection. So there's 4 embossing folders, 2 5x7s and 2 6x6. This is the cloud one there, you can just see it. And then you've got this lovely zigzag. You've got the balloons, I love the balloons. And then you've also got like the sprinkles there, or the confetti. So those are the 4. And what I've done here is I've made these little boxes with different stamps on top, and they make beautiful little gifts. So you've got this one here with the hot air balloon flying by just to say hi, and it's got the zigzag embossed lid there, looks really, really sweet. And then again, we've got the wonderful little Jerry the giraffe there with happy birthday, and then I've used some green baker's twine, and that's got the clouds all on there. And then this one here has the, again, that sprinkles kind of confetti with the it's your birthday on there. So I'm going to do the fourth one using the balloons, which is this one here. Okay, so what I've got here is 2 pieces of card, and you will need one piece that's 4.5 by 5.5, which is for the lid, and on that one there you just want to score 3/4 of an inch. Makes a nice little gift box size, perfect for little small bits of jewellery or some sweet treats. Okay, so 3/4 of an inch on all 4 sides. Now this piece here is a piece of 5 by 6, but because this is going to be the base, we want to make it just that tiny little bit smaller. So I'm just popping it in my trimmer here, and I'm just taking off like a 1/16 of an inch. So I'm just bringing it down. You can see there what I've just kind of cut away from each side. And then you want to score all 4 sides on this one at 1 inch. So 1, 1. Okay, so that's that all done. Next, we just want to fold and burnish those score lines. Okay, so that's the base. With the lid, before I actually burnish that, is, you know, you want to get it embossed. So I'm just going to open up the 6 by 6 one here, and I'm just going to pop it in the centre there. Kind of happy with that. And then just pop it over. We might have to redo the score lines, just go over them, but I'm just going to run this through my die machine. Okay, so now just take this one out, and you can see that really cool effect we've got. But I can still see the score lines there. If you feel you need to just rescore them again, then you can do, but I think, yeah, we're going to be okay. So I'm just going to just carefully fold those ones there, so. And then we just need to do a little bit of cutting. So I'm going to start with the base first of all. You're going to cut them the same way, but along the short side, I'm just cutting up those score lines, like so. Now I'm just going to flip it around, cut up there, and then I'm just going to take a little wedge off of all 4 of those corners, just so then you've got these tabs, and they will just make it easier for you to fold the box. Okay, so I'm just going to repeat that on the lid. So again, I'm going to start across the shorter side here. Okay, now we just need to add some glue to the tabs. I'm just starting with the base here, but you can do the lid if you want. And I'm going to bring that one up and under. Actually, if you start with the base first, again, I'll show you in a moment, just another good way to attach or stick the lid together, but making sure it's going to fit nicely to the base. So I'm just going around and just popping the glue and bringing each tab inside, and because we've just cut little wedges off of the side, you'll see we don't get anything sticking out of the top there. Okay, so again, okay, and then again you want to do the same with the lid. Make sure you're using a good quality cardstock as well, because you don't want it to crack. I've got a little bit of cracking there. This is quite a thin cardstock, but I love the colours and I thought they'd be great to show on the screen there. So yeah, just check your cardstock. Just make sure it's a nice thick one, so it can take all the pressure of being embossed and then also folded into this gift box side style. So now that one's left to do, but I can pop the lid on like so. So I get a really nice closure. And then I can just kind of pop my glue in there, just bring that around and do that last bit there. And that way you get a really nice closure on your box. Just hold that for a second. Okay, and there you have a really nice little gift box, perfect for some jewellery, and it would even fit a gift card in there as well. So now I just need to decorate. So I've got some baker's twine, so I've got this orange here. Just pop that over to one side. So I'm just going to have like an even amount on each side and just wrap it. I've done it kind of like 3 times, and then underneath twist it around, and again kind of group it together. Make sure it's quite taut. See, these ones here are just for display, but I just wanted to give you just another nice idea on how to use embossing folders. I may just struggle to get a bow, so this one might have to be a little knot, but that's fine because we're going to be sticking something on the top anyway. But you can see there, that looks quite sweet anyway. Okay, so to decorate this one I'm going to use the smaller flowers here. I've got a few of them left over, and that little tiny sentiment there for my best bud. But you've also got Oops a Daisy, sorry I forgot. So there's some really fun ones there that you can use. I'm going to just trim those little bits off there because I don't think you're going to see any of that. You don't need any of it. And I'm just going to grab some of my foam, pop it on the back, and just kind of build up a little cluster. Okay, and then I've just grabbed some more of the twine. I've just made a small little bow, just trim some of that off there, and I can just attach that one just there with a little bit of glue. I might need to use some hot glue, but for the minute I can just go there. And there you have it, very cute little gift box. So it's just another fun way just to give you some inspiration on how you can use embossing folders and also those stamped images with the matching dies there as well. So I hope you liked this video.
We certainly did, thank you very much. What's great about these collections is just that fact that, yes, you can do the pop-up cards, but actually if you just want to use the elements in your general crafting, I mean, it could be maybe scrapbooking. You know, I don't know, if you've been on a holiday or you've had a nice day out at the zoo or someone just likes animals and you're making something for them, you could use the donkey and the giraffe in that way, couldn't you? So I think, you know, that's the thing. It's very versatile, this collection. It's not just about making that kinetic card. So that's very clever. And they are lovely, fun, funky, happy, friendly designs. So I think when you're making things with these, you'll be happy. But also when you're giving these things to the recipient as well, they will be very happy or bring a smile onto their face. So I think really well designed and great fun. So if you want to get hold of this particular collection, well, it's 346457. It is £29.97 until 6 o'clock today, when that price is going to go up, because of course this is our one-day special, so you have your saving on there. Let's have a look at what you could be making if we show you how it works. So you get your card like that, and the person who receives the card goes, well, that's very nice, isn't it? It's your special day. What a long face. Ta-da! It doesn't matter. There you are. Pops up and creates that lovely movement within the card. So that is that one. But then, as we were saying, if you want to just create a card, a greeting card that is great fun without the mechanic, you absolutely can. And you've got that one there. And then this one is a pop-up card, but a little bit different. So it's flat and then it stands like that. But isn't it just beautiful, all these lovely illustrations? They're such great fun. You've got that one. We've got the boxes that, of course, Sam was making in that video for us, and they're just so lovely, little boxes like that. And they've got the embossing folded effect on there as well, haven't they, with the clouds? But the lovely little giraffe there popping out. And the final one is there. Perfect. So you've seen how they work. Let's just whiz through now and see the different sizes. So that is your 6x6 amazing animal collection, and that is 346457 as an item number. Let's move on to our next one, which is your funky flowers in Sorry, I missed it. Yeah, Fabulous Flight went very straight past it, couldn't see it. Sorry, your 5x7 Fabulous Flight. There you are. So that is that collection of goodies, and you can make cards like that, and like that, and like that. Fabulous. 346457. And then we move on to our final one, which is the funky flowers. That's your collection, 5x7 Z fold card this time. And if I just show you, that's the kind of thing, oops, upside down, that you could be making there, like that. Or something like that. Or something like that. Perfect. So there you are, 346457 if you would like to get hold of that one. Lovely. So just decide which one you want to go for, or buy all three, of course. Let's have a look now, though, what Sam is going to be making with the next demonstration.
Hi everyone, in this video I'm going to be showing you how to make a good luck card using the 6x6 wiper card set, and I'm going to be focusing on the lovely horse image there. He's just very, very fun. So this is the paper pad as well. I'm using this one here, and here is that 6x6 wiper die set, and you've also got the happy birthday, and we're also going to use these speech bubbles which are throughout all of the die sets as well. So what you want to do is you want to die cut the main section here twice, but I just wanted to show you on here how I've stuck it down just before I go and die cut it, because you can use your standard die cutting machine. This is 6 inches width, which is the exact width of a standard machine, or if you have your larger ones then use that just for a little bit more ease, I guess. But you want to make sure that you cut your card right up to the outer sides there of that in order for it to fit in your machine, but it will cut because I've just done that one there. So you'll want 2 pieces of that one. And then I've got these here which are for your mats, so I've done 4 in the mirrored card, but I've also then gone and trimmed on my trimmer 2 pieces. You can do 4 again if you want, but I'm not going to decorate the back for the video. But I've got 2 pieces here which are just 1/2 inch by 4.5, sorry, and they're just going to sit, you can see there, on top. And that's just going to continue the pattern onto the side pieces. Then this is that main front mat piece, so you want to die cut 1, which again I've done in that holographic card, and then using the paper here I've cut this to 5.5 squared, so it sits nicely on the top there. Also, because I'm using the speech bubble, I want it to look like it's floating, so I've die cut my mechanism with some acetate. Again, you do need to add some extra shims. You'll need to maybe use a metal shim, and you may need to snip a few bits depending on the width of your, the thickness, sorry, of your acetate. But that is that piece done there using the mechanism. And then there's the speech bubble, but we're going to do a bit of stamping, so I will do that in a bit. So I'm just going to run this one through my die machine, and then we can start putting it all together. Okay, so first of all we just want to fold and burnish these pieces here. So you just want to do it so that this inner score line is a mountain and then that outer score line is a valley. And do that on both. And then we're just going to get one of them. So you got one with them on your left hand side and one with them on your right, and they will stick together like this. Okay, so I'm going to show you another way to construct it all, because throughout the videos I show you different ways to add that mechanism piece, because, you know, I think between maybe the 3 or 4 different ways of doing it, you'll find one that suits you best. So first of all, I'm going to stick down, I always like to decorate any kind of kinetic cards, do as much of the decoration before you actually construct it. Okay, so that's everything stuck down there. Next, before we attach the mechanism, we want to stamp our sentiment. So on the stamp set here, we've got all these different kind of titles. So I want to have on this one, galloping by to say good luck, which I think I have somewhere else. Here we are. And pop it all on there. You've got why the long face there, you're not that old, stay cool. You've also got the and hi, and it's your birthday and happy birthday. So there's loads there to make up some really fun little sentences. A bit of scrap card here, but I don't need that much. Just make sure it's going to be enough for your speech bubble there. And then I'm just going to bring in some of my ink. Again, these are photopolymer stamps, so they grab your inks really well, and then just roughly I can see where that needs to be, so I'm going to stick that one just there. Perfect. Galloping by to say good luck. And now I can just pop this one down here and just with a little bit of tape hold it in place, and I'm just going to run that through my die machine. Okay, so that's cut out nicely there, and then I've got the mechanism piece. So what I would suggest is grab some double-sided tape. Red tape's really good, and you want the triangle towards the bottom left, okay, and you're going to just cover the triangle with some tape. I'm just sticking it right across on my mat here, just a couple of strips of that, and then just peel it up from the surface there and just cut away. So you don't use your best scissors for that, and you'll have more time, so you'll be able to cut it exactly, but you want it just covering the corner there of that triangle. Make sure it's down towards the bottom left, that's the side that you're sticking. Okay, so I actually continued putting this together and realised my camcorder had stopped filming, but fortunately I was able to take it apart. So you would have attached your glue or your red tape there to the bottom left hand corner of that triangle. So make sure you're sticking on the same side that the sentiment is facing up there. So I'm just going to take the backing off. Okay, now I'm working on that front piece, and this is the top, so flip it over. Now you want to fold that back, okay, that piece, that triangle, and we're going to just lay it in here first of all so we can move it around. And you're going to make sure that the bottom of the mechanism, so the bottom of this acetate, is lined up with this second score line, okay, like so. And you want to make sure that however far down it is here is, you know, from the top basics, it means that whatever it is you have on the top of your mechanism to pop up will be hidden. So I mean, you don't want to come too close to the top there because you might just still see it. So I'm going to bring it down about 1/2 inch there. I'm happy with that where it is. I'm just going to bring that across there like so, and now there it is closed. It will then pop up when it opens. Okay, so next I can just add some glue for the second time onto these pieces here, and I'm going to pop that one on this side, so just pop it in place there, make sure it all lines up with the outer side and the top and the bottom like so. And then while that one's just drying, I can just add some more glue along this piece here, okay, and just kind of push that down, make sure you don't get any glue inside the card, and just lay that whole thing down so you have a perfect 6x6 square there. You can see there now the pop-up piece is completely hidden, and then when we open it up it pops up galloping by to say good luck, and it will close nicely as well. I think it's such a fun card, really like this. So next we just need to decorate the front. So I have these pieces here which I've already stamped and coloured. So I've done 2 of the 4-leaf clover, I've done the lucky horseshoe, the daisy, and there is that really fun horse stamp there, and I've coloured this all using coloured pencils again. So I'm just going to start layering it all up. I think I'm going to use again my foam because I do like to use that. So we will stick him down first of all. So I'm going to have him, let's have him about there, and then start building these up. I've already added some shine to them as well. I do like to add that to a lot of my stamped images. I just think it looks really nice, and the idea is that the daisy will cover the ends of the clovers here. So we'll pop that one there, and then pop the other bit of foam on that side. So I have that one there. I can just see there the daisy's going to cover that nicely, and then I'm going to cut one of these in half, and let's just have a look. So I just want to have him kind of just poking out the side there, so I'll just put foam on that side there, and then on the other side I'm just going to pop a little bit of glue there, so I can just kind of just pop that behind like so, stick that one down there. And then we just got to finish off with that daisy, so again just pop a little bit of foam onto the back there, and then just pop that one over the so. And you can add some other bits and pieces to it as well if you want from your own stash. You might want to put some twine around it and things like that, but there is that card. I think it looks really cool. Love the shine there on the clovers, and then when you open it up, galloping by to say good luck, and it stands up really nicely there as well so that people can see your sentiment. So that's that version using the 6x6. I've also got these ones here to show you. So this one is using the funky flowers, and it's got the happy birthday there that does also come in the die set, and again I just added some shine to that. You can just see it catching the light. I love this polka dot paper as well, and then out pops this lovely bloom of flowers from the funky flowers stamp set. And then I've also got Fabulous Flight here, so I've used those lovely hot air balloons with that lovely cloud paper there in the background, and then I've used glitter card on the happy birthday there, and then this one you have the rocket, you can just see there, that pokes out the top, which I really like. And then I've also got this one here, again it's another favourite, but it's using the lovely Jerry the giraffe, and then it says you're not that old, happy birthday, you're not that old. Really fun, great cards. So that is using the 6x6 die set.
perfect. So you see, if you've watched those 3 demonstrations today, you will have seen boxes, we've seen the 6x6 cards, and we've seen the kinetic cards. So the kind of versatility that you get from these collections and the variety of things that you can make is extraordinary. I think they're brilliant value. $29.97, for example, for the first collection, to be able to make a whole multitude of cards. There's nothing worse than getting things home and then being really bored and uninspired when you've made the first few cards. And that's not going to happen here, because you will be able to use these elements on so many different cards. Do you know what's also great as well is that I think that these cards span the ages, because if you were giving, you know, one of these cards to a child, for example, I think any little child is going to love that card. They're going to love the kind of cartoonish nature of the giraffe. I think that's great. But if you've got an 88-year-old grandma and you give them that, they're going to love it as well, you know, even more than a child. So I do think that actually that's the wonderful thing about this collection, is that they really span the ages, and you could have fun with it as well. I will say that my husband has got a cracking set of teeth, so I'd probably send him that card and go, this reminds me of you. It's amazing, and we want to see my husband's teeth now. He has got amazing, because I had my teeth straightened a little while ago, and I was always jealous of his teeth, because he doesn't do anything with them, brushes them clearly, but he's just one of those people who's born with this amazing, like, American smile. Anyway, so this is the kind of thing that you could be having here, so you can use them like that. If you want to do the kinetic side, we've got those lovely little boxes that we're making, and this of course is using the embossing folders that we've got on the show as well, so really great fun. So that's that one. Let's get through them before we go. So 346457 is your item number if you want to get that one. The next collection is going to be Fabulous Flight, and this is your 5x7 rectangles, and these are the elements that you'll be getting here. So great fun again with these hot air balloons and jets and helicopters, and you know, talking about spanning the ages, you know, that's the kind of thing you could make. Any little child is going to love that card. And then you've got this, the sky's the limit. So these, once again, great for adults. If you want to use the mechanic, there you go. That's how it happens. Although, no, that's from the other collection, isn't it? They're all mixed up. That's a giraffe. Using the rectangle. But there you are. Whee! A little bit concerned, as we say, about where that rocket is heading to right now and those poor people in that basket. Yeah, fantastic. So that's that one, 346457. If you're watching the show on, what day is it today? When was I in? Thursday. I told my hot air balloon story. Rewind that show and watch it. Basically, I was in a sports balloon and crashed into a tree and landed. And it's all on video because it was a show that I was doing, and the cameraman landed on top of me and still kept filming. So that was an interesting film. Anyway, this one now, this collection, is called Funky Flowers. And you can see here, sometimes you just have to stop and smell the flower. Sorry, I went before the camera moved. I was thinking it was the olden days when you had a cameraman who used to move the camera. Remember those days? Now it's robots. Not that I'm calling our director a robot. He's quite a nice guy, actually. He's got a personality. Right. It's not a great one, but it's a personality. Anyway, there you are. You got that one there? Happy birthday with your flowers. And then you've got your lovely little box there, so you can see how you can be making it there. But if you want to make a simple card, it is like that for my best bud. So 346457, your item number, if you would like to get hold of that collection there. £29.97. Only way you can buy these things now, because the complete collection has gone, so you have to buy these things individually. These embossing folders, we're saying these are great fun. I think embossing folders really undervalued, and you can see the different backgrounds that you can create. Just one pass through and you've got a fantastic textured background to then work with and to work with your cards. So I think those are great. You've got clouds, you've got the balloons, you've got the kind of grates almost, and you can see the detailing there as well. You know, these are really fantastic embossing folders. So 839927. And then, of course, we have got the paper pads, and you can get both of these very quickly. I should just whiz through. You have got these backgrounds here, so you have got your parties, And you can see your party streamers, bunting, balloons, dotties, stripes. But then you have got your scenes. So these are ready to put your sentiments into the middle of them, or use them as background papers. So both of those, $15.98, 565 186 as an item number. Okay, well that's it. That's everything on our show. You can of course go to the website right now, hochanda.com, and grab these goodies. I think they're really great fun. They're versatile, they're fun, they're funky, very practical, and really great fun to play with as well. So do have a go. If you've never made a kinetic card before, don't worry, because all the instructions are there and they're really easy to use. Hochanda.com. Don't go anywhere though. Jewellery coming up next. Shiny things. And that is the jewellery box. So following that, we're going to be stitching in the moment with some embroidery. And after that, of course, getting sentimental with Sentimentally Yours. All here live on Hochanda.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your Internet Web Browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Well, hello, a very good morning to you. How are you? Happy Saturday. My name is Rachel. Lovely to have your company. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We are now talking about jewellery, which is lovely. The only sad thing is I'm not seeing any chairs and tables, because normally we sit down and we make jewellery, don't we? But never mind. It doesn't matter. We've still got all the lovely, shiny, sparkly things that you can then sit down at your table and make. Lots of lovely new todays. Oh my goodness me, so many things. Amazing value. A different variety of things as well. And I think nothing too difficult here. So if you've never made jewellery in your life, today might be the day that you can actually start to make things. If you want to shop ahead of us, you can, of course, go to the website, hochanda.com. But if you like shiny and sparkly things, if you like beads, if you like little decorations, if you like necklaces, we've got all sorts of things for you on the show. Keychains as well. And, dare I say it, angels. We've got angels on the show. Uh-oh, you're already going to go and buy those angels before we even get to them. So that's my advice. If you want those, hop onto the website, hochanda.com. We've also as well got the lovely guest herself, Maggie, because she is the designer and she's made all these lovely things, and she's going to be on with us shortly via Skype. So we'll have a chat with her as well. And what I'm going to ask her to do is go down the counter with me because she'll be able to describe all these things in far better detail than I ever could. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well. But shall we begin with this first of all, because I do love these little kits. You know, when you're looking for a project and you want something to just put onto your mantelpiece or something on your dressing table that you can look at on a daily basis and just have a play basically. Well, this is your lovely beaded rose kit. Now you will make one, as you can see here, but you get little elements to make the box, and then at the top we can see on the rose the lovely beading. And what you do is you get your thread with your needle and your beads, and you literally just sew into that rose, and then you can create this lovely effect here. So if you would like to make that kit, it's 705 499 £9.99. We have another one of those on the show as well, which is a flower. But should we ask Maggie in more detail about all these lovely things on the show? I think we should. So Maggie, good morning to you via Skype.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning. Wow, that's a really good connection. You look so crisp and clear this morning, Maggie. I can see you perfectly.
Okay. Not sure whether that's a good thing.
It's a good thing. So, Maggie, we haven't met, but how are you today? Are you going to have a nice day? Anything nice planned?
Well, it's my daughter Sophie's birthday, so I'm hoping that we're going to be able to get a takeout or something like this for her.
Well, that would be nice. That would be nice. And how old is she today?
She's 24.
Oh, 24. Still a baby, Maggie.
Yes. Yes.
So lovely to have you here. So, Maggie, first of all, tell me about your company, because this, of course, is you, and you design everything and create everything. So how long have you been running your company?
So in June, we'll have been running the company for 17 years.
Wow. Okay.
Started by buying a mail order company and had it in a cupboard underneath the stairs. And it expanded from there. And we now have a large retail craft shop, 1,000 square feet.
Wow, that's fantastic. You see, there's an inspiration for anybody who's just starting out on their crafting journey. Start small and grow and grow and grow. Brilliant. Well done to you, Maggie. That's fantastic. So tell me, were you always into jewellery? Was it something that always kind of attracted you? I mean, did you train in any kind of jewellery making, or was it something that came to you later in life?
I've always been crafty. I always used to make things. I used to knit and sew when I was a little girl. I did recently, about 8 years ago, do a 3-year part-time costume jewellery design course.
Oh,
so I am
wow.
theoretically a qualified costume jewellery designer. I don't know what that means, but yeah. But I always like blingy things.
Yes, blingy things, shiny things, of course. We all like those things, don't we? But what's interesting as well, particularly about this show, Maggie, is I really like the variety of what you brought for us, because it's not just things that you can wear. We've got keychains, we've got little angels, which people love, but also these lovely little beaded roses as well. I mean, is this something that you have developed from scratch, this beaded rose in a box, or is this a kind of thing that's out there and you've just adapted it a little bit?
No, we've created those from scratch.
Brilliant.
I have 2 lasers in our shop, and I'm always looking for different things to do with those.
Yes.
So what I try to do is bring things that aren't necessarily jewellery, because people love blingy things and they like to create things with beads, but they don't always want to make jewellery. So I'm always looking for things that I can do with our lasers.
Yes.
To create different things. And I saw a Russian company who did something similar to that about last year sometime, and thought, what a nice idea.
Yes.
And I've actually got some wooden flowers that we've been developing for a different market, and we decided to put beads on them. So I just hope people like them.
Well, I'm
It's just
sure.
a bit different.
I'm sure they will. I think it's a really lovely little project to make. I mean, in terms of this project and this lovely rose that we've got here, and in terms of obviously to put it together is going to take minutes, but then to bead it, I mean, how long do you think that would take to actually create that rose, Maggie?
To do the beading like I've done there, probably about 2 hours.
Right. Okay. So that's very doable, isn't it?
Yeah, but all I've done is it's like cross stitch, where you do half of the cross stitch.
Yeah.
And I've sort of started in the bottom left hand corner and gone over with the thread to the top right hand side, so that I've got the beads laying in the same direction, which I think makes it a big difference.
Fabulous.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. No, it does make sense. It does. And obviously the instructions are all in the kit as well, so that's
Yes,
brilliant. So
yes, you get full instructions.
yeah, lovely. Well, do you mind, Maggie, if I take you down the counter and you can describe each thing for us? Because you obviously know better than me. So we may as well pretend that you're in the studio, and we'll go down the counter together. How's that sound?
Absolutely fine, yeah.
Brilliant. So that's the rose, and that's 705499 as an item number. Then we've got this lovely flower neck. So the same principle again, the sunflower. So I'm guessing again you could probably do this in a couple of hours. Maggie, is that right?
Yeah, maybe slightly less time. Maybe slightly less.
Yes. But that's very pretty. I love the colour combination there of that sort of blue centre there with those lovely little gold beads. So that one is £9.99 as well, 459 if you want to get hold of the sunflower kit. And under £10 as well, brilliant value. So I think a nice little project for people to do. Right, let's move on to our lovely jewellery now. So what can you tell us about this collection here?
Okay, so we are making 5 beaded beads.
Okay.
They are quite simple to put together, and we've got 2 different colour options. There's the blue and green option, or the purple and pink option.
Yes.
And what we've done is we've included in the kit the materials for you to make a pair of earrings and a necklace with the 3 other pendants.
Okay.
Obviously you can do whatever you like with them, but they are quite simple to complete, and you could create them and put them in a hanger or use them in mixed media. But obviously if people want to make jewellery, they are quite cute for making your jewellery pieces too.
Yeah, they're really lovely actually. In fact, I was so tempted to wear these today, but I thought I better not because of, guidelines and restrictions. But what I will do is let me hold one of these up to my ear, just so people can sort of get an idea of what it would look like if it was... I just didn't want to show my horrible earpiece. Hang on, I'll put my hair up. Because it looks a bit manky, doesn't it? Earpieces, not very nice. Right, there we are. So that you can see what that would look like in someone's ear. Yeah, nice, isn't it? Very sparkly and shiny. I like those. Now, Maggie, if someone hasn't made jewellery before, is this still a very easy, achievable project?
Yeah, I think so. I would say so. It's quite straightforward. It's I think there'll be a demo hopefully coming up later on, which will show you how to do it. But it's basically making a loop with the main large beads, and then placing the bicone beads in 2 separate rows, one on the top and one on the bottom, if you like.
Yes.
Just quite simple.
Perfect. Okay, well that's 12.
I mean, I'm saying that people have got to have a go at these things, because you don't know if you don't have a go. And if anybody tries it and they can't get on with it, just give me a shout at the shop and I'll see if I can help them. Definitely.
Okay, fantastic. The point is though, Maggie, it's only $12.99, so it's not exactly a huge investment to give this a go, is it? So I think that it is an achievable project, and people should just try something new if they've never tried it before. So $12.99, and you do get both the colourways there. So you're getting the lovely blue and you're getting that beautiful kind of purpley pink colour as well. They are options, but you can go for those. So 261466, choose your favourite colour. Right, oh, here we go. I love these keychains. I think these really started to sort of come into fashion a couple of years ago now. It was actually my mother-in-law who bought me something like this, and my husband thought I would hate it, but I hung it onto one of my little bags and I love it. I think they're really, really nice. You could put these onto your keys or handbags or wherever you like them, Maggie, really, but I think very pretty with these lovely little flowers as well.
Yep. The flower beads are one of the main products that we bring. We've brought these Lucite style flower beads since we've been coming to Hochanda, and they're always very popular. They're nice and lightweight, nicely coloured, and nice and easy to work with.
Yes.
And so you've got the little tiny pearl beads that go with it inside, and then there's a little crystal as well, just as a highlight, because again, I like to bring my bling.
Yes,
as well.
Yeah,
and the kit makes up to 5 of those.
Yeah, we love the bling. Nice little sort of rattle as well. I think those are really lovely little gifts, actually. Are you okay, Maggie, for people to sell these things if they made these? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, yeah,
is that the same for everything on the show?
Oh yes, definitely. Yes, of course.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely. So if people wanted to make those and sell them, they can. £13.99 there. You can make 5 of those keychains there. 942038 is your item number. Right, Maggie, we've got to do it. Let's talk about it before they sell out. These are these little angels, and people love the angels. I mean, they're so easy and quick to make, but just so nice. I remember my mother-in-law bought my daughter one, actually, and she still cherishes it, even though she's a moody teenager at 15. She still thinks it's lovely. So they are nice, aren't they?
We've always brought angels. It's one of our signature pieces. They bring a lot of joy to people. You can use them in any of your projects, and it's just nice to give to people, isn't it? A little angel.
A little angel, of course.
So, yeah, and these have all got the faceted drops on them, and all the little AB finish as well. So, and there's 20 of the little tiny ones, and 12 of the slightly larger ones.
Yes, as we can see there. Fabulous. Well, very easy to make, very effective, and I think a lovely gift there. So £14.99 if you would like to make 32 fabulous angels. 094319, and 10% gone already of those angels. Now let's move on to these. These are really interesting, Maggie. I think these are really sweet. Now you can actually make 3 of these from this kit of parts here, and I will just hold them like that. There you go. So what can we say about these?
So again, using our lasers, we like to try and create something a little bit different. So we have the, we've got the little singing bird, the owl, and the hummingbird.
Yes.
And so basically they are perspex that's been precision cut, and we've just included them with the gorgeous sparkly drop beads, and then some little crystals above them, just as a very simple hanger to put in the window.
Yes, they're lovely, aren't they? It's just a nice thing to sort of catch the sunlight as it coming through the windows. On a lovely sunny day. Yeah, they're really sweet. And I think as well you've picked really good symbols there, because I think people do love owls. The bird in flight is absolutely lovely as well, and the little bird on the branch there. So I think those are really nice. We'll get a piece of black card actually so we can see those things, and actually on the packaging you can see them really well. So yeah, I think those are lovely. It's amazing that you can use precision cutting like that to get such fine detail, isn't it? I mean, that's really very clever. Right, we've got them.
It is very clever. Yeah, I could just spend all day fiddling about with a laser, but I would get into trouble if I did that.
Well, there you are.
Never-ending things that you can do.
I know, I can imagine. Well, there you are. So you can now see in more detail those lovely little creatures there. Fabulous. So that is 853958 as an item number, £13 rather, and 99 pence to make the 3. Perfect. Okay, now we've got more of the drop pendants with a lovely little cat fellow on here. Do you like cats, Maggie?
Yeah, well, I think so, yes. We have got a little cat, so... and he's black.
Well, now, if a black cat crosses on your path, that's supposed to be good luck, isn't it?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah, well, I saw one the other day, actually, ran in front of my car, so I thought, oh, OK, a bit of luck coming my way. But you're actually getting this pendant, and then you get all the dropped beads there.
Yes, you're not getting the cat. I've just made that up just to show you what you could do with them. Right. So it is literally the gorgeous pendants that you're getting, which are just so blingy.
Yes, they are really lovely, aren't they? And this lovely variety of colours there. So you've got the greens and the reds. I mean, look at that one. It is like a pirate box of treasure. I love these colours, and there's a lot of sparkle to these. You know, when you're buying these beads in, Maggie, do they have, are there sort, you know, rather like when you buy a diamond and the cut of the diamond gives you the sparkle. So is it the same with kind of costume jewellery and beads like this? You can kind of get different grades of sparkle, because these are lovely.
No, not necessarily. I mean, they're all, the company that I use, all the products that they send are always really nice quality. It is a bit, you know, you don't know what you're going to get when it comes, because you've only got a very small picture. But I mean, I've been dealing with the same company for 6.5 years now, so I know that their products are good value. And of course, because I'd already had the larger ones before, that's on the hanger set, the bird hanger set, I know that these small ones are going to be similar. The only thing I don't know when my deliveries come is the colours that are going to come. They're very mixed colours. I can't necessarily always say that I want, you know, lots of red or lots of blue or whatever. It's whatever comes in the pack.
Yeah, well, they are lovely. They're very sparkly and they're lovely colours. So that's 413187 for that pack of beads there, for £10 and 99 pence. Now, we've got these. They're called cabochons, aren't they? Yes. Now, these are really very lovely indeed. The beads, obviously, on the necklace are not included. We've just done that to show you how you could make it. And also, we've made a keychain. Once again, those bits aren't included, but just to show you what you can do with these cabochons. If I just turn that around so you can see there. Lovely idea. But these are really nice. I mean, you've got these lovely images inside these cabochons, and they do feel, you know, quite weighted. They're quite a nice quality feeling in whatever you're using them in. But yeah, very symbolic sort of trees, like the tree of life. Those are lovely.
Yeah. When you get them, they don't come stuck in to the base. You don't have to use them. They come as a separate thing. So I've just used some jewellery glue to stick them together. So they will come as a separate thing. It's easier for packaging to show you them made up. Otherwise, they get separated.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, perfect. That's 325176, £9 and 99 pence. And let's move on to our last one. And we've seen these before, mandalas, and then you decorate them with your lovely beads here, and you get all the kits included. I think this is a very sort of lovely, mindful project to do, Maggie, these mandalas.
Yes, well, again, this is where we sort of try and use our laser as much as we can. I always just like to think that we can put something with it to add to it, which is a bit different. So we've just used these lovely pearl beads, and the holes are there for you to just literally thread them from the back to the front, put the pearl bead in, and then go back through the same hole just to keep them over the holes to cover them up. And then you've got like a fancy pearl bead in the centre, as well as a hole in the centre to put that on. It's just something a bit different. And we've painted that one with white paint. If you're going to paint any of the wooden ones, I suggest you do it before you actually bead onto them.
Yes, because I was thinking that
like
actually.
Like the window robes.
Yeah, I was thinking that actually, Maggie, that you could really go to town with the colours, couldn't you? So you could, first of all, you could create this lovely coloured, painted mandala, and then put the beads on top. I mean, that could be amazing. And you could buy other beads as well, of course, if you wanted to maybe glue some beads on there. So yeah, I think that's a really great idea, actually. Really, really very nice indeed. Perfect. Okay, 325736 is your item number, £11.99. Well, Maggie, I feel like we already know each other very well now. We've gone down the counter together. We've had a nice little chat. I wish your daughter many happy returns today, and I hope that you managed to get some family time together. And I look forward to meeting you when you come into the studio.
Oh yes, great. Yeah, hopefully soon.
Hopefully very soon, yes, we are. Although we will be probably still social distance. You'll be on one side of the building, I'll be on the other. But at least we'll be in the same building.
Yeah.
Right, thank you so much, Maggie. You take care and have a lovely day.
Thank you. Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Bye. Oh, so there she goes. Oh, lovely. What a lovely lady. Perfect. Okay, all you have to do now is go onto the website, hochanda.com. Now, when we show you demonstrations, we have to show you things that are in stock. So we decided to show you the angel one first of all, because no doubt by the end of the show, the angels will be gone. So if you want to know how easy it is to make those lovely angels, grab them, put them in your shopping basket and watch this.
Okay, these angels are great because they take seconds to make up and are very, very simple. So what I've done is I've put the beads on ready so you can see. So we have a headband here. I have put the large faceted bead, followed by the wings, followed by the pearl for the head, and followed by the little spacer bead for the crown. Okay, so I'm going to cut that down to 1 centimetre from the end and use my round nose pliers to make a loop. Okay, and that's that one done. Right, I'll just quickly do the other one. So again, head pin, and you've got your faceted bead, your lovely alloy wings, your pearl bead for the head, and then a crown bead. And I'm going to cut that again down to 1 centimetre from the top of the crown bead, and use my round nose pliers to make a loop. And there they are. Done.
And that is quick. That's how easy it is to make these angels. And of course you can sell them on. Maggie's very happy for you to do so. Here you're making 32, and you can see that you get the large angels and you get the smaller. So large 12 and then 20 of the little angels there. So they are really effective. They're just a bead, but they are really effective and very easy to make, and very nice to give. But over 20% of that stock has gone now. So very busy indeed for those. If you want to get them, be very quick indeed. 094319 is your item number. Lovely. Okay, so let's show you another demonstration now. This time it is a beaded demo for you, and we're looking at the beaded bead. Yes, the beaded bead in those lovely greens and blues and purples. Let's have a look at what you can do with those.
Okay, so what I've done is I've put 6 of the large crystals on my thread, tied them in a knot, and gone through the next crystal, so that forms our base for our bead. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 rows of seed beads. This one is done with a contrast colour. You can either do them with a contrast colour or the main colours. So you can either have them all green or all blue, or you can have them pink and purple, or all pink. I'm just showing you this one because it's easier to see the colours of the crystals. Okay, so I'm just going to put a row on the top, and then I'm going to turn it upside down and put another row underneath. I'm going to show you how to make that row now. Okay, so I've put on my needle so far 2 seed beads, a crystal, 1 seed bead, a crystal, and then I need 2 seed beads because that one's just fallen off. I'll just put another one on. Okay, now I'm going to pull these beads with my other hand and go back through the same crystal that I just came out of again. And this should form a loop with the beads. Let me just take the thread through there. There we go. Right, I need to pull that tight. I'm going to go through the next crystal. And I'm going to add 2 seed beads. Oops, this one disappeared. A crystal and a seed bead. bring those down, and I'm going to go back through this second crystal here, which is next to the one I've just added, and through the 2 seed beads that are next to it, and through the crystal that I've just come through. I'll pull that tight. Okay, and that now is starting to form the top, so I now need to add 3 groups effectively, and it's like the one I've just added, not the double one, which is the one to start off with. So I'm going to take my needle through the next crystal bead. Ready. Okay, so what I've done here is I've gone through them all, and I'm now ready to finish off this first row. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my needle up these 2 seed beads. Now this is from half of the first group that I added, with the crystal there, go through it, pop a seed bead on, because if you look here I've only got 5 seed beads, and then I'm going to join these in a ring and pull it nice and tight. So you can go around here a couple of times just to tighten this loop up. I'm going to go around it once, and I'm going to go back down through one of the crystals, through to the seed beads, and then I'll go through a crystal. Okay, now that is actually 1 row done. Once I've gone through the crystal, I'll then repeat what I've just done on the other side.
See, not too difficult a project. All you have to do is follow the instructions, take your time. The great thing when you are beading and making jewellery, of course, as well, is that if you go wrong, you just unpick it. You're not ruining anything, you're not spoiling anything. So you can eventually get it right, or you might just get it right the first time. Beautiful colours, these beads, actually. And you get 5, so you just have to choose which colours you would like. Do you like those? Is that kind of floating your boat, the pinks and the purples? Or do you prefer the blues and the greens? I like the blues and the greens. Our producer and director like the pinks and purples, but I really like the blues and the greens. But it's totally up to you which ones you would like to go for. But you can make 5 beads, as you can see there, so you could use them all on a necklace or 2 pairs of earrings. Mind you've got the same beads. I suppose you could use them in different configurations if you're a regular beader. So 261466, your item number there, £12.99 if you would like to get hold of those beads. Just choose your option. And we are going to this one, and these are your keychains, and as Maggie was saying, they bring in these flowers to us. They're always fantastic quality, and all the little shiny sparkly bits in between there, and that's the kind of thing that you could be making. Maggie was saying she was very happy for you to sell these on, so if you want to make these, you can make 5 of these and then you could sell them. They are £13.99. You get a lot of charms, let me tell you. I'll show you the little bags of charms there, because you are getting an awful lot to make up your items there. I mean, if you had other beads in your collections, I reckon you could make more than 5 if you've got other fastenings and things as well. So yeah, have a think about that. But yeah, love the little collection. Love the flowers. I think they are just so sweet. They you know, they feel, I was going to say they feel like a glass, sort of, well, not like a glass. It's almost a strange, like a frosted. They look like a frosted glass. Of course, they're not, but they do, and they've got a nice sound to them as well. But they are lovely. They're not heavy at all. Very, very light. They feel very delicate, but they're quite robust actually. So a really nice thing to work with. But to 942038. There's a freedom price on these as well. £12.59. No packing and posting there, and 20% of this stock has gone. So if you'd like to get hold of those, I suggest that you pop to the website, hochanda.com, pick up the phone, give us a call. Our call centre operatives are there for you, not in the building. They're all working from home on their phones, but they can take phone calls from you. So depending on how you want to order, it's totally up to you. But that is what you could be making. 942038 is your item number. If you want to know how to make these and how easy they are, just so happens that Maggie is demonstrating.
Okay, so what I've done is I've put 6 of the large crystals on my thread, tied them in a knot and gone through the next crystal, so that forms our base for our bead. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 rows of seed beads. This one is done with a contrast colour. You can either do them with a contrast colour or the main colours, so you can either have them all green or all blue, or you can have them pink and purple or all pink. I'm just showing you this one because it's easier to see the colours of the crystals. Okay, so I'm just going to put a row on the top, and then I'm going to turn it upside down and put another row underneath. I'm going to show you how to make that row now. Okay, so I've put on my needle so far 2 seed beads, a crystal, 1 seed bead, a crystal, and then I need 2 seed beads because that one's just fallen off. I'll just put another one. Okay, now I'm going to pull these beads with my other hand and go back through the same crystal that I just came out of again, and this should form a loop with the beads. I'll just take the thread through there. There we go. Right, I need to pull that tight. I'm going to go through the next crystal. And I'm going to add 2 seed beads. Oops, this one disappeared. A crystal and a seed bead. Bring those down. And I'm going to go back through this second crystal here, which is next to the one I've just added, and through the 2 seed beads that are next to it, and through the crystal that I've just come through. I'll pull that tight. Okay, and that now is starting to form the top, so I now need to add 3 groups effectively, and it's like the one I've just added, not the double one, which is the one to start off with. So I'm going to take my needle through the next crystal bead. Ready. Okay, so what I've done here is I've gone through them all, and I'm now ready to finish off this first row. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my needle up these 2 seed beads. Now this is from half of the first group that I added, with the crystal there, go through it, pop a seed bead on, because if you look here I've only got 5 seed beads, and then I'm going to join these in a ring and pull it nice and tight. So you can go around here a couple of times just to tighten this loop up. I'm going to go around it once, and I'm going to go back down through one of the crystals, through 2 of the seed beads, and then I'll go through a crystal. Okay, now that is actually 1 row done. Once I've gone through the crystal, I'll then repeat what I've just done on the other side.
We don't know what happened. The video has just disappeared. But she may well come back. We were hoping that she was going to show you those lovely keychains. But we think at the end of that thing... oh, she has. Have we got it now? Brilliant. Shall we? Yeah, we're going to go back now to Maggie, because I think what happened was she put a little pause in between that beading and in this one. But she is now going to show you what we were hoping to show you in the first place. So here you are, lovely keychains.
Placed a selection of the beads you get in the pack onto the eye pin. The eye pin is the one with a loop on the end of it, and I'm now going to make sure that that's cut down to 1 centimetre and then make a loop. Okay, so I'm making a loop with my round nose pliers. Okay, there we go. Right, now then, on the end of that, I want to put a leaf. So I'll just pop this on with a jump ring. Not behaving very well. Oops, not behaving at all well. And close up the jump ring. Okay, so that's that part done. Now with your chain, I've put a leaf pendant, the same as I've just done there, on the end of the chain. Okay, to make the flower components, I take a head pin with a crystal and the little pearl flower beads, and then the larger flower bead. Cut that down to 1 centimetre from the top, and then make a loop in the end. Okay, now you'll see on this one here, if I just bring this forward, that I've joined a leaf to the end, and then I've spaced out the leaf beads, 3 leaf beads along the chain, and then I put 3 flower beads along the chain too. So I'll just do that with this one. So that's done with the jump rings. So I've got go. If I just put a flower bead on just to show you. Okay, and then I put another leaf bead along there, and then a couple of other flower beads. Okay, so I then take, just move these out of the way, my keychain, a large jump ring, and pop these on the top. And then I keep swapping these tools over, timber the hands. Close the loop in that large jump ring. Just always swivel it backwards and forwards and use your pliers just to make sure it's flat. And there we are. There's your keychain complete.
Lovely. Sorry about that little blip in the middle there, but we got there in the end. So if you'd like to make those lovely chains, they are very easy, as you can see, to make. These, however, are the angels, which are also incredibly easy to make, and they always disappear. So if you would like to make these angels, you can make 32 of them. You are getting the smaller sizes and the big sizes. Really simple. And she is very happy, our Maggie, for you to sell these on as well. So if you want to make some money at your craft fair, you absolutely can. 094319 is your item number, £14.99 if you would like to make those. Perfect. And you can see lovely colours. You've got your ambers, you've got your purples, you've got your turquoises and your reds. So absolutely beautiful little angels. 094319 is your item number. You can get those on the website right now, hochanda.com. And they're really lovely, these little angels, because if you do give someone one of these and they just, you know, hang it from a chain, or they put it onto their bag, or they just keep it on their person or keep it on their dressing table, I think there's a kind of symbolic thing, isn't it, that you've got an angel who's looking over you. And whether you believe in that stuff or not, I do think they are really nice little gifts. And it is amazing, isn't it, as well, that it's just some beads put together, but yet it symbols It's symbolic of an angel. Yeah, simples and symbolic. So there you are. Those are your lovely angels, as you can see there. 094319 is your item number. Let's have a look at these lovely crystal hangers. See if I can just hang these over this sheet of paper here so that you can see them, because they're all laser cut, as Maggie was saying, and the detail is fantastic. As you can see from, it's very difficult to show them. They are from, so you've got the birds, and then you've got the lovely owl, and I think people do like all of those characters there. So the owl, little bird on the branch there, and of course the hummingbird flying through the sky, and then those lovely beads at the bottom. So what Maggie was suggesting was that you just literally make these and then perhaps hang it in a window. So you can imagine if the sunlight catches that through the window, that is going to be really very pretty indeed. So you can make 3 of those for £13.99. 853958 is your item number. Lovely, so that's those. And then the next one, you don't get the cat, but you do get the beads, and you could put a cat or a perspex, something or other in the middle, or whatever you wanted really, but it's a lovely drop there for you, faceted drop glass pendant. So you get the pendants. 413187 is your item number, £10.99. And they are in various colours, but you can see lovely beads there all coming out to you with lovely colours for them to catch the light. 413187 is your item number. Perfect. Okay, time for another demonstration now, and these are the crystal pendants. Let's see them in action. Let's see what you can do with them. They're on the flowers, of course, and I think a lovely little project to get home and have a play. Oh, that's the wrong one. No, it's this one. We're going to do these. You see, I thought we were going to do those, and then I saw a picture in my screen, but it was the wrong picture. We are going to do these, honestly. Here you go. This is how you make them.
So when you get your hanger, you'll find that it's got the acrylic perspex cover on it. So just pull that off. It comes off fairly easily. It's just to protect them in the post. Okay. So you'll have a selection of crystally beads, and I'm just going to pop on the colours that I think are suitable for the owl, which I've got here. So I shall pop them onto the eye pin in a random order. Like so. And then I will cut that down to 1 centimetre. Make sure you protect people's faces by holding this as you cut off, otherwise it might fly into someone's face. Make a loop. Now I actually prefer to have my loops facing the same way, so you can just jiggle them around just to ensure that they are facing the same way. Okay, right, so to put it together, we're going to put a large jump ring and then the crystal component that you've just made. And close that jump ring up. You can always wiggle it a little bit to make them nice and tight. Then the other one of the other jump rings and the large crystal. Close that up. And the last jump ring will go on your chain. And there is your hanger complete. Okay, just to show you, you've got an example at the studio of the little pendants that we're also doing as well. This is a project that I've just done. This is the beaded bead that we have in the show, and this is one of the little pendants, just to show how you can use those to decorate. I've got an acrylic disc here, but you could put anything from there. And also I've made a pair of little crystal-y earrings, which I think are rather blingy. It's just a couple of ideas with the other pendants.
Exactly. See, when we give you these beads and things and we say you could make this with it, you can actually make other things with these beads as well. So if you are a jewellery designer or you've got some experience, you can certainly play with all the kits that we have here on the show for you. Let's have a look at these though, because I think these are really great little fun projects. You can get them home for under 10, well, plus the postage, but they're £10, £9.99 plus your postage, and get them home and then just have a play and create these lovely beaded flowers. So you can see that the box and the stem and the flower are very easy to put together, and then Maggie was reckoning that within a couple of hours you could bead the flower, as you can see there, and she said it was a cross-stitch design. I'm going to show you the back actually, because even from the back there's not, you know, because you might think there's going to be lots of stitching. Look, so that's what you can see there at the back. So that's how neat and tidy it is. You could put a little light behind it if you wanted and then shine through, couldn't you? So that is 705499, your item number, if you would like to make one of those rose kits. And then you've also got the other option as well, which is your sunflower. And Maggie was saying that she thinks you could make that in a little bit less time than that one. It's a little bit not as complicated. And you've got the blue and the yellow beads there, as you can see. So if you want to make that and just make the one, it is £9.99. 615459 is your item number. Of course, you can colour the box how you want, so you could paint it, yeah, you know, I don't know. You could put anything on there. Wood style papers. You could even get a bit of faux grass in the top there. You could, couldn't you? You could really go to town with it actually. Make it quite realistic. You could even set it onto a little square of faux grass and then add flowers. Oh, do you know, I'm getting really crafty with this one. You could make a whole scene out of it, couldn't you, if you wanted? Think outside the box. Outside the box. 615459 is your item number, £9.99. Now, I did say earlier we're going to demonstrate with this. We didn't, but we are now, allegedly.
Okay, I'll just quickly show you the rose first. Very straightforward. We're going to work half stitches like you would in cross stitch, so that we can make the bead sit across. So I'll just show you. So we'll come up through one of the holes and we'll go across on the diagonal with the bead. So say bottom left to top right, and that will make the bead sit diagonally. Okay, I'll just show you again. Now it's up to you whether you want to, as your pattern shows you, put all the beads on in colour order, or whether you want to do one colour at a time. I think I prefer going in one colour, and so with this one I've gone around the edge first and then fill the colours in, the other colours in afterwards. You'll see that you get a grid with your pattern. Okay, so I'll just show you again here. Up through the hole, pop the bead on, and then down through the diagonal hole, and that should mean that your bead will all sit, your beads will all sit in the same direction. Okay, very simple. Right, I'm just going to switch quickly to show you the sunflower. It's very slightly different, very, very simple to do. So the sunflower, let's bring these beads over, bear with me, all the beads across. So your sunflower we've done very slightly different. So around the outside edge you have holes to put a yellow border in. So I'm going to pop a bead on because I've come from the back to the front, and then I'm going to go through the next hole down, across, sorry. Now this is sort of working back stitch, because what I'm going to probably do now is come up through one hole, if I can find where I need to do that, just flip it over, pop the bead on, and then go back through the hole that's to the left. So we're going up through, say, if you like, the second hole, and then down through the first hole. And that will mean that the beads sit on their side. So I've done that all the way round that central row, and then I can fill these little pieces in afterwards. Now for the middle, where I've done the black, or sorry, the rainbow coloured seeds, I've come up through the middle, I've popped 2 seed beads on, and I'm going back through the second one and through the hole. If I just tip that on its side, you'll see there's the bead, and then back through the hole, and then what will happen is that those 2 beads will stand up. We've done it that way so that they sit proud of the bead, the flower, to make it look more three-dimensional. So you've actually got 2 beads sitting there. Okay, if you prefer to do it a different way, that's fine. You've got plenty of beads. You can just pop 1 bead on if you wanted to. But I just thought the 3-dimension looks quite nice.
It certainly does. And that was a mix of both of those beaded flowers there. So if you want to have any of those, have a look on the website, hochanda.com. But the sunflower is £9.99 and it is 615459. Okay, let's just whiz down our counter before we go into our next show, which is embroidery. So we've got jewellery here for you. We've got beads. And as we've been saying, actually, with these beads, if you don't want to make the jewellery, you can make other things. I mean, if you are a jeweller, just look at these lovely beads and then think about what you can make with them. But you can choose from the 2 options. So you can have the purples and pinks, or you can go for the lovely greens and blues. Depends which one is your favourite colour. But you can certainly make 5 beads out of them. So pink and purple, green and blue, choose 261466, your item number, £12.99 if you would like to get hold of those. Then we've got that fantastic little keychain which we've seen demonstrated with these lovely little sort of drop beads here, as you can see, little flowers. And apparently Maggie was saying they always bring these in from their company, and they're very popular indeed. But they are really pretty. They're very delicate. They feel very delicate, but they're you know, they are certainly hardy enough to be put onto a handbag or onto a keychain and taken out with you. But lots of lovely, shiny, sparkly, blingy bits in between as well. So 942038 is your item number. Freedom pricing on that one as well. So £12.59 and no packing and posting, or £13.99 plus your packing and posting. That is 942038. Lovely. On to the angels. So tempted to sing the song, but I won't. And you've got in here a variety of colours, and you have little angels and you have big angels there as well, as you can see. Lovely and symbolic. People love these just to carry them around, keep them in their pockets, keep them in their, you know, cars. Just a really nice gift. She's more than happy for you to make these and sell these if you want to, and you could hang them on a Christmas tree if you wanted to. Makes 32 of them. £14.99 is what you'll pay to get the lot, and you can get 20 little angels and 12 of the big ones. So there you are. That's your angel collection. 094319 is your item number. Perfect. Then if we go on to these crystal hangers, I'll show you one at a time, actually, a bit easier. So you've got that one first of all, and you can see these are laser cut, really precision detail, and you've got the beautiful owl, and a lot of people do like an owl. You have also got fantastic hummingbird in flight, and then you have got this one, which is your little bird on a twig, your singing bird. So 853958, you can make 3 of those, and you do get the large beads at the bottom and the perspex hangers and the chains as well. So everything you need to make 3 of those. Hang them in your window, let the sunlight ripple through them. Then we have got some lovely beads here. We've just put them together with a cat with a bit of perspex in the middle to make something like that. But you can make, of course, whatever you want out of these beads. Lovely sparkle, shiny beads, great colours as well. As you can see there, you've got your blues and beautiful turquoises and rubies and emeralds. Absolutely lovely. Imagine if those were real. Wouldn't it be great to be able to afford those? Yeah, I don't know where I'd be if I had those in my hands, but it would be somewhere probably hot and sunny on an island that I owned. Lovely. Okay, 413187 is your item number. I'm not overestimating the value of jewellery. If that was real, if they were real diamonds and emeralds, Look, I've seen Mariah Carey's rings. She had a ring like that and it was like 20 million or something ridiculous. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, Posh Spice, she's got a ring like that. Anyway, let's move on to these. Now, Maggie was saying that these don't come stuck in. She has put them all in together, but you can make those lovely cabochons. You can make 10 and they are £9.99 with this lovely tree detail. And let's give the mandalas a quick mention before we go as well. 325176, your item number if you would like to make those. But these are the mandalas, and you can paint these, decorate them, put the beads on. Lovely little project. And of course, if you want to sell them, you can. You can make 2 of those for £11.99. That's 325736. It's all available on the website, hochanda.com. Go shopping, get sparkly, ooh, get crafty, get making some jewellery. Or do some embroidery, because that is what's coming up next. See you in a minute. And I'll be talking to the fabulous Rosella on the phone because we're going to be stitching in the moment. After that, it's Sentimentally Yours from Phil Martin, and then it's the One Day Special, of course. Keep watching us here on Hochanda.
Calling all the Chanda viewers, we have some exciting news for you. From the 1st of April, we will have a new schedule for our One Day Special shows. The One Day Special will now be shown live at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m, followed by 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and the final call at 4 p.m. the following day. This means that following your feedback, when we have a special 2-hour launch of the One Day Special at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m, both hours will be available live to our Freeview viewers. So join us from the 1st of April for our new exciting One Day Special schedule, only on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Tracy from Powertex UK. Powertex is a non-toxic, water-based fabric hardener. Whether you're making a sculpture, creating a fantastic canvas, we've got products that can help you to do that. We can all use it. You can craft with your children. It doesn't matter what age you are or what ability. When we bring the product to Hochanda, you will see the possibilities are absolutely endless. As a family-run business, we love being part of the Hochanda family. So watch the Powertex shows on Hochanda for some fantastic creative fun.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda.
Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Well, hello, a very good morning to you. How are you? This is Hochanda. I am Rachel. I'm still Rachel. I was Rachel several hours ago, and I'm still Rachel, and it is still Hochanda. And this is my last live hour. Don't worry, Hayley's on the way. She's coming up for the next few hours after me. But we have got some embroidery for you now on this show. I've done everything this morning: jewellery, card making, and now embroidery. And some lovely little things for you on the show to keep you going over the next few weeks. And Rosella, a lady that I know very well, is going to be talking to us on the phone and taking us through all these different elements. If you want to go shopping on the website, of course, you can. It is hochanda.com. You can pick up the phone and give us a call as well. We're going to talk about a complete kit for you because, yes, you can buy individually, but the value is brilliant, and we think that it all kind of works well together as well. So let's talk about the complete kit of parts, first of all. So for the price that you see on your screen, £39.99 instead of £52.97 there, which is a nice saving on the lot, you will get, first of all, this here, which, as I say, Rosella's going to talk through more, but we've got the templates, we've got the ribbon, you have your heat erasable pens. Then we have got these pieces of fabric here. As I say, you can get things individually, but this is a great saving. 3 different designs here on these embroidery panels: leaves, lavender, and cow parsley. So you've got those 3 there. Then you get this here, and it is a tassel maker, which, as I say, we'll be talking about in a few moments' time. But if you want to get all of that, the usual price is £52.97, but we've got a great saving on it today. So it's £39.99. And even better, 2 flexible payments, so £20 today, £20 in a month's time. That is 394706. I shall open one of the panels for you as well, so you can see the design and what you can play with there with your embroidery. Hopefully you can see it when we do a close-up on there. They're big panels, and it's a very nice project to tackle, I think, and that is what you could be making. So 394706 is your item number if you would like to make those. And yeah, I think we'll ask Rosella, but I think what happens is you can use the stent. Well, you know what? Should we ask her? Let's ask her. Okay, so lovely Rosella, how are you, my darling?
Good morning, Rachel. I'm very well, thank you very much. How are you?
I'm very well. The last time I saw you was in the NEC when we were all mixing and life was normal.
You know, it seems a long time ago now.
It does, doesn't it? And we sort of took everything for granted, didn't we? It's a very strange feeling, but
it is, but
yeah.
I think we appreciate different things now, don't we?
I think we do. There are some positives to be taken. But it's lovely to talk to you, Rosella. Of course, you and I have known each other for many, many years. But it would have been nice to have had you in the studio. But never mind, I've got you there on the phone. So, Rosella, would you mind if we go down the counter together? And I know there's a delay for you, but if I tell you what I'm looking at, perhaps you can give us some more information about what we can do with these lovely things that you've brought for us today.
I'd be delighted to.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you very much, my lovely. Just for anybody as well who doesn't know Rosella, you have been sewing for a very long time, haven't you?
I have since, preschool, and my mum taught me, my great auntie, I used to stitch with her. It's something that's always been there, I've always embroidered, and I absolutely love it.
Yes, you do love it. I know you're very passionate about it. And so you've put together these lovely things for us on the show, and I think there's some really nice little things to play with here. We are doing a complete collection, of course, but if we could talk through the individual elements, because people can buy them individually as well. So if we can keep that in mind when we're talking about things. But I'd love to have your expertise on these bits and pieces, Rosella. So the first kit of parts, of course, is the template. So you've got the heart and you've got the bird, you've got the sort of like an egg shape and the sort of diamond. And then you have the erasable pens and you have the ribbon. So what's going on with this collection then? What can we do with this?
Okay, so the stencils, the templates, they're to use either with the fabric panels or your own fabric, and you're going to be able to create these great little pouches. Now, I have lots and lots of lavender bags in my house. Love making lavender bags, love lavender, and so I use lots of these. Also great if you've got little tiny bits of embroidery that you don't really know what to do with, pop them on the front of the pouch. And because you're drawing around these stencils, you need a pen that's going to disappear ideally. So heat erasable pens are great. And of course, you know, we have ribbon, but don't we love ribbon? So you do need some ribbon to hang these.
Lovely. Well, that's a really nice little project to make then, actually, isn't it? So I can see.
It is.
Yeah, I can see why we've put it together as a complete collection. And really, I know there's ribbon and there's ribbon, but that's really lovely in terms of that gorgeous green colour and also just how thin that ribbon is. So yeah, as a hanger, that's a perfect bit of ribbon, isn't it?
Yes, and for tying bows as well, because then if it's fine, it's a little bit easier, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Can you just talk us through these heat erasable pens? And I know you touched on that there, because obviously if you're doing an outline, when you add an iron then the pen mark disappears, doesn't it?
It does, that's right. So it means that then you're getting back to your fabric again. So really useful. I also use them for things like embroidery design. So if you want to create your own embroidery designs, if you do your outlines with this, or maybe you're tracing a design, use these, and then you know then that you're going to be able to get rid of that outline.
Yes, because I was a bit confused by the back of the packaging, Rosella, because on the back it looks like they have, spent the time to colour in. There's a big shark or a fish or something on the back. So I was a bit like, well, why would you colour it in and for it then to disappear?
But if you're going to sort of embroider over it, that's exactly what you want. Because to me, you'll notice on my kits as well, Rachel, that the lines are very, very fine.
Right.
Because I don't like to see a line underneath my embroidery. I want it to be my design that's showing, my stitching that's showing.
Yes. Okay, that's brilliant. That's very well explained. Thank you very much, Roselle. That's lovely. Let's move on to these panels then. I just opened one of these up. I'll open another one up now. These are a really nice size. So, embroidery panels. So are we going to hand embroider these or do them with a machine?
It's entirely up to you. So as you say, they are large. Now that was deliberate because I wanted them to be large enough that you could create maybe a cushion as a project, or that you could actually have lots of fabric to create smaller things, as in the pouches, etc.
Yes.
You can either hand embroider them, and with them I've got instructions that show you some of the stitches that I've used and some photographs on that. You could also machine embroider them. You could also colour them with fabric markers. But what I wanted was a design that you could choose how much you wanted to embroider. So, for instance, a little lavender, that's a standalone design as a lavender design. You don't have to do anything to that if you don't want to. However, you could then embellish it further and add some stitches on there and take it just as far as you want to take it.
Yeah, I love the lavender, actually. It's like you're saying about lavender pouches. It's a very nice smell, isn't it? It reminds me, my honeymoon was in Provence, Provence. I was going to say Provençal. Provence, obviously in France. It's a long time ago, and that obviously that's very much lavender country. And it's a every time I smell lavender, it just brings back that honeymoon. It's a beautiful design. So you get the 3 panels there, which is fantastic. So you can buy those individually, but as part of the collection as well. And then we have got your tassel maker. Okay, explain to me how this works. It just looks like a letter E to me at the moment, Rosella.
It does look like a letter E. It's quite difficult to explain over the phone. I have done a video and you'll see it soon, I'm sure. But
Brilliant.
What I wanted was a tassel maker that will fit in your embroidery kit. Doesn't take up any room, but it enables you to make tassels easier and add different colours to those tassels and sort of keep it all under control whilst you are putting that tassel together as well.
Okay, perfect. Well, we will see that in action later on in the show. So just to reiterate for our lovely viewers, Rosella, if you want to get the tassel maker and the 3 panels and the erasable pens and the templates, that is all coming in together at a very special price, $39.99 instead of $52.97. That is $394,706. Let's move on, Rosella. So if you want to get the tassel maker with the thread, we have provided the thread. Is there anything special you want to say about these threads in particular?
Well, these are perfect threads they're threads I use for embroidery, and I know we have lots of threads. However, sometimes it's rather nice to get extra threads. When I go shopping, I buy thread.
Yes.
I just love it. And so I've given you strands of cotton there, and you'll see when I do the demonstration that I do split the cotton to go around the neck and to make a tie. So this is perfect for that. And it's on the skein. One of the great things about the tassel maker is that actually you can leave your thread on the skein. You don't have to measure it out. You don't have to have, long lengths to get all untidy. It's all there for you.
Brilliant. Well, they are lovely colours as well. So if you want to get hold of those threads, it is 525369, £14.99. Neutrals, florals and darks. I'm just going to ask my producer, actually, lovely Emily, because I've forgotten. Emily, do we get these as options or do you get the lot? Okay, neutral, florals or darks. So obviously they are your neutrals. I guess these are your florals and these are your darks. Is that right? Yes. So 525369, that's your item number if you want to get hold of those. Lovely. Thank you very much, Rosella. Okay, now next to me, I appear to have little creatures. What are we going to do with these?
Creatures.
little dogs.
Little dogs. Oh, Bowser's.
Yes.
Sorry, Rachel, I can't see. You have to explain. I can't see you.
Yes, sorry, I forgot.
Whilst I'm talking to you. These are thread holders. So anyone who follows me knows about Bowser the Naughty Schnauzer, who I've locked out of the room because he won't keep quiet.
Of course.
And he's my constant companion. He sits so close whilst we're stitching. And so these are to keep thread on. So if you're taking your thread from the skein, you need something to keep it nice and tidy, and what better than having Bowser for that? And you'll see that around his collar area, you can locate the end of your thread so it doesn't get all unravelled.
In there, yeah, and the same for that one in there as well. So you just literally wrap the thread around then?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it keeps it nice and tidy in a fun way.
Yeah, that's, do you know what? They're just great little fun items, aren't they? And as you say, it keeps your thread tidy. And why just, put it round a bit of cardboard or a bobbin? Why not put it onto a lovely little dog? So I think those are cute. Yeah, so there are options. So basically you've got standing or you have sitting, and you get a set of 9 in each of those. That's 293820, your item number, £9.99 for whichever option you choose. Lovely. Thank you very much. Now, then we have got the organiser again. Now this time we've got a bone and we've got holes in there. So I'm thinking we are adding something in, and then, could you, I don't know, keep longer threads? But this is your little doggy on the bone. So how does this work?
Okay, so I thought we have little bits of thread. So if you've got special thread, maybe you've shared some thread with a friend, you end up with small bits, and it's to organise it. Likewise, if you do cross-stitching, now cross-stitching, you use lots of different threads, and you need to organise those so that you know exactly which code is which thread. And this is perfect for that. So what I do is put a little label on and then put the symbol on that denotes whichever colour on the cross-stitch pattern. If you're a cross-stitcher, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And so it just means then that you can put lots of different threads on there. Also, fine ribbon would look great on there too. And it's quite a nice way of displaying them as well.
Exactly, yes. I think once again it's a great fun thing. I love it. Little doggy on the bone. I'm sure that dog is standing there going, I just want to eat this bone. Lovely. Okay, so that is 278202, your item number, if you'd like to get a hold of that. Okay, fat quarters, always useful to have in your stash, aren't they, Rosella? But I think these are really pretty, really nice, lovely colours and little dots there. So I think this is one of those essential fat quarter bundles to have, isn't it?
It is, and also I've put those on there. If you are going to be able to create some of the little sachets with the fabric panels,
yes,
then I've used them to back those so that you're using sort of just the front on the fabric panel, and then you've got plain fabric on, not plain, is it? It's beautiful, fabric on the reverse as well, and to make extra little sachets with.
Yeah, and if you're using the lavender, as you say, the lavender or the little the other little panels there. These colours go really well with those. They're kind of picking up on those purples and pinks, aren't they? So very nice colours to have, actually.
Yes.
Yeah. And a little dotty print, always nice to have in the stash. Brilliant. So that is your fat quarters. You get 5 of those for £9.99 today. Lovely. Now, next, this is called the Housewife. So is this a hanging that you make, Rosella?
Now, what it is, it's a wrap, and historically, Rachel, military men would have housewives, and they would take them on their campaigns, and they would contain all their essential little sewing kits, basically. My dad had one. He was in the Navy. He had a blue one, and so this is where it sort of originates. And I mean, these are sort of hundreds of years old housewives, and they're really, really useful. If you've got maybe a project on the go, so you've got your hoop, you've got your scissors, you've got your fabric, you've got your threads, you've got your needles. There's a little compartment that you can put them all in, roll it all up and take it with you.
Oh, I see, like that, you're right. And then,
so you can hang it.
Yeah, and then your long piece of, I'm not sure what you'd call that, it's not thread, it's not ribbon, it's, I don't know, it's the long, what's that?
It's a cotton tape, yes.
It's cotton tape. So that just rolls around, does it?
That's right, right, so that you can tie it up.
Yeah, so then, and then it unravels, and then you can have all your bits and pieces in there. Brilliant. That's really good. And then the dotty fabric is the backing fabric.
That's right. So you've got it on the outside and then on the inside of the pockets as well.
Okay.
And again, this will all become clear when you see the demonstration of it.
Yes. Yes, it will. It'll all be clear. Now, you've actually got 2 options, and you've got spring or you've got natural. So, sorry, cream or natural. Yes, because it's the colour of the fabric. So, cream or natural. Yes, so you can choose which one you want to go for from those, but both have that lovely brown dotty backing fabric there, so 005102. And do you know what's really nice as well, Rosella, is to make something, as you say, that is actually, you know, very old in terms of like an old tradition, which is always lovely, I think.
Yeah, and useful. Let's make something useful.
Yes, exactly. Very useful. Perfect. And then, lastly, we have got the panels for you. So it's these lovely fabrics again, but this time just the panels.
That's right. So on the housewife, I've got a little extra project in for a spectacles case, and I wanted something that you can make little projects with. So these are going to be great maybe for the front of a purse. You could put several panels maybe on a cushion or on a bag. And these panels, so I use them to either embellish with embroidery, either by the actual design, because these are beautiful designs, the florals and the butterflies and moths, or you could put borders on those, or you could again colour them with coloured pencils or fabric pens. The fabric takes them really, really well, and it just enables you to then create lots and lots of your own projects.
Brilliant. Well, do you know what? I think we've got our next few weeks sorted, quite frankly, Rosella, with your show today.
I hope so.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, look, thank you so much, Rosella. I can't wait to actually see you in the studio. And I mean, you and I worked together years ago. I remember we were doing parchment shows then, wasn't it? Do you remember?
We were. I do remember. Yes.
Yeah. You even had me doing a bit of parchment as well, Rosella.
That's right.
There you go.
Well, I can get you doing some embroidery when I'm there, Rachel.
Let's do it. Well, listen, I can't wait to see you again in the studio. So you have a lovely day. Stay safe, my darling. And thank you so much for taking that time today to go down the counter.
Thank you so much. And hello and goodbye. Thank you so much for everyone out there.
Hello, goodbye. Okay, take care. Bye. Oh. Lovely, Rosella. Perfect. Okay, so as Rosella mentioned, we have got lots of demonstrations for you coming up. What was the first one? The housewife. Fantastic. So let's have a look at exactly how you make these ancient, year-old traditional housewives.
So I want to show you the housewife kit. So this one is a really pretty design with floral and sort of butterflies and moths. So if you've not used a housewife before, they're really great for sort of projects. You can hang them, of course, but then you can pop all of your little essentials within there as well, whether it's thread, whether it's fabric. I've got my scissors in there, and they make a great gift as well. So I'm going to show you how we make this one. So this is the lining fabric, and the dimensions are on the instructions, so don't worry about those, and it wants to be face up. Each of the panels I've cut out, and I've just folded them in half and pressed them. And then what you want to do, starting at the bottom, is lay your panels in the order that you'd like them. So A couple of them are larger, so I'm going to go for those first. So we'll pop those on there. And all we're doing at the moment is just laying them out in the order that we want them. Now these are great, you can use coloured pencils on these, you could use fabric pens, and of course you could embroider either the design itself or little borders on there. Now you can choose to use 5 or 6 panels, you get 6 within the kit. I've actually popped a little pattern on to make a glasses case with those, so I'm going to just use the 5 there. So I've laid them out, I'm pretty happy with that design. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the lower ones off. I don't need those at the moment, but I want them in that order. So let me turn those around and pop them next to my machine. And then this one, I've got my sewing machine next to me, but if you haven't, what I suggest is just, this is a heat erasable pen, just pop a little mark underneath that shows you where the bottom of that top panel is. I'm actually going to go straight ahead and stitch it, so let's just clip that on there, and I'm going to take that round to the machine. So on your machine, you see my modern machine here, this is my grandma's. On the sides you're going to create a really small seam allowance, so I'm doing maybe 1/4 of an inch, something like that on there. So let me just run that down. Isn't that a lovely sound? So this is the top pocket, remember. Now when I get to the bottom edge, I don't need such a small seam allowance. If you've got a more modern machine, you might want to pop a zigzag along the bottom here, something, because this fabric does fray a little, and that'll just keep your pocket secure. Or you could perhaps pop a couple of rows of stitching. Of course you can actually hand stitch these as well, so if you want a project that you don't need a machine for at all, this is going to be great. We're going to just then, again, small seam allowance on the side, because then this stitching, which is just holding the pockets in place, will be hidden by the seam allowance when you put the front panel on. And again, it doesn't matter about finishing it, because I haven't got my scissors. I'm going to ask my camera person to pass my scissors if she can do that without moving the camera. Oh, look at that, amazing. Thank you. Let's just cut that off. I'm just going to come round and show you this. So that's your first panel, and then you'll go to your next panel, and the same again. You'll stitch down the sides, across the bottom, until all of those panels and pockets are on there. And then you've got full instructions with these, but all you need to do then is place your top fabric right sides together, whiz all the way around, leaving a gap for turning. Don't forget to put your ribbon in it before you stitch it, and again that's written in the instructions, and you're going to have a lovely housewife. Enjoy.
Well, there you go, you see. So I think it's lovely to bring back a tradition and bring it into the modern world, and lovely fabrics as well. So I think very nice indeed. Now, do you know, at the beginning of the show, I did say to you that you could buy the entire collection up to here. So you could get the panels and the heat erasable pens and the ribbon and the templates, and of course the tassel maker. Well, you could, and then it's sold out, which was amazing. However, it has come back on extended delivery, so you can still get it, but it's just a week longer in its postage. So it'll be coming out to you in a week's time. It is 394706, £20 today, £20 in a month's time, if you'd like to get hold of everything up to there. Fantastic. Let's go through what you get though. So you are going to get your stencils first of all. So as Rosella was saying there, you can use these to outline and cut your fabrics, the fabrics either that were on the show today, or you could use your own fabrics. And then she was saying that she makes little sort of lavender pouches out of them, which if you imagine, if you have a little bird, that would be so nice. And then if you wanted to make a little pouch and then hang it by using the ribbon, then you could. So that's going to work there. She was saying that the heat erasable pens really work well with this because, of course, that you need them to be erasable so that when you've cut out, when you've done your designs, you can then, by heat, get rid of the pen. If you want to embroider over, etc., you don't have the pen marks, but you have the guidelines. So you get those bits. Then we've got these lovely panels, and Rosella was saying that she's printed them in these beautiful lavenders and other lovely sort of motifs, and you could cut these up, you could use them as a whole, it's up to you, and you can hand embroider them or you could machine embroider them, but lovely, especially if you are going to make a lavender pocket, to do it with a lavender fabric. So you get the 3 of these. I will show you the other 2 so you can see the designs. If you want them as a separate 3, the details are at the bottom of your screen there as well, 323398 separately. But if you want to get them in the entire collection, it is on your screen right there, 394706 with a cracking saving. Should be £39.99 for the lot, but sorry, should be £53 near enough for the lot, but down today to £39.99. And then this one, I think this is my favourite. I like the greens, but then again I like lavender. They're really pretty, and you can imagine, I mean, if you were doing that as a hand embroidery project, that would just be lovely, wouldn't it? Perfect. So that is that. And then you are going to get your tassel maker as well. And that's this. And she was saying it's quite difficult to describe, but don't worry, because we've got a demonstration coming up where she will be showing you exactly how to make your tassels from this. In fact, we will probably do it next, that demonstration, so that you can see how it works. But if you want to get the entire kit apart, should be nearly £53, £20 today, £20 in a month's time. That's 394706. By the way, if you want to get the tassel maker with some threads already, you can get them as a collection. You just choose which colour threads you would like. So there's your tassel maker. Here is your threads to make your tassels. It's $14.99 for one of the options and your tassels maker. And you've got brights, you've got darks, and you've got your neutrals here. And as Rosella was saying there, you can split these threads as well, so you don't just have to use them as one thick thread. Look, you can easily split them down as well, which means that you can get great value out of these threads. So 525369 is your item number, £14.99 if you would like to get those. Now, as soon as we're talking about the tassel maker, Rosella was saying that she's going to show us exactly how to make a tassel. So here she is.
So I want to show you the Stitching in the Moment tassel maker. I love tassels. I just think they're so tactile. I've got a couple of really old ones I wanted to share with you there. One on a little old pencil, I think that is. One that was attached to this until I picked it up and started playing with it, and then it broke. But anyway, I wanted to create tassels that were easy to make and very portable little gadget to do it with. So I've designed this. So you're getting full instructions with this anyway, but what you can do is you can create different size tassels with this. So you can create smaller tassels, and I think they'd make great little earrings maybe, or you can make flowers with those. We've got a sort of a medium size there, and of course you can use different fabrics, that's not fabric, is it? Different threads for these as well. So you've got a sort of a thick perlé cotton with that and a stranded cotton with that, and I love the little beads that you can put on the top of there because you could decorate these. And then you've also then got the longer length on there as well. So let's get to making it. The first thing you need to do is decide how large a tassel you want. So you could have a full length tassel, or you could have a sort of a medium tassel, or from the other side a shorter tassel. I've cut a length of stranded cotton here, and I've actually split it because it's just a little easier to work with, I think. And then what I'm going to do is set one aside for later. That's going to go around the neck, and then I'm going to attach one to the tassel maker. So you're going to pop it in the slits there just to keep it out of the way whilst you're making the tassel. Now, one of the things I really wanted when I designed the tassel maker was to be able to leave your thread attached to a ball or a skein, or in this case Bowser. So let's just wind a little bit off, and we're going to start wrapping. Now you need to start wrapping from the bottom of your tassel, so I'll do it right the way down here. So I'm just going to again use these slits on the side to anchor that thread, and then I'm just going to wrap a tassel. Let's get that out of the way, as many times as you want and as full as you want. So So let's unravel Bowser a little bit and come on out of the way, Bowser. Maybe I should have unwrapped a bit more to start with. Never mind, come on. Let's take a little bit off there. Now this is going to be great if you've got small pieces of thread that you want to use up as well, because you could add different colours within there as well. You could perhaps put another couple of colours in there. I'm going to continue just with this blue on here. Let's get rid of that again. In fact, actually, I'm going to use all the thread up. So again, your thread wants to finish at the bottom, not at the top, otherwise you're going to have a little bit hanging around. So let's just pop that in there. Just keep it out of the way whilst we tie around the neck there. So let's just pop that down. And this is where your other piece of thread is going to come in. And all you want to do is tie around your neck. So you're going to go through at one side and through at the other side. Lay it down again so that you've got a firm surface to work on, and pop a knot in there. Now you're probably going to have to tighten this up when it comes off anyway, depending on how thick your thread is, so we'll pop one on there. This thread here is for the little tie at the top of your tassel, so that you've got something to attach it with. I love the way that this one's got a little button attached on the tassel. So at this point you can lose that if you like, and we can just again bring it to the top, and let's pop a little knot in there so that the top of our tassel is also kept under control now. That's not going anywhere. So that's our tassel, and then if we release the two sides, and you can either cut it here or you can take the tassel off the tassel maker to cut that. Just slide it off gently. Okay, so that's the top. These tied ends I'm actually going to keep separate for now. Let's just put that out of the way, and let's just give that tassel a haircut. Let's get my scissors. Let's cut through the loops and that extra thread. And of course you could make this a little shorter if you wanted to. What I've also done is actually split the stranded cotton as well. Now I personally prefer to stitch these ends within the tassel, because even when you, there we go, that hangs really quite nicely, but to make it slightly more professional, I can thread this up in a needle. She says with confidence that she's going to be able to thread a needle immediately. You might want to talk amongst yourselves a minute. Let's see if we can get this threaded up. Oh yeah. And then what I like to do is just then feed it from the top into that tassel, and that just makes it a little bit neater, and the same with that side as well. So that's your tassel maker, and I hope you enjoy making lots and lots of lovely tassels with it.
Yes, you see? Easy when you know how. If you want to get hold of that and the threads, all you have to do is choose which ones you would like to go for. The details are going to come up on the screen for you. So your tassel maker with either your brights, your darks or your neutrals, and it's 525369, and that is £14.99 there for that, which is fantastic. Now, we've also got your thread tidies. These are so sweet. So you either get your standing dogs or you get your sitting dogs. And then all you do is literally wrap your thread around. Now, I'm going to use actually one of these threads. I'm sure that that's acceptable. We can unthread. But what Rosella was saying was, rather cleverly, the collar bit round here is where you can hook in your thread. Look, so already it's in there. And then you simply just wrap around like that. Sorry, I dropped him. No harm done. And this is what you do, you see. And why not have tidy threads around the shape of a little doggy rather than just winding it around a bobbin or something like that. In fact, you know what? It looks like he's got a little woolly jumper. Let me just go down so I can, you know, sort his little jumper out for him. Ah, there we are. Look. How lovely. So there you are. That is how. You could even put a little black eye there, maybe a little smile as well. Oh, and make him into a nice little smiley doggy. So there you are, at £9.99 if you would like to get hold of those. And you are going to go for your sitting, or you're going to go for your standing. And with those, you get, how many is it in each? 9 of each. So 9 of each for £9.99. It is 293820. Just choose your option, and then you can thread your threads. You can wrap your threads nice and easily there. 293820. Then, would you like to get hold of it with the bone? Now, as Rosella was saying as well, if you've got a mixture of threads or little bits of threads, these are really handy to have. And you can just hang them down from here, or of course you can wrap them round however you want to use it. Of course, you could use him as well to wrap some thread around. So just a very useful little thing to have there for £19.99. That's 278202 as an item number. Perfect. Let's have a look now at some fat quarters. Are they gone? I'm afraid they've sold out. But now they're back on extended. So shall we have a look at them? Okay, so if you want to get these on extended delivery, they'll be coming out to you in a week's time. So you are getting your fat quarters here in these lovely little ditzy prints, these polka dots. And as Rosella was saying, she's picked these colours because they do go very well with the panels in terms of the lavenders or the greens on the panels. So nice colours for you to play with there. Pinks and blues and the purples. Fabulous. So there you are. And that is 348692 as an item number. £9.99 for the lot there. So very good value. And it feels like a very nice cotton as well. Feels lovely, actually. Do you know what? I should fold them up, because otherwise it's a big mess on my counter. No, I like being a bit tidy. Just... It's not going to be perfect, but it's better than a big lump of fabric sitting there, isn't it? 348692 is your item number. There we are. It's not. I'm not going to get a job as a floor manager, I don't think. I need to go to folding school, but there. That's not bad. Right, 348692 is your item number. Then we've got the housewives, and the idea with these is that you make little pouches out of them, and I'll just show you the fabric. There you are. Now, by the way, if you go to the website, hochanda.com, the images are incorrect, apparently. The fabric that you're getting is the brown spotty. So ignore what you're seeing on the website. They're floral on the website, but they're not floral. It's brown spotty. But this is the other section, and you make these little pouches and then you simply roll them. Now, the other fabric I've got here is exactly the same, but it is a kind of white background, and this is the kind of creamier background there. So you can choose between the two, but the idea is that you make a panel, and then what you can do is roll it all up and use your canvas strip to hold it together. And then your brown and white spotty fabric, of course, is the backing, as you can see. So that is the fabric you're getting. Ignore the floral pictures on the website. That is what you are getting. Now, for all of that, it is £9.99. And as Rosella was saying, you know, this idea is like 100 years old, this housewife idea, and she was saying soldiers used to have these, and you just roll them up and then put your bits and pieces in there. But in your pouches, you could put in your embroidery bits and pieces, you could put scissors in there, you could put threads in there, whatever you want really. So those are lovely. 005102 is your item number, and you can choose between the two options. Perfect. And then we have got the panels. So these are the same designs, but once again, you have got them in the cream or you have got them in the white, and I will just show you those lovely. I mean, they're really pretty designs as well. We've got flowers in there, we've got butterflies, we've got dragonflies. So really lovely designs there. So you could cut those and use those however you want. I think that as a kind of hand embroidery panel would be a fantastic project to make. Pop it into a hoop and yeah, get embroidering. It's totally up to you what you'd like to create there. So 273767 is your item number, £11.99. Perfect. Well, Rosella has recorded one more demonstration for us, and this is actually using the panels. So let's see what she gets up to.
I want to show you these beautiful fabric panels. So these are really large panels that you can make something like a cushion with, or you can cut them up to create something smaller. They come in 3 designs, and you've got the lovely leaf design. Now this one, I did actually a video for Hochanda YouTube on leaves, so that will give you some ideas on how to embroider that. We've also got the cow parsley design, and this is more of a standalone design. You can choose to embroider as much or as little as you wish on that. And then finally we've also then got the lavender design, which again is more of a standalone design. With these panels you're getting full instructions and some ideas for a bit of a stitch guide there. With the kit you're also getting some stencils so that you can create your own little hanging sachets. So you're getting 4 of those, and then all you need to do is choose where on your design you're going to do this. I wouldn't do it right in the middle, but I'm just going to show you right in the middle, and that's okay because these are heat erasable pens, and so I can just get rid of this outline anyway. So all you're going to do is draw around the area that you're going to work on. So let's just pop that through there, and then don't cut it out, leave it large so that you've got lots of fabric to work with, and then just design, embroider or whatever design you're going to pop within the center of that. So you're going to be able to do that with all of these, even on your tiny scraps of fabric right at the edge of the panels on these. You can create sort of little designs, little projects. We've got a little tape box there. You could even put them in the mini frames for jewellery maybe. Then what I also want to show you is the little ladybird design. So this is a stitch that we haven't covered together before, and it's called the granitos stitch, which in Spanish is little grain. So I'm going to start with, I've actually got 3 strands of red thread here, and I'm going to start by doing my little ladybird body. I've already got a knot in this. You won't believe it, would you? We'll work from the knot. So all you're going to do is your beginning and end point are always going to remain the same. So that's your first stitch. Your second stitch is going to go into exactly the same place, as are all the remaining stitches. But can you see what I'm doing is I'm actually pulling it to the side each time. So it's going one way and then it's going another. So we're going to go to this side. The next one's going to go to this side. Try not to get caught up in the back there. This side. You could have your ladybirds as large or as small as you like. It's entirely up to you. My house is absolutely covered in ladybirds at the moment, which is probably where this inspiration came from. I thought, I've got so many of them, we may as well stitch them, haven't we? So I think on the instructions I put something like around 15 stitches for your granitos ladybird. And I've also suggested that if you want them even plumper, what you could do is just pop a little straight stitch at the side, just to give a bit more of a foundation to be working on. And we can do that either side. Got caught up in that knot underneath. There we go. Let's pop that on this side as well. And then I'm also going to pop another stitch over the top of those. So I've got this lovely plump little ladybird there. And the same at this side. Now I could continue adding to that, but I'm just going to show you the rest of the ladybird. Find the needle at the back. There we go. Let's just. So you can see it's actually quite nicely raised there. Let me get rid of that needle. And then I've got some black thread here. Now I've on the instructions I've recommended a little bullion knot for his head with 2 strands, but just to make it quicker to demonstrate I've just stuck with the 1 strand at the moment. And then I'm just going to pop a little bullion knot head on him. Put it a little bit further back. So we're going to go down, hanging onto that thread, bring the needle back up into either the same place you started, which is nowhere near there, or somewhere close to. Don't split the thread. That's how many wraps. Let's have a quick look. A couple more wraps on that, I think. Yeah, that's a couple more because we've only got one strand here. And I'm sorry you've got my fingers over this. I can't really avoid doing that. So we've got a little ladybird head there. With one strand, I'd pop him some legs on. So just some small straight stitches for his legs. And I believe ladybirds have 6 legs. This ladybird's having 6 legs anyway. If he's got more, he's just hiding them underneath him. The same on this side. Put them well into his body there. I say he, I don't know whether it's a he or a she actually. I don't know whether there's difference in colouring. But there we go. And then all he needs now is a few spots. So what I'm going to use for spots is just some French knots. And I think we'll do a couple of wraps. I've only got a single strand here. And what it's also helping do is to sort of anchor down those little straight granitos stitches. So I'll have one there, have another one in the centre there, a couple of wraps, back down. And if you think they're too big, what you can do is sort of give them a bit of a tug through and they will sort of work their way through. You can have a spot right at the end here. It's quite close to the other one, so I might need to pull that through a bit. And maybe one last one just at the top there. Like that, and I think that'll do for our little ladybird.
Oh, that's lovely. Isn't it amazing what you can create with just a stitch or two? Also amazing with what you can create on our lovely show. Should we head down the counter and show you what we've got on the show one more time before we disappear and Hayley takes the reins? Okay, so this is, I'll just grab that back over there. Now, this is the complete bundle. What happened this morning was we launched it and it sold out, and then it's come back on extended delivery. So it's coming out to you in a week's time, and it does all work together really well. So first of all, you have got these templates, and the way that Rosella foreseeth, I don't know. Anyway, the way she saw this working was making panel pouches. So, for example, you could just draw around your fabrics. It could be any fabrics, of course, and you can make a lovely little pouch that you could put something like lavender in or whatever, you know, nice fragrance you like. Of course, you've got your lovely little bird. You've got a very nice heart, which is pretty essential. What? Oh, okay, hang on. Yeah, so it's now, hang on. They're saying that looks like a foot now. Yes, or a, I don't know, that's like a foot with a boot on it. You've hurt your foot and you've gone to the hospital. So I wouldn't go for making a big foot. If I were you, I'd make a bird out of it, which is what Rosella. I'll tell you what, the editorial today has been absolutely horrific. You've got a lovely heart. I love our team. I'm only joking. Kind of. Then you've got this lovely sort of little squash square. It's a diamond. Is it a parrot? What's it called? I thought you said a paradiamond. No, I thought that was like a technical mathematical term. I don't know, because it's like a squashed square, isn't it? I don't know if that is actually a diamond. I don't know. Anyway, it's that. So you can make that. And then what you do is, if you want to hang them, you can attach a little ribbon like that. So you get the ribbon as well, and then you can just hang them from your door. Or you could make a nice bow, whatever you want to do, really. So you get a few strips of that ribbon as well. Lovely green, vibrant, deep colour, very shiny, and a really nice sort of thin ribbon as well to play with. So that's your templates. Now the heat erasable pens come in as well, and what's great is that you can draw on these. So as Rosella was saying, if we look on the back here, Oh, you can see there that they've drawn this fish, rather angry looking fish. But when you draw on there, you can put all the detail into him, then you can stitch over all of that, and then when you iron it, all that colouring disappears. So that's great because you can actually colour code it as well, so you know which colours you're going to be using for your embroidery. So it's great to have those, heat erasable pens included. Then you've got your panels. So if I just show you the size of these panels, and you've got 3 different designs here. They are available individually if you want to get hold of them, but together as a combination, you can see there. So that's that one. That was cow parsley, yeah. And then we've got the lavender there. Very, very pretty. So you could hand embroider these, or you could machine embroider them. Totally up to you. And then you've got this one. This is what's this called? Leaves. Just leaves. Just leaves. And those are your really pretty little leaves there as well. It could be twigs in the autumn or leaves. So that is your 3 panels. And then you also get, let me just tidy up after myself. You also get your tassel maker. And we did see a demonstration in the show. If you missed it, you can always watch us on Rewind. Go to the website, hochanda.com, press the Rewind button, look for our programme, and then you can look at those graphics, not graphics, you can look at those videos again. But that is your tassel maker. So you simply wrap round and make a fabulous tassel. Now, all of that is coming in today, instead of nearly £53, down to $39.99. It is on 2 glorious flexible payments as well, interest-free. £20 today, £20 in a month's time. 394706 is your item number. Let's move on to some threads with your tassel maker. So here you get your tassel maker and then you choose which threads you would like to go for. So you can go for your neutrals, you can go for your darks, or you can go for your brights. As Rosella was saying, what she does with these as well is she splits the threads, so you have got lots of thread here to play with, as you can see, in some very nice colours. So 525369 is your item number. Choose your threads, get your tassel maker, make some lovely tassels. 529369. Then we've got our lovely little dogs here. Now you've got standing and you've got sitting. Let me show you the one I did earlier. That's how you thread it round with his little jumper on, look. So you get 9 of each. Just choose whether you want the sitting or whether you want the standing. And social distancing, let's keep them apart. But what you do here is this little bit here on the collar is very good because that hooks in your thread there, so it keeps it nice and secure. So you get 9 each of those, standing or sitting, 293820 for £9.99. Lovely. And then if we move on, you've now got your dog and the bone, and this is great for your loose threads, spare threads, as Rosella was saying there. Don't forget you can wrap thread around the dog on the top and then use the holes to thread through your other threads there. Keeps everything nice and tidy. If you've got loads of threads and you just put them into a plastic container, chances are that they're going to get mixed up and in a bit of a mess. So don't do that, just keep them separate. So 278202, your item number, £19.99. Fat quarters, they sold out, they came back, they're coming out to you in a week. We know how big a fat quarter is, but I will show you. And these are lovely colourways. Oh, I keep showing the ones with the labels on. I'm going to hold it that way. But these are really nice colourways, perfect little dotty print. And as Rosella was saying, they go really well with the panels because, of course, they are lavender and leaf based. So these colours work really well because you've got the purple, you got the blue, you got the pink, the pale pink, and then that lovely lavender colour there as well. So all of those coming in for £9.99. That is 348692 as an item number. Then we've got the housewife. So this is a centuries old item, and the cream, by the way, sold out, back on extended delivery. You can get them in cream, you can get them in natural. And what you do is you make these into panels, and then you wrap them, roll them up, and then you keep your things in them. So it could be anything, embroidery items, scissors and needles and threads, or whatever you want to put in there. But these are the lovely panels. And then, of course, you could embroider these panels if you really want to go to town as well, and do whatever you wish to do with those. But dragonflies and butterflies and leaves. And then on the back of those panels, you will use this fabric just to sort of finish them off. The website is showing you floral fabrics. It is not floral fabric, it is the dotty fabric, and this is it. So this goes on the back of your housewives. Get your canvas strips, and then you roll them all up and keep everything nice and secure. So if you would like to make those, just choose which item number you would, which option you would like, whether you want the cream or you want the white. There's your canvas to roll it up, and that is 005102 as an item number. Last thing on your counter is the panels, which look like that. So as you can see there, I've just doubled that over for you. Lovely designs, again, exactly the same as the Housewives, but with these panels you can do as you choose. So you've got your florals and butterflies. Imagine with those dragonflies, if you were to hand embroider those with all your beautiful kind of emerald threads or blue threads and reds and yellows, they would look absolutely amazing and they would really come to life. So $11.99 for those. Again, choose from cream or natural. It is 273767. If you pop over to the website, hochanda.com, you will see everything listed on there for you, so you can decide what you want to buy. Remember, that fabric is incorrect on the Housewife, but you've got your tassel makers, you've got your thread holders, you've got those erasable pens, you've got those lovely, I think those dogs are so cool, the dog and the bone, and other things as well on the show look, like the hoop rings, tote bags, you've got scissors, essential items on there, fat quarters of course, and the panels. So it's all there for you on the website, which of course is hochanda.com, and your Freedom membership as well. $6.97 a month, that Freedom membership, and then what that does is it entitles you to special prices on certain items and free packing and posting for a month. And it's just a rolling thing, but you can decide to cancel it at any time you want. Okay, well, that's been my 4-hour stint. Our lovely Hayley is on the way, and Julia, she's back in the building. She's away from me. I can't go near her. She's nice and safe over there in the corner. Look, so that's a big, that's social distancing and a half there, Julia. I couldn't even talk to her in the breaks. I've been instructed, don't go near her. But it's great. She's back on form and demonstrating for you in the next few hours. Enjoy yourself. Take care. Bye-bye. So, coming up, of course, she's going to be demonstrating Sentimentally Yours with our lovely Hayley, who's been presenting. And then we've got Made to Surprise one-day special. And after that, Stand Addicts, all live here on Hochanda. Have a lovely, lovely day.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. Add Some Sparkle produce paper embroidery kits and products, which is taking a very old and traditional Victorian craft, bringing it up to date with a modern twist in the designs we use. And what's really special for me is the fact that we can get paper embroidery to a wider audience through working with Hochanda. The future for Add Some Sparkle is we'd love to keep working with Hochanda to be able to bring more exciting and new products. We're looking at hopefully bringing some paper embroidery books out onto the market to add to the kits that we already produce and bring. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artists and Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands, and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts, and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. I love to inspire. And what my aim is to get the crafters to see their own potential. I like them to be in charge of their own creativity. What I hope is that our images provide the kickstart to your mojo and help you create your own works of art. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artists and design world, and come and join me on this creative path.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, we are in for a real treat in this hour because I am not on my own. I have company, and it's not by the powers of a videotape. We've got her here in the flesh again. Good morning, Julie. Well, good afternoon, should I say? It's afternoon now,
Morning.
isn't it? No, we're hanging on to the morning. It's just about 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I'm so pleased to be back. I did an hour last night, and it's a little bit weird, you know, having you over there and me over here, but it is still wonderful to be back.
It's kind of like a new normal, isn't it? We're just changing the kind of boundaries of normal, and it's just getting used to it. And we've got a fabulous hour ahead, so we're going to catch up with Julie in a little while. She's got a fabulous demonstration that we're going to share with you, and I may ask her a few questions as we pop along the counter and show you all these fabulous goodies. Now, the key thing is we have got a bumper bundle for you. If this is the first time that you've seen these, well, you are in for a treat, because this is the first time that we have seen Phil do these A6 star stamps. They're clear stamps, and you've got 18 stamps in total with the bumper bundle here, but 3/4 of the stock has gone. So that's the first word of warning for you. And the beauty of these is, and I'll turn one of these around for you in a few moments, you can see you've got lots of different styles of fonts, you've got different sentiments, you've almost got a verse element within these as well. But the key thing is, when you actually see them, they are individual stamp elements. So that means that you can kind of configure them how you want. You can cross-pollinate these, take the sentiment from one, take the verse from another, and bring them all together. So as I flip this one round, you'll see that you've got different clear stamps in here. So the lining up of these is going to be perfect, but it means that that large stamp could be the focal point, the front of your card, could go into the centre of your card, it could go on the back of your card, it could be one of the elements if you're doing something like an easel card. The sentiment there, I love that happy birthday to you, isn't that beautiful? And with very best wishes, we don't often get that, do we? It's usually best wishes and that's it. So with these, you have got a real collection of a fabulous range of stamps, 18 stamps in total, so you can imagine the possibilities of crossing those over. As we look at some of the finished samples that we've got on the front here, you'll see some of them have just got a little sentiment in there, some have got everything on there, and it means that you can cover yourself with your small cards, your large cards, your projects, it could be gifts that you're making. It all depends on what the main focal point needs to be of your card. So on this occasion, you can see it's one of those fabulous stamps from Trudy there, and being the main focal point, and of course the gorgeous flowers. And the sentiment is kind of not just an add-on, it's got a key feature in there, but it's not going to be overpowering. The next card though, here you can see one of those verses has been used there as the main panel, and that is the main focus of this. So this is the beauty of this set. They kind of slot in with other things that you've got, or they stand alone, depending on what you're wanting to do with them. And of course, course, the sky's the limit with the scope of these, changing your colours out, changing the combinations, bringing in some of the fabulous papers that we've got on the show as well. You really are going to be sport for choice for the way that you're working with these. Now, they are all available as a 6 together, and you can see the details on your screen there. So you've got the biggie saving with these. You can get hold of them in sets of 3, but to be honest, the majority of people are going for all of them, which is why I mentioned 3/4 of the stock having gone already. But there you go. Look at this. The crispness that you have got from these. You know, Phil, I know, Phil. Perfection is key, and that's exactly what we've got here. Every single little loop, every I that is dotted, every cross of those T's, fine detail. He will not settle for anything other than best, and that's what he's got with these, as you can see. And I mean, that's beautiful as a centre point there. Could be just little elements that you're using, very traditional style script and fonts with these. Of course, you've got your multi-layers with these. So, of course, with these, if you've got your main focal point there, as you can see, you've also got your extra little pieces down here with this side stepper card. Of course, if you've got a card that you're wanting to add a sentiment to the inside, well, again, you can do that again. Look at that. Isn't that fabulous there? Love that all coming together. And of course, with these, it could be as little or as much as you want it to be. And that is the key thing. Now, I've got birthday verses featuring with these ones, and we know that there's going to be scope for many more to come. And I am just going to show you this one. Oh, look at this. Now, this is amazing. Now, Julia is going to be creating something along the lines of this in the next few moments when we get over to the demo. And do check out the papers and all the different embellishments we've got on the show, because it will help you add to that design. Freedom members, you have got a treat of a price with this one. Did you see that there? Brilliant price, £52.15 for all 6 of those. In fact, that saving, when you think about it, if you're not a Freedom member already, it would be £6.97, isn't it? It's still the same. I was just thinking to myself, has it gone up? But no, it's still that same price. The saving on this one is £10.79. So even if you become a Freedom member today, you will still be saving with this bumper bundle. Of course, you're saving with your post and packing as well. So yeah, definitely worth thinking about. And then you've got all the benefits for the next calendar month. If you're fancying these, you're going to be in very good company. And the details are 317333. Now, there's lots to show with you with these. Julia, of course, was here yesterday, 5 o'clock, and then in the evening as well, we had another show. So yeah, they are a beautiful set as well. Now, have a look at these. This is something a little bit different. If you know Phil, you'll know he has brought in some kind of grungy style elements as well. But these are kind of a yin and yang when we're looking at those sentiments a few moments ago. But they are so well placed because, of course, it depends on the colours that you're using. They're textured. So when you look at these, they're really adding that depth to your project. So maybe some of those subliminal layers in the background. Maybe you're building up your own fabulous papers. Maybe you're not confident enough to build up those papers from scratch. Well, make sure you do check out the papers I'm going to show you in a few moments, because these layered on top mean you are creating your own designer papers, and that is the key thing. You are putting that recipe together to get the result that you want for that card that you've got in mind. Aren't these fabulous? Love these. Like the size of them, because of course small enough for your small cards, but of course they haven't got harsh straight edges with them. So that means you can kind of tessellate them, do a little bit of pattern building with those as well. 9 very useful stamps. They're not going to be far from your work area at any time. So £14.49, £485,174 if you're wanting those. But I mentioned those papers. Have you seen these yet? These are amazing. You've kind of got layers within these, and then of course you can add to them because they're uncoated. So you can add your inks, you can add your stamped images if you're wanting to. Perfect for die cutting as well, but they are beautiful. Means you get some gorgeous kind of inky and brushstroke effects without even having to take the top off your embossing pad or your ink pad. These are beautiful. Now you're going to get 80 sheets in total. Got 2 different packs, so 2 packs of 40 featuring in these. You will have seen these featuring in the finished samples a few moments ago, and they are beautiful. Gorgeous. Oh my goodness, 70% of the stock has gone of these. I know they're always popular, but you've kind of got them in colour groupings, and this is something else that Phil likes to do. He likes to make sure that things like his embossing powders, his glitters, his papers, all of them are on a similar sort of hue, a similar sort of tone. So that means it's easy for you to take the papers and know that they're going to work alongside all the other bits and pieces that he's brought to you in the past. So again here you can see a very earthy feel with this particular one here. You've kind of got bleached out spots with these. You've got the brush strokes featuring with these as well. A lovely array of papers in that first bundle, as you can see. beautiful, like those ones a lot. And then the next set that we've got here, a little bit cooler perhaps with these. Lighter tones, you've got your blues, your pinks, your purples in here. Oh, look at that. Now look at that, it's almost like the sunrise, isn't it, over there? You could be stamping a silhouette stamp onto there. You're going to use these in so many different ways. And they're nice if you haven't got a lot of time. You can just simply pick those up and away you go. Now we've got Julia here. Julia, you've been working with these. Do you like these papers, I'm guessing?
Oh, yes. I mean, we're my favourite's the Celestial, so that's the second set that you picked up. But then Phil likes the Terra Nova, which is a more of a masculine feel to it. But obviously, whatever you put with it, you can make it quite feminine if you want it that way.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah. And of course, with the stamps that we've got on the shows, then they're going to fit in perfectly. And other things that you've got in your stash as well. This is the key thing. Look at this. I mean, how simple is that design there? But it's the papers that make it its own. I think that's the key thing with it. It's absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous colours, and I love that little bit of embossing there. Just finishes it off to perfection, doesn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Now, if you fancy getting hold of these papers, you're going to be able to make fabulous cards, just like the ones we've been sharing with you. And the details are there, 280497. Add this in alongside those stamps, and of course you've got your flexi order. You could spread the cost over 2 payments. Now, something else that Phil started bringing to us are these fabulous little pearls. Now, this is the first time I've seen the ombre ones, and these are nice because they kind of go from one colour tone into another. So you kind of get more bangs for your buck, if that makes sense. So with these, you've got 3 pots. Now, they're the 4th in the series that we've seen so far. So this is set number 4. And you can see you have got beautiful tones in here. You've got that gorgeous kind of turquoise going to the baby pink featuring here. Different sizes within there. Absolutely gorgeous. Those are the Sleepy Kiss ones that you've got there. You're getting a lot within that pot as well. Absolutely loads. Then, of course, you have got your second one in there, which is your Marshmallow Latte. Some fabulous names. At least I can get my teeth round these ones. He is known for giving us tricky names, Phil. And then you've got your Sherbet Surprise. My goodness, these have been popular. Rapidly approaching limited stock now with these. Can I just show you a couple of finished samples? Because they are perfect to place in the centre of your flowers. Just something a little bit different. And if you're a bit like me and you put a little blob of glue and a little bit of glitter in there, and then 20 minutes later you think, right, I'm going to come back and see if it's dry, and you stick your finger right in the middle and it's not set, then these are perfect for you. Love the way that they kind of echo the design of the papers with these as well. And of course you've got your 3 different pots in there for all your different colour combinations. Absolutely beautiful. 020835. If you are wanting these, you need to get hold of them sooner rather than later. They are literally flying out. £16.47. Absolutely amazing. Like those. Now, more stamps. Now, background stamps from Phil do look a little bit different to the ones that we've looked at earlier because they are grey rubber. And they are cushion mounted, all ready to go. So you can literally just put them onto your acrylic block and away you go. Or just kind of use them. You know how we regularly see the likes of Julia and Leonie kind of just pick these up and kind of just dab the little areas with them. But have a look at the detail that you've got within there. There's so much in here. Now these are fabulous because you've got your sparkly squiggle and your scratchy. Some fabulous names. All cling mounted, so ready to go onto your acrylic block, as you can see there. Now when you look at some of these, you can't quite figure out the results that you get, but I just love these because again it's building up those layers, adding that interest, and there you can see there with that little bit of silver there, it kind of makes quite a scratchy effect, a pretty effect, don't you think? Beautiful. I like that a lot. Like those, nice. 2 of those, brilliant value for money again, £23.98. Now, I'm going to leave the rest of the other little goodies to share with you later on. But anything in your basket is always a good idea to check out as soon as you possibly can. I'm going to pop onto the website and have a little look just while we get Julia ready. She's going to be doing her crafty lunges. I'm going to be handing over to her in the next few moments. Can't wait to see what she's got planned. So don't forget, anything that Julia is mentioning and you're wanting to add to your basket, then all you need to do is click on that Add to Basket button and you won't miss a thing because of course you can still watch her even if you're on the website as well. Something I'm going to mention to you very quickly before we go to the demo is Phil's magazine. I don't know if you missed out on this when we had it last time, but for £12.99 you are getting a magazine crammed full of goodies. Look at that plate there. Is that an A4 stamp plate? Yeah. My goodness, and it's £12.99 for the whole lot. Wow. That has got to be had. You've got stencils in there as well, some sentiments, and you've got 107 projects in there that you can be able to have fun with. And you've got some papers there as well. So, yeah, it's almost like a craft kit in a box. Perfect at $12.99, and you can add that into your basket. Right then, Julia, Miss Watts, what have you got planned for us?
Okay, so I thought I'd just very quickly, because yesterday when we did the demonstration, I didn't quite finish the card, and quite a few people were commenting on that, so I just thought I'd show you that. I'm a bit blind, so I don't know if I'm holding it properly.
That is absolutely perfect.
Okay.
That looks
it's a little
fabulous.
gatefold card, so you've got the lovely insides, but obviously I've finished
let's have
off
a look
with
at
the
that
flowers.
sentiment in the middle again.
Sentiment in the middle, there you
See,
go.
they fit so well within there, don't they?
Obviously you could use one of the more rectangular ones if you wanted to, and they're also the middle of the card could actually be your front. You could change it around and have it as your front of your card. So
I like that. It
yeah.
mentions cake as well, so that's always a thumbs up for me.
Absolutely. So anyway, so that's out of the way, and we can get on with what we're doing today. So Hayley's already given you a bit of a hint as to what we're doing, and it will probably end up pretty much the same if I can remember, because the card's over there and I'm over here. So what we've got is I've taken some papers, kind of the pinky tone ones, so pinky purple ones, from the Celestial pad. And if I can ask the floor manager to change the monitor around so I can actually see what's going on, if that's all right. Sorry, we're just learning what we're doing in this current situation, which is a little bit weird, but at least I'm here. So yes, so I've taken a couple of papers and I've chopped them down a little bit. I've got a strip and I've got a couple of the double debossed rounded rectangles, and I've also got a rounded square as well. So we're going to be building on these. This particular one, the smallest one, I'm going to leave as it is. So put that to one side, and we're going to stamp on all these. So we're changing them. We're making them our own. So we're using the scratchy first, and I'm going to use a combination of, no I'm not, I'm only going to use one, I've decided. I'm going to use Seedless Preserves, that's what we use, Distress Oxide, and this is a rubber stamp, grey rubber, manufactured in the UK by Indigo Blue, so we know the quality. And this is really forgiving because it doesn't matter how you stamp it. I mean, it's not, well, it is actually quite big, it is big enough, I think. It doesn't matter how you stamp it, because you don't need to worry about matching it because it's very random. It's very forgiving. So that immediately you can tell the difference between the two. Really cool. And Seedless Preserves, you can see, is a very good match for this particular paper. This is one of the things I had at home actually when I was doing the video, because my camera was above me, and every time I did this my camera would shake. I'm sure you guys have seen that when I've been doing this. So it's quite nice here that I can do it as much as I like. Now we do want it to overlap ever so slightly. It's better to have it overlapping than to have a gap. And there we go, there's our background. It's kind of seamless. There is actually a little gap there, but you can't really see it, can you? Certainly not on the overhead. So that's to one side. Now this here, we could mist with water and we could get another impression, at least another one out of it, but we're not using that. I'm going to go on to my strip next. Just a strip of the paper, and then I'm going to go on to Dusty Concord. So we're dealing with a different colour purple. And I'm going to take my favourite stamp from the Textural Temptations. I can say it today. Phil picks these names that are difficult for me to pronounce. And this is a beautiful flower. It's a grungy flower though, so again it's very forgiving if you don't actually stamp it particularly well. And this one I am going to mist it with a little bit of water. And I'm going to go this side first. Slightly off of the page. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful stamp, my favourite. I think a lot of the design team have picked this one out as their favourite. Maybe we could have a whole background like this, Philip. Who knows, there's my order in. And then I'm going to just turn this one round because I want the flower on there. Turn that one round. Now, quite a lot of this strip is going to be visible, so
That's a really pretty stamp.
It's
Julia.
a beautiful stamp. So when I construct my card, this is going to go down, this is going to go on top, and then this is going to go on there as well. So I think I'm all right with my stamping there. I don't need to stamp it once again, but just think about that. You might want to just stamp it once more, just so you know you don't have a gap, but I think I'm good there. So there's those two pieces. Then we go to our square, and you can see with this one, when I cut this one, I actually cut it in the middle of the sheet, so there's a little bit of the sheet left up there and a little bit down here which you use for flowers. And it fades from the purple into the pink, and it's got all these splodges going on, and you've almost got like a little horizon mark there or a little blob there. It's a really cool background. And with this one, I almost, when I did the original card, I almost thought about leaving it blank and just having it plain, but I went for it. I took a stamp. We're going to take the dotty one.
Now that cardstock, Julia, it's been very, very popular. Just to let you guys know, it is actually limited in stock now. We've got the details up on the screen there. We have had a little chat with Phil, so we're hoping that he gets back to us. I don't know what he's up to, but he's not able to give us an answer on these ones. We need to know, can we get any more of these? But if you're wanting them now, then now is the time for you to place your order before they sell out. There's no guarantee we can get any more of these. That's the key thing. Details there on your screen if you're wanting those.
Okay. So we're using the seedless preserves again, just using these two colours of the oxide, and we're just stamping around the edges. I'm not misting these with water. It's your choice. You can be random. You can see these dots are actually random. And Phil did a Facebook Live on Friday, and he was saying that these are actually dots that he's drawn just with a pen and then put them onto the computer. So they're not computer generating dots. So they're not 100% perfect, which I always think is really cool, because if something's not perfect, it means that you don't have to be perfect either. Just around the edges. You can do as much or as little as you want. You could mix your designs, but on this particular card I actually kept all my layers with the designs separate. And I was originally, when I was thinking about it, oh, I'll just add one or two, but you know, you get carried away and you just go over the top. Just a little bit on the end. You can easily match it up and not worry about it. So we will get a point where we might have to overlap a little bit. So let's think about what we're doing here. Can you see here, if I put that there, I might not be able to get that there. So it might be better off doing that, then turning the stamp around and going at an angle and doing that. And then that fills in the gap.
So that's really useful, Julia, isn't it? Because if it had got a straight edge, you couldn't really do that, because you can't kind of tessellate it.
No, it's a really, really cool stamp. Really cool stamp. So look at what I'm doing for time. I'm doing all right for time today. Right, so I'm going to ink around those, the edges of those in a minute, but I'll do it when Hayley's with you. We'll go to our actual verse, because we haven't used our verses yet. I've got a bit of a mess under there. Let's tidy that up. Right. So I've got some rectangles here. So we've used rectangles and squares on our background, and we're using the rectangles with the pure white card for our verse. And we're going to mix them up. We're going to use the verse from A Very Happy Day, and we're going to use one of the sentiments from The Fabulous Day, so we can mix and match across. Obviously with your permutations you're going to be able to, I don't know how many permutations there'd be across the 6 sets. I used to be able to do that when I was doing maths at school, but not anymore. There's a lot.
You lost me at the word maths.
Excellent. Excellent. So you can see I'm using a stamping platform. I tend to do this with things that I want to get straight, things I want to get right. I've already dusted that with my anti-static bag. I pick it up onto here. And we're going to stamp with the Wow embossing pad, and I'm going to be embossing with the Baked Aubergine embossing powder, which is a purple shade, and that's going to marry in with everything else beautifully.
This
Lots
is a
of
nice set.
inking.
You've got 6 pots in there. That's good value, £24.94.
Yeah, I think he's knocked some money off that actually.
Oh.
I know, he must have been having a bit of a hot flush at
He
the
must
time.
have.
I'm getting my own back with him. I need to tease him as much as possible because he's quite rude.
He loves it.
In his Facebook Live about me. Bless him. Right, a bit of paper. I've got a bit of paper somewhere here, yeah. It's quite nice.
I can't do my little embossing, putting it back into the pot for you from over here.
I know,
I used to
I
like
know.
that little job.
It is quite nice having quite a lot of space over here, I must admit.
Okay, I'll take the hint.
No. That's something else I missed at home, actually, is having somebody to put all my embossing powder back. There's just little things that were just different about doing all this at home. I mean, that looks fabulous. It's not even heat embossed yet.
Gorgeous.
I've missed a little bit there.
And was that the aubergine, did you say?
This is the aubergine. So what I'll do is when I heat set it, after you've heat set it, then you can go in and re-ink and then add another bit of powder. So I can fix that. So don't worry that you put embossing powder on and you can't fix it, because you absolutely can. And let's do my other piece as well. I'll do this one in just down here. And then I know I can re-stamp that one. Anti-static bag. I think this is maybe an end of call item.
Oh yeah, they're brilliant, they are, because you can add these little items into your basket. When you come to finish your order, if you're shopping online, you might find them pop up just as you check out your order. Sometimes our call operators will mention them to you, and it's definitely an opportunity to take advantage of those. Usually very keenly priced, and also there's no additional post and packing for popping those in.
Yeah, you don't want to run out of an anti-static bag, really. You need that. Also, I have a tendency to lose mine, so I've actually got a spare that stays permanently in my bag. That was another thing when I packed to come. I was out of practice packing to come over here. It's only been 6 weeks, for heaven's sake. I don't know if it's an age thing. It's definitely something wrong with me, that's for sure. Right, so we're going to ink this up.
Lovely. And of course, this is from that the bulk set of those stamps. Now they're in trios. Do you know which trio this one's from, or what's
The
it called?
the first sentiment is from this one, A Very Happy Day.
Lovely.
So that's where the verse is from, and then the sentiment is from the fabulous. Lots of happy wishes.
Yeah, so it's best to go for them as the complete bundle, then you've got both of those.
Yeah.
So yeah. Details on your screen, 2 flexi buys on those ones, £28.97. Gives you the opportunity to add in those extra little bits and pieces. So Julie's been using those papers, she's been using the embossing powders. You could pop all of those in and spread the cost of those as well.
Right, that's one side, and we'll add our powder. And then do you want me to heat emboss and do my inky around the edges while you go down the counter, or do you want to watch me heat emboss?
I don't mind at all.
I'm easy.
I think. Should we have a look? Because I must admit, I do like to see that heat embossing
Okay.
as well. Okay. So yeah, we've missed it. We've not been able to take advantage of the heat embossing
Okay,
situation.
do that then. Give it a good
and it is
flick.
always good fun to watch.
Yeah. Okay. Right, so I'll put this away then, Hayley.
You'd have to have like a big bucket by the time I can come over and help you.
Oh dear, it's all so new, isn't it? It's all so
is.
different.
It's kind of good fun at the same time, though,
It
isn't
is,
it? Well,
yeah,
it's a nice new experience.
It's actually really nice to talk to somebody rather than just talking to me or the cat, you know.
How is the cat?
The cat's never impressed.
Oh.
He's never impressed. I talk to him all the time and he's just not, is it? You know, he just kind of shrugs. Okay, so here's our sentiment. Now you need to remember that with these embossing powders, well, you don't want to overheat anything, but you certainly do want to move around quite quickly with these, because they go a little bit milky, I suppose, if they're overset.
And
There's
also,
that one.
this really emphasises the fine detail of that embossing powder and how clear that stamp is.
Now, one thing about me being over here and you being over there is that I can't hear what you're saying when I'm doing this.
It's probably not a bad thing.
Normally, if you're right next to me, I can hear you. I mean, this isn't a particularly loud gun, but yeah, see, I'm very unhappy about that little bit there, so I can fix that while you're going down the counter, and also while you're going down the counter I'll link around the edges, if that's okay.
No problem, we will do that for you then, that's not a problem at all. So what did Julia work with? All sorts of goodies, but of course loads of goodies in that magazine, as you can see there. Just been looking at some of the finished samples that we've got on the counter here and kind of organising them. So many of them have been using that fabulous magazine with all those beautiful stamps that are featuring in there as well. So yeah, definitely one to consider, and at £12.99, very affordable way for you to actually get those into your basket as well. So if you wanted that, 329255. Background stamps are proving to be popular as well during this. Don't forget you're going to get 2 of those. These are fabulous because they're kind of non-generic, so it could be a very romantic theme card, it could be something quite grungy, it could be a mixed media project, would work beautifully. £23.98, 088677. And of course they work beautifully alongside those sentiments. Now these have been flying out, and I think as you saw there from Julia, the different sizes really do make the difference because you can kind of take them as little elements, just that little happy birthday, if that's all that you want, or then you've got the choice of actually adding it in alongside the fabulous verses that you've got with these. If you have just joined us, it's the first time that Phil has bought A6 size stamps with regards to verses and stamps, and they are kind of elements within there. So when you look at these, it's not one stamp plate that's A6 in size, you've got a variety of different elements in there, some of them featuring the verse, some of them featuring the sentiments that are there. But of course the beauty is you can do exactly as Julia's been doing in her demonstration and mix and match. Take the verse from one, take the sentiment from another, mask off certain areas if there's just keywords that you're wanting to use. But the beauty and the idea is that you've got the fabulous stamp that you're going to be able to use on the front of your card, potentially the verse, or it could be just the happy birthday because you've got something else that you're wanting to put on the front. But of course you have got the corresponding inside element using the sentiment. So some people might use the happy birthday to you on the front and then switch it over and put that verse on the inside. That is the beauty. Now that particular sentiment there, these 2 cards are very similar in style if you have a look at the layout of them, but don't they look different because of the different colours that have been used? And that is the key thing. Everything that we're featuring within this art can be used across both kind of genres, ages, colours, all sorts. They are flying out. Now £52.15 will get you all 6 of those stamp plates. You've got 18 stamps in total. The scope and the possibilities that you've got from these, phenomenal. Brilliant value for money. And I need to let you go. No, oh my goodness. Nearly 80% of the stock has gone. Oh, over 80% of the stock. My goodness. Wow. Phil's phone's going to be ringing a lot, I've got a feeling. Now, if you're wanting these, £57.94 being your price. Freedom members, you have got your discounted price, and of course you've got the ability to spread the cost as well. So details are there, 317333. If you're a Freedom member, then just £26.08 being the price. And going for all 6 of them has been the most popular way of getting hold of them. So I do urge you to pop those into your basket as soon as you possibly can. Now, of course, sentiments and key features like verses are one thing, but you need to build up that design, get those layers, get those interest elements filled in. Well, these are perfect to do that. Sometimes you've got background stamps, like the large ones that we've got are beautiful, but sometimes you just want to kind of overstamp, but don't want to overstamp with the same size stamp because, of course, it's diluting down the original one. With these, you've just got those little elements that you can just dab down wherever you need to. And, of course, Julie used the fabulous flower that you can see within the, this particular set on the card that we're going to be going back to in a few moments, and they're just perfect. If you look at a project, you think, well, it needs a hint of pink in there, it needs a bit more turquoise, it needs a darker tone, it needs a lighter tone, then these are the perfect way of doing it, because if I bring in the card to show you, you'll see that's exactly what's happened. Here I've got one of the papers that Phil has obviously got in the pack that we've just been chatting about, but what's happened is to tie in the tone perhaps of the embossing powder that you're using, or perhaps it's because of the little pearls that we've got in the centre of the flowers. That paper just needed something to kind of bridge the gap between the 2 colour changes, and that's what you can do. Just bring in one of those little tiny stamps and just dab it down in little areas, just as and when you need to. It doesn't take away from the beauty of the card, it doesn't detract from the main focal image, but what it does mean is it's giving you that opportunity to bring the areas together and kind of gel it all together, if that makes sense. Brilliant set because you're getting 9 stamps in there for just £14 and 49p. And as you can see there, they're good size stamps as well, very useful. And as I say, ones that aren't going to be far from your work area because you won't want to put those ones away. 485174 if you're wanting those. Now, the papers that I've just been touching on, papers that you've seen in many of those finished samples. We've got 80 sheets of papers in here, 2 sets of 40 sheets. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, A4 in size. And they've got lovely detail on them because they're just kind of, well, they're not blank canvases because obviously they're coloured papers, but the kind of groundwork has been done. The brush strokes, those fabulous kind of little dot areas that you've got with these. You've got your Celestial and your Terra Nova with regards to these. 2 different packs. So you can see obviously this one here, we're giving you the menu on the front, as you can see there with your kind of earthy tones. That's one of Phil's favourites. And then the other side, we've got the one that Julia's kind of favours a little more with the pinks and the lilacs and the gorgeous blues in there. So across both of them, you're covered for all opportunities, to be fair. And they're just pretty backgrounds for you to start stamping on. Now, they are limited in stock, so if you are wanting these, I would suggest you go for them sooner rather than later. I would be popping these in, potentially, if you are a new crafter, I'm going to be your personal shopper now. I would go for that set that we've got with the sentiments in it because that's ticking all the boxes. Brilliant for your birthdays. I'd go for the papers and I'd also go for the magazine because you have got loads in there, including these wonderful subliminal stamps that you're seeing being used here as well. You have got loads to get started with there, and you'll grow with that. You'll add in additional bits and pieces. But I know at the moment we've got lots of people dipping in and dipping out and maybe have come across Hochanda by accident, and if that's the case, welcome. It's good to have your company. This stamp here at the bottom, this beautiful stamp, comes with a magazine. Isn't that gorgeous? The fabulous little butterflies again, but the background paper that's been used, of course, you could be using some of these wonderful papers that we're talking of at the moment. So there you go, got all those fabulous elements there adding into your projects. Details on your screen for the papers, 280497 if you're wanting those, £23.98. So yes, lots to add into your basket. But of course, those little tiny elements that we need to add in as well. Centres of the flowers are key, and Phil has introduced these fabulous little pearls, and they're brilliant. This is set 4, and you're getting loads within each of these pots. 3 little colour groupings, so really pretty. You've got your Sleepy Kiss, you've got your Sherbet Sunrise, and your Marshmallow Latte. And what you've got here is you've kind of got an ombre effect where 2 colours, quite contrasting colours, meet together kind of in the middle of these, and you've got loads. They're flat back, so nice and easy for you to actually place down on your project, and they're just big enough, they're just the perfect size to go into the centre of things like your little flowers. And again, because Phil coordinates everything, these work perfectly with the papers that we've been just looking at. They work perfectly with his embossing powders, they work perfectly with his glitters, and that is the key thing. You want everything to come together, don't you? So you can see these are being used on the corners here, been used in the centre of the flowers there as well. Absolutely beautiful, and yeah, just a really nice way to work with those. So if you're wanting those, £16.47, 020835. Speedily looking at the next couple of items because we want to get back to Julia. Background stamps, they have been popular again. 2 good size background stamps here at £23.98. They're just a lovely way of kind of filling in and bridging those gaps again, and just a really pretty effect. Again, I mean, this one here, when you look at that one, it's quite a grungy look if you did it in darker tones, but I'll bring this card into the side there and you can see how totally different it looks because it's on beautiful pink. Gorgeous. Very nice. So there you go, 088677 if you're wanting those. Adding a bit of sparkle, we can help you with that. This is super fine glitter. And this is perfect if you're wanting to use things like die cut elements. So things like the little daisies, and you're wanting your double-sided tape, cut that out and add your glitter to them. You'll get some lovely results. Means that you can obviously add them around the edge of elements, to the edge of petals, to the centre of petals, making your borders with these as well. Absolutely beautiful results, and you can see there a really nice collection of colours coming together to create the beautiful cards that we can see here. Getting all 6 of those for £24.94. Beautiful colours there, and yeah, nice combination like those. Gorgeous one down there, isn't it? One we were just looking at. 408298 if you are wanting those. Now, embossing powders, of course we saw Julia working with these. These are big pots. I didn't realise how big the pots of these were actually. Very tall pots with these. which is nice. It's kind of nice. I know it sounds a bit daft actually. It's kind of tall and slim, so they don't take up a lot of area. You know, when you're putting them in things like your Deflecto caddies and things like that. Oh, talking of which, we've got happy hour coming up. I'm going to be watching that one. At £24.94. These ones are brilliant. I'm going to lay them down so you can see those gorgeous colours. These are fabulous. You've got the aubergine, which of course Julia was working with. In here you've also got, what else have we got in here? Blueberry crush, olive vine, summer honey is in there as well, cracked pepper and your blueberry crush. And of course they complement those papers absolutely beautifully. £24.94 if you are wanting those. 393638. Let's pop those back into place. One more thing to share with you before we head back over and see Julia, and this is the magazine. My goodness, it is a bumper bundle. You're getting loads in here. And it is fabulous. I mean, the price on your screen there, £12.99. Let's forget about the 107 projects just for a few moments. The papers, the stamp plate alone, that stamp plate, it's an A4 stamp plate. You've got loads of stamps in there. I don't know how many you've got in there, but I'll have a little look in a few moments. But you've got loads. You've got lots of kind of pocket watches, and there's kind of the crowns, the clocks. There's loads in here, musical notes. These are brilliant stamps, and these are part of that magazine box kit. It's only the second issue. I know that we can see many more of these from Phil, but many of the finished samples we've been looking at have been featuring these. Also, you've got obviously the papers, loads of gorgeous papers in there, a smaller stamp plate. You've got the stencil as well. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful, that stencil there? Really pretty design. And this one, again, we saw that one featuring on many of those finished samples. It's just a lovely, that'd be lovely for a sympathy card, be lovely for a kind of whimsical birthday, just a thinking of you card, get well soon card, whatever you're creating, that is a lovely stencil to work with. So 329255, £12.99. You'll find this on the website alongside all those fabulous goodies that we've been chatting about. So you could add any of these in alongside your complete bundle of sentiments, because of course your complete sentiments bundle, you've got flexi-buy on that one, you're spreading the cost. So it means that if you wanted to add in those embossing powders, for instance, there, you're looking at, well, let's call it £25 because I can't do the maths. I'm not going to lie. £12.50 extra on this month's payment, and then obviously in a month's time. The sparkle, if you want to add your sparkle, you've got your fabulous glitters, you've got that gorgeous diamond dazzle in there as well. There is loads for you to consider, and of course any of these goodies you can pop into your basket. And if you need dies, check out those reviews, 5-star reviews for many of the products that Phil brings to us, because they are quality. All the essentials, your glue, your tweezers, all the things we need, and they all make your life a lot easier when you put your project together. Talking of projects, what are we up to, Julia?
Put the project together.
Fabulous.
Boom.
Boom.
Okay, so we're going to build it from the bottom up. So I've got the largest of the double debossed rounded corner square here, and then I've popped one of my backgrounds on top. Then we're going to pop our rectangle in. And you see I've inked around the edges of all of them with the seedless preserves to kind of tie it all in and give a little end to everything.
Have we still got the deal on the adhesive? Has Phil
We
forgotten
have. I
about
did
that?
spot it as you were going through. There's some money off.
Ooh, take advantage before he notices.
Yeah, well, you don't want to run out of that during lockdown,
Well,
do you?
it's nice because you've got the big bottle that you've just been working with, but you've also got your smaller bottle, and you've also got the same glue in the little pot with a brush, haven't you?
You have,
it's
yes.
Useful.
And the brush goes right the way down to the bottom.
That's a little thing, but it's important. That
It is
isn't
important, yes. Then we've got our little strip, and I've matted this onto another piece of pure white card, and that's going to go kind of not quite in the middle, just down a bit. We're going to glue that in place. These are all glued flat. Just makes life easier to glue these flat.
Lovely.
Love this flower.
I love the colour palette that you're using in this, Julie. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah, pinks and purples, but it looks fabulous in all of the different colours that are in the set.
Good point.
So the original one is blues and greys. Okay, so that's that. Then we've got our smaller rectangle. That's going to be offset here. And it's funny because, you know, it's difficult showing people different things when you do this sort of stuff as regular as we do. And so I've got a book when I used to do challenges on challenge blogs about 12 years ago.
Okay.
And I liked the challenges best where they had layouts and you had to do things according to a layout. And so I've got sketches of lots of layouts, and this is one of them.
Very nice.
So it's amazing what you still draw onto, you know, or use from years ago. They're really good. They get your minds going. I'm sure there's probably challenge blogs out there still, and they're a great thing to do. And sometimes you get prizes as well. So,
ooh.
And then this one again. This is our sentiment or our verse, and that's going in the centre. It's a little bit bumpy because it's been embossed, but it will settle down eventually. So that's that. So that could be your card.
Beautiful.
But we're going to do a bit more, obviously.
Of course, it's a Julia Watts card.
It's a Phil Martin selection, that's what it is. So we're going to bring in some leaves, and these are the Lush leaves. And
Lovely.
I've just, she's a little bit sparkly, I've just touched the very tips of all of them with some glue and added some of the Diamond Dazzle glitter to it. See it?
Gorgeous. Now the diamonds, I saw that on the website. Good sized pots with those as
Yeah,
well.
big pots. I don't know how much there is actually in them. It doesn't say. That's my crystal aurora that's nearly empty.
According to our records, it says 50 ml. So no.
I would think so. Now I'm not sure just yet how many flowers I'm going to use, so I'm just going to put these down here where I'm going to put them.
So you're not gluing anything in place yet?
Not just yet. My sentiment's somewhere. Let's bring in the sentiment, because I'm going to have, remember we'd stamped the sentiment as well? We're going to have the sentiment here as well. So we've got a sentiment and a verse from the complete collection on the same card. Glitter everywhere, of course. I've done most of my flowers because I remembered today. I didn't remember yesterday.
Now we've been busy for those tweezers, Julia.
Yes.
Are they useful when you're kind of doing the flowers, curling the petals and things like that?
Absolutely. I use 2 of the 3 sets. I don't use the angled one just yet. They all come with a little protective cap, because the pointy ones are very, very pointy. So you need to be very careful with those.
And I know it sounds like a daft question, but do they meet when you squeeze them together? Because the amount of sets of tweezers I've bought
You are talking Phil Martin here.
I said it was a silly question.
It was. You knew that as soon as it came out of your mouth that it was a silly question, didn't you?
Words and wished I could have just retracted them straight away.
Rewind. Yes. So I use these for shaping my flowers, and I will show you how I shape these. So we're using sweetheart flowers first. So I've just cut some out of my corresponding paper in 6 different sizes, and then on another one I've stamped the scratchy background a couple of times with the embossing ink and embossed it with the baked aubergine, so it's going to match my sentiment.
Perfect.
And then I've cut those out. And then we've got an enchanted flower as well. Enchanting flower, sorry, and this is using the stamps as well and embossed with white powder onto the pinky side of the paper.
Beautiful.
So we're putting the 3 together here. So with the tweezers, you can either shape them up like that, or you can shape them down like that. So we're going to go up, which is my preference.
And it's nice because those tweezers are so tapered at the end that you can get right into the nitty-gritty, the centre of the flower,
Right,
and
yeah.
it doesn't spoil the effect.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. This is the pure white, so it's a little bit harder to bend than the paper. The paper's 190 GSM and the card is 270 GSM.
So this is the plain paper that's in the pick and mix?
This is the plain card that's in the pick and mix.
Oh,
and Phil said this is the last time he's doing the pick and mix.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, we've got the details on the screen, so if people want to take advantage of it, now's the time to do it. You're getting 3 packs of 20 sheets, so 60 sheets in total for just $14.99. Could be that you're going for some of your base colours, perhaps your whites, your black, all those different tones. But there's loads on there. You've got things like the gorgeous greys. Think of those fabulous embossing powders. You will find those solid card colours to work alongside them. Things like your lavender in there. They're all on the website. Our call operators will be able to help you with those as well.
Yeah, and it's 270 gram colour plan card. It's very, very good card. When I was doing the gatefold card prep for my demo yesterday, when I was scoring some white card I had at home, it split. The colour plan card didn't.
Ooh.
Which was interesting. shows how good the quality is. So I've just put the enchanted one in there, and I've got loads that I've done earlier, and the biggest ones I've put 2 enchanting flowers in. Look at that, isn't that beautiful?
Beautiful.
Stunning,
Wow.
isn't it? It's nice to mix the 2 flowers together, and that's, I mean, Phil said to me, what flowers do you want? And I said, sweetheart, and he said, well, I'll put enchanting on as well, because he knows they're going to fit. I'm not sure whether I've got too many flowers here, so I'm wondering
Can you have too many flowers, really?
Well, not if your name's Phil Martin. 97 million flowers, but I think we might actually, let's put them all on. Let's just go for it.
Let's go for it.
Gluing everything in place with our glue. I'm going to put the glue on the back first because it's going to make it quicker for me.
That glue as well. Is it okay if I just show people the picture of the glue?
Absolutely,
Julie?
I'm just going to stick glue on.
You're getting loads within here. With that glue, you're getting, I haven't got it here, but have a little look at the picture here. You've got your large bottle that Julia's working with, that's your 120ml. Then you've got a half-size bottle, which is 60ml, and again your 30ml, which is perfect for your classes and your workshops, maybe to go in your little crafty bag. But then you've also got your 100ml, which comes with a brush. Now the contents of those bottles is all exactly the same because it's such a brilliant formulation. It's just the application method that Phil has covered with these, which I think he's done to perfection, especially if that brush goes right down to the bottle of that bottle of glue. I've got a bottle of conditioner that's about half an inch in the bottom. I can't even reach it. £19.96 if you're wanting to get hold of those. 204213, and it's something that you don't want to be without, so keep a note of that item number.
Okay, back with me. So now we're going to stick all our I haven't got 97 million flowers. I've got more like, I don't know, 5 million flowers. So let's have our other leaf on here.
Just to give you a little bit of a time check, Julia, you've got about 6 minutes.
That's fine. That should be absolutely fine, because all we're going to do is glitter after this, I think. Right, so he's going to go. I love these flowers. I love white embossing on these papers. These papers are perfect, absolutely perfect for these flowers. Am I in the right place for the overhead? I'm moving it around, and then you're trying to keep up with me. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm out of practice.
No, it's looking good.
I need to be here more often.
Oh, well, now we've got you back.
I know. So excited.
Talking of which, when are you back after today?
Tuesday.
Oh, lovely.
Change of date. Pentart 1 day special on Tuesday.
All right, okay.
Yeah,
We'll look forward to that one.
Cool stuff. So you can use your tweezers to kind of help anchor the flowers in. Make sure you can still read your words. Your words are very important.
Lovely. Now the lush leaves and the leafy fronds, those are what you've added in kind of behind your flowers there.
Yes.
They're a good size as well, because sometimes leaves can be a little bit wispy, can't they? You almost can't notice them, but those are quite substantial.
And they've got the double debossed detail on them as well. The double Ds.
Double Ds.
Phil likes his double Ds. And we just squeeze this last one in up here. And then pearls. Ooh. Well, we're going to use pearls, but we're also going to use glitter as well.
Nice. Now the pearls, these are nice because the pearls have got that ombre effect, haven't they? So you kind of got 2 tones with these.
They have, but
which ones are you going for?
Well, that's the thing. You see, the vanilla. They're going to be this one. This has got this is your latte, your marshmallow latte, and this has got kind of brown hues to it. But you can see it's going to go nicely. But I'm not going to put them in the flowers.
Oh, okay.
Because what we're going to do, I'm going to put them in the corners.
Right.
I've got a spare glitter pot here. And we're going to mix some of the Nebula holographic glitter with the Crystal Aurora.
Ooh, okay, right.
So if I open Nebula, you can see it's very dark, and it might be too dark for my card.
Okay, yeah. And it's kind of a different tone as well,
different
isn't it? Very slightly.
But if we put some in our pot, and then we mix in some of the Crystal Aurora, which has got loads of interference colours in it. And then we give it a shake.
So don't throw away any of those pots.
No, don't throw any away. He did bring spare pots at one point.
Oh, okay.
And now it's lighter.
Oh, let's have a look in. Oh, yes.
So if I put this one next to it.
Oh, gosh, yeah, it does make a difference, doesn't it?
So that the lighter one's going to be better for my card. There's the theory. Right, lids. Right, so what we'll do is we'll just fill a well in each of the flowers, and hope my flowers don't come off when I turn them over, but this could be a disaster.
Well, that's fine. I was going to say, because you can leave it where it's situated if you're concerned. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I might do, because what we'll do, instead of pouring it over, I've got a little tool here where I can actually kind of spoon it in.
Okay.
That works, doesn't it?
Perfect.
So I'd normally kind of tap off the excess because there's far too much in here. But I want to put pearls in the corner as well.
Now, are you back with us again today, Julia?
No, because we had a 7 a.m. this morning, which was video.
Okay.
And then we had the 5 o'clock yesterday, so it's just the 3 hours on this. Okay. And then Phil's next show is, he's got a one-day special at the end of the month with some new stuff.
Wonderful. Looking forward to it. Now, as Julie's adding that gorgeous glitter, I'm going to say goodbye to those details on your screen and bring in the details of those sentiments because they've proved to be very, very popular. They are now limited in stock. We're going to go back to Julie for the last few moments in a moment, but let me just mention to you, getting 6 stamp plates of these, brand new to us, and size A6, which is the first time that Phil has done these. A combination where you've got the verses, you've got the sentiments, but you can mix and match these. You've got 18 stamps in total, and Freedom members, you've got a discounted price, as you can see there, £52.15, and you've got FlexiBuy, so you can add all of those other goodies that Julia's working with into your basket as well. How's it looking, Julia?
It's done. So we're on the overhead because they've got the glitter in.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So this is a slightly prettier version. Obviously, the original version, with, like I say, was the greys and the blues. If you didn't want to put flowers on, you don't have to, but you know, you've changed the papers with the addition of all the stamps.
You certainly have. Absolutely beautiful. I love that, Julie. I've actually got the original one that we referenced at the top of the hour here, and like you say, it does look totally different.
And I did different flowers on that. I've stacked the flowers up to make big flowers, and I've actually stamped on the flowers with the texture stamps.
Gorgeous. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Julia. Thank you so much. It's been really good having you back in the studio. I know everybody's been loving it. And I'm just going to take a few moments just thumbing through these cards, because of course you've got the fabulous cards that are featuring with the sentiments, with all the stamps that we've been talking about, but also the beauty is the verses can sit on the inside of these as well. If you're doing your cards that have got kind of different styles with these different layouts, then you are covered for all eventualities, because you can see there on the inside, on the outside, you have got fabulous results time and time again. And that is the key thing with these. The background papers that Julia's been working with, absolutely perfect. And of course, do get those embossing powders, because they tie in to perfection with regards to these. And of course, I'll show you the other one again, because we didn't quite see the centre of that one. Using one of the verses on the inside of the cards. Absolutely beautiful. Love it. Details are on your screen, so if you want yours, make sure you get hold of them sooner rather than later. They are limited in stock. And of course, lovely Julia is going to be back with us on Tuesday, so do check out the schedule. And we will see you a little bit later. I'm going to be up after the break, so for the time being, thanks, Julia. And I will see you in a little while. Stay tuned, more coming up from Hochanda. So it's one day special time, and 12 o'clock, that's a regular time for our one day special, before we have a little look at what the Stamp Addict girls have got for us during their hour. Then it's a Deflecto happy hour deal.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, And at Clarity, we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. It's one day special time and we've got three one-day specials. How amazing is that? And each and every one of them is absolutely fabulous. We've got some lovely characters, some wonderful dies. We're going to have a little chat with Sam in a little while because she's the designer behind these. Now, of course, you can jump ahead and have a little look, but we've got the details up on the screen for your one-day specials. And this particular one is called Made to Surprise. And that is the whole concept and everything. We'll chat to Sam in a few moments, understand what the inspiration was behind these. But you can see on your screen there, you are getting loads within your one-day special. And you are saving £7. Now, I will let you know, because there's no keeping it a secret, we did have a bumper bundle where you could get hold of all of the one-day specials. Sadly, we've had to say goodbye to that because it's sold out, and that's how popular each one of these have been. But to say that saving of £7 on there is not a bad saving to have. And of course, if you're going for multiple one-day specials, you're saving £7 on each one of them. So still worth a deal and still worth going for. Now, the first one, just to let you know, over half the stock has gone of this particular one. And I just love the characters in here. Oh, those cheesy grins, those are fabulous, aren't they? Now here, you've got, look at the faces, they're adorable. Now, what's this particular set called again, sorry? I don't know if there's, oh, they're just amazing animals. I wasn't sure if they'd got actual names, these little guys. They need names, really, don't they? I'm sure you'll be giving them names. But it is a lovely set. You've got your dies in here. Of course, you've got your stamp elements with these. You've got loads. Now, of course, you've got, when I'll show you this, we'll chat to Sam in a few moments. You've got your construction. So this is your base board. This is your base construction die. We'll chat with Sam and she'll explain it to us in a few moments. You've also got your birthday sentiment there. You can see your happy birthday. And that happy birthday is going to kind of put your birthday sentiment sitting between two lines. So it turns it into a really nice sentiment. Yeah, nice idea. Speech bubbles, because the little characters are just crying out for speech bubbles, aren't they? You could be jotting anything you like down in there. Then you've got the dies that are going to cut out your stamps. And that's what we've got on the board here. So you've got your characters with their little expressions. I mean, these are brilliant. You're going to have loads of fun with those. But then, of course, you've got all the sentiments that are going to fit in those beach bubbles, I nearly said there, speech bubbles. And you can put them together in whatever combination you like. And, of course, there's good size with those because you could put your own sentiments in there. Dressing up your little characters there, you can see a baseball cap that would fit perfectly with your giraffe or, indeed, with your horse as well. But it's what you do with them when you put them all together. Look at these. These are adorable. I love them. There's such a lot of humour with these. They're going to bring a smile to anybody's face. Why the long face? I love it. Galloping by is one of the stamp sentiments in there, but it could be galloping by to do what? Well, on this occasion, it's galloping by to say good luck. It could be galloping by to say happy birthday, because the font that you've got with these, it's all the same font, so it means that you can kind of cross those over and use them in lots of different ways. Also, those different one-day specials do cross over. So, as I mentioned, the sentiment on this one says happy birthday, but you will find things like yay, it's your day. You'll find other characters. You'll find your special day featuring within these as well. I love that one. It's like it's photo bombing. It just looks like he's photo bombing there, doesn't it? We're looking at that pretty background and he's just kind of like, oh, look at me. Look at me. Absolutely beautiful and loads of fun with these. £29.97. That one is your first option. Shall I show you some of the others? Because you've got different themes with these different ones. So if you're wanting your animals, that is your first one, your amazing animals. And you've got a really nice set there, so definitely worth adding in. Now, your next one-day special is the same but different. Same deal, but different dies within this one, different stamps. So again, a different concept. So I'll show you the boards again with these because it explains all the elements to you so well. Again, you'll notice you've got a different layout, a different construction die with this particular one, different sentiment with this particular one as well. And then in addition to that particular die set, you've got the dies that are going to allow you to cut out the stamped images. So if I bring in the images that you've got, you can see all the content that you've got. And again, you'll recognise that that font is exactly the same as the one that we saw perfectly. So of course, there's loads of different elements there that could cross over. Things like your helicopter here, you can see obviously your jet there, or you're playing your rocket down the bottom. If you fancy going a little bit slower pace, then you've got your hot air balloon there, but then all the additional elements there. Love this one because of course that could be pulled by any of these really, couldn't it? And you could have your own little sentiments on there, or use the stamps because of course they fit in perfectly. And they're just really pretty designs, nice happy designs. It's a nice one here because you've got some cloud paper, which I think is a perfect opportunity to use with those, isn't it? But additional little clouds there, as you can see. The rocket as well, if you've got somebody that's into their space travel, like this, a little bit of embossed detail there, or maybe a stencil that you've got with little tiny stars that you could use with those. And again, isn't that nice? Absolutely beautiful. I love that. So I'm guessing that with this, I'm going to have a chat in a few moments, but I'm guessing that's the actual construction of your card base there. And then it's adding into that one. Isn't that lovely? But of course, the way that you put them together just varies, because on this particular one, you can see obviously your base layout there, but a different look to it each time. Absolutely fabulous. Oh, ha, ha. I didn't realise. Were you ready for that? Hello. He's back again, photo bombing. Oh, he's a cheeky little one, that one, isn't he? Adorable. Did we have one on there? Oh, we had one on here, so I didn't open it wide enough. That's all. We ready? Whee! Whee! Oh, that's going to keep you amused for hours. So yeah, details on your screen there, 346457 if you're wanting this particular option of your one-day special. That's where you kind of got that wiper thing, haven't you, where kind of the element comes in. chat about that in a moment. And incidentally, we'll see a demonstration where it'll all be explained to you as well. So there you go. That's your second option. Third option, though, check this one out. If you like your florals, this is the one for you. Absolutely gorgeous. But don't forget, the elements that you've got from each of these will cross-pollinate across to give you loads of different variations. So do think about getting a couple of the one-day specials at least. This time we're looking at your florals, and this time, again, different base dyes with these ones, different layouts with these ones, and these ones are your funky flowers. Now, with your funky flowers, again, you're going to have that dye that will allow you to do that base card for you. So again, when you look at the dyes, they're kind of just, they're there. I know, but it's what they do, and that's the key thing, and Sam will talk us through that in a few moments. You've got your sentiment. Yay, it's your day on this particular one. It could be any day, couldn't it? It could be a birthday, it could be an anniversary, a wedding day. Dyes, again, that are going to cut out those beautifully stamped elements there, and these are really clever because you've got vases and you've got pots, but you've even got a little hand there that could be holding that bouquet of flowers there. Oops, a daisy, sorry I forgot. All of these featuring within here, but equally so, they could be and that banner that we saw on the last set where the plane could be pulling that one across. Again, you've got your cards. Can't wait to see what these do. Now I realise. Ready? Gorgeous flowers on there, and on this occasion we've got your pop-up sentiment. Have a blooming marvellous birthday. Fabulous. Love it. Another one here as well. This one we're looking at on this occasion is actually a square card, but similar sort of concept, and pop those flowers. Wonderful. And these are beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now this is a really clever design because you've got your completely flat to go in your post, but then of course it pops together, and have a look at all that detail that you've got in there. Absolutely beautiful. Could be quite a dramatic card like that one. It could just be using a few of those little elements. It doesn't matter. You are going to get some amazing results. And of course, as I mentioned there, the brains and the design of these have all been put together by the lovely Sam, who I believe is on the phone line now. Good afternoon, Sam. How are you doing?
Hi, good afternoon, Hayley. I'm well, thank you.
Oh, you kept me amused. I'll be busy with these for hours now, playing around with those pop-ups.
They're very fun, aren't they?
It's brilliant. And it was your idea to put these dies together to kind of cross-pollinate and use them in loads of different ways.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. I've been a paper crafter for a long time and love making cards, but I like to have things that are going to work with other things that we have. We spend a lot of money on our stash. So
don't we just?
Exactly, yeah. It's nice to be able to use something so that the main dies that do the wiper kind of element you can use with lots of things that you may already have as well.
Now, did it take a lot of kind of engineering knowledge to understand how to get that little kind of wiper blade to pop up with your sentiment and elements on there?
It was just playing around and being able to work them, because it was the kind of the animal characters that were the first idea for me to have. So it's working
Brilliant.
Those with the, it's trying to make sure you've got something that's going to fit a lot of things. Like I said, things that people may already have at home as well, other things they might have. So a little bit of thought had to go into those kind of bits and pieces. And I wanted to stick with traditional good 6x6 size, a 5x7, and then that Z fold is really clever because you can double up. And I will have lots more fun tutorials as well on my YouTube channel, so anybody that does
That's a good point, because obviously we've got our videos that we're going to be sharing with people during our live hours, but how do we find you? Where can we see those YouTube tutorials?
So if you just type in Mixed Up Craft on YouTube, and you'll see my channel, and they will be up there in the coming weeks, so people can then use them, forever.
Wonderful. And can we find you on social media as well?
Yeah, it's under the same name, Mixed Up Craft as well, so.
I love these, and they're just such clever concepts. They really are, and just loads of fun. And people do like those kind of kinetic cards, isn't it? That kind of interactivity that you've got with a card.
Yeah, that's what I really enjoy doing, and hopefully people will start to see that with future releases as well. So it's lots of fun to do.
Now, is this the first rollout, these 3 designs that we've got here? Is there going to be more to come?
Yes, there is. Yeah, I think we're probably about a year now ahead with what we've got planned to come. So, yeah, I'm working on new designs all the time now.
Wonderful. There's going to be some Christmas ones, though, yeah, right?
Yes, I think there will be.
Maybe. You're teasing us. I love it. Now, I can't wait to see what you've got planned for the future with these. But I think this is a lovely opportunity for people to get involved kind of at the ground level and get used to the concept, how to put them together, and then, of course, add to them as time goes on.
Yeah, definitely. It's just to start building up those kinetic kind of bases, really.
Lovely. Well, thank you. Thank you for the design. Thanks for the humour. And thank you for choosing the horse and giraffe. I think you hit the nail on the head with those cheeky faces.
They're my favourites. There'll be more to come.
Can't wait. Can't wait. In the meantime, though, Sam, thank you so much. Looking forward to watching your videos in a little while as well.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot, Hayley.
And you take care. Keep yourself safe, and we might have a chat a little bit later, maybe 4 o'clock.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, that's no problem.
Perfect. Catch up with you later on then.
Take care.
Thank you, Sam. Oh, there she goes. What a brilliant idea. And I love that. She's a card maker originally and then wanting to bring something that could use other things that she's got. So it's just like you and I, wanting value for money. And that's, of course, what we've got with a one-day special. We're getting busier and busier for these. You've got 3 options, but of course you can go for 1 option, 2 options, or all 3 of them and save £7 on each one of them. In fact, that saving, that £7 saving, if you've got 3 savings, it's pretty much covering the cost of one of those sets, isn't it? So not too bad at all. But of course, the lovely Sam not only had a little chat with me, she has made some wonderful demonstrations up using the first one with the giraffe. Check this out.
Hi everyone, so in this video I'm going to be showing you how to use the 5x7 Z-fold die sets. That's this one here, and then I'm also going to be using the Amazing Animals die set and the stamps with that as well. The papers that I'm going to use are from the Scenes paper pad, and I'm going to be going for this one here, which you can see I've already cut. So first of all, you need to die cut the main card. So I'm going to be using this green colour, and this is the large one here, and I'm going to die cut that one onto this piece like so. And then also the kind of the bottom Z fold part is here. This is the back, this is the front. And then I've gone ahead and cut that pattern paper using the matte die, so it gives you that perfect matte layer. You'll just want 1 piece for the back. This one here is to create that matte for this Z fold piece here, so it will sit perfectly in that section, and that's just using the bottom part of that same paper. And then you want these pieces here, and I've die cut 2, and that's using this smaller one here, and that's for the side sections, which you'll see. And then also you will want 2 pieces of this smaller one here, which again will give you the smaller mats for that bottom Z fold piece. So that's all of those kind of mats done. And then you will need for this one, because I'm showing you a double wiper style, so you'll want to die cut the mechanism twice. And this is the mechanism with that triangular piece there at the bottom. You also get a matte layer for that, so if you do want to have, you know, if it's going to be maybe seen, you're not going to cover all of it, you do have a matte layer that you can also cut in that pattern paper. But for this one, it's going to be quite full, and I'm just going to show you a different way of using them. So that's those 2 there. So I'm going to get these 2 die cut. Now, if you don't have a long extender plate on your die machine, it doesn't matter. All I'd recommend you do is just tack it down with a little bit of, you know, low tack tape at each end, and then you can just run it through and then just shift it along your plates and run it through the other end, and then you've cut it, because this will, all of these dies will fit through your standard cutting machines. If you've got an extender plate, then okay, it will help, you can just do it in one pass, but otherwise just do it like I'm doing here, and then you can just run it through one end and then run it through the other. Okay, so they're both die cut, so now we just want to fold and burnish. So if you do a mountain and then a valley, so we're actually going to have this on the right hand side, and then with this one you want to do a mountain and a valley, and we're going to end up sticking that one there and then to there for our Z fold. Okay, but before we stick this piece on, it's best to attach your pattern paper, so because you can lay this down flat like so. Okay, so I'm going to stick those 3 down there. Okay, that's that one, and then I'm going to do the same with this piece here. So I'm going to stick this one there. You'll see you get that perfect 1/8 of an inch border around all of your pieces there. So again, I'm just going to stick these ones down. Okay, so you'll have 2 pieces like this, and then you want to add some glue to the back of this one here, and we're going to attach it down the bottom left hand corner here. Okay, and then I'm going to fold that back, and then I'm going to bring this one over like so. It's best to stick it down, and that way, you know, when it's all folded, and that way you know that it's all going to fold flat and fit into your envelope. Now with this one here, what I like to do is I just put my finger there at the top, take that away, and I know I need to add my glue all within that area. If you want to pop a little pencil mark there or something just to make it a bit easier, then you can do, but I'm just going to add my glue there, and then I can just flip that over. Just lay that one down there. Now you can add the mechanism before or after. I actually think for this Z fold it's much easier to add it when you've put all this together, so we will attach those pieces in a moment. Okay, so this now is all ready for us to attach the mechanism pieces. So on the mechanism you'll see there's this score line. You just want to fold and burnish that. And I like to do it in both directions. And what's going to happen is you're going to add some glue onto the top of this. We're going to fold it over so it's away from us, and then we're going to stick it inside here. But it is easy to do if you just pop it underneath, because you're folding that piece back. You can just see the triangle there, the glue's on that piece. Fold it, you know, push it down with your finger there, and you're going to bring it right up. So this flat edge here is in line with this score line, and you just want to make sure that you can't see it. Okay, and then when we go to pull that piece back, the triangle will stick on that piece there. And I just think it's a bit easier doing it when it's all together, because you can make sure that it's all hidden and you know that you've butted it right up into that part there. But another thing you might want to do, and that you can do with these, I guess, the plates, but they're all different sizes within the die sets. On the 5x7 and the 6x6, it's a larger, I guess, area that you can hide the wiper. So they're larger plates. This here has to be able to fit behind this section, but you can still trim it a little bit. Now, you can't trim anything on the left hand side where the triangle is there, but you can take a little bit off of here. So I'm just going to trim about 1/4 of an inch off of both of these, just on that side. But you don't have to, it does still work. We've made it so that it works for that size. But because I'm going to be adding these giraffes onto this and some leaves, just to ensure that it does all hide away, I've just trimmed a little bit off. So I'm just going to add some glue. I'm just using a quick grab glue here, okay, like so. I'm going to keep it folded away from me. I'm popping it underneath there, so I'm just holding it, but with the glue piece facing away there. And then just bring it down and just make sure that that piece is right up, nice and straight. Fold it over, and it's all tucked within this section here. Now you have that wiper pop-up piece. And then next we want to add this one to this side, but this time we want the triangle down, I guess, the bottom right hand corner here. And you're going to add the glue on the top here, like so. Just going to pop a little bit more there. And then this one, you can just keep it in flat. This is another way to do it as well. I want to show you, you know, many ways. You want to, we're basically going to stick this triangle into this bit here. So can you see where I've just sat it down in that section there? Okay, and you can see here it's right along the bottom here, and it's butted right up to that score line there. Okay, and just sit it there, bring that down towards you. Again, each time you want to just make sure it's hidden behind this section here. Just let that grab. Now you have your second wiper piece that pops up. Okay, so next we can now move on to decoration.
I love it, and we will come back to the decoration in a few moments. But before that, I need to tell you about these embossing folders that have proved to be very, very popular. They were part of the complete bundle that we were chatting about earlier on, but again, as I mentioned, as I'll probably mention again, it did sell out, but you can get hold of them by themselves here, and what a brilliant price you've got. £19.96. You are going to get all 4 of these. And the beauty is they are designed to work alongside the dies that we just saw lovely Sam working with. So you've got your 5x7, which is your clouds, you've got your 6x6 being your zigzag, another 5x7 being that wonderful confetti that you're looking at there, and the balloons. I mean, balloons are for all occasions, aren't they? That one is a 6x6, and as Sam said, she wanted them to be, the dies, the embossing folders, the stamps, wanted them to work with our standard card sizes, because it's what we're familiar with. We've got envelopes that work with those as well, so it makes sense, doesn't it? Now have a look at these. This is beautiful. Embossed on a holographic card, so metallic card always shows off that embossing to perfection. And you can see there that fabulous kind of confetti. I will tell you a way of getting hold of some holographic card in a few moments as well. So if you're liking the look that we've got with these, then you'll be able to achieve it yourself. Chevrons, I mean, these are so useful, aren't they? Just a lovely base, quite a grungy look if you wanted to put it into mixed media, but I just like it. Nice funky look, as you can see there, and those fabulous balloons. And the beauty is, when you actually use them on your cards, sometimes you don't want to have an over kind of decorated card. You want to keep the colour tone quite simple, as you can see with this, but you don't want it to just be plain, because it looks a bit boring then, really, to be frank. But here you've got that embossed detail, which is just adding enough, a hint of a detail to make it beautiful. And here the little box as well, creating your boxes, turning your plain cardstock into something a little bit more interesting. Absolutely beautiful. And again, you could have your card and your gift there, couldn't you, embossed in the same design. Perfect. £19.96. £96, £4 saving on these. And again, if you fancy getting hold of them, 839927. Now, many of the finished samples we've been looking at have had some brilliant background papers. I'm thinking things like the clouds that we saw on that card with the plane. Well, we've got the opportunity for you to get hold of 2 paper pads, but they are extremely limited in stock. So if you wanted these, the minute you see them, you need to get them into your basket. So you've got your 2 paper pads here, good sizes as you can see here with your 8x8s, but these are brilliant, designed to work with the dies that we've been looking at. So Sam has put these together to make sure that they're going to work to absolute perfection. And you can see you've got lots of repeats of those designs featuring in there. That is your first pad. I'll show you the second pad as well. This is the one that we saw Sam working with a few moments ago with the beautiful papers in there. Aren't they gorgeous? Love these. The clouds featuring in there as well. Absolutely lovely. Gorgeous. Then when you actually use them in your cards, you don't have to use them in their entirety. Well, you can do if you want to. But have a look. You can see with this particular one here, the dots that's been used. And this is lovely because that could be your starting point. The dots could then depict what colour you do your flowers, what colour you do your little kind of wiper detail with this one. And that's the beauty. Those papers will allow you to do that. Of course, One Day Special dies have been used to create and cut all those fabulous rectangles and the mats and the layers and, of course, the sentiment there. And, of course, that wiper blade element that you've got at the top of your card there means that when you open it up, the little flowers pop out like so. The air themed with your hot air balloons, with your rockets. Again, the background paper having the clouds on there, absolutely perfect, because again it just lends itself so well, doesn't it, with that One Day Special. And then again the little birthday banners, I mean it's just perfection. It just means that you can cleanly and easily create your card. You don't need to get out stamps and stencils and all those elements. That's going to keep me amused for hours. Then yeah, there you go, you can see they just lend themselves so well, and all those dies cutting out all those different layers, so you won't have any leftover pieces. You'll be using them for all of your cards. Beautiful. £15.98. They're hanging on by a thread. You need to get hold of them. We're looking at single figures with these, so 565186. If you're wanting them, now is the time to get hold of them. Do not miss out on them. Details are there, 565186. But I mentioned to you about the holographic cardstock. Well, we have got this for you. It's going to go up in price tomorrow, though, because it is one of our 7-day savers, and it's back on extended delivery. You are getting loads and loads for $9.99. We're looking at the 5th of May for these, which isn't too long to wait, is it? Just a couple of extra days with regards to your delivery, but you can see they're your holographic cardstock, and of course it's beautiful. When you're using it alongside things like the cards that we've seen within the One Day Special, it just kind of adds that a little bit of something, doesn't it? That really does show off your cardstock, and of course, perfect if you're wanting to die cut it, use it for your sentiments, or use it as a backdrop for your matting laying. But you are getting 200 sheets there, 280 GSM, brilliant value for money at $9.99. And if you have already gone for it, you might want to go for another set, because it's not often we get deals like this come along with your gorgeous cardstock from Pink Frog as well. Incidentally, the paper pads that I was just mentioning to you, technically sold out. Now, I know some of you have got them in your baskets. I will let people know if they come back into our stock, because there's people that have missed out on them. It's only fair that I do so. So do please check out your baskets if you've got those in there, so as you can keep hold of them. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, we were with Sam, and she was part way through that card. She's going to add some decoration, I think. Let's go back and see how she's doing that.
Okay, so this is, I call her Jerry the giraffe. I think she's absolutely adorable, and she's from the Amazing Animals stamp set. So I've already stamped and coloured her in, and I've added some shine there to her tongue and her eyes, and I just think she looks really, really cute. So the idea is that Jerry is going to pop out this side here, and then Jerry's twin is going to pop out the other side here. However, I would like them to be looking at each other and not facing away from each other. So I'm just going to do some quick mirror stamping. So I've got that stamp set here, and I've just got a media plate inside my stamping platform here. And then I've just got some black ink, and I'm just going to ink up my stamped image there. And I'm going to stamp it onto the media plate, but you don't want to push down too hard, just lightly kind of tap until you get a nice transfer onto that plate. Go in a little bit more, and you can always go in and kind of darken the, you know, the black areas or the eyes, any other detail that may have been missed. But there you go, I'm quite happy with that one there. And then this works best with a smooth cardstock, so I've just got a smooth white cardstock here, and what I like to do is pop it on the media plate and kind of lift it up like that, and then kind of just let it roll down onto the image, and then just Make sure you get a nice transfer, and then I like to roll it back again. So just lift up that end, carefully let it all roll up, and you will have a really nice transfer of your stamped image that you can now go in and colour, and you can, you know, add in any of those little details if you feel that they might be slightly missed. Now I have already gone ahead and done that one, and you can see here again I've just coloured the same way, added some shine, and now we have two really cute stamped images that face each other. So it's a really fun, very quick technique. So I've got those all ready, and then what I've gone ahead and done is I've stamped and cut a variety of the leaves. So I've done all of these beforehand because this is going to be quite a full card, and then I've also got the daisies here which I have coloured in a selection of colours with little yellow centres, and again I just add a little bit of shine inside there. But you can see this is the daisy one here that we've used. We've got lovely Jerry the giraffe there, and then this is the leaf here as well. For the sentiment I'm using the die that comes with that die set, but you do also have all those really nice subtitles there as well. I love the galloping by to say. So anyway, next we want to start building everything. So it's up to you how you want to start this kind of card. The idea is that I'm going to have a lot of leaves all stuck on the front panel, and then these will both pop up on those panels there with more leaves around them. So I think I'm going to start building the leaves on the front first of all. Now what I would say with these is just curl the fronts. It just adds a little bit more interest, and it will just ensure that nothing catches when the wipers kind of fall back down, you know, behind this panel here. Now the sentiment I'm going to use, I'll bring this in now because I've already gone ahead and die cut the bottom part of it. So I'm going to die cut the top in green, and I love this sentiment, yay it's your day. You know, you can add that to quite a few things, but this is the plate here, yay it's your day. So I've gone ahead and die cut it in 3 pieces of white cardstock and then stuck them on top of each other. So it's very dimensional. I do like to have dimensional sentiments. I just think they just stand out that little bit more. So I've gone ahead and done that one already, but I'm going to die cut that one as well and stick that on top. But while I've got this here, that is going to be in the center here, and it's going to be backed with some green card as sorry, it's going to be backed with some white cardstock, so you're not going to see the bottoms of the leaves. But if you kind of sit it there just so you can see where you can tuck the leaves behind, it might help you as you put all this together. Okay, so I've just die cut the green sentiment. I'm just popping a little bit of glue just on the back here. You don't need much, just to kind of tack it all in place. And then I'll just show you how easy it is to just back the sentiment just so it pops a little bit like so. I think that's really, really nice. I'm just going to grab some white cardstock. I've just got a strip here, and again, you just add your glue onto the back here. I'm just going to line the top up with the very top of the card, saves you having to cut that piece, like so, and you can see instantly how great that sentiment looks against that white. And then I'm just going to come in with my scissors. You could do a border if you wanted to, but I quite like having it cut right up along the bottom there, like so, and then I'm just going to follow that along the top. So now we've got a really nice sentiment topper, and you could put this on any cards. It's just, I think, great. So you can see now when I sit that over the top of this, how good that looks. And we're going to add flowers onto this as well. So I'm going to grab some glue. You could put some foam onto the back of this if you wanted to, but there's already quite a lot of dimension. I'm just going to stick it straight down. And I want to get it kind of in the middle of that section there. And whilst that's drying, I'm going to bring in these flowers. So I might actually put some foam on these ones, just so they're kind of lifted to the same level as that sentiment. So I'm going to pop some foam on this one here, and take the backing off. And this one can go, that's still drying, let's just pop that down. I'm going to pop this one there. I like that one. I'm going to grab the purple one. How lovely does that look? Ready for our wonderful giraffes to pop up from. So we're going to let's grab this one here first of all. So what you want to do here is when you stick this down, it's going to lay down behind this section like this. But because we've got all the leaves built up now, you know, don't worry if a little bit of the ear's poking up, because you're not going to see any of it because of the leaves there. So it's just quite handy to do the front first and then add your pop-up piece, because you've got a lot to be able to hide it behind. So I'm going to have her, I reckon, about there. And what I'm going to do when I stick her down is I'm only going to add glue to the bottom part of her neck, because that allows you to be able to build up and tuck things behind her even when it's stuck down. So I'm going to stick her down, plus using a liquid glue is good for these kind of kinetic cards, because it gives you time to move stuff. So can you see I've got a little bit of her ear poking out? I don't want that. But because I've got that liquid glue, I can just push it up and then just push down. And you can see she's completely hidden now, ready for her debut. And we're going to build up some more leaves there. Yeah, these things I just absolutely love. They're just so much fun to do. So again, I'm going to pop a little bit of glue on the bottom there, and I'm going to lay the card down flat and just pop her. Also, you don't want to make sure they go over the top of the card here as well. So liquid glue is your best friend when you come to making these kind of cards. So again, I'm just going to kind of lightly tack it there and then move that. And no, it's completely hidden, so that's perfect. Yeah, and just make sure they're really stuck down like so. Now, another thing, a few little tips and things whenever you're making kinetic cards is, we're going to build up more behind her in a minute, but you do want to put a little curl into her so she's kind of curving away from the card, and that way it will help her again sliding, because right now she's kind of just catching there, but once we put a curl into that cardstock, everything will really function very well. So now again, I'm going to start building up my leaves behind these giraffes, and I just want to get rid of that green on the mechanism, but because I've used the same colour, it doesn't matter if a little bit is poking through, because it will all end up matching very nicely. So there you have your double wiper card. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I'll just bring it up a bit closer there for you to see all the detail. And just by, like I said, adding that curl there, it just gives you that depth to the card. And you've got all the dimension there with this. I also added some just, you know, sparkle, so you could just go in there, add a little bit of sparkle to the sentiment, just for, you know, a bit more added interest. You could add some bling onto this. You know, it's entirely up to you. But I do love all the dimension that this card can give you. Just quickly whiz along there now that I've started. And also, if you just die cut this die here that gave you your mat for the pattern paper, just die cut it again and pop it on the back, and you've got your space there to be able to write your message. So there is my double wiper card.
Isn't it fabulous? I love it. And the scope that you've got from this, and I just love it, because you just pull it and up they pop. And down they go again. And as you heard from Sam, that curling of the leaves really does make a difference, actually. You wouldn't think it would make such an effect. But, I mean, for party invites, this could be loads of fun. You've obviously got the fabulous little giraffes featuring on this one, but there's nothing stopping you putting photographs or something like that in there, couldn't there? Or maybe the numbers, if somebody's got a special birthday, you could have those popping up with those numbers. And as Sam mentioned there, don't forget, do cut an area so as you can put something on the back of your card there, ready for you to add your sentiments and fun. And don't forget, you've got things like your speech bubbles, so they could be saying all sorts of things. I know how much fun we could be having with those, but I just think it's so much fun as well. Can you imagine? Hide, she's coming. Or, boo, happy birthday. It could be whatever you want to add. Beauty is you're going to have loads of fun with this. Now, the first option, just to let you know, 70% of the stock has gone of this one. It's proven to be the most popular. I think it's those cheeky little faces, those photo bomb faces. And, of course, you've got your giraffe, you've got your fabulous horse there, and, of course, you've got the wonderful technique that we learnt from Sam there, allowing you to create your positive, not your positive and negative, your opposites with regards to these stamping-wise. Then you've got additional elements, so you could dress them up. You will have loads of characters, loads of stamps that you'll be able to add to these. And of course, we are going to see more rollout with these, because this is the first time that we've seen this idea from Sam. And as you heard from her, check her out on social media, check out her YouTube channel, and then you'll be able to see how you can put those cards together. Speech bubbles, variety of different shapes with those. Of course, all the elements that you need, not only to create your base card, but also to cut all those mats and layers. And then it's what you do with them. It's you adding fun. That is the key thing. And whether you are making them into your interactive cards or just literally take, I mean, look at that with a little baseball. Come on. That is a cheeky little giraffe, isn't it? Absolutely adorable. Beautiful. And you can see also the embossing folder being used in the background on that particular one as well. Beautiful. If you want in this option, you're going to have to be quick. We've only got one more live hour with these at 4 o'clock. Don't leave it till that hour. I'd hate for you to miss out on them. 346 457, just £29.97. Now, it's a one-day special, but we've got 3 versions of the one-day special. Similar sort of concept, so you've got that wiper blade style card with each one of these, but this time we're looking at a different shape. So rather than your rectangle shapes with that particular one, we are now looking at something that's more square. But again, the concept, the elements, they would still work. If you wanted to use the square base, but use your giraffe and your horse, then you can do, because the mechanics of these are exactly the same. The mechanics where when you open them up, you're going to get that little element that's going to pop up. This occasion, you're looking at your travel elements with this one. So when we pull this one, what we're going to have pop up this time? Well, we're going on a trip. We're going off into another planet maybe with this one. Again, you're going to have loads of fun with these. You've got loads of stamps that you could be using on that wiper blade, because of course you've got things like your hot air balloon, you've got your rocket, you've got your helicopter in here as well as your plane. So loads of fun with these, but you could just use them just as they are. You don't have to have that interactive element. You could just literally use them for matting and layering. And here could you be that you've got a shaker card and you're adding the little rocket to it there, or maybe you're going to be using those elements. Now, what have we got here? What's this particular one? Now, this one, I think, is this just popped across? That one's popped across. See, it gets in everywhere. Just get back. I've spoken about you already. Go there onto a different set now, different one-day special. Just rude. But again, just using the dies and the stamps in their own right there, as you can see. And if you were fortunate to get those papers, then you could be using those alongside as well. We're getting busy, folks. I think you're realising just how much scope and fun you've got with these. I've kept myself amused for ages, and there's many more hours worth of fun in these. So if you're wanting them, 346 457, that is the second of your 3 one-day special options. You can go for just one of them, but I think by going for all of them, then you are crossing over those different elements. As I say, a square card with your little characters that we saw all the other way round, it's entirely up to you. But we've got another option for you, and this one is your florals. And florals are one of the things that we see appear so often within our cards, especially if you're making cards for other people, because we give flowers for so many different occasions, don't we? With this particular one, again, it's another popular size card, and that's the key thing. As Sam said at the top of the hour, she's a crafter just like you and I, and she wanted to make cards that will fit in standard envelopes. And that's the beauty of these. They all do, and they all fold flat. Now with these, you've got the different elements for, well, obviously floral related. So you've got large blooms there. So if you're doing your pop-up with these ones, then you are going to have your flowers featuring with these. But then you've got things like your plant pot. And again, I know it's a simple little stamp, but what a clever idea. You've got, obviously, your little fist there. But it could be that somewhere in your stash, you've got a bunch of balloons. So you could use that with a bunch of balloons. It could be that, I don't know, you manipulate it, holding a bottle or holding a glass, and all the additional elements that work alongside it. And of course, you've got your mechanics with regards to your die, your sentiment featuring with those as well, and of course the dies that are going to cut out all of your little characters. So this particular occasion, we're looking at a landscape card, and then we open it out, and there you go. One of the fabulous sentiments featuring, and a font from the sentiments works across all 3 of your options. So that could be a sentiment that you picked out from the one of the other one-day specials, because it does work so well, as you can see there. Loads of ways you'll work with these. with your other style cards, you can do these as well. You can see they're popping up there. Very, very clever idea. And again, using them for other layouts that you might have, layouts and templates, giving you that depth and dimension where you've got those struts coming across there, and of course those fabulous flowers featuring this time. We are incredibly busy, very busy indeed, especially that first option that was shared with you, but equally so the other two options are proving to be popular as well. 346 457 being that item number, and of course we saw the little giraffe featuring a few moments ago with that first option, the one-day special. I think we're going to revisit that. Kind of got a bit of a soft spot for that giraffe, so I think that's what we're going to be looking at next. So details on your screen. It is your option with your amazing animals, and this might be what you'll be creating.
Hi everyone, for this video I just wanted to show you some alternative ways to use the stamps and dies. You don't have to just always make a wiper card. So I've made these really fun ones here, and this is doing that mirror technique, which I will share, or I have already shared in the videos, because I'm not sure at what point you're watching this one, but I show you how to get a mirror image of your stamps, and it's just a really, really fun card. You can see there it opens up. You've got room to write your message. If you don't want to write anything inside, you can always write it on the back, but they look really nice. And then you've got that one there. Just by adding the baseball cap to the giraffe completely transforms it and makes it into more of a younger card, so perfect for the teenagers and so on. And there you go, again you can see I've got there why the long face. I just love that sentiment. And then I've used those papers in the background. So I'm going to do the one today. I'm going to use the horse and the die here as well. There's the stamp set. I've already gone ahead and coloured all of that just to keep the videos, you know, focusing on how to put the card all together. And also the papers I'm going to use is this one here. Okay, so I'm going to be doing a 6x6 card blank, and this is that piece of paper that I showed you there, and this is cut to 5 3/4 square, and you'll see it's going to just sit nicely on the top of our card there. So I'm going to actually stick this down first, and then I'm going to die cut my aperture, so that circle, through the 2 layers. Now if you're worried that you won't be able to do that, then just do one at a time. You'll just have to line up this one, draw around the circle, and then cut it again on that second piece. But most good die machines should cut through both of them with no problem. So make sure I've got this the right way up. This is going to be a top folding card, so again just make sure that it all opens up the correct way, and that's that one stuck down there. Then I've got this circle here, and this one measures 3 3/4 thereabouts. So you want to open up the card. You'll be able to run this through a standard die machine, and I've just got a little bit of tape. I'm just going to sit this in the centre. So just make sure you've got, you know, even kind of amount there on each side. I'm going to stick it on the inner part because, you know, I don't need to keep that piece. So if it did rip or, you know, tear the paper, at least it's that bit and it's not going to damage my actual frame there. So I'm just going to run that through my machine. I'm also just going to pop a layer of copy paper on the top, and that way it won't damage. If you've got a very worn, well-used machine like myself, that way it won't leave any markings on your actual card. Okay, so now I can just take that one away, and we've got that lovely opening. Next, I like to always have a frame whenever I do these kind of cards. So I've got the next size up in my set of circle dies there, along with that original one, and just pop them together. And you've guessed it, I'm using that lovely holographic cardstock, and I'm just going to make sure I've got a nice even border. Again, I'm just going to run that through my machine. Okay, so that's all fallen away nicely. I'll keep all these pieces for another time, and then I can just pop that one around there, and I think it just frames the card. This is a birthday card as well, so that shine I think works really well. So I'm just going to add my glue to the back here, just a very thin layer, you don't need much at all, and just pop that one, and it will perfectly line up because it's exactly the same size. Okay, now when you cut down your paper, you'll have this piece, and I never throw my scraps away because there's loads of fun techniques and card styles that you can do using scraps. So with this one here, I actually want to keep these 3 together here. So I'm going to cut straight across there. Again, I can keep that for another card, and I'm just going to cut right up to them. Sometimes I leave like a white border, but because of the pattern behind this and the fact that I just want those balloons on their own, I'm actually going to cut right around. I mean, it's easy to cut around, you're just following the curve. Okay, like so. And the idea is I'm going to stick the yellow bit above that one there. You can just see a little bit of the yellow balloon. And then the side of the blue one's just going to attach there. And I'm going to put some twine behind for the string on the balloons. I've got a little yellow bit there, but when I add this really cool horse face, which I just love, his ear just sticks there. So the whole thing is actually attached. It just gives it a little bit of strength. And I've got this piece here which is going to go inside. So all I'm going to do is add a little bit of glue along the bottom there and just pop that inside there and just make sure it's going to sit where I need it to. Yep, that's fine. And you can also just cut another piece of pattern paper, cut a circle in it and stick it inside so it will cover up that. Or you could stick him down in front of the circle first and then add the pattern paper. So there's, there are other steps and ways that you can put this together if you just want to have a bit more of a, I guess, tidier finish. You don't want everything to be exposed, but you can just easily just, cover that behind. So I'm just going to lift this one up here. I just want to pop a little bit of my glue just to the back there, like so. And I'm going to pop a little dab of glue just there, just to attach the ear to the balloons there, like so. While that's drying, before I attach the twine there, I'm just going to add my sentiments. So I'm going to have happy birthday, you're not that old. So the happy birthday is going to be just about there. And then the you're not old is going to be down here because we're going to have the string there. So I don't want too much, kind of going on in that part. So let's just cut that one in half there. I always like to use the foam. You've seen me use it throughout all these videos and in most projects that I do. And that one's going to go just there. And then I've got this piece here, which is the whole size. So this is 6 by 6, and it's just going to cover the inside. So you get to see that pattern paper when the card stands up. So just sit that right over the top there. You could have a frame if you want to, but I quite like the whole area just covered there, like so. And then I've just got some twine here, so I'm just going to take a bit of the purple off and a little bit of the green. Actually, no, let's do the orange. That's the last bit of that one. We'll bring these ones in. I'm just going to open this up and I'm just going to pop a little bit of glue on the bottoms there and just stick the ends of each one down. Give that a little bit longer to dry, but now when you flip it over, you get to see the strings from the balloon. You get all that lovely striped paper in the background, the way the holographic card there hits the light, and all the party balloons. It's just a really, really fun card and a great way to use these very fun animal stamped images here. You can see the other ones there. So just an idea, you could do any shape aperture you want. It doesn't have to be circle or the ovals like I've done here. You can do squares. But I think it really does help those characters really stand out. So that's another fun idea to use the stamps and some of the papers.
Fabulous and perfect, because if you don't want that kind of interactivity, then you don't have to. I mean, I've pulled those cards out and they are such fun. I can just imagine these being used. If you've got maybe even a photo frame, you could literally be using this. Say if you've got a photo that you've been going through your phone, you've been going through your computer, maybe for a past day out, maybe a trip to the zoo or an animal park, and that you've got photos, you could literally use these as your photo frames, couldn't you? And of course the concept and the idea behind these is that you've got that interactivity as well. So we'll show you that as well. Now this option that you've got of your one-day special, just to let you know, it is now limited in stock. So if you're wanting to get the dies and the stamps to allow you to create fabulous cards like these ones, you need to be going for this option sooner rather than later. We've had so many placing your order during this hour. We've been incredibly busy, and I think it's the quirkiness, the idea, the concept behind these. Whether it's these cheeky little faces that have done it, I don't know, but you could understand why, couldn't you, if it was. And I love it because you've got the speech bubbles in these, in fact in each one of the one-day specials, so you could be a little bit cheeky as well. So maybe you want to send a birthday card to just say, well, you're not that old. You're not that old. But that is the key thing with these, isn't it? My daughter bought a card for my sister, or was it her partner? They were both turned 50 within a week of each other, and she was like saying, well, in dog years, you're not that old. Well, these, you never know, we might see other animals coming, but I just love these. He almost needs like one of those little kind of, you know, the little gems that we've got, like a little kind of diamond spark or something there as well, and it's kind of ching, and he's smiling. Very, very busy for this one. The more and more you see in these, the more fun you're going to have with them. And of course, it's that concept. I mean, here you can see that lots of elements have been added. Some of the flowers that we've seen from one of the other one-day specials. You've still got your fabulous Jerry there featuring in there with the giraffe. And of course, your little giraffe could be used just to embellish a fabulous little box. A card, a tag, a memory page in a photo album, just amazing characters. And if you have just joined us, what you're getting within this one-day special is you're getting the concept of creating these wiper cards. Each of the one-day specials, you have got your larger die, which will allow you to create your card. On this occasion, we're looking at 5x6. It could be that you're looking at the 6x6s with some of the other ones, but you've got all your different options with them. So you've got your base card, giving you all the score lines. It's giving you your mats and layers with these panels here, giving you sentiment to go on the front. They're all interchangeable, so you could swap those over. Of course, your speech bubbles in there. And you've got your stamps and your dies to cut those out. The sentiment that you've got from these is exactly the same font as the other one-day specials as well, and vice versa. So that means you can cross over some of those elements if you're wanting to. That is the key thing. Now, we've got single figures left with regards to this particular one. Don't forget, we saw some amazing demonstrations. So demonstrations, creating these fabulous cards. Do go back and watch on Rewind. You'll be able to see how these came together. And don't forget, do check out Sam's social media as well. You'll get lots of ideas, lots of concepts of how you can put these together. But look at the faces. I love that one where a few of those little teeth have kind of been knocked out there. It's been a bit of a brawl, that one. That's where you start off that that joke, isn't it? There's this horse and he walked into a bar, and there you go, walked into a bar and knocked some of his teeth out at the same time. So 346 457. If you're wanting this particular option, the one-day special, those are the details on your screen. But don't forget, it's not the only one. I'm just going to bring in a couple of the others just to show you. We have got your kind of air-themed one. So you've got things like your hot air balloon. You've got things like your fabulous little rocket that can come into play with regards to these. And again, those elements that come in with this particular one-day special, you don't have to use in that interactor element. You can use them individually as well. That is your other option with regards to your one-day special. The third and final option that you've got is on a floral theme. And again, they cross-pollinate so well that you could be using some of those sentiments, some of the speech bubbles from some of those different elements, and using them in lots of different ways. Even if you've got another idea of a card, then you can quite easily be doing that, as you can see here, crossing over those different ideas. And of course, the sentiments that you've got, you could just use with your pretty papers. You don't have to do anything else, or you could just want to give a lovely bunch of flowers there that don't fade and die. Beautiful, lovely concept. Can't wait to see more with regards to these from Sam. But please, you're going to have to be quick. When we come back at 4 o'clock, I would be very surprised if we have any of these left. If we do, I mean, we're in single figures now, so literally we'll be talking less, well, a handful. That's all that we've got of these now. So 346 457. If you are wanting your one-day special to create your interactive cards, then now is the time to do it. These little characters, I think they should have the limelight for the last few minutes of the hour. Don't forget, 4 o'clock is going to be your last opportunity to see these live. You will be able to buy them right the way up until 6 o'clock, but this particular option, I don't think we'll be talking about this one being available. So if you're wanting them, now's the time. You're going to have to get hold of them. You can see on the screen there, it's gone green. So if you want to bring these fabulous little characters into your lives, then you need to be doing it straight away there. The dies cut out to perfection. The stamps giving you all the personality that you could possibly need with those. And of course, the sense of humour is coming through time and time again. If you're wanting it, details there on your screen, 346 457. Do check out the other options as well. I'm going to see you straight after the break. I just hope we've got enough of these for everybody to get hold of them. If you're watching on Rewind, sadly, you may be too late. But I'll see you the other side of this. So, Stamp Addicts, that's what we've got for the next hour for you. Looking forward to that hour. Then we have got Deflecto with Happy Hour deals. And possibly the shortest show title in Hochanda's history, P13.
Welcome to Hochanda's Celebrate VE with 4 for 3 event. Join us from Thursday the 7th of May at 6 p.m. to Monday the 11th of May at 6 p.m. as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day by bringing you some fabulous 4 for 3 offers throughout the bank holiday weekend. Simply order 4 products from the same live show during the event and receive the cheapest free. Over the weekend, your favourite guests will be showcasing many exciting products, as well as offering you their invaluable expertise. So tune in, reach for the skies, and stock up on your crafty cargo, and help us celebrate VE Day with 4 for 3 from the 7th of May at 6 p.m.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar, and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy and see what you can create with our stamps.
Absolutely, and welcome back. We have got a fabulous hour for you. Talking Stamp Addicts now, as you can see, we've got a slightly different situation in our studios at the moment. We have got some fabulous videos coming up from the lovely girls a little bit later on. But we've got a picture of them. Have a little look here, look at their faces. Busy crafting, ladies. I'm not sure what you're up to there. Of course, we've got Sarah and Vicky there, loving the pink hair, looking good. So that's what they've been up to while they've been in lockdown, and they've been creating some fabulous stamps. We've got 4 brand new sets of stamps to share with you, which I'm really looking forward to sharing with you, and they've been really good because they've been putting together little videos not only showing you examples of how you can work with these, but also their little tutorial techniques. So that's why we're in for a good hour during this hour. And we've got some really nice designs. This honeycomb one I think is a perfect one to be crafting with, because it's going to tie in with the next stamp set that I'm going to share with you, because there is a bumblebee featuring within there. But we just love a honeycomb as a background. It's one of those ones, it's kind of like a squared off circle really, isn't it, when you look at it? But it's just a useful background to have, whether you are using it in connection with bumblebees or anything like that, or just because you like the look of it. Don't forget, with a hexagon you kind of got a positive and a negative, so the relief on this one almost looks a bit like chicken wire really. So you kind of got both of those when you're working with these two together, and these two, well, 2 designs with 1 stamp, should I say, really. $14.99. It's a good size stamp. Just to let you know, the editorial with these is that they are all ready to go. They've got the cling on there, they've got the mount on there as well, so you can get a deep impression with these, and of course UK made, so always fabulous quality. But it's what you can do with these, and that's why we've got the girls here to explain some of the finished samples and how they came to be.
Our honeycomb background is designed by Judikins in the USA, and we make it of deeply etched grey rubber here in the UK. So you can see here Irene's used it in small sections, which you can do just by masking off or holding it in your hands and curving the rubber. So we've got another one here. Now the honeycomb in the background is stamped in black onto yellow card with shrink plastic, sunflower and the big bee. You can see our design team have done a fabulous job with all these new stamps. So you can see just, again, little bits of the honeycomb in the background to create that nice soft finish. And honeycomb with the big bee in triplicate. I think that's by Debbie Watts. And this one here. Again, you see the honeycomb, it makes a great background in all different colours. This one you can sponge it and then just stamp in a grey or a black, or in a purple or a lavender. Why not? To go with the bee on the thistle. I think that one's by Debbie Dixon maybe. And our final honeycomb card for today, Be Happy.
Beautiful, and of course mentioned there that's perfect if you are creating something that is bee themed, and that's what we've got with this little set here. In fact, the next set as well has got the sleepy bee that we saw being used on one of those finished samples. So here you can see you've got your big bee, beautiful design, again a good size stamp. So let me turn that around so you can see. Perfect there, you can use it just as it is. Sometimes people do like to cut around them, just need a sharp pair of scissors if you want to get closer to that outside line. Just be careful, don't go too close, especially when you're working with things like the antennae, then you don't necessarily want to get too close to those. So that one is your bumblebee. The sunflower, I mean, have a look at that. That is a beautiful design. Really pretty design, do like that one. Of course, synonymous with some charities as well, so I'm sure fundraising with these ones is not an issue, because I know the ladies don't mind you creating with these and actually selling what you've made, as long as it's a finished item. And of course you can see there the details on your screen for both of those. Freedom members, you've got a discounted price on this one as well. Nice little duo there for £16.19. So 282582. Of course we did see these featuring some of the finished samples we've just looked at, but you know what, we've got even more. Have a look at these.
Our Big Bee and Sunflower set are stamps that are designed by Judikins in the USA, and we make them here in the UK of deeply etched grey rubber. So you can see the sunflowers in all different colours, beautiful. And then the Big Bee with some little kind of iridescent colour on his wings. Well, we've got one here, so you've got some earthy, natural looking sunflowers. And the Big Bee on clear shrink plastic. So remember, on the shrink you can colour it with your alcohol pens or your permanent markers. Just use an anti-static bag before you shrink to make sure those little bits don't get stuck. So you can see some beautiful colouring here, lots of sunflowers all over the background, and then the ones decoupaged and layered on top with the bees. Can you see all that shimmery loveliness going on? Okay, so then we've got another, again, a nice earthy natural colours, and you can see the sunflowers in the background. So you can mask them and stamp, or you could just stamp them over each other. Here we've got some honeycomb as well as the sunflowers. So they're embossed in pink on pink with some little shrink plastic beads too. And we've got some nice bright yellow happy sunflowers just to make somebody smile. And we've got some mixed media going on here in the background, some relief paste. And now this one, so you've got the big bees, but you've also got the bee on the thistle multiple times. Quite ingenious. And then we've got another nice big card here. So you've got the sunflowers on the front, in the background you've got the big bee, there's the honeycomb, and then a shrink plastic bee as well. And then just using the sunflower, so maybe you've got a nice leafy stamp that you could use to create the stem like this one, and don't forget in the background as well all the sunflowers. And then finally a nice little wreath with a shrink plastic bee.
Isn't that nice, useful little set there? And I love it as a background, very dramatic. Nice effect, that one. Of course, got videos coming up with full tutorials during the course of the hour. Just a couple more stamp sets for me to share with you before we have a little look at those. Next one being the little bumblebee having, well, it looks like he's having a bit of a snooze on top of that thistle. I don't know, is he, or is he collecting the pollen? I'm not too sure. £9.99. Might be a bit spiky if he's looking to have a little bit of a snooze on there, but a lovely design, as you can see there. Terry has really captured the essence of the bumblebee, and of course that gorgeous thistle there. I know you clever crafters out there, if you wanted to, you could mask off that area, just use it as a thistle in its own right. And again, just a lovely design, and at £9.99, a really good stamp. Shall I show you the size of that one, just so as you can see, because it is a lot bigger than the packaging, so when you do see that in its entirety there, it's a good size stamp. Lovely one as well. Looking at that one, if you wanted to decoupage that up, I think you could get some really nice effects with that one. And of course it is a beautiful one if you're wanting to add colour, maybe watercolour your design onto there with your pencils. Loads of ways that you'll be able to use this one, and we'll be looking at a couple of those in a few moments, but let me give you those details just for now. 740367. But as I said, I promised you some ideas on how you can use it, so here we go. Let's have a little look.
This is our bee on a thistle, again designed by our friend in Scotland, Terry Sherman. So the first one I watercoloured, and then this one I think Irene coloured with some alcohol pens. And then you can see the sunflowers at the top and the honeycomb in the background. So we sneak it in everywhere today. So then we've got this little guy, Be Happy. So you can see a nice kind of a mixed media grunge background with the honeycomb in there as well. Or this one, on one of on an old damaged book that you're not using, you can tear out a page, stamp on it, colour it. Or this one, stamp it with your dye-based ink and then spritz it with water, or use a water brush to move it around just to give it that soft watercoloured finish. Here's another one that I watercoloured, so a nice bright purple thistle with a few layers and obviously some glitter on the wing. And then we've got this beautiful purple background, so you've got some stenciling going on, and then and she's extended with a pen, she's extended the base of the thistle. And then this one here, so you use the circle in the middle as your guide and work around it. Lots of different colours, all the fun you can have with bees on thistles.
Isn't that lovely with all those different colours? Can't help look at a thistle and not think about William Morris as well, and that kind of sketchy design, absolutely beautiful. So of course if you want the thistle stamp, that is just £9.99. Now I promised you 4 new stamp sets, and this is the 4th one, and oh look at this, cuteness alert. You've got your nuzzling cats here, and you can see they are the best of friends, these two. This is, our Paola would love this one, wouldn't she? Now I'm going to turn this one round, because again the image there, absolutely beautiful. I mean, they captured that gorgeous faces on these to perfection, and there you can see it's a good size stamp perfect if you are fundraising for animal charities or cat charities particularly, perhaps. And of course you could have loads of fun with these. You could turn them into almost looking like little tigers or something like that, couldn't you, if you wanted to. Details are on your screen there. £10.99. A really pretty design. 618231 if you're wanting those. But again, we've got some examples of how you could be working with these. Check these out.
These are our nuzzling cats, designed by our friend in Scotland, Terry Sherman. And you can see Terry's put all the detail and the shading in there for you. This one, I believe Irene has coloured with alcohol pens. And then we've got one that Vicky has watercoloured. So you see different coloured cats. I do believe they come in lots of different colours. But you've got some beautiful grey cats there. Or how about some silver cats with some stuck on green eyes or coloured eyes and then diamond glazed. These ones are playing in the field of sunflowers. Oh, we've got some beautiful ginger toms, maybe? I don't know much about cats, but these ones are adorable. Little pink noses, some soft green eyes, and then finally the black and white cats.
They're gorgeous. You can almost hear the purring, really, can't they? Looking very, very content. Details are on your screen there, 618231. If you're wanting that stamp plate, it's a brand new one to us today. And as you can see there, Terry has really captured that beautiful artwork there. Lends itself so well to a stamp, doesn't it? And I know it's going to be a popular one when you're working with it. £10.99 being your price on that one. Not surprisingly, we're getting busy for this particular one. Details are going to be left on your screen for a few moments because this is the first demonstration that we're going to check out. And what have the ladies been up to this time? Let's have a little look.
I've got here the Nuzzling Cats by Terry Sherman, and I've got these ready in my stamping folder. I'm going to start with a black hybrid ink pad. Just get a good stamping on that. Fold that over. Give that a good press. Yeah, that's a nice, good impression. Now, what I'm going to do is just wipe off the excess ink off of there. And just going to give this a little heat set. So that that's dry. There we go. And then I'm going to pop it back in the folder. Those magnets on. That'll be in the same place. And then I've got Gathered Twigs Distress Oxide. Nice brown. My tabby cats. I'm going to stamp that out on top of the black. So we heat set the black and then we've gone over with the brown. So we're getting more of a sort of mottled colour there. Put that away. And
are you going to heat set this one?
No. I might even add a little more. So I've got my little colour sheet and I'll pop a little bit more of the brown on there. Now let's see what we need. So with my wet brush, there we go, we can just move the colour around a little bit. And Terry's done all the hard work with all those lovely shading areas, so you can just add a little more ink if you want those areas a bit darker. There we go, so we can have a real sort of patchy tabby cat, any sort of colours you like. I've had black and white cats, I've had grey cats. They come in all sorts of sizes and colours, really, don't they?
Oh, I've got a little fluffy white dog. No cats.
Yeah.
And kids. And we have kids too. So.
Yes. It's nice having your pets around at the moment, giving you all that lovely attention and cuddles. So, there we go. I'm going to make the nose a little bit paler. You can always take some colour off there.
So what colour are cats' eyes?
I'm going to do mine green. It tends to be sort of green or yellow, really, I think. I think the green's a bit nice. I do like green. I've got green eyes. I think it's a nice colour for eyes.
Better than blue, is that?
Yeah. I think some cats have blue, don't they? Is it the really fluffy ragdolls? Do they tend to have blue eyes?
Wouldn't have a clue.
No.
The only cat's eyes I know, the ones in the road.
Yeah, that's probably all, yes. That doesn't surprise me, yes. You could probably do them any colour you like.
Pink.
Well, maybe
Late
if
night,
they've
after
been
a late night.
Yeah, if the cat's been stealing your gin, yeah. So there we go. So we can work on to the other one. So yeah, I've got a little bit of green on here for those eyes. It's nice pale, this one. I think this is pistachio. Not too bright, that one. And a bit of pink, not too much. That's a bit bright. Take some off. There we go. And then,
is that a healthy nose? A pink one?
Yeah, they're not like dogs. No, cats aren't like dogs. No, it's different. But they too, it depends on the colouring. They tend to be a bit pinky round the nose and mouth area. Depends on the colourings. On the grey cat, when I have the grey cat, they're quite pinky noses, and their pads can be pink too. But they all vary. Just like all us humans are also different. There we go. So you can carry on colouring, and I've got one here. Now I've finished colouring those. So both of them, and it's dry. And I've used our Eclipse masking tape to create a mask. So once you've dried it, and you can stick the mask on. There we go. So make sure it's all nice and dry. Your mask isn't going to stick too well. So I've got the tumbled glass, so the really nice pale blue.
And why are you not putting the ink onto the sheet?
Because I'm just being lazy and naughty.
Naughty.
Yes,
you should really put your ink onto your heat sheet.
Put it
so it's
on
not
my
to
sheet.
Damage the ink pad.
There, I'm getting told off now. If you're at home, you do it your way.
Yeah, but if you take it straight off the ink pad too much, then it ends up getting all kind of fibrous and bits come off it, and it gets bitty and then gets in your stamp. It just gets a bit messy.
It does, yeah. Your ink pad, you're right, your ink pads do last longer. Sorry, miss. Yeah, we're always telling each other off, aren't we?
Sharing information is what we're doing.
Oh, yes, because I forgot that. Yes. There we go, nearly there. I don't want to go too bright, so just give a nice glow around them. Nearly there.
So obviously you made the mask with our fabulous Eclipse masking tape.
I did, yes. And just a little roll of tape that will last you a little while, yes.
So how many times are you going to reuse that one?
As many as I can. As long as it'll stick.
So don't get it dirty, basically. Don't get any glitter on it. Or
Yeah, no glitter on the glue side. Doesn't matter about the front, but as long as you don't get any glitter and bits stuck to the back, it will still stick. So let me wipe this away before I get really messy everywhere and get told off again. Oh, no, just go. There we go. Put that away for later. There we go. Doesn't that look pretty? So, while that's drying, I've made a little background on my crease card with some just little stamps that we've had around for a while, as we do have lots of different stamps available. So, done some brown card with a little black layer there. There we go, and then we can pop my cats on. And I found we've got the little stamp that says, "Have a perfect day." There we go. How cute's that?
Oh, that one should come with a cuteness alert, shouldn't it? Really, really sweet. And lovely little stamp, that one. It's, as I say, it's going to be one of your favourites. Whether you're giving it to people who appreciate cats, they might not have a cat, but they certainly have a love for cats. Maybe you're fundraising for your cat charities as well. It's been a popular one, though, so if you are thinking about getting hold of that one, just to give you a little bit of a heads up, 40% of the stock has gone of that one. So, and that's at this stage. That was before we saw the demonstration. So, yeah, it could get busier and busier. I'll give you an update on that one a little bit later. later on. But we can look at the honeycomb one next, and this is a brilliant one. It's a good size stamp. It's kind of like a background stamp, so as you can see, a really good size, covering a large area. Lots of detail with this one, so those honeycombs, all those little tiny elements are in there, as you can see there, giving almost like a pitted look. So when you actually stamp this out, you really do get a sense of the honeycomb nature, because it's obviously it's all those little tiny elements. Love this one as well, because if you look at the outside edge of this one, especially on the two ends that we've got here, you've got kind of little nesting elements with these. So that means you can make this as a continual run if you wanted to. So if you wanted to make a larger square card, then you could do quite easily, because those little honeycombs are going to nestle in side by side and give you that continual border. And I love when you're looking at this, it's not a kind of mathematical honeycomb. By that I mean, when you look, you'll see that the different honeycombs have got that hand-drawn element, because that's what we're talking about, artwork here that's been transferred into a stamp. So it's nothing very kind of clean cut with this one, almost like a clinical honeycomb. With this one, you've got that kind of little organic feel to it. Now I've got a finished sample to share with you with this particular one, because it lends itself so well to that background. Have a look at that. It looks beautiful alongside those other stamps that we've got, and of course you can see that pitted detail giving you that texture within there. Like that one a lot. So $14.99, very affordable stamp to go for, and again it's one of those ones that I think you'll be using time and time again, not necessarily just along your bee themed, but just as a nice background, simple as. 244585 if you're wanting that particular one. $14.99, good value that one. Next one though, if you can stretch to add in some additional elements, then these are going to be perfect. This time you're looking at two stamps. $17.99, I'm going to get you both of them, so you could add them both together if you wanted to. In fact, if you're going for many items within the show, you might find that you're spending around £60 and you could spread the cost. But Freedom members, you've got a discounted price on this one, just £16.19, which is really good, because they're good size stamps, again, made in the UK, grey rubber stamps with these as well, and the detail that you've got, phenomenal. So that fluffiness, you know, the bees' abdomen and their legs, they've got those little tiny hairs. You can see that has been captured to perfection. Absolutely beautiful, love that one. The artwork with these, amazing, amazing. The sunflower as well, the fact that you've got the sunflower in this one, I think it makes it a lovely combination, because it's kind of either or both together. Sunflower, as I mentioned, change the colours out. It looks very much like a gerber or a gerber. I never know whether it's a soft G or a hard G, not sure. But whichever you choose, then yeah, you could be making these into your traditional sunflowers with the bright yellow petals, or maybe making them into blue petals, maybe pink if you wanted to get that gerber look. But at $17.99, you certainly have got lots of scope with this pairing. 282582. Now, of course, when they do arrive back, you'll be wanting a project maybe to get started with these, and the girls have thought of that one. So I'm not sure who is going to be taking us through this one, but have a little look featuring these two stamps.
I'm here with the sunflower and bee stamp from Judykins, and I've stamped two of them out already. This is on clear shrink plastic, and I'm just going to stamp another of the bees. Because it's onto the shrink plastic, I'm using permanent ink. This one stays on. Just going to carefully stamp this out. Press down firmly without sliding, hopefully. Yep, that feels good. There we go. So it's often good to leave these for a few minutes to dry. I'm just going to turn them over.
You're not going to heat set then?
No, not on shrink, because it'll start shrinking. So, because it's clear, I can just turn over and colour on the back. So I'm using some alcohol-based pens, because they will dry onto the shrink. So you can colour over the edges, because we're cutting out, or you can just colour neatly.
Oh, squeaky.
Yes, isn't it? Oh.
So you're not taking the time and shading it then?
I'll add some more colour, yeah. I've got a slightly more orangey yellow. You've got to remember that they do get brighter, these colours, as they shrink. They intensify. So I've got a slightly orange colour here. So I'm going to add some in the middle. Although you can't see much of it now, it will look a bit more orange as it shrinks. There we go. And I think I'm just going to use bit of the light brown in the middle there. I think there's soft tips, which is why they squeak so much. There we go. And for the beads, I just add some yellow to their bodies. There we go. Oop. There we go. You can see it's smudged a little bit onto the paper, the ink there. I'm just going to flip that back over nice and clean. Okay, and then trim. And I've already done that for us. So I'm going to grab my heat gun. So if you've got a low powered heat gun that doesn't blow too much, they're ideal. If not, you can always pop the shrink into the oven. There we go. Let's go already. There we go. I'll keep the gun out.
Yeah, we can see it. It's going. Uh-oh, going away.
So we'll just keep heating. Not going to panic yet.
So how do you know when it's done?
Well, it usually curls up and then uncurls again as you've heated. I think this one might have stuck. Oh, no, we're okay. It's opened out. There we go.
You didn't anti-static?
No, I didn't. I thought the flower would be okay. I am going to on the bee. Just going to turn that one over. So you can see the orange in there, can't you? That little bit of orange I added.
Yeah, just that.
I think that's the back. I don't know, that's the front there. Okay, so I'm going to leave that one to cool. Oh, sorry. And then the bee. So I have cut and left all of the legs and antennae on there, which with those wings, yeah, they can curl up and stick. So I'm just using some anti-static on here. I've got two, so I'm going to anti-static them both so I don't forget the other one. Otherwise they'll look like curled up little bugs. There we go. So the powder just brushes off after. Right, let's see, this one's going to be more scary with these wings curling up. Oh,
is it going to fly away?
I hope not.
Oh, little tiny buzzy bee.
One wing, there we go.
Apparently they're the most important animal on the planet.
There we go. So it looks a bit white because of the powder. That will brush off. Here we go.
He's got all his legs.
He has indeed. Now while he's warm, you can just, if you just blow to cool it quickly, I've got a little bit of shape to it there. Okay, let that cool off and we'll get the other one done. I'm scared now. The other one came out so nicely.
Oh yeah, this one's a teeny tiny ball.
Look, that's working nicely. That powder's done the job.
Can't really see it though. That's it. Tricky when you're filming yourself. You can't look at the camera and see what you're doing at the same time.
No, I can't see what's going on the camera.
And since I'm standing 2 meters away, it's a bit tricky for me to intervene.
There we go. I think that one's done. Stop shrinking. His legs are bunched up a little bit, but turning over and
You just need to remember, as soon as he cools, those legs will be quite brittle, so be careful you don't snap them off.
Yeah, you don't want the wings too shapely because they might snap once they're on.
And that would be cruelty. Cruelty to bees.
It would, wouldn't it? You don't want to be cruel to bees. There we go. See, let's brush the powder off. That's it. Come on off. Okay, so now we need the rest of our card to mount onto. So I've got myself a nice little yellow background and I've stamped honeycomb just in black ink onto there, and then I've got a couple of little layers to mount on. So on this small piece I'm going to use the sunflower and pop that onto my block, And I've got a yellow distress ink pad. I think this one's fossilised amber. Just with that little ink. And then I'm going to spritz a little water and then stamp onto my piece of card. Oh, stuck. Just turn this one round. There we go. I've got some nice light coloured sunflowers just for a light background. A little bit more in that corner. There we go. Let's give that a dry because it's very wet.
Sunflowers remind me of holidays in France, driving through the fields of sunflowers, and they turn towards the sun.
They do.
So in the morning they're all facing one direction, and in the afternoon they've turned around and they're facing a different direction. Quite clever.
This is the first year for many, many years that we haven't had a sunflower growing competition in our house.
Oh.
The giant ones, to see how tall they get, which they're always taller than me. Okay, so we've got a dry one here so I can mount these together. We're going to pop the little bees on. And if I can find my sticky dots somewhere. Right, let's get these layers together. Oh, and I've got my glue bee to stick it all with. Go on to the black layer. That one's straight.
Where have you hidden the joy dots?
Oh, the micro dots. I'm not sure. Oh, they might be on the shelf still. I think I used them all up, the ones I had out. And then we've got our little stamped panel. I'm going to pop this one on. I think that's in the middle. That would look quite cute with just a little greeting on there as well. So, where am I going to position my shrink? There we go. Think that'll work. Oh, Sarah's found me some dots.
Just you.
Yeah, these micro dots are pretty sticky. They're good for the shrink, or you can use a hot glue or sort of silicone glue.
Or we've got those kind of snotty looking things there.
The big gloopy dots.
Well, they're thin gloopy dots, but yeah.
There we go. Let's have this one going flying off that direction. Find some dots here. There we go. There we go.
Pretty.
Certainly is pretty, isn't it lovely? Really nice, and of course lovely spring feel for it. It's lovely and sunny outside, so I'm sure those bumblebees will start fluttering those little wings and we'll get all that honey on the go again. Now, if you fancy getting hold of this particular set, just £16.19 as a freedom member, that's all you're paying for these delivered to your door. And as I say, a lovely little set there. I'm thinking maybe you are making your own honey. Well, not you making honey, because obviously the bees make the honey, but you putting it in jars and selling it, then you could use these, couldn't you, for your labels. Now, 282-582. If you fancy getting hold of those. Next one that we've got for you, again, keeping that bee theme running, because of course we're looking at brand new stamps from Stamp Addicts here. Spoken about the honeycomb background, of course we just saw the bee and the sunflower. They all work so well together, this is the thing. And this one is a lovely design, captured beautifully. You've got your bumblebee there sitting on a thistle, catching all that pollen, taking it all back to the hive, hopefully, to create a lovely next batch of honey. Now, $9.99 if you wanted to get hold of these. It's a nice size one as well. I'll turn it around for you in a few moments because the packaging doesn't show the size of it in its justice, but it is a big size impression that you're going to be able to get from this one, which is nice because if it's going to be on a focal point of a card, it's going to be a really substantial piece. And we're looking at stamped artwork with these because, of course, the lovely Terry's created this design And it's just beautiful. The drawing that's been created, absolutely gorgeous. 740367. Again, fundraising. Maybe you are using this for wildlife charities, nature charities. Then what a lovely opportunity, because that is such a simple design there that you can be making cards very quickly and easily. 740367. Now, talking about fundraising cards, this is a perfect one. Perfect. Did you see what I did there? If only I could roll my R's, I'd be all right. We need Paola for that one. She can go on for hours and hours rolling her R's. I think it's a Spanish thing. Now, 60% of the stock has gone with this particular one. You're looking at your nuzzling cats here. Absolutely beautiful. They just look fluffy. The way that these have been drawn, I mean, Terry, you're an amazing artist, and obviously putting it into a stamp form means that we can all take advantage of that. Every little stroke that you can see there, adding to that fluffiness of the fur, and we saw some wonderful examples of this earlier on. So yeah, do have a little look. If you have just joined us, we did have a demonstration with this one as well, so you can go back and watch that one on Rewind. 618231 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Can I sneak a little picture in here? Have a look at this. This is so cute. Oh, beautiful. So sweet. And some of the finished samples that we saw earlier on were showing the cats, two different kind of colourings of the cats, which is a nice effect as well. So have a little look at those later on. Now, of course, if you're wanting to mask off certain areas, protect your image, then there's loads of ways you can do it. And one of them is by using a low-tack masking tape, or you can kind of mask off the characters, mask off your backgrounds, but by having a kind of a base, a masking tape that's not going to grab too much. That's what you need. Now, with this one, you can see there it's delicately sticky, so it's a kind of a light hold with this one, which makes it perfect if you are wanting to use it with things like your stencils. The last thing that you want is your masking tape to be pulling away the surface of your card when you do pull that back. Now, you've got a long roll of this one. You're looking at 10 metres with these, 15 centimetres wide. If you are careful with it, you can reuse it as well, so that's worth considering. Maybe have a piece of acetate that you can lay it down on and then get a couple of uses out of that one. But $19.99, really good one to add into your basket. Talking about adding things into your basket, these are brilliant. You've got a duo set with these. These are big pots with these. Clear embossing powder, well, it's a must-have, isn't it? And at £15.98 for these two huge pots. Wow. Looking at amazing glaze with these. A brilliant way of getting hold of big pots of these. Quite often the pots of your embossing powder can be quite small, so with these you know that you've got plenty there. And sometimes it's just easier to have a large pot to decant that back into any of the excess that you've got from when you're doing your embossing. Now, £15.98, very affordable, and as I say, it's one of those staple must-haves. So if you've not got it in your stash at the moment or getting a little bit low, then take those details, pop them into your basket and check your basket out. A few other little things that you might want to add in. Have you heard about twinches? No? Well, let me enlighten you now. Twinches are kind of miniature pieces of artwork. Could be that you're creating it just as an artwork by itself. Could be that you're using it on the front of a card. A little bit, think of ATCs, but on a smaller scale. Now, people do swap twinches, and that's why we've got multiples here. So you've got 4 sets. So you've got your board with your twinches in there, and they're basically die cut, but they've got little pips holding them in place. So you'll pop these out, and you'll have your little 2-inch square there ready for you to add your decoration too. Now, you've got 96 of these in total, $11.99. Of course, you don't have to use them in the same way as ATCs. You don't have to swap them. What you could do if you wanted to potentially is take a large stamp it over maybe a set of 4 of these, and then open them up and have kind of like a little bit of a gap between each of those. Really nice thickness with these, so they're going to be able to take a lot of what you throw at them. So if you're using things like your pastes on there as well, you don't have to worry. You've got good thickness with those, so they're going to cope with that. Things like your watercolour pencils as well, if you're wanting to use water with those in your paints. But a really nice set and a very affordable set as well, $11.99, $577,279 if you're wanting these. Now, very quickly, we've got another set to share with you. Now, obviously, we were talking about twinches. Now we're talking about a duo set. We've got inches and twinches. Sounds like a totally different language, doesn't it? And of course, with your twinches, you've got your 2-inch squares. With your inches, they are 1-inch square. And here you've got 2 pieces of each. So you've got 2 plates where you've got your large squares, 2 plates with your smaller. Again, you can decorate them just as they are. Perfect if you're wanting to do letter tiles as well. Maybe you're kind of replicating a certain board game potentially with these, or maybe just stamping out letters of the alphabet and using them for your sentiment. $11.99, again 240 in total for $11.99. So $569 $495 if you fancy getting hold of that set of 4 plates. So the shrink plastic being used in the demonstration, we've got that available for you as well. Got mixed pack here, you've got 8 sheets, £10.99, 100932 being the item number for this one. It's nice if you want a little selection of different mediums with your shrink plastic, but I think we have got some where they are available in their specifics. Here you go. So these are your options. You're going to get 8 sheets again, so at $10.99 you could go for, maybe it's going to be your clear, maybe it's going to be your sanded. We've also got your gold, you've got your white in there as well, and your silver. And of course, don't forget, you can use it on your inkjet printers. Please do not try using it on a laser printer. Laser printer uses heat, and we saw what a little bit of heat can do to a piece of shrink plastic just a few moments ago. Metallic, here you go, perfect. You could actually die cut these as well, maybe make your sentiments out of them. Now with your metallics, you're getting 4 sheets of your gold, 4 sheets of your silver there, and again a brilliant price, $777,431. I like that. It's not often we get the opportunity to get different colours of your shrink plastic, so stock up on those while you have the chance. Pop them into your basket, then settle yourself down and watch the last demonstration of this hour. This time we're going to be looking at the little bumblebee that's sitting on a thistle.
This is our Bee on Thistle rubber stamp, designed by Terry Sherman, our artist friend that lives in Scotland. So I'm inking up with my black hybrid ink pad, and I'm using the hingy thing, of which there are a few different ones available, because as you can see there is so much detail in the thistle, all the tiny little strands of the flower and all the little hairs on the bee. So we want to make sure.
Are they petals or strands on a thistle?
I have no idea what they
kind
are.
of the petal bits, I suppose.
I suppose, but what do you call them? Because they are very thin.
They are.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
We'll have to
They're
look
very
that
pretty,
up.
though.
Yeah, oh, they're very pretty, especially because they come in lots of purples. So you can see we've got a lot more detail now. I pop this one out, and we'll remove the bee, and we're going to give it a quick heat blast so that it's permanent, because as I said, I want to watercolour. Watercolouring is one of my favourite ways. Oh, it's just curling. It's one of my favourite ways to colour, because then I feel like an artist. So I've got my watercolour crayons, but you could use your paints. You could paint from your ink pads. So let's start with, so I've got a couple of different shades of yellow. Now I'm going to layer up the bee. So my base coat is just a rough colouring in case you can see underneath the other layers. You notice I coloured around the wing, and then I just did a pale bit, so you're looking through the wing and seeing the yellow of the body, so it makes it a bit softer. Okay, then we need green, so I've got a couple of different greens for the leaves. And what I'm doing with this is I will paint on one green, let it dry, and then go back and add another green on top for some shading, because I'm using a slightly textured recycled card, not a smooth card for watercolouring, because the smooth card is not going to hold the water and will probably buckle. So I mean, if you've got watercolour card, that would be even better. A little bit more. Now where's the gap? There's a gap there. There it is. Because I've turned it round, I can't see. That's all leaf. And the last one there. So I had a look, and thistles come in lots of different purples, but also in some beautiful bright pinks. So I've gone for a cerise pink, which is currently quite similar to the colour of my hair.
But magenta.
But you can't see my hair right now, so.
I think there's a picture. They might show that.
No, maybe not. You just have to imagine me with colour the hair of a thistle. Hair the colour of a thistle. Okay. So as I said, this is just going to be an underlayer. Don't need to be too precise. And you notice I'm stroking in from the outside because I start with the end of the frond, petal, I don't know what we're calling it, but I suppose if I was to go outwards, I might go too far. I don't want to go too far. So turn it back round. Always work in a direction that's comfortable. Don't, if I'm not going to do it this way because that one's not comfortable, I prefer to pull down because I have more control when I'm pulling the brush towards me. Maybe you prefer to work away from you. Everyone's different, so there's no wrong way. Just do it the comfortable way. It's art, not science. Oh, and I didn't do these. Again, I have no idea what they're called, but they look pretty. The base of the thistle. So, with a nice light, kind of a muted green, so we won't see most of this. But my first green should be dry, so now I'm going to add a bit of my dark green. Bring it down. Just kind of blend in a little in areas.
Are you not going to finish colouring the pink?
Well, I don't need to, because I've done the layers to go on top.
Oh, layering over it.
Yes, layering over it. Let's turn it round.
So you can add some more colour to the bees on the layers as well.
Yes, definitely. You can see I've got a nice mustard and then a brown colour as well. So this one is going to dry.
So you could add more black on some to the bee as well, because some of them have less.
Wow, I did on the top layer. If I show you how I coloured, so that was the pale yellow, and then I've got this kind of a mustard. So I used this one to warm up. So you've got your pale yellow base. Yeah, you'll notice with some of the samples that the design team have sent us, some fabulous samples, that quite a few of them have chosen to do alternate stripes. So they've got a black stripe and then a yellow stripe, whereas I've done a lot less black because I want my bee to look more friendly.
Well, they do tend to have more black, the ones I've seen this year.
I haven't seen any this year.
Have you not?
Not yet. Right, so I've got a nice.
I've seen some very close recently.
So we've got a few legs that you'll see when you look closely. You'll see them in between the thistle, and then I guess these are the antenna here at the front, and I will just build up a couple of layers of that and then some more. Oh, and then I did a little bit of the brown on the bee. So what I did is lay down a little bit of colour and then go back and then just move it with the brush without adding any more colour, so that it softens the brown and doesn't, hopefully, leave any obvious lines. See, it just softens it a bit. So we want to make sure it's dry before we add black. Okay, make sure my brush is clean, a little bit of black. So obviously you could do alternate stripes, but what I chose to do was just add some black to the shading that's already there. Wipe off the excess and then just blend it a little, so it just adds a little more definition, but as I said, not too much, and I quite like it when it bleeds in. So I have created a base layer for my bee, and let's move all these out of the way so I can show you. Now we have the luxury of having access to multiple stamps, and Vicky chose to cut up one of our honeycombs. So maybe you and a friend could get together, and if you order 3 between you, then you could cut up the third one into sections, so it makes great little backgrounds if you don't want just the giant background. And I'm then going to layer my bee onto some orange, and I'm going to use my glue bee to stick my bee. Oh, you can see my messy one on the back. Reusing my card. Let's pop this on here, and then we're going to go with jaunty angle onto my base. Let's see, jaunty but still lined up. And then I have created my layers, so you can see I spent more time colouring the flower and the bee, and added a little bit of bling onto the wings.
Isn't that lovely? And I love the way that those mats and layers are kind of just twisted a little bit. Just gives it a little bit of additional interest, doesn't it? Nice, that one. Fabulous little stamp set, that particular one. The details are on the screen. It's just $9.99 for that stamp. And again, lots of scope, just using it as it is, or cutting out the elements, decoupaging up. You'll be filled with loads of ideas when you get this one back home. And it's the detail, that's the key thing. It's the fine detail of the artwork that is the key thing with these, captured absolutely perfectly. But one of the most popular ones during this has been our fabulous little puddy cats. My goodness, wow, 70% of the stock has gone. Wow, I'm not surprised. I mean, what's not to love about those little faces? You can just imagine little pink noses, or maybe you've got a cat that's got a little mark on there. Wasabi, our lovely Paola's cat, it's got like a little, it's almost like a little heart actually on his nose. So cute. Now, let me turn this one around because it's a really good size stamp as well. And again, the artwork shows it's slightly smaller on the packaging, so I think it's important that we see that. But it really is a beautiful stamp, and it has been a very popular one. It's only $10.99, very affordable, and it's one of those ones that you'll go to time and time again, whether you've got a cat lover or somebody that just loves watching cats, maybe in the garden, or a fundraising one for a cat charity or an animal charity in general. Then I think this is going to be one that you'll use over and over again. 618231. Just imagine you could be making like little treat bags with little catty treats in there, little fish-shaped things, and putting that on there as the packaging. Oh, loads of fun. Anyway, we digress. Back to our bumblebees though. Bumblebee on a thistle, that's the one that we saw in the last demonstration. We have seen other demonstrations featuring the bumblebee stamps, because you'll notice from this point on there is very much a bumblebee theme. So the last demo was featuring this particular one, $9.99 if you fancy getting hold of it, 740367. And as I say, a really pretty design, really cleverly put together, and I know there's a lot of people do like the kind of the image of a bee and the sense of well-being it brings as well. Nice one, like that one. But then we've got others for you as well, so if you're wanting to add any of the others in, then you can do. We've got a duo with the next set, and we did see a demonstration with this one featuring shrink plastic, which again we've got on the show, and loads of different ways you can get hold of that. The website's the best way to check that out. But then you've got your bumblebee, that large span bumblebee, as you can see there, with the detail of those wings captured perfectly, and then of course the sunflower that is coming alongside it. £16.19 for Freedom members, that's all that you are paying delivered to your door, so it works out at what, £8.08, something like that. Very affordable. 282582 if you fancy getting hold of those two. But the £8.09, there you go. Yeah, not bad going at all, is it? But the honeycomb is another one that I know you'll be loving, whether you're going for the bumblebee themed or whether you just love the shape of the honeycomb. This one as well, and I will point out, when it's actually showing you this, I'll turn it around so as you can see, this one is a drawn honeycomb, and you'll notice that when you look at it, because you haven't got exact angles with each one of those little hexagons in there. So this is just how it would be in nature, where you've got some that are slightly twisted, some that have got more rounded corners. You've not not got that kind of clinical repetition with this one, but it is a really beautiful stamp as well. £14.99 if you're wanting that particular one. Cats, incidentally, we've just seen a real surge with regard to that stamp. And the cat one, if you're wanting this one, what was that update, sorry? Rapidly approaching limited stock. So yeah, busiest point of the hour for that one. I think you're realising the urgency in getting hold of that one. £10.99, 618231. Do not miss out on it. Did see a demonstration with this one. It's a perfect one for adding your watercolour to. And right at the beginning of the hour, if you do go back just the beginning part of the hour, we went through each one of these stamps. There were some fabulous finished samples with that one. Also showing colouring in those cats in 2 different colours as well. Really effective. So thank you for your company. I'm going to be back with you tomorrow. I'm going to be handing over the crafty baton to our lovely Paola in a few moments. She's got a happy hour coming up. She certainly has, and I shall be ordering during this hour. Deflecto Happy Hour deals. Then we've got P30. Looking forward to that one. Before we have another look at our current one-day special at 4 o'clock. See you tomorrow.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts, or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
Calling all the Chanda viewers, we have some exciting news for you. From the 1st of April, we will have a new schedule for our one-day special shows. The one-day special will now be shown live at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m, followed by 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and the final call at 4 p.m. the following day. This means that following your feedback, when we have a special 2-hour launch of the one-day special at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m, both hours will be available live to our Freeview viewers. So join us from the 1st of April for our new exciting one-day special schedule, only on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp.
I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. At Clarity Stamp, we bring you a wide range of products, from stamps, stencils, groovy, and pergamano. And the great thing about that is that it covers crafters from all different aspects. So whether you're into stamping, stenciling, parchment craft, we've got it covered at Clarity Stamp. So I hope you can tune in and join the Clarity team on Hochanda.
Well, hello. I didn't do the dance, didn't I? I just try to be quite serious and professional for once in my life. Anyway, happy hour deals, of course, from Deflector are in the next hour, and Deflector is an amazing company. But what it is more amazing is the happy hour deals. Now, of course, it is an hour deal, which means that the prices will go up at the end of the hour, so at 3 o'clock. So therefore, do come on and check out those baskets as soon as you make your decision on what to get. Now, starting with probably Deflector's star product. This is something that I think is quite revolutionary in the way that it's designed. Leone loves them. Our Lottie loves them. Many of us, I own 2 of them as well. And I do love the fact that it's completely clear. It has got this container that you can take them out and you can see exactly what you have got in. There is even an ability, it's something that you can find on the website. There is a wall mounting grill, and then you kind of hang it in there, or like me, you can have it on your shelves. So there is so much more. But the biggest, 10% is gone. So please, if you have been waiting for a happy hour deal on Deflector, do check out those baskets. We are very, very busy. So, but if you haven't seen it before, this is how this is so revolutionary. These trays will hook onto each other, and then you can take them like this. This is what I have at home. I have got 2 of them, and I carry them on there. Now, I will show you what can you put in there if we have got times, but just so you know, distress inks fit perfectly onto one of those ones as well, so you can have them there perfectly. You get, as you can see, 4 of the single ones and 1 of the double ones in each. So in total, oh no, actually you are getting 2 of the larger ones in this one, sorry. And then in this one you're getting 2 doubles and a single one. Well, let's double check like that, because usually it's 4 of the single ones plus a double. But that's, you know, the important thing here, whichever way, is fabulous. Now, then, sorry, I will double check. What is the... Yeah, so this is what you are getting. So you are getting 4 of the smaller ones plus 1 of the mediums in each of those trays. Okay, so that's how it works. Now, if you have got one of with the wheels, you can add those 2 onto them. I think the maximum that they say is there is weight issues, but Leone has got them literally up to her waist, so it's pretty high. Anyway, 20% of the stock has already gone. Please do check out your baskets, because remember, once the stock is gone, it's gone. The deal lasts until the end of the hour, but if the stock goes before that, then you will miss out. 613063 is your item number. £30 and 98 pence, saving £29, almost half price, isn't it? Fabulous, fabulous deal. Now, you know what, I haven't seen this for a long time, or I haven't seen them, and they are absolutely fabulous. Again, a massive saving of £15 there. And what I love about these ones is I love drawers. Drawers, it is one of the things I just love. The fact that they are clear, the fact that you have got different sizes in here. Think about your washi tape, think about your blending sponges, think about your ribbons and your embellishments. Do you use brads? Do you use maybe buttons? Do you use like kind of different washi tips? You want to have them here for by different collections. What I love is that you are getting, in total, you are getting 6 of them. You're getting 3 of the 2 and 3 of the 4 drawers. Which means that I love that combination because you can mix and match and create your own tower. So for instance, I like everything a little bit even, so kind of I would put them side by side like this. So it makes quite compact. The other thing I love about these drawers, not only they are clear, is the fact that they stack nicely, but also they are not very deep. So you can have these, for instance, if you are working on a table or on a counter and you want something reachable, really nearby, these are perfect because they don't take that much space on your drawers, on your tabletop. The other thing that they come with, and let me find the one that is open, they come in with every one of them this metal element, and at the beginning I was like, what is it for? And of course the floor manager it's so you can hook them 2 together, and then when you put this one over the top, can you see it like this? So they are well stuck, but obviously upside down is not the best way to do it. So if you see it, okay, let me go and put it there. You take the drawers out, and then, okay, there you go. Bring them together, and there you go. Now it is a snug fit, but that means that it will be there, and there it is. Perfect. And then you put the drawers back, and it doesn't catch them at all. They have been designed so smoothly that there is absolutely no area of catchment, and that means that it's just one single solid unit. So you can arrange them whichever way you want. So if you want to, maybe you have got a little pot of pans, you can put it on top of here. You can make a tall thin tower. It's up to you how to display it. But think about having at hand all those embellishments, all those washi tapes, all those buttons, all those maybe pearls. You know, if you're using adhesive pearls, you can have maybe here the clear ones, maybe foam tape, so you can have it on one of them, double-sided tape. All those elements, you have got them at arm reach. 571349 is your item number. £35 and 34 pence for all 6 of them. Remember, 3 of the 2 drawer 2-drawer cube and the 3 of the 4-drawer cube. It's more difficult to say than it looks. It's one of those ones that tricks you thinking it's not that difficult, and then you start saying it and it's just like... Anyway, I need to tell you that we are extremely busy. So busy that there are 2-minute queues on the phone. So please, if you can have access to the website, hochanda.com will be the easiest and fastest way to order here at Hochanda. Right, this one is also very, very popular. Now, this is a wall mounting, you know, it has got the ability, if you wanted to mount it onto the wall, so you can see that it has got a hold. It even comes in with the bits that you need to hang it onto the wall. However, it doesn't need to. I am the sort of person, because I rent, I don't like to put any fixtures onto my walls. I like to, I mean, I could though, but I just don't want to have the hassle. So I love the idea that I can invest into them now. They will stand perfectly, again, low profile, so it means that they don't take that much space on my table or on my counter, but I can have them there, and then eventually, when hopefully I will own a house soon, hopefully, then I can hang them if I want to have them in my craft room. Now, I keep going on about crafting because, of course, Hochanda is a crafting channel and an arts, arts and hobbies. But when I see this, I immediately think maybe you are somebody who just needs to organize all those bits and bobs. And now is the perfect time to do that, right? We are more time at home. So you're thinking, you know what? It's time that I tackle maybe the cupboard underneath the stairs and put all those bits, the DIY elements. Maybe those cables. You know how it is. 100 cables of USBs, but each one is a slightly different end. What about having them here nice and neatly organized? Think about maybe you have got, your child or somebody children, somebody, they have got all these little toys that they want to organize by color or by different theme. What about this? This is really lovely, and it's a way that they can access completely clear in the front so they know exactly the contents. I love how it tilts. I love how, now if you have maybe an amateur cook or a professional cook, now this is not necessarily food safe, so of course everything would be onto packaging, but in the packaging that it kind of comes in. But imagine having here, I like sometimes the different spices that they come already in little packs. Then I would put them here, so I would have maybe the hot spices, maybe here the curry, that sort of thing. Now if you like makeup, you know, maybe nail varnishes. What about having your nail varnishes in one of them? Because each of them is independent. So for instance, our producer, she's a lovely, she should see it, golden girl, I call her, blonde, beautiful girl. Now, of course, she's a little bit into makeup, and of course, you could have maybe not right now. We are doing a thing. Well, not me, but they are the youngsters, the young and beautiful, pretty things. They're not wearing makeup. The slightly older ones, we have to anyway, but yeah, we don't want to scare anybody, so the older ones anyway. So we will put here, well, you know what, now that they are not wearing any makeup, they could get their makeup tidy. So when they do, you know, it's good to have it all nice and neatly, so they will find it. So for instance, in one, they could have the blushes, the maybe setting powders, things like that. Then the next one, the foundation, maybe eye products in here, maybe lipsticks in the other one. She sold, she wants one. Anyway, that would be. Now, if you have got also, maybe you are somebody who is, by the way, they do stack up as, can you see there? Not only they stack up, but they slot into each other sideways as well as vertically. So you can use them all for horizontally or all for, you know, horizontally, vertically, that's the way. It's like kind of, which is the other way? No, it's like, that's what, I'm going to leave them like this. Now, I will say it, with the Deflector, everything is a snug fit, because you don't want to, once they're together, they are together, they don't come apart. I mean, they will come apart, but you know what I mean. Paula, stop talking. Shall I do the next hour silent? That would be quite a good show, wouldn't it? 813243 is your item number. Remember, you're getting 4 of the tail bands, £18.99, saving £13. Remember, it is a happy hour deal, which means that all the deals to this hour, except of course, we might mention some other, but the ones that are Deflector are happy hour deals, which means the prices will go up at the end of the hour or until stock lasts. So, what is going to go first? If you don't want to risk of missing out, check out those baskets. And then what we have got, now this is one of my favorites, the Deflector. It is this one and the next one is the ones, well, I have got quite a few of the Deflector, I have to say. I'm very lucky. But these ones, I do have 2 of these ones and 2 of the next ones. The reason why I love this one is because it's a true over 12-inch drawer set. Now, that you would think, well, that's easy, you know, it exists. It doesn't exist that often. When I saw it, it solved so many issues that I have for my storage. You can put paper inside it, 12 by 12 paper, perfectly. There is no problem about that. However, I don't use it for paper. I use for all my for different projects. So, for instance, it's my project. One of them is my current project drawer. So, for instance, if I'm working on a scrapbook page, I can put the papers, the cardstock, the pictures, the embellishments I want to go for it. If I'm doing a project, say for a mini album, then again, I can put the cardstock that will be the main element. And I can do it by bits. So, for instance, I will put all the bits in there originally. Then I start scoring and cutting. Again, can put it inside there and close it. And it's not bothering me. And then I just take the drawer and I start playing. Put the elements in, take it out. The other thing that I like it as well is for, say, for instance, I use it for wires. I have got lots of wires from crafting, you know, different ways, so I can see exactly what I have got. I use another one for a kit that I used to have received these kits. So you could have kits by month in here while you are working on them. So everything that coordinates. I do have one of these drawers that I use for my ink hybrid 1-inch cube ink pads. So when I take it out, I can see all of my inks in one go, the hybrid ones. And you can, with ink pads, you can have a 2-layer one. So what I do is just a lid or something, and then have some in there, and then I have a second layer, which is quite fun. Also, if you're wondering about the outside size, it will fit. I think it's 13 inches or thereabouts. But if you are questioning, 13 inches and 1/8, and by 13 inches by 5/16, by 6 inches by 5 and 8. Right. Anyway, so if you're wondering if it fits, now the question is, and they're laughing in my ear, but they are not really crafters, are they? Now, if you are a home or a crafter, the likelihood is that you either own or have thought of owning one of these big, these flat pack furniture store. They have those cube furniture. It starts with K and it ends with an X. I have got about 5 of them, different sizes. And you will think, does it fit in one of those cubes? It does. So what I will say though is, I don't want to mislead anybody. One of them will fit in one of them, but then 2 of them, one is a little bit too high to fit in both of them into a cube. So what I do is I have one of those ones plus one of the next ones, and so forth. So I can, does it make any sense? Or on top of it, you can have maybe a box with the stuff or something like that. But it looks so nice. I should have sent the picture of, because I do have got a picture of how it looks in my home. Oh, they don't have it anymore, and I don't have it in my phone. Oh, anyway, we'll try it. 003-885 is your item number, and you're getting 2 of 6, set of 2 with the 3 drawers in there. Now, and then you can see that it has got those lovely metal decor elements in here, the drawer, the pullers. Now, so you have got the flexi-buy, so you can do it into 2 payments of £29.49 or £58.98, one of payment and saving, of course, in both cases, £15. They're trying to find the picture. I don't know if we can find it, but anyway. Apparently I have sent so many. There's like the folder with power pictures. It's like wasabi, patchy. They are one is my cat, the other one is my neighbor's cat. So what can I say? I do love cats. Then we have got here. This is the other 2 that I absolutely adore as well. Now here you have got 6 in total, 12 by 12 standing trays. Now you can see I just put one piece of 12 by 12 so you could see how nicely it fits in here. The way that it's been designed is so clever. They are individual trays, so say that you just wanted to have one tray or 2 trays here, you can. If you want to put all 6 of them together, you can. And all 6 will fit inside the one single cube. The other thing I will find is that each one of the trays are completely stand-alone products. So it means that they have got all of them have got the 4 feet, anti-sliding 4 feet, which means that they won't, like even if you have got a glass countertop, it will not move away. What do I put in mine? I put double-sided adhesive sheets and things like that. I have foam car. I have got 12 by 12s. I have got a variety of different products. It's one of those ones that it's almost like you can never have enough. The other thing I love about them is that you can see completely clear. There is no problem. But also, and this is why I used to have something I still have it, something similar to this. But it had been designed for shops. And it had a little lip around here, so which means that if you want to grab the bottom sheet, you have to take everything out like so and then drag it in. Here, no, you have got completely access through the bottom in here. Then the other thing it has got is like the elements here. Can you see there? The finger bit. I'm trying to tell to the producer is in the other one. In here, what you also have got is, can you see these little elements here? Now, these ones have got two kind of functions. One of them is structural, so that means that, of course, it means that all the layers are kind of more stable, but also it means that the paper can now be nice and snug in here. Oh, we do have got a picture. we do it. It's coming up. It's coming up. So you can see how this is really, really useful. And remember that not only, let me grab one A4, not only is for your 12 by 12, but also for your A4. In fact, I believe that most of mine are filled with A4s, just because you can put, like I have got like my A4 masking sheets, so I will have the A4s, they come in a bit bigger than an A4, and then I will have all the bits and pieces there as well. It's one of those ones that it makes so much sense to invest into storage, because I don't know about you, but we do accumulate a lot of stuff and we forget what we have, and organizing it and being able to access it easily, seeing it, to keep it safe as well, is worth every penny. £29.98 is the price, and of course you save £12. 040602 is the item number, and here it is in my house. You can see this one is the one. Now you can see there that this is exactly as soon as I got it home, I put it into my my unit there, and you can see how I have got ink pads, I have got sponges in there. Then I filled it up, of course, with papers and different elements. But you can see it there in action, how it fits on a unit. You know the one, the Swedish store. You can see there that what I recommend to do is put lids or other boxes inside it as well, if it helps you. This is the starting point of being organized. You can be creative, you can on its own, or you can just be as soon as it arrives. It's just one of those ones that really grows with you. I absolutely love them. Now we have got, this is the home office. And this is funny because, again, I own this one. I do love a little bit of storage. I'll tell you how and why I love it. Now, we do have A4 papers, for instance, being for crafts. So you could have here watercolor card, true black card, and maybe in the bottom you have got super smooth, or you have got the rainbow one. Also, if you multi-buy it, you can extend it and put it on top. In this case, you have got metal rods, so that's going to be even more stronger. The other way that I have got mine is the fact that I have got my photographic paper in one. This is how it happens. I have my sticker paper on the other bottom, and then I have got in the bottom, I think it's just like printable cardstock. So you can have access right beside my printer, and I know exactly the paper that I use with the printer. The magazine holder, or I don't know how magazine file pen pot. Magazine holder, I have it like this, horizontal. And what I do is, let me show you exactly what I do. I have got a lot of A4 cardstock, and I have collected over years and years and years. So I have it horizontal, and I have, as I said, I have few of them. So I have got my A4 fully packed, vertically stored. So say I was saying pink rock, watercolor cards, and true black and super smooth. It's one of those ones that I'm constantly using it. So I will have it either on my desk or on my shelf, all of it, filling it as much as possible, because you don't want it to be empty, otherwise the paper can buckle a little bit, and therefore I have it always reachable in there, and it takes very little area as well. It means that I can access the paper very easily. Also, it means that sometimes papers are a little bit smaller, so you have bits and pieces as well. All your scraps, so imagine your you know what I mean. Pieces that are like this, an A6, like something like this, smaller ones. You can have like a files here, just a folder A3, and you have got the reds, the greens, the yellows, and then you can access exactly the scrap piece of paper, so you don't waste as much. Things like that is why organization and investing into the Flector makes all the sense, because ultimately makes finding what you have, using what you have much easier, and ultimately saves you money, because you can actually use what you have. You cannot use what you cannot find. So therefore you have invested in that, and if you cannot find it and you cannot use it, it's wasted. Whether if you can find it and use it, it makes all the sense. I don't know about you, but I always think that investing into storage always saves me money and time, and both are very valuable. Also, of course, it lasts you can then use it for crafting or at home office. It doesn't matter. It's whatever it suits you. 141845 is your item number. £15.99 is your price, of course, plus P&P. But you're thinking, well, how can I get, this price without having to pay P&P? Well, here is Janice to tell you more about it.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Well, before we give you a final kind of look into the 7-day savers, I need to tell you, please do check out your baskets for any items in this show, because we are extremely busy and the stock is kind of disappearing very quickly. So with saying that, let's have a look at the 7-day savers. Remember that the 7-day savers launch at 8 a.m. on Sunday, and they should last until the following Sunday or until the stocks last. So many of them have already sold out, so we are going to have a look at what we have got in stock for you. So now we have got from Totally Patch. We love our Pat and Mark, don't we? I could listen to Pat all day long. She explains everything so well, and I think they're back tomorrow on it. Anyway, you have got here Totally Patch 100% cotton 1 meter. £10.49. So you have got different options. You have got maybe I think that's cloud. This is the cloud in blue, and then you have got the dusky blue clouds. So you have got the gorgeous upside down. They look like sheep though. That's wild, don't they? I actually prefer, I'm on my way to work, I'm walking to work, there is a field with little lambs and beautiful sheep, and they're so bucolically, so pretty. And then here we have got the teal critters. Look at that, and they're cute. And then we have got the yellow mushrooms. Let's go in there. And I like them because they are what I would call, still classify this as a blend of fabric, in the sense that the pattern is quite small. So you can put it with, beside something a little bit more feature fabric. This is mushrooms in teal. And remember, whichever option you go, you will get a meter. Now, then we have got the yellow critters. Then we have got things like the teal circles, which is a true blender. And then there is many more. I want to show you one of the options, because I love this one, teal. And this is the herringbone. Now, again, very, very good for blending, for backing of fabrics. Of course, it is 1 meter. So backing is usually more for a play mat or something like that, but definitely worth having a look. There is other options on the website, but £10.49 for a full meter of 100% cotton fabric. It is quilting weight if you are thinking about it. Yeah, definitely quilting weight. So do please check out those ones. 858053. Look at me just talking about quilting weight and 100% cotton. Who knew? I mean, but I'm just so in love with sewing these days. I mean, it's just like, it's the one thing that keeps me sane. That and my friends, of course. And my cat. Wasabi, yeah, that is wasabi or patchy looking at wasabi, whichever way you look at it. Now, from Craft Yourself Silly, you have got here the cat and mouse bundle of MDF pieces. You have got 9 pieces in total, different shapes. Look at that. I mean, she's just so cute. Yeah, I am a little bit of a cat mouse lady. Yeah, I was thinking of adopting the kittens, but you know, good news is, like, no, people will say, no, you just already have got 1.5, so don't overdo it. Then you have got, of course, the black plaques in here, so you can mix them and matching them. Imagine, there is one plaque that a friend of mine gave me a long time ago that says, a home without a cat is not a home but a house, or something like that. So that makes sense. Yeah, I think it is. Anyway, so you have got the different plaques in there. So for £17.97, £18 saving, which means that is better than half price. 584768 is your item number. And then we have got Pentart. Now again, Pentart is quality, so I will grab the 7-day savers. You have got an £8 savings. What you get is one of the products. You are getting 5 pots in here, 5 different mediums. 4 of them crackling paste with a metallic sheen to them. Well, 3 of them with a metallic sheen, and then you get the crackling primer as well. So then they work together, and of course, remember, the bigger you apply it, the thicker you apply it, the bigger the cracks. You also get a 25 by 25 wooden board. So there you have it. You have got something to start working on, and I love how it feels. It's kind of sort of, it's wood. It's kind of balsa wood, but a little bit sturdier than balsa wood. So I'm now already thinking, maybe you like a little bit of pyrography. Maybe you like to do a little bit of different techniques onto the experiment, mixed media, and so much more. But also you are getting the primer paste, which is a gesso, black gesso. Now I own this one. It's one of my favorites. Well, it's my favorite black gesso. The reason being because it's like a paste. So I can achieve lots of different effects. If I use a brush, I can use it just as a regular gesso. And by the way, if you're wondering what a gesso is, it's kind of a primer. It's the thing that you put it before adding the colors in. It's very opaque, and it gives you the perfect matte texture. So you can put it over plastic, so then you can put it on top of the materials and mediums that not necessarily work so well on top of regular plastic. This is one of those things that, because it's a paste, you can apply in different ways. So if you want a spatula and you want to do a thick texture, will work fabulous. Now 473934 is your item number, £24.08. You're saving £8. And then of course one of my fun packs from the 7-day savers. Now it did sell out earlier, I think a couple of days ago, but we managed to get more on extended delivery. They will be dispatched from the 5th of May. Incidentally, that's Adele's, the singers. Other singles are available. That's her birthday. Anyway, moving on from that, $9.99 is the price of 200 of them. A6 of the Mirror Rainbow card. Look at that. Now, if you want something to brighten your day, this is the card for you. 280 GSM A6, of course, from Pink Frog. I love them. 141593 is your item number. You can find them, of course, on the website. I believe it's hochanda.com/7-day savers, and you can find every single 7-day savers. Remember that the ones that we have got now, they will end tomorrow at 8 a.m. So to avoid any disappointments or missing out, do check out your baskets for them. Of course, the Love Lounge marmalade string foils did sell out, and this is what happens quite often. There is no warranties that we can bring them back. Yes, we managed to bring them back, the Rainbow Mirror, but we couldn't with the Love Lounge or the pastel zip collections. And see, there it is. I earmarked that I had to order the zippers, and I forgot. and I missed out. This is something that happens, and it's a little bit with the 7-day savers. We need to get into the habit, I'm telling myself here, to order them as soon as they happen. Okay, that's me told. Anyway, and another thing that I need to tell you, we are very, very, very busy for this. Half of the stock has already gone, and I'm not surprised. I believe we have got a picture. Do we have? That's a pair, you know, there it is, and that is from Jackie, and look at that. I mean, I spy some heartfelt creations, which, by the way, Jackie, since you are watching, we do have got a one-day special from Heartfelt Creations at 6 p.m. So do keep tuning tuning at 6 p.m. for that as well. But look at that. I spot, I think it's Love Lounge rub-ons, or they might be 7-day savers. I spot embellishments. I spot washi tape, I believe. I mean, I'm gonna have to come closer because I can't see it. Okay, so you have got ribbons, you have got flowers, you have got trims, you have got in there, of course, bits of fabric tags. You know, I can see some sequins as well, or glitters. Now, this is, of course, that is just one side of it. Can you imagine, of course, she has got one of the rotating bottoms as well. Now, this is why I would recommend to go. If you have never gone for one of the deflected caddies, I would recommend to now try it on. For £30.98, what you get is quality. You are getting also this first step into being organized. Now, I'm going to ask this very probably redundant question. We have got more time at home, you know, it's a fact. Have we spent more time in the craft room? Yes, most of us we have. But I don't know about you, but many of us have found that maybe crafting or creating was a little bit of our mojo had disappeared. But we wanted to be surrounded by our crafting, so we have started organizing, reorganizing, tidying. But you can tidy, but you sometimes be organized is a different thing. Organizing means that I can put in my ink pads, my distress ink pads in here, in a way that I know I'm going to find them. I can put them here, and then I can go in, well, I'm going to put my, you know, my Nuvo hybrid in here as well. So I am not only tidying, but I'm organizing. I am going through the stuff I have got and realizing that maybe you're like me, maybe you have got 3 salty ocean ink pads, because you know what, you forgot that you had them and you got another one, and then you regret it, because if you wanted to have 2 of them, it would have been a pink raspberry, which has happened to me. Maybe you have discovered, oh wow, I had some pen pastels that I forgot, or any types of pastels in here. Well, now you know. Now you have a dedicated pod in here for them. Maybe you have discovered that, oh, I had some watercolors in there, so you can put them here as well. So you have got your watercolor. Now, doesn't fit here, you can put it in the double one. You can also put it vertically. You don't have, and actually, if anything, I would recommend to put as much stuff vertically, because then it's easy to access. Then you're thinking, oh, I have got some gilded plates. I'm going to put them like this, because then I know exactly the color they are. So sometimes you're thinking, well, they doesn't fit like this. Try it the other way around. Then I have got, for instance, maybe you have got some ribbon. So this is the ribbon. So again, oh, look at that. Perfect. It fits in here. You have got the sponges. Maybe you have got brushes, makeup brushes, something like that. So I'm just going to fill them in here. So I have to say, I prefer to be extremely organized. So I will have my sponges in one of them, my makeup brushes, and they're not makeup brushes. I mean, they are makeup brushes, but I use them for inks. I spend so much money in crafting that I can't spend it into makeup. Not that, you know, and everybody says, well, maybe, darling, you should be spending more money in makeup. Anyway, so here you have got our glues, washi tapes, things like that. Spritzers, if you have got the spritzers, these ones are the distress ones, they are the mini ones. So so you can have them here as well. So can you see how many different things I'm putting here? Now, if you think some pots are too tall, so this one is just about too tall, you can put it there. So just put it horizontally. Now, again, that one's too tall, put it horizontally. Or, if you are like me, like you know I love my Pearly Winks sprays, and they are taller than this. No problem. I took the lid of one of them and I have got all mine. Still, what I only need to do is to make sure that that one is the top one, the one that keeps open. That's it. I still can use it perfectly safe. There is the ability also. It is lightweight for some being, for being plastic. It is lightweight. The other thing you can do as well is to put. You know how Leone has converted us, and very rightly so. Instead of using baby wipes, to use old clothes. Just this is it used to be a men's shirt. I didn't go in. No. It was a men's shirt that went into it was going to go into the trash, and I said, oh, actually, I can recycling. I don't go cutting men's shirts. I mean, like, oh, that's a nice shirt for cleaning. No, I don't do that. Don't worry. I'm not that crazy yet. Time will, you never know. Anyway, so you can see how you can mix and customize it of what you have got. And the best bit to me is the fact that you can always link it all up and it looks, tidy and organized. It's organized and tidy, which are two different things, and for me, both are important. If you are somebody who crafts, doesn't have a crafting area designated, you basically craft maybe in the dining room, but you have to put the things away. This makes a lot of sense because you can put it right beside each other, like Leone does it. So you craft, you have access to everything in here, and then you just put it back down. And then when you finish, you take this to whatever it is that you put it back. Of course, there is the options to go, not today, not in a happy hour deal, to go for the one for the base. So if you can find them on the website. However, what I would say is like, it is a happy hour deal. Whether you have it or not is irrelevant. This is what I have got. I have got 2 of those ones, and that is what works really well for me. Leone has got, I think, 12 or 14. I don't know how that's. It's a mystery because she does not disclose certain numbers. But that works for her. Jackie, you saw, she had a big mountain of them. Our Lottie, I think she's on 6 or 8. It's your own collection, and you grow with it. You realize, and it's something that, like, Leone comes in and goes out and does the workshops, and whenever they are available, all that sort of elements, and she just uses them all the time. Works for her, it could work for you. And please do check out your baskets, because 60% of the stock has already gone. 613063 is your item number. £30.98 is your price, making a saving of £29, almost half price. So do stock up, and you can multiply. Well, there is a stock, you can multiply it. So you might be thinking, I want 4 of them. I want to go to Leone's number, whichever might be, maybe 14. Then stock up. Start some fine. It's a perfect opportunity with a happy hour deal. Now, this is, I don't think I have ever done a show with them, because but to me, these ones is my new, I do kind of want them, because I love, now I'm sorry if I refer too much to my own craft room, but how I craft, and I have been many years crafting professionally, everything has to be easily accessible. So whatever it is that I'm having, especially those items that I use constantly, especially glues, especially foam pads, especially brushes to distress inks, has to be at arm's reach. And this is why low profile, and I mean not too deep drawers are so important, because I want to have them on my table. And I know, but I don't want them to take over my table. I don't want to have to craft in a tiny bit. I want to have more or less, this is more or less a counter, probably a table would be even longer. I want to be able to, you know what I mean, put them aside there, imagine the wall here, not taking too much space, but having everything here at arm reach. I don't have to get up and go into the shelves. This makes a lot of sense. Also means that if you have got shelves, you can have a narrow shelf and it will fit very nicely. Again, don't think just crafting. think about makeup. This would be perfect again for makeup. For instance, here I can see the bigger ones for maybe those blusher, bronzers, bigger things. But then the smaller ones, what about for lipsticks? The 4 ones, the set of 4 lipsticks, nail varnishes, but also I'm thinking eyeliners. You know, those things like a lip liner. So you can have eyeliners, lip liners, mascara, maybe, you know, things like that, brow stuff here, like maybe brow gel, hair clips, hair bubbles, you know, hair, you know, like, you know, clips. Also, I am a big believer, I'm a top tip that I am, you know, with beauty stuff, I only buy when there is gift with purchase, they say. So I get a lot of little, you know, sample things. And I love that because whatever doesn't work for me will work for one of my friends. So what I do is that I will get these boxes with a lot of different bits, and then I kind of go through them and I kind of, oh, this is a cleanser, this is this. So you kind of have all these things, and then you can reach them, you can find them, you can use them. Because remember, tidying and organizing are important. You can tidy, but if you don't organize, you cannot find it. And if you cannot find it, you cannot use it. Therefore, it's wasted. So everything that you spend into storage and organizing means that you are saving actual money because you are using what you have bought already. 571349 is your item number, £35.34, and of course you're saving £15. And that applies, that rule of organizing saves you money. It applies to craft stuff, it applies to tools for your DIY, it applies to makeup, it applies to cables, it applies to anything electronical, gardening, seeds, little bits and pieces. Even here, for instance, I need, you know what, it would be really good for gardening gloves. I mean, obviously my hands are not necessarily the largest one, but I keep always losing one of my gardening gloves, and always is the same hand. And it's like, so I have got like 3 of the left hand. Why? I don't know, but imagine if you can put here your gloves and it would fit, you know, even if you have got used the very large ones, maybe you need 2 of them, but then you have them next to each other. Cleaning products. Maybe you have got extra, you know, the scrunchies, you know, the metal ones that, you know, you have to clean pans, and then you have got maybe brand new ones of the, you know, you can keep everything. Washing dishwasher tablets. Washing tablets, you know, the ones that are some of them are bio, some of them are non-bio. What about having them? So you have them on top of your washing machine and clearly displayed. You know which one it is which. Dog treats, that's a very good one. Cat treats. What about having these ones as well? So for instance, I have got the warmers and for wasabi, not for me. So wasabi is my cat. So, you know, all the stuff that they need to take, or, you know, kind of thing, the flea stuff. So you can have it here nice and tidy as well. So you have got a, you know, then you have got other stuff, again, cables. I used to be more into it than that now, but I still have got a lot, I love my photography. So, you know, all the cards, all the things that you have, so you can have the ones that are to use and the ones that are to be, you know, processed. Your chargers, your, you know, different plugs, adapter plugs as well. So you can have that. The fact that they come apart, like I'm not gonna, yeah, well, you can kind of slide it down, and that one. Ooh. So you can see how you can slide them horizontally or vertically. So you could have them separately as well. I love the idea because for 4 of them, then you can pick and choose. Well, I'm going to keep 1 for my crafting room, 2 for my washing machine. So I have got the powder. So you know that whitening powder. I don't like the pots that they come in because they are rounded, so they don't fit. They don't maximize the space. Yeah, I'm very crazy about maximizing space. So this would be perfect. Or for instance, if you have got more than 1 pet, you know that certain pets like certain foods and certain pets don't like the other, so you can be organized as well. Now, you have got now here, remember the price, £13 saving, £18.99. Now, of course, if you are using it in the kitchen, I need to tell you that it's not food safe in the sense that you cannot put the food without the packaging inside. So what you would do is put maybe, say for instance, I like my spices, or maybe something like I just discovered the spelt Italian spelt. I would put it within the wrapper inside of here, so then you can still use them. Now, of course, if you want to go for it, your item number is 813243. Right. Oh, I'm just gonna take, now can I take away the packaging? Right, let me take away the packaging and bring some paper in here as well. Sorry, now we are gonna take away the packaging. So I'm not gonna be very careful. Usually at home I'm a little. So I'm going to take it out. Also worth mentioning, and I haven't mentioned, Deflector have been in business for a very long time, creating a storage for the home offices, for I think it's since for decades. We will have confirmation of that, but anyway, so you know the quality of this. Now, this is one of my top products. I just love it. I love because it will fit my 12 by 12, so you can have the 12 by 12, and it fits even with, you can see, even with the little edge in here. Now, the edge since 1960. So 50 years. Now, of course, what we have got in here is these little holes that allows us to push the papers through, because it's quite snug. So otherwise you would be damaging. But here it means that we can put the finger through and we can have access. Now, as I mentioned, I tend to use different ways as well. Imagine that you have got your distress inks into tins. Well, you can have them like this. Now, it means that you can access them easily. You can then take them out. What I was talking is about having your project here. And this makes the perfect drawer for projects. So you have got heartfelt. By the way, one day special launching at 6 p.m. So you put your 12 by 12 paper pad and you can see it fits perfectly. You can have your brand new matching stamps and dies here. And then you have got here the drawer for that collection. So whenever you are playing with that collection, you just take the drawer to the table and that's what it is. Then you put it here, and then imagine you have got here maybe the Wild Rose collection, maybe the Hydrangea one. The next one, I'm not sure how it is called, but the one to the launching tonight, brand new one. Again, you can have dies and stamps inside it. And when you have got complete collections that have got an array of stamps, dies, embellishments, after this hour, there is fabulous Polish company called P13. Again, you can have the 12 by 12, the 6 by 6, those embellishments, those bits and pieces in one drawer, so you can craft easily with them. The other thing that you can do in here, of course, you can put maybe, say, A4, because that is the other thing. This is a little bit tall and upside down for me. But imagine that, like me, you have got pink frog crafts or any other cardstock that you like. You have got the True Black, for instance, in here. You can see it. Now, I have got A4 and I have got 12 by 12. Having it in a drawer means that you can flick through. Then it means that next time, for instance, I take that and I score it, then I can put the leftover inside it. I'm going to grab something else as well, because those bits, sorry, apologies for that, but imagine that you have got A5, A6. You can put them and you can have your rainbow drawer. So you can have in here, say, A4s. I'm making a mess out of this. I will organize it, don't worry. I have got my A4s, I have got my A6 from the 7-Day Savers, and I have got here the perfect drawer. And then, of course, you can take the finger out and grab the last sheet in there. It's absolutely fabulous, and of course it will fit on a, on those cube units that you can buy flat packed in a big Swedish store. There it is. You can see it in mine, and I just love them. Of course, that is using 3 of the drawers plus 3 of the trays, which is what we are going to have a look at now. If you want to go for the drawers, you are getting, remember, you're getting 2 of the 3 drawer sets, so you're getting in total 6 drawers, but basically there are 2 units. £58.98, making a saving of £15. That saving is only here for another further 7 minutes, so do please check out your baskets or make a decision soon within the next minutes to check out those baskets. The other thing that I absolutely adore from Deflector are those trays. They are individual trays that stack up, and you are in this bundle, you are getting 6 of them. 6 of them, which means that you can have all 6 in one of those cubes, but also it means that you can take out one of them if you wanted to, or you kind of mix and match as you wish. What you can do, of course, you can put 12 by 12s, but you can also put A4s. In fact, in my case, most of them are A4s and bits and pieces that you have. Again, if you wanted to, for instance, I do have, if you have got a trimmer and you don't know where to put it or how to store it, something like this would be absolutely perfect. If you have got boxes with this, I have got, I just got a little, actually I'm going to tell you the story. You know those sweets, the chocolates that they are golden wrapped and they are rounded, very nutty ones. Now I had once a very big box, and I use a tray within this to access it. Now the tray in itself is not that useful, but when you have this, the trays become drawers as well. So you see, you can be as creative or as straightforward as you want with your storage. And remember, the fact that you have got a storage means that you can be organized and tidy, so you can find what you have invested in. All the craft events, all that office, if you are a photographer, if you are somebody who prints their things, this is perfect to store your photographic paper as well as your regular paper to print things. It's absolutely phenomenal. A saving, of course, of £12. You pay £29.98. Do check out those baskets because those prices are going to go up in a few minutes. So please do check out to make the most of these savings. So thank you so much for the company this hour. I'm very passionate about our storage, and I hope you invest into some amazing products and amazing bargains here at Hochanda. Right, so brand new company, I believe, to Hochanda, P13. Beautiful, beautiful paper crafting. Then, made to surprise, one day special, another brand new company.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts, they tell me when everything's happening, so if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door.
I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Well, hello. Well, good afternoon. I think it still is marvelous weather, but it is even more marvelous inside watching an amazing company. Now, you may have seen some products that are very similar previously on Hochanda, on Leon Leus, and of course they are the same company. They had just had a quick rebrand or rename of the company. They were known as I think it was Friday 13th, and now they are P13, but it is the same company, the same mother and daughter team based in Poland. Now they are an amazing company. They started in 2006 creating beautiful collections in which they have this saying, we do everything wholeheartedly, and I love that. Everything they do, every step in which they produce or manufacture and design these products, they want to do it perfectly as well, and every time they think, what can we do better? And all that, you can see it in this beautiful collection. The one that we have got in front of us, brand new, is Baby Joy. Now, one of the things I love about Polish style and the Polish paper crafting style is the ability to create that multi-layered element. It's incredibly beautiful. Here you are getting a 12 by 12 pad, a 6 by 6 pad, stamps, clear stamps, stickers, which are beautiful, beautiful little ones as well as bigger ones, and you are getting lots of them, but look at what you can do with them. Absolutely stunning. You are getting a laser, die cut, I would say. Oh, no, I missed it. Die cut elements as well. Here we have got the bunting, the little tags, and all of them. This is what will create your layering elements. That beautiful stuff. Look at that. The soft, muted tones. The gorgeous, beautiful flowers in there. Look at the gorgeous. I mean, see, you start saying this, and then you start saying how easy it's going to be to put together that card, that mini album, that scrapbook layout to celebrate the joy of a new birth. What about the fact that it comes as well with that journal in here? perfect to write the name or the stamps the name with the day, and then start creating pages in here because they are blank. So you can do whichever style of scrapbooking or paper crafting you want to incorporate. Bullet journaling, of course you can do it. Do you want to bullet journal maybe the run out to having a baby? That is perfect. The first months. What about having those memories from, maybe you have got a grown-up children. Maybe you want to, just go and talk about the memories. Just bring in those pictures, print them again and kind of have them. Then you have got a traveler's journal here as well. The size, which is a little bit, is the same height as an A5, but it's narrower in here. With that beautiful, gorgeous, what is it called in English? The straw? No, stork. With, of course, the baby wrapped in here. It's not a straw, it's a stork. Strong sword. Anyway, they are fabulous birds, aren't they? But look at that. Look at the samples they have sent. Look at what they have done. Isn't that just extraordinary? And of course you have, oh God, those die cuts in there, those images that you can fussy cut as well. Imagine to create that in here. Imagine to be able to take your paper pads and just go in and look at them. Now, one of the things I also like, and this is why I'm turning it over, is that they have about P13 that I like, is the fact that they do have this less waste policy. It's like, we want the packaging to be usable, so you can use it as well. It's the same quality as the front, and of course you can't use it. Now if you turn it over, you can see it. Can you start seeing those elements? Fussy cut them as well. So this is the back of the packaging. So every single inch of the paper, and I'm going to split it here so you can see the papers, not me, but here papers. Look at that. So. Oh, they're upside down. Yeah, let's put them like this and you can see them better. Actually, that works much better. Look at that, beautiful papers. Now, the back of it, if you're wondering, it is printed as well, but they are plainer colors, which if you watch any of my shows, you will know they are as essential as the pretty feature ones. If you are a quilter as well, you will know the importance of blended fabrics, and these ones are blended papers on the back. But those cards, this one is 3x4, I think, the sizes of the cards, which are quite a standard in size, so you know what to do. You have my whole heart for my whole life. This is perfect for a baby shower. This is perfect for, gender reveal. They are perfect, in my opinion, as well, to now that we have got more time, to just grab those pictures from your children, your nieces, your grandchildren. You know the ones that you have in your phones and your computers and you haven't done anything with them. Then do something with them. Do these memories and create something that you can incorporate them. And the joy that you will do when I am a big fan of scrapbooking, I think, or journaling or memory books, whichever name you call it, because keeping those memories, printing them and working with them, then using these papers maybe to spell the name, maybe just kind of trimming, the joy that brings you using and crafting, but also looking back into the happy memories, looking back onto those moments of joy, of absolute joy, knowing that it was a girl or a boy, that discovery, when did you first find out that you're, maybe like when I found out that my niece, which is adopted, when they found out that the baby they were adopting was going to be Alima, and it was going to be a girl, and she was, at the time, was 8 months old. That joy, that's a beautiful joy, needs to be kind of a scrapbook. Keep that memories. And this is why I love this collection so well, because it does help you. It inspires you with all that imagery in here, with that beautiful kind of vintagey elements, but as well as contemporary ones. It doesn't have that sort of very definite, is it very modern or is it very vintage? It can be, to your taste. It has got that softness and that beauty of the, that layering, that joy, the innocence as well of the baby, a brand new baby. I almost, that smell of babies, that beautiful smell, that kind of this is what I am smelling. This is that kind of, that sort of, when they have been just washed and they're sleepy and they kind of, I love that. And look at that, they are double-sided as well. My producer is like, I need to go and smell it, baby. Oh, trust me, you know, it's like, it's just something else. It's that joy of it. And this collection completely captures that. Captures the softness, captures the happiness, captures the I don't know, there is something very special about it anyway. You are also getting the stamps in here. So again, you can stamp them time and time again. You have a teddy bear, which you can use in many ways. Look at those eyelashes. I mean, that kind of, look at the dummy pacifier there as well. Look at the stickers. All that is incorporated. Look at this. Yeah, let's have a look at the stickers. So now you can see in here that you have got stickers. And look at that, eat, play, sleep, repeat. Isn't that, you know, again, your journaling, your memory books, sweet dreams, and things like that. You can use it, not necessarily just for babies. I mean, cute as a button could be for more grown up. Bath time could be for more grown up. You are my whole world could be even romantic. You know, you are a miracle. It could be for my, you know, for somebody you know, that grown up completely, like mother, like daughter. That could be towards your mom and yourself, you know. Love you, honey bunny. I love that. Hello, sunshine. Again, for a card, you could use that. Now, then, you have got in here stickers. You have got the alphabet, both in blue and that wooden effect in here, so you can see them both. I love the font. Again, sans serif style, which lends itself to be very modern or very traditional if you wanted to do so. You have got so many different die cuts in here. And those die cuts, it makes it layering style so much easier. You have got things like welcome to the world, but the back of them is also printed. So if you don't want one side, you can. So for instance, I was thinking, you can use the plainer side to stamp a name if you wanted. If you have got an alphabet stamp set, if you want to use this beautiful, you know, shape like tear shapes, or you can use them as petals for a flower if you wanted to. You have got the bunting, again, double-sided. I mean, can we look at how cute is that? Oh, and it's just, but then if you don't like that, you have got another option on the back. Love, love that. You remember you have got also the 6x6 pad in there, which I believe they are the same images, but kind of shrink down. So again, you have got the option, and you are getting the same designs, but of course it's shrunk down. You are getting 4 of each, and you are getting, I believe, in that one is 4 of each, 24 in total. Yeah. So you are getting, yeah, and the big one you are getting 2 of each. Now, what can you do with this? So we talk about journals, we talk about, of course, home decor pieces. What about a cars? Now, I love this because this is completely different. This is not necessarily relation to the sample that we have got here. This is a thing, the next one. Yeah, I think might be. But whichever, the one thing is that you can use the bunting in the bottom. So let's put that one in here. But you can see in here, look at that. So you can mix and match with different collections, die cuts that you may have as well. It's beautiful. Look at this. This is a box. Absolutely stunning. Investing time and money into creating memories or preserving memories, I think makes a lot of sense. Now, if you're thinking of something different, scrapbooking, that would be absolutely perfect. But if also incorporating them into your card making also is beautiful. 219629 is your item number. You have got the flexi buy option of 2 payments of £22.48. But let's have a look what you can make with them and how to use them. That's gorgeous. I love that style. Really, and you know, sometimes when I see that style, I always think, oh, but it takes a lot of time because you have to, you know, die cut and you have to get this and that. Well, actually, no. If you go for one of these bundles, you will have all those layers, all those different die cuts. You can fussy cut some of them out of the papers if you want. You have got the stickers. You have got also, of course, stamps, and you have got journaling cards. So no, it takes as long as you want it to take. It's something that you can do in an afternoon and something that you can work on it for days and days and days. This is another collection, brand new today, that we have got, is the 4 Seasons. Now, this is the spring of the 4 Seasons. Beautiful soft lilacs, nice warm yellows in there, not too vibrant that they are scary. No, they are nice and mellow. Then you have got sage greens in there as well. 12 by 12 pages. You are getting actually I believe it's 12 sheets in total, 6 designs, 2 of each. They are 240 GSM, so I'm going to turn them over again so you can see. So the packaging, they even have printed, so you have got fussy cut sheets in there if you wanted to. But look, sorry, I knocked something out, and it's just like, well, it was about time. Now, I'm so clumsiest person on earth. Then you have got beautiful flowers in there, the gorgeous polka dots. Look at that. I love that. Isn't that glorious? To have the tags with the white space, very beautiful. It reminds me a little bit of Alexander Ranke style. So if you are a fan of that, why not invest in this? Because you will be delighted with the quality. 240 GSM. I love this collection. I think this is stunning. Think about cutting this and just putting a stamp of sentiment in here. There it is, a card. You can layer it as well. And if you were thinking, well, sentiments, Paula, now that you mentioned them, but I don't have got sentiments. Well, you have them in the kit because you have got stickers that with sentiments. You have got stickers that are cardstock. True love is a gift. Indeed it is. Someone special, butterfly kisses, spring is in the air, fresh tulips, spring party, you complete me, still in love, looking for spring. That's us every year here in England. Weekend, spring travels, where flowers bloom, so that's hope. Indeed, and there are lots of flowers out there, there's a lot of hope out there. And then you have got more stickers with beautiful sentiments in there as well. Now, these ones are all year round in the sense that they are the things that you want to scrapbook or journal about all year round. So Easter comes every year, so it's nice to have elements that you have got in your stash. You can use it. If I tilt it, you can see sweet, lucky, happy, love, fun, you and me together, and then you have got awesome and hello. Then you have got the letters to spell with that kind of more modern sans serif style of font here. Love, friends, hello. And these ones will be individual letters, so you could even spell something a bit different. In this kit, you also get in the A5 and the travel journal size of the notebooks. So again, you can use them as experimenting patterns. So I use some of those ones to just draw my ideas. Now that I am onto my quilting as well, when I kind of design a project or something like that, I will do the sketch of what I'm trying to do, the sizes. That is always useful to have. But you can make your journal, you can make your scrapbook on that as well, and you can see it in here. I did say that I was very, very clumsy. I just kind of wanted to look back, but of course you can see it's made in Europe as well. Right, starting, like my producer say, starting in one of those days. We have a saying in Mallorca, by the way, that it says, like, if something, you're especially clumsy one day, somebody's thinking very nicely of you. Whoever you might be, very pleased, thank you very much, but stop thinking of me, because this is too much. Anyway, so there we have got the clear stamps as well. So they are a small size set in here, but look, this is a super useful stamp. Background set done. You and me, that could be friendship, it could be romantic, it can be, you know, mother and daughter, it can be dad and daughter, you and me, it's all about a partnership. So it could be a friendship or it could be something romantic. Seriously, that person is not watching because you know. Anyways, you can see here how the layering is. Look at that. I love it. And of course you can add your own dies in here, paper flowers, but it's the layering. And you can achieve that because in this kit you have got the die cuts, you have got the bunting. Remember, double-sided printing. So say that you don't want to use this one, you have got the back of it, and each bag is slightly different. So you can, say for instance, use them like this. And then what about taking one of these little buntings in there? So kind of coming in like this. Can you see how quickly and easy? Oh, I like this one. Look at that. Oh, bunny, bunny. Look at that. Isn't that cute? And then I'm thinking, well, I want something a bit, maybe something circular, maybe like that, or maybe like this, and then just put a sticker over the top. And there it is, a card. It's always beautiful to have at your reach a collection that works, a collection of cards, a collection of papers, stamps, stickers, that you know everything coordinates, that everything is put together for a reason. Whether you want to kind of think, like this is also for cards, it's very nice because you have got the front of the card sorted. You literally can just bring one of these banners in here and one of the stickers. Look at that. You take one of the stickers, let me grab one, and I'm not going to stick it down, but you will see what I mean. Just knock something else. Right, so maybe still in love? No, I'm not going to go romantic. Someone special, so that could be for so many things. So someone special, there it is. I'm not going to stick it, but you can see. Within seconds, I had a card made, and a pretty card at that. If you like to have a collection that, whoever you might be, I mean, stop thinking. I cannot blame anybody else but me. Sorry, I'm so sorry. But no paper is ever harmed in the making of the shows. Except when I start tearing paper, or cutting, or stamping. So maybe sometimes. Anyway, you can say that. You can see where you can incorporate it. Now, again, having those beautiful layers. Now, you all may have different elements. What think about, for instance, my grandmother, my late grandmother, she made fabric flowers, and I have got a couple of them. Now, I have worn them, so for a wedding, I was wearing flowers in my head that she had made. But what about incorporating them into your memory albums? So the flowers are actually something that mean, and they are sentimental. So you can do that. Think about drawing flowers from your wedding and then incorporate them here into this album. So you have got the beautiful print, but then you have got also elements. You can use those journaling cards, as you can see in here. Perfect placing for your pictures, for your writing. And then you close it up and you have got the most gorgeous album. This is the thing about these collections from P13, that everything has been done so the gorgeous tones of it are easy to use, that you can then put a picture, you can put something meaningful, a sentiment that is included in the kit, and it's done. It's simple, but it looks so elaborate and elaborate. If you want to go for the 4 Seasons Complete Color Spring Collection, your item number is 831413, and of course you have got a £10 saving, £42.96. And if you want to spread the cost, there is an option to go for a flexi buy. You can spread the cost into interest-free payments of £21.48. Now, because they are based in Poland, there is a slight standard delivery. It will be dispatched from the 12th of May. But, of course, we tune into Hochanda to see demos, and here it is, the next one. And that is how you can use these glorious project products from P13. And while we were talking during this VT that, you know, we love the fact that it's mother and daughter team that created this company in 2006. So that is, how is it? It's like 14 years? Yeah, it is. Yeah, 14 years of working with paper, and they know what they want. They work with different designers, and they work with different design teams. By the way, I do strongly suggest to go to their blog. I just search a P13 Baby Joy blog, and then you will find such a beautiful projects, including some of the ones that we are featuring here. They have got such a beautiful style as well, and this is what you invest into when you you grab this Baby Joy. You get beautiful papers. You are getting 12 double-sided sheets. You can see them, 2 of each design, and you have got 6 designs in total, double-sided, acid and linen free, 240 GSM cardstock as well, which means that it's, technically speaking, is definitely card, which means, well, it's a card pad, actually, as my producer very well says. Oh, I need to remember it's upside down. The other thing I love about this pad is, of course, if it's cardstock, it means that you can die cut it to 140 GSM. Remember, it's a very nice way to die cut. You have fussy cut sheets in here. Even the packaging has been designed for. This is something that it shows the care and attention. It shows the compromise with less waste as well. And you know, like Leon and myself, we're very much fans of that sort of less waste, more crafting. And here you have got like the cards that you can cut. You can cut them. You can create mini albums with it, memory books, but they are double-sided. You have got what, you know, I can now come to. Well, I didn't even do anything. Literally, that was like either there is a ghost in this studio that is having a whole, you know, a lot of fun, a party, or either that, or I have got my hair moves in a way that I cannot unsee. But look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And there's so many different things in here that you can use. And of course, you are getting two two sheets of each of the 6 designs, and then you are getting the 6x6, which is the same designs shrunk down to a 6x6, but in this case you are getting 4 of each, and so you are getting in total 24 sheets. Now again, it's 240 GSM, so still is cardstock, still gives you that beautiful quality of printing. It is non-coated cardstock, so it means that if you want to stamp on it and distress it and make it vintage, you can do that by all means. You have got also the A6 journaling cards or cards in here. They are double-sided, so if I turn them over, you will be able to see them, that they are different designs on the back and the front. So therefore, you will be able to use them all. You have got the die cuts as well, so they are double-sided, which that's quite unusual, because usually die cuts, they are only printed in one side, but by having both sides means that you will know exactly which side you prefer, and you can choose that. You have got then more die cuts here. Look at that. And I love that they are, some of them are circles, some of them are banners, some of them are, look at that. Oh, look at this lovely picture. Now, if you wanted, for instance, look at that, you can use the back. Those long and thin banners, you can. I don't know why it's today. I mean, like I'm clumsy, but today it's just like I'm going for the Olympics of clumsiness. Gold. I'm going for gold in the Olympics of clumsiness. That's what I should say. But you can see in here all the double-sided. So, for instance, if you want to say, I don't want to say baby boy, I want to say something else that I have got in my stamp, you can use the back of it. You also are getting, and I do apologize to the floor manager, our brand, that I'm destroying his pack shot, but you know, sorry. And then you have got the clear stamps as well, photopolymers, so you have got good quality stamps in there. You have got the full alphabet, both in uppercase and lowercase. You can see it. If I tilt it, you can see that there. So you have got uppercase, lowercase. You have got several ones of the letters, so you can spell properly. Not implying that you can't, but it's, I mean, that, for instance, if you look at Paula, for instance, has got 2 A's. So if you only had 1 A of it, then you couldn't explain. If you want to say mama or mom, you need 2 M. There it is, 2 M. Then you have or dad, you need 2 Ds, so there it is. But you have got the numbers as well, punctuation, exclamation, hashtag even, and brackets in there, both in the beautiful blue and the wood grain effect, that soft veneer sort of effect, printed effect. Then you have got stickers like baby boy, our little man, it's a boy, dream big little one, and then you have got, of course, those beautiful moments to cherish and all the stickers. Then you have got another one with the circle ones. And then finally, that is it. That is the stickers. Okay, so if you are there, if there is a ghost here, please can you behave? Can you put it all nicely together? Because that would be awesome. Thanks. It never happens. These studio ghosts are very naughty and they like to destroy but not build. The important thing is to build things up. I should tell you the story about my ghost in my house. Well, it's not really, but anyway, going back, Baby Joy. Baby Joy complete collection, of course. I remember you have got the beautiful bundle, the complete collection, brand new today. Oh, you're also getting the notebooks as well. Now, if you wanted to go, you say, I really love this collection, but my budget is limited, or I just want the paperback. Then we have got that one individually. So or in a duo. You can get the 12x12 and the 6x6, and look at that, £14.99. So that is really affordable. Remember, you are getting 12 of the 12x12, but you are getting 24 of the 6x6, double-sided, 240 GSM, which technically means that they are not paper pads, they are card pads. Then we have got the sticky sheets. So if you want to go for those ones individually, of course you can. Of course, the biggest saving is to go for the full bundle, but sometimes our budget or our, craft stash situation does mean that we prefer to invest into smaller bundles. So there we have got this Baby Joy. You are getting 5 of those sticker sheets at £12.99. Now, if you wanted a travel journals, which I love that because it is a journal that is the traveler journal, which is I think it's the same height of an A5, but of course it is narrower than that. I don't know exactly the width of it, but I would say it's about 4 inches in width. £11.99. So it is that one, but I don't know what else it comes with it. So it's 27 paper tags. So probably it would be the bottoms there. There it is. You can see them. So the die cuts. Oh, this is a nice bundle. You are getting the A5 as well as the travel one for £11.99. That's a deal. Go and grab yours and check out those baskets. Now, in the we have got also the stamp set, of course, which comes with the bunting. So it's perfect combination, and also you get some stickers in there. So they are beautiful words as well. So that, if you want to go for that, £14.99 is your price. 590,409. But of course, you're thinking you want it all. You are a completionist or a collector's. You want to have the full every single item to play around, and also you want the biggest saving. So there is the best way is to go for the complete collection. You're saving then £10, which means that you are only paying £44 and some pennies for 96 pence. However, if you want to spread the cost into 2 interest-free payments, you have got that option, and sometimes it does help to spread the cost. And there you have it, the Flexi Buy option. 219629 is your item number. Now let's have another look at another demo. And of course that beautiful card was done with the Four Seasons, the Spring Complete Collection. I have got in my hands a very similar sample in which has been finished with a paper flower, which you can maybe have got something like this at home, but it doesn't need it. You can add it if you wanted to. Now I need to tell you, of course, this Four Seasons Complete Collection is where the biggest saving is. However, you have got a £10 saving. However, we can go through and kind of see what we can go buy individually or in smaller bundles if you wanted to. Now what we have got first is, I believe we have got so, all right. So sorry, I got suddenly got completely frozen. So if you want to go look at the papers in here, look, and then I kind of didn't realize, I didn't listen basically to my producer, which was just wanted to do whatever I want. Now here, look at this beautiful flower. Oh, I love that. Look at those beautiful tags. Again, I love the fact that you can stamp directly onto those white bits. You can stamp and layer as well. You can use the stickers included. 12 pages in here, double-sided, and included of course, the backing sheet of the packaging. You can use it. It's 240 GSM, which technically speaking, it's a good cardstock. So it's not paper pads. It's more of a card packs. That is 12 by 12. Then you're getting the 6 by 6 in here, and the 6 by 6 you're getting 24 sheets of those designs. So it means that you are getting 4 of each, and of course you are getting 6 designs. Stunning, isn't it? I love that. Really, really, really love that. There is so much you can do with these ones, and of course 6 by 6 means that you have got the smaller elements. So sometimes you want to use the same element into the larger one as well as the smaller one. So having both gives you more creative possibilities. Sticker sheets as well we have got in here. So 5 sticker sheets in there. So you have got sentiments. Let's have a look at which we have got. We have got sentiments, and I love those ones because they are the sort of sentiments that you can incorporate into your card making as well as memory keeping. You have got those beautiful large words as well with the script font that has got that softness, that elegance to it. Then we have got the gorgeous surround stickers, with some of them with words, some of them with images, some of them with backgrounds that match those papers. And then you have got more kind of more focal points kind of stickers. And then of course finally we have got those words that are spelled into sans serif fonts with that kind of now I need to tell, now I kind of, sorry, I was looking for the words for this, but these ones, you have got the individual letters, which means that you can use the individual letters, but also you can use the leftover. So you could use, can you see it? The waste. It's been designed so you can use them both. So that's perfect because then it's 2 for 1, if you know what I mean. Then you have got die cuts, a multitude of them. You have got this label rounded as well. You have got the petal shape as well. Those tall and thin, elegant banners that you can use them like this, or maybe the flowers, you can use them horizontal. You can use, they are double-sided, so you always have a side that you can choose. For instance, this is perfect for Easter, but maybe you don't celebrate Easter. You can use the other side. And I love how even in the back side, you have got that kind of little stitch detail here, which means that you have got an attention to detail in there. And then finally, we have got the journaling cards. No, finally, we have got 2 more items that we need to mention. Those journaling place cards make the most beautiful edges for your cards. Also inserts for your cards, tags. So if you are into memory books and you want something and a tag that goes into something and you pull it out and you want to write double-sided, they are absolutely stunning. And then finally, and this is really fine. Oh no. See, it's the kid that keeps on going. It's such a, and this is the stamps, of course, and they are really cool. I think this one is really cool. The musical, whether you are musical or not. I mean, I cannot play an instrument or sing for my life. I mean, I'm so horrendous. However, I love music. I love, you can stamp that and emboss it into white, creating distressing elements. You can use it in many ways. Then we have got here, of course, we have got a traveler's journal, and of course with notebook and the A5 notebook. So you can use them as you wish. They are all plain white, so it means that if you want to use it as a sketchbook, as a notebook, that's perfect. If you want to send, also I'm thinking these kits are fabulous If you want to send like a kit, a self-contained kit to a friend, but you want to keep some of it, kind of grab it all and then split it. So for instance, you prefer maybe, you want to appear very generous, put the 12 by 12 pad in there, put a sheet of stickers, put one of the die cuts, maybe put one of the notepads. And that's it. That's a lovely, fabulous present. If you're feeling really generous, add the stamps or keep them for yourself. It's up to you. If you want to go for the full collection, remember you have got a £10 saving. £42.96 is your price. But if you want to make it easier, maybe you can just flexify it, which means that you can spread the cost in 2 interest-free payments of £21.98. Now, if you prefer to go for just the paper pads, whether it is just for yourself or to also split it, you have got that option, £14.99. Remember, you are getting 12 by 12s, 6 designs, 2 of each, double-sided, and then you are getting 24 sheets of the 6 by 6. Even the backing of the card, you can use it as well. And remember, it's 240 GSM, which makes it actually cardstock. So you can use the plainer size maybe for construction as well, for boxes. Then we have got the sticker sheets. If you wanted to go for those ones, just them and their own, £12.99 is their price. And remember, you have got words like hello, happy. You have got, of course, love, friends, and so much more. The smaller ones, some of the sentiments you have got in there. True love is a gift. Where will flowers bloom? So that's home. So those beautiful sentiments. £12.99. 491277 is your item number. And if you want to go for the travel journal as well as the A5 travel journal, there they are. They come as well with the tags, the die cut tags. Remember, they are double-sided and they are 27 in total. 635524 is your item number. And maybe you want the stamps and bunting. I remember, remembering too, it's a bit of a bunting. It's I think it's a summer, spring thing, but I kind of like it all year round in my house. But then, of course, if it's paper, you can use them in your cards, in your layouts. And remember the beauty detail, and they are double-sided. £12.99 for that beautiful bundle of stamps, journaling cards, as well as the bunting. And of course, if you wanted to go for the bigger saving and the full collection, the details are on the screen. However, here is another demonstration on how to use the notebook. idea of using the bunting at the bottom of the hello and the stickers, it is a fabulous way of using. But of course, we are very busy for the hello, the baby joy pen, and it of course is the full collection. We have got one more demo that we are eager to show you. So what we are going to do, of course, we are going to remind you, if you want to go for the complete collection, by all means do. Remember, it's a £10 saving. You can go for individual or smaller bundles if you want to have a look at them as well. However, we just want another demo, don't we? So here it is. And you can do so many of those gorgeous cards. And remember, you just spend £22.98 today, and then £22.98 next month, and all the full collection could be yours. What you would get is 12 by 12 papers. Well, we say papers, but our knitting says 240 GSM means that it's card. And of course, even the packaging is printed here, so that is not even counted onto the actual papers in there. Look at that, all those elements that you can fussy cut. Beautiful papers with that beautiful soft colored palette. P3013 is a company that is mother and daughter, so everything that they do, I love that sentiment, they do it wholeheartedly. It means that every step of the project, the process, they think, what can we do better? You may have seen something in some of their products with their previous brand name, which was Friday the 13th, on Let Leone Loose. And you know Leone, you know she would never use something that she does not like, and she's very particular about that, so, or especially what features on her Let Leone Loose. So of course you know that it's going to be good quality, and it is the quality of those papers, it is the quality of the stamps in here that you are getting. The stickers as well, cardstock stickers, so they have got a rigidity, so they stand nice and neatly. You have got here different elements as well. You have got sentiments, quotes in there. You have got the full alphabet in there. You have got so much. Do check out your baskets for either Baby Joy. We do have also, of course, the 4 seasons in the spring, and it's absolutely stunning. grab this bundle of joy, of papercraft joy that is the Baby Joy Complete Collection. It is one of those ones that keeps on giving because you discover elements like the notebook, indeed the A5, the travel size. You have got the ability to create that multi-layered elements. That's a style that is it's such a gorgeous style. Remember that you can check out their artwork out in the blog that they have got Fee13, and it's worth having a look. Now do check out your baskets, and thank you so much for this hour. I will see you for a final call after the break. Indeed, made to surprise one day special final call after this. A funky needlework, amazing products and vibrant colors, and then launch of the brand new one day special by Heartfelt Creations.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters
from Addicts. We'd started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps, and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available, and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
What a one-day special we still have, of course, here at Hochanda. Now we have got, if you are new to Hochanda, the one-day special is a fabulous, offer that we give you the opportunity to buy with a very, very affordable price here, and of course it lasts until the following day at 6 p.m. However, that is if the stocks last. Now we do have got different options. However, one of the options already has sold out, so that means it did sell out at 8 a.m. I believe, at 12. So it means, and the complete collection also sold out, and 8, that was at 8. And then we have got the paper pads also sold out. So it means that what we have got in stock, please do check out your baskets. If you have been watching and thinking, what should I buy or not, now is your time to make that final decision, because of course this is the final call. What we have got here is from the brand new brand, I know. Sorry about that. Made to surprise a wonderful wiper cards, and of course they are 5x7. The options that we have got here is the 5x7, and of course you have got with the rectangle cards, and then we have got, of course, the Z fold. So these 2 options, you can buy them both if you wanted, but the one special is either one of those ones. Now we have got let me show you, before we talk to Sam, the designer, let me show you what they are so special about them. Because look at that. It's so cute. And then this one is the first one, and then we are going to show you and this one is and also the other thing is that they are very, very easy to put together. Now we have got Sam Calkert, which is the designer, the mind behind this. Hello, Sam.
Hey, Paola. Nice to speak to you.
Very nice to speak to you. Now I have known your work for quite a few months, and I think years actually. Now you are an amazing paper crafter. When did you start it?
Oh, gosh, when I was about 6 years old. So I started scrapbooking with my mum and dad, and just kind of evolved from there, really. Tried every craft, a bit similar to yourself, I think. Tried sewing, tried knitting, tried everything else. But papercraft keeps drawing me back, so yeah, that's what I stuck with.
Now, I think this is very kind of, a lot of us crafters can relate to that, trying and then always coming back to, one thing. And one of the things that you always, I have seen a lot, is that you like things that are a little bit different. What was exactly the inspiration to create these brand new dies and concepts?
I've always made cards that are, like you said, a little bit different, and I think that's what people know my style to be. Yeah. All the cards that I've ever given to family, the ones that are the most well received are the ones with movement, yes, and with that surprise, and that's the reason we chose the name. And I've got loads of inspiration. I've got lots of ideas, for the future and stuff. But this wiper one was the one that kind of drew everybody in when I was showing my samples. So this is the first one we've gone with.
Yeah, and of course that is really exciting, because not only the one day special is exciting, but this is your first collection, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
So it means that, and I have heard that you have got many ideas coming forward in the next month, so everybody now can start the journey with you.
Yeah, it's really exciting, because I've got a lot of people that enjoy following me, so that, they can be along that journey with me. It's lovely, it's really good fun.
Now, it has been incredibly popular. Congratulations, Sans, because sellouts after sellouts, and the complete collection has gone. So we have got still 2 options for the one day special, but your papers have sold out as well. And it is absolutely fabulous. Now, I'm going to ask the question. I love kinetic cards, but I also like quick and easy cards to put together. How difficult are they? And is it something important for you to make sure that things work and are easy to put together?
Yeah, they are easy to put together. One of the things that I receive a lot, people asking me is, you know, how to get clean cut lines and how to keep their cut lines straight. And the beauty of having a die to make the kinetic card for you is you have that, you know, that exact cut, you know, it's straight, it's going to come out perfect every time. So I think, you know, I don't want to make things too complicated. I want people to enjoy the decoration. That's the fun part, putting together the card, the characters, and bringing it to life.
And I keep drawn to this one, but of course we'll show you more samples. I think what it is key for what I was drawn immediately to these samples as soon as I walked by is the fact that I love and forgive me for saying that, but the versatility and plainness of the main die, because that means like I can see it making a vintage card with it. I can see it making it like you have got here with your style, that vibrant, the beautiful kind of shining colors. So it is very versatile as well.
Yeah, it can be a staple in anybody's stash, and then depending on their style, so whether they're a little bit more into their mixed media or they prefer to make more ornate cards, they can use that die as the base and then build from that.
And now, can I ask you, did you choose these color dies?
Yes, I did.
I love them. Because also means that if we are starting our journey with, of course, Made to Surprise, and with you, Sam, we will know which dies are from you. Because
yeah, you'll be able to find them in your stash quite quickly. You can just pick out that turquoise colour.
And I love that. Even the packaging I love. It's just beautiful, vibrant. It explains what is inside. And you know what, Sam, congratulations on an amazing runaway success for your first collection.
Thank you so much, Paula.
It's the first of many, many, many collections from you, because I'm sure that people are going to start demanding the next release as soon as possible. Thank you, Sam, so much for joining us. Thank you and congratulations. Stay safe.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Bye. Thank you. It's lovely, Sam. And by the way, Sam has got an amazing YouTube channel. I think is do please. I know her mix-up crafts. I think that's yeah. It is mix-up crafts. Sorry, apologies. Do check her out, because I do follow her as well on Instagram, and she is inspirational because she has got this very unique style, which the packaging reflects as well as the stamps. So now option 2, because option 1 did sell out earlier. Now what we have got here is the 5x7 rectangle card die and Fabulous Flight. You are getting those dies that I've shown you here, and you know me, you know I like pop-up cards and I love interactive and kinetic dies. This is one of my favorites because it has got the simplest of mechanisms to create those pop-ups, but also allows you different sizes. I love, like Sam was saying, you have got the outer die, and this is the die that will cut the cards, that has got not only the straight cut, but it has got the scoring lines. And yes, you can do things like this with your own scoring board. Of course you can. But can you do it precisely? Can you do several ones of them in just literally in 2 seconds when you roll it through the die cutting machine? Can you have something like it's your special day, you know, and a die? The bubbles as well. But not only you are getting that. Remember, this is the mechanism that will die cut. I believe is that one. Oh, where is this? This one. That is the die that will cut this one in here. Yeah. Oh, let me do it properly. There. So see, you can see that this is, if I put it side by side like this, you can see that that is 2 of them glued together, and this element is the pop-up element that is inside there. And of course you can see that Sam has cut it out of acetate, so that is a testament to the quality of the dies. Then what else you get? Well, you get stamps and dies that match together, because of course those elements that pop up, you want to be able to straight away have something fun and different together. I mean, how cool is that, Rocket? How, you know, it's just something that is just joyful. It's exciting. Look at that, an airplane, a helicopter, and then of course the sentiments. You have got of course the clouds as well. So you can fussy cut the clouds, but you have got the dies that will cut all those 4 flying in Fabulous Flight, you know, how you say, flying ships? No, flying, ooh, flying vehicles? No, I don't know. Anyway, you have got the dice in here. And of course, they feature the beautiful flying machines. I like that. Let's just stick with that. You can use them on their own as well. Now, I want to mention that you can see that mirror rainbow card we were mentioning early on. You know, Sam is a fan of them. So if we have got a 7-day savers if you want to check it out. Pink Frog Crafts mirror, rainbow mirror. But again, so simple and so exciting. Now that is option 2, and then we still have got option 3. Now option 1, it's allowed. Complete collections, it's allowed. You still can get option 2 and option 3 if you want it into their own. Now this one is the funky flowers in here. So this one is the 5x7Z full card. Now what you are getting in here is the ability to create something like that as well. So this is, oh sorry, kind of going to show you this one as well. Here, look at that. Oh, upside down. Oh, see. There it is, there it is. And this one, actually, I believe, sorry, I think there are some samples mixed up. So I just realized because it's one of those ones that it kind of is something that you need to look carefully and kind of, but you can see here that what Sam has used is a top die to create these folds up here. So if I'm going to show you the dies for option 3. Oops, sorry, I'm so sorry. My clumsiness continues, but can you see here that those dies in here? So you can trim it and you can create that fold because you have got the fold. So if you take that big die and then you cut here, then you can have the perfect scoring as well. So there are different ways as well that you can use it. But of course, it's the dies with the stamps and the dies that create that element as well. I was wondering if this one here, yeah, that one. This one is from this set. So the actually stamps are from the previous option, but this, what she has done is use the dies, the main dies. Can you see them here? That one is here, and then you can use the smaller one there. So I just wanted to make sure that you know that to construct the base of this card is with this die, but of course the balloons are from the previous set, if it does make any sense. And then that one showcases exactly the same thing, but with this one. So you can have it that way. And this is using all of the stamps and the stamp, and of course you can mix and match. I would, if I was you, I would go for both of them because they mix and match. They give you more ability to make to create different ones. Also, if you put them side by side, so this one is option 3 and this is option 2. Can you see that the pop-up element die is different sizes, so you don't have any repeated dies. Even the speech bubble is slightly different, or very different. This is a thought bubble, this is actually a proper speech bubble. And then the sentiment, it's yeah, it's your day, and then this one is your special day. So it's slightly different sentiments in there. And also I like them because they are generic enough that you can do it for a wedding day, you can do it for a birthday, of course, you can do it for a graduation, you can do it for all sorts of things, maybe celebration of anything, a new job, that can be used. Then we have there, of course, you can see the stamps in there, that is the ones that have got the dies as well, matching dies. And then we have got the boards. Thank you, Sam, for putting all that, because of that it helps to show you as well what you can do. And she's very good because she has even colored the flowers. So you can see this is the die, this is with the stamp, and so forth. Like that works like it. And then it's just lovely to have those beautiful images in here and those sentiments. The font in the sentiments, of course, works across the sets. So you have got that mixing and matching again that you can do. £29.97. We haven't even talked about how amazingly affordable this one day special it is. You're getting 2 die sets, and that one is a massive die set. There's a stamp set as well, a photopolymer as well. Do you know what, for £29.97, and you know what, I love to join a crafter in their journey of creating products at the very beginning, so then we can say, oh, you know, that Sam with the made-to-measure surprise, I've got the first collection, the first release. You can grab yours, of course. The one day special will go up in price at 6 p.m, but let's get inspired by Sam herself.
Hi everyone, for this video I'm going to be using the Fabulous Flight die set and the stamp set there. and also the 5x7 rectangular wiper card die set. So I've pulled out everything that I'm going to be using for this one. I'm also going to be using the embossing folder, which I'll show you in a moment. So you get this large die here, and you want to die cut that twice, so it gives you your front and back of your card. Then I've also gone and used the matte layer, and you'll see how it fits perfectly on the front there. And I've used my favourite holographic cardstock, and this one will just stick in the middle there. And then I've also gone ahead and die cut 4 pieces using the side matte dies there as well. Okay, now we are going to be adding a layer, and that's going to be the embossing folder, which I'll be showing you in a moment. Now, because I'm using the Fabulous Flight dies, they work really well when you use acetate for the wiper mechanism. So I have die cut this. You do need to add some extra shims, and you want a nice strong die machine just so you get that cut. And if you do have a few pieces that are, you know, still attached, just snip them with your scissors. But it is worth using the acetate for this one. So this is a nice strong piece, and I've just die cut that once there with the mechanism die. So first of all, we just want to start popping it together. So I'm just going to fold and burnish my score lines. So you want to fold one so it's a mountain, and then one so it's a valley. So you've got that Z fold. Okay, so you'll have 2 like this. You just want to flip one over and pop it on the top, and you will have something like that. But we're going to have it so it opens that way. Okay, so I would suggest decorating the front first of all. It's just a little bit easier. So I'm going to add my glue to the back of this piece here, and just stick that one, and you'll have that nice 1/4 inch border. And then I've done 4 because I want to do 2 here and then 2 on the back. And also, you know, use that matte layer to cut another piece maybe of pattern paper, and you might want to add another layer, and then you've got that space on the back there to be able to stamp and write your message. So I'm just going to stick these down here. Okay, so there's the back of that one, and then this one here. You can see how that's all going to stick together. Now, before we attach the mechanism and everything, I just want to show you the embossing folder. So there's 4 folders in the collection, and I'm using the cloud one here. Again, you can see I love the holographic cardstock. A little bit too much, I think, but I'm going to be using this one here. So I have already been doing some of this off camera, but basically what I'm going to show you is how you can get a really nice blue sky background with the white clouds. So you'll see here, mine's already got some blue ink on there, but I'm going to reapply all of that in a moment. So I've got a piece of 5x7 cardstock here, and I find just best to use grab one here. I've just got one of these little pockets that you can put your cards in, and I'm just using some ink, and I'm just going to cover the ink. Now, there's quite a few different ways that you can do this kind of technique, but I find this one works really, really well, and I get great results. Now, it doesn't really matter how you apply the ink to this piece here. Let me just move away from the glare there of the my lamp, but I'm just kind of popping it, and you can reapply as well. Some people like to use a brayer, but I really do like the effect, especially if you're creating that sky. It gives you some really nice kind of like markings and stuff. So just cover that like so. Now you want to work on the debossed side, so you'll see this side here is raised. We don't want to work on that side. This side here, everything's on the deboss, and this is the front, so it's where we've got the colour there in the clouds. So I'm going to flip it this way because it's easier for me to work, and I'm just going to pop this on here, and it will kind of stick to the plastic, and it will go quite taut. And what you want to do with your finger is just go around all of the, well, in this case it's the sky. So you don't really want to, try not to push onto the clouds because you don't want to get any ink in that section, but if you do, I'll just show you how you can very quickly just kind of wipe it away. I'm just going all the way around there, and like I said, you can reapply, so I'm going to take it off. I think I want to go in just so I've got a bit more of a, you know, that I just want it to be nice and blue, so I'm just going to give it a second layer. I think I'm happy with that one, so again I can just peel that off, pop that safely to one side, and then you just want to check that you haven't got any of the colour in the clouds, and I think I caught, yeah, just a little bit here, so I've just got a little bit of tissue, and I'm just going to just take out if I can see any colour, but I think we're good to go there. That looks pretty good. So got this piece here, which I'm going to sit on this side, and then I'm going to kind of hold it down, just kind of start from that way and just kind of push it up like so. Now I'm just going to run that through my die machine. Okay, and now we have the fun reveal. So you just want to lift this up, and there you have, if I bring it up, a really cool effect. And it's a great way to, you know, for you to be able to, in this case, see the clouds, see that lovely white fluffy cloud, and then you've got all that texture on the sky. And once we load our stamped images on top of it and stuff, it's going to look really fab. So I do want to now cut this one down. I'd already gone and done one off camera for the side pieces, so you would want to do two if you want to continue that kind of cloud effect onto these side pieces here. I do think it adds to it. I think it looks quite nice. So I've just cut those there. Now these pieces are 1 by 4.5. Okay, so I've got the 4, so I've got them for the back as well. And then this piece you just want to trim to 4.5 by 6.5. Okay, so now I've got that piece, and that's going to stick onto the front of the card there. Now because I'm sticking onto mirrored card, I would suggest using a double-sided tape, your red liner tape, something like that, just that, you know, it will adhere much better to that smooth surface. I'm just going to pop my tape on the backs of all of these and stick them all down. Okay, so now you can see how cool does that look. Really nice, especially with that lovely holographic frame there, and there's the back. So before we stick it down, there are a few ways, and I will show those in the videos that you'll see today, of putting the mechanism inside the card. So some, you know, may prefer putting the mechanism in once you've stuck that down, which I show you. You know, you may prefer to stick it down when it's still in 2 parts. So what I'm doing is I'm adding some red tape just over the triangle, and you want to do it so that the triangle's in the bottom left hand corner. Okay, so I'm just covering that. It's easy, I just find it quicker, plus I'm doing the video, just to cover it like so. And then, you know, make sure you use some older scissors, ones that you don't care for too much, although I can clean those up, but you just want to remove that. It's just much quicker that way, unless you've got thicker, you know, if you've got the thicker red tapes, you know, that are like 1 inch, then you can cover that in one go. But you can see there where I've just kind of covered that section like so. So what we're going to do is this is going to attach inside here onto this second panel. The first panel is going to be stuck to this, but this second panel here. Now we have got markings on the cardstock, and you'll see them, you can just about make them out here and here and there, and they're also on the die when you do cut it. But I don't really want you to focus on that, because you can have this to a degree, you can have it anywhere you want it, but you do need to check that whatever you put on top is going to fit, because once this folds over, obviously it's going to be attached, it has to fit, and that one's going to go there. If I flip that back, that's the space that you have. So whatever you have on the top of this, you don't want it to go past here, because it just won't go in, you know, it won't close. But you can trim this down, which is why we've given you such a big plate here, and you can obviously, you know, make it work for if you maybe have something that's a little bit smaller. But I want to put 2 hot air balloons on this. So because what I want to stick on there, I'm going to have this, I'm going to stick it quite far down. So I've got about, let's have a little look, see what this one comes in at. So it's just over 1 inch from the top. Okay, so I'm going to remove my red tape here from the top. Okay, and you're going to lay it in like this, with that sticky part facing up. See there. And again, about 1 inch from the top for me, because of what I'm putting on it. And when you fold this down, it will sit perfectly within that section. And you can just pretend, but you can see there how I'm pushing it up with my hands, because it hasn't got that piece of card on the back. But you'll see now, so it hides nicely within there, and then it will pop up when we open it. Okay, so again, you can see there, you can stick it that way as well if you want to. So if you want to measure that way up, there's about 3 or 4 different ways that you can stick this mechanism in. But you can see there, okay, it's about halfway down, and then that will just fold and fall inside. So hopefully that explains that way for you, but I will show you some other versions throughout the videos today. So next we want to attach the front to the back, so I'm going to add my glue onto this side here. I'm going to stick that one on there. Again, just make sure they line up perfectly. Use a nice strong glue, because that will help hold these cards together, keep them nice and straight. So, and then you can just flip it over. You then want to add glue to this panel here. And then you can just hold that down and just fold the whole card flat. Just hold that there for a second. Okay, so that's all stuck down, and you can just pull it apart and you can see the acetate pop up there. Okay, I'm going to be using the hot air balloons for this one, so I have gone ahead and coloured these ones already. I've used my coloured pencils and just done some simple colouring there, and I've just got a nice highlight running through them all. And then I've also brought in the plane here and the big flag there for the flyby, and I'm going to stamp the birthday flyby. So let me just grab stamp set here, and you've got birthday flyby. I'm just going to ink that one up, lay that one in the centre there, and the plane and the balloon there have all been die cut using the matching dies. Okay, so first of all I'm going to lay down these ones, and I'm going to use some foam. I'm also going to bring in some of the birds as well. So I like to add 2 lots of foam for these because it really lifts them off the card. So I'm going to put one about there, and then we'll use this one here. So again, just pop a couple of those on top of each other, and this one can be, let's have it a bit more angled, I think about there. Just cut one of these in half because I don't need it that thick. I'm just going to pop that behind the plane, and then we'll pop the plane about there, nice and straight, and then the flyby, I might add a little bit of glue onto him. I'm just going to trim this one here. Make sure you clean your hands between inking, because I've spotted a tiny little bit of blue here and at the top there, so I'll try and remove that, but it doesn't matter. In fact, you can use your birds to cover that up, so that's what we'll do. So now I'm going to just tuck it just behind the end of the plane and stick that one there. So that's my sentiment. It looks really, really sweet. And I have this one kind of coming off like that, and this one a little bit like that. So that's how it's going to look when it pops up. So I'm going to bring in my little bit of red tape that I've got left here, and I'm just attaching it just over like the basket of the hot air balloon. So just a little bit there, and maybe a little bit more on this one because it's going to cover a little bit more of the acetate. You can always add a bit more behind if you want, but this one I'm going to pop just about there. And the good thing about using this is you can reposition it, you can lift this back off the acetate. You've got to pull it a bit, but there is that, you know, you have got that time. And then this one I'm going to have maybe about there, and then we hope it all hides when you close it. Okay, and now we have that pop up. You can see there they just tuck in there nicely. Alright, and then I'm going to finish it off with my little birds here, which I went and cut earlier. So just a little bit of glue, and like I said, if you do get any little markings from your ink like here, so just pop a little bit of glue. We'll have a bird there. Let's do one up the top there just to disguise that area. And we'll do one. Always try and work in odd numbers, so I'll put one there, and then we'll do one over this side here. And you could pop a little bit of, you know, double-sided tape onto one of these and pop them up there with the other hot air balloons as well. And then we'll do one up there. Okay, I think that looks really, really lovely. I'll just bring it up a bit closer there so you can just see all the dimension from the foam that we've used on the back of the hot air balloons. And you've got the plane at the bottom there, and then up pops your hot air balloons, and it does stand up nicely there when it's open as well. So that is using the Fabulous Flight and the 5x7 die set.
I love that card, and I also love that ring, Sam. Cool ring. That, you know, beautiful funky one. Now one of the things that Sam was using, and is part of her collection of course, is those embossing folders. You are getting here all 4 of them, 2 6x6 and of course those 5x7 in there. Now they are, I love that you are getting 2 that are kind of all what can I say? It's kind of all sorts of occasions, that chevron as well as the sparkle is. But of course, you get in the balloon, the surprise, the party atmosphere of this collection, and you get the clouds, which is absolutely perfect for to go if you go for the option number 2 of the one day special. The embossing folders, of course, they give you that texture. They are the ones that give you the dry, like emboss, and you can see elegance in this card. Or, you know, if you want it, even you can like cut the cardstock as well, and you can create that texture. That means that it's quality and it's attention to detail. Now, of course, the 5x7s will coordinate perfectly with the 5x7 size of the option number 2 and number 3 of the one day special. And of course, it goes with the whole theme of the party. 839927 is your item number, £19.96, so making a saving of £4. And then you maybe had spotted something sparkly and something shiny in that demo. And of course, it is a Rainbow Frog Craft Rainbow Mirror card. Now, it is a 7-day savers that did sell out earlier, I think a couple of days ago, but we brought it back on extended delivery. 5th of May it will be dispatched from. Now you're getting 200 of the 280 GSMs in size, if you're wondering, is A6. Now of course you're thinking, well, it's 5x7, but you still can mat and layer perfectly inside it. You can die cut into it, and it die cuts beautifully. The way that reflects light is one of those things that, I'll be honest, I can play with it for quite some times. I mean, it's just, can you, oh, I have an idea. I mean, random, completely random. But can you imagine, you know, those big sequins dresses? Can you imagine to create, like, cut it into strips and create it like a skirt out of it? You know, my producer saying, well, if you have got time, and it's like, wow, a lot of people, we are spending a lot of time in our house. What about making something a little bit different? And of course, we can do, you know, a party at home, so you don't go outside, so it can be made out of paper. I like this idea. I can do it, yeah. They are asking me if I could do it. Yes, I can, if you get that. You know what? Challenge Paula, and just gonna do it and see what I do. I mean, I don't know if it will be a good look on me, but you know what? I have worn on air a skirt that I've sewn, and I only started sewing a couple of months ago. So maybe I will wear the sequined rainbow skirt on air. Who knows? 141593 is your item number, and you are getting 200 or that A6 beautiful pink frog crafts cards. Of course, $9.99 is your price, making a saving of £20. Grab yours, checking out those baskets. It's a 7-day savers that ends tomorrow at 8 a.m. So you do not want to miss it. Check out those baskets. Also, we have got more demonstrations from Sam, so let's have a look.
Hi everybody, in this video I'm going to be using the 5x7 rectangle wiper card die set with the Funky Flowers set. I'm going to be using these ones here. They're really nice, along with this little kind of sprig here as well. And you've got the dies there for the flowers, which were combined as well. So I've gone ahead and die cut all the bits that we need, because I want to focus on some stamping with this one, and obviously, you know, the mechanism when we put that together. I'm going to be using the speech bubbles as well on that one, but I've gone ahead and just die cut 2 of the main dies here using that lovely purple colour here. Okay, so that's those done. And then I've die cut some holographic cardstock in the matte layer there, and then I've cut this piece myself, which is 4.5 by 6.5, and this is the one that I'm going to stamp onto, and then we can create our side pieces in a moment. So what I want to do is I want to create my own kind of patterned paper, really. So I'm just going to grab a bit of copy paper just so I don't stamp through. So I'm just going to grab that stamp set, and I want to use the large one there. Mine are very well used. I've been creating a lot of cards. Yours will be much, much cleaner than my ones here. So I've got those there, and I'm just going to grab one of my stamping blocks. Let's just do this one, and we'll pop that one on the small one, and then I've got that one there for the small, tiny one. I also need my sentiment, because that's the one I actually want to start with first of all. So I'm using this one. Sometimes you just have to stop and smell the flowers. So I'm going to ink this one up, and I'm going to stamp it down towards the bottom right hand side there. make sure you've got a soft surface. I'm using this self-healing mat here, so it's quite good for stamping on, like so. Okay, so I've got a really nice sentiment there. And then I'm going to start building up my flowers around that sentiment. So I'm going to bring this one down here. Now I'm not actually going to colour these ones. I'm going to stamp and colour another set. This is almost going to be like a bit of a shadow behind. So I'm going to have that one there, and then let's have a main one right there. And you want to, you know, have some of them coming off the side. It looks really nice that way. Okay, so I'm really pleased with that. That looks lovely. And then with this small one here, you're going to have it just kind of coming out, filling the gaps really. So I have that one up there. I think if I take it away from that white, I think I'm happy with that one. So we'll leave it at that and just pop all those over there. So we've got this. You next want to go ahead and stamp and colour the same amount that you have. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of the large ones, so stamp and colour those, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the smaller flowers, and you want to stamp and colour those. And I've already got these here that I've prepared earlier, and I've actually added glitter into the centres of the flowers, which I think looks really nice, and I'm going to do that with a couple more in a moment. Let's just bring in these ones here, and I think I'm going to have that one and that one, which we can pop some glitter onto, so I can just show you how I done that. But I think I've got lots and lots of flowers, but there you have, you know, that's how they all look. So what you want to do now, because you can add the glitter at the end, you don't need to do that now, you can get them all stuck down and in place. So I'm just going to grab some foam, and I'm going to just decide which one I want to be the main kind of flower. Maybe should I go for the yellow, or do I want to go for this one? Maybe I'll do that one just there. So I'm going to pop my foam in the back there, and then I'm just going to stick that right over that same image. Okay, and then I'm going to bring this one down here, and again pop my foam down, and we're going to trim all of this off in a moment. So right now you're just kind of piecing everything, you know, back over again, where, you know, with the image underneath. So that one there, and I don't want my colours, obviously, in terms of the large ones, I don't want them close together, so I'll do this one just there, and I'm just going to continue that. So you're just going to watch me now get all of that covered. Okay, so I've stuck all of those down. Then I'm also just going to add some green to the leaves there, just to bring in another colour. Okay, and next we just want to flip it over. It's always easier to cut if you flip something over. So I'm now going to just trim. Got a little bit of the foam on that one, but it's okay. Just all the way around. And this way you get a really nice finish, like so. Okay, and now I just need to fill in those gaps on the centres of the flowers, or not the gaps, just to fill the centre of the flowers. So I'm just going to add some glue onto all of these. Again, you don't have to do this, they look nice as they are, but I've kind of got a little bit obsessed with using the glitter in the centre. I think it sets them off really nicely. So just do that one there. Grab some copy paper, and then I've just got some glitter here, and I'm just going to just dump a little bit in the centre of each one. But again, you can heat emboss the whole flowers, which would look lovely. Just tap off all the excess there. Now you've got those beautiful stamped flowers. I think they look lovely with that silver. So I'm just going to tidy all this mess away, and now we can start putting the card together. Okay, so you just want to fold and burnish all of your score lines. So mountain and a valley. So mountain and a valley. So you should have two pieces that look like this. Okay, now you can see the markings. I don't know how well this is going to show up to you because we didn't want them to be that noticeable, so you do have to look for them, but there are these tiny little kind of just markings in the card here, and that's just to give you a rough guide to where to stick it down. But as I'm showing you through the videos today, you know, it does also depend on what it is that you're going to be sticking onto the top. But it was just to give you a little bit of a guide, you know, just so that you, as a reminder really, maybe if you put this away and then pull them out maybe months later and you're kind of wondering how did I put it together, those little markings will show you. So what we do is we'll stick this one all together, and this time I'm going to put the mechanism, stick it in when it's all together. I'm just again trying to give you different ways to do this. So you want to add your glue onto this one here, for example. So each video will have a slightly different construction, because that way, you know, you've just got tons of ideas really, and you can find the one that suits you better. And then this just sticks over the top like so, and then I'm going to flip it over. You can just fold that back and then add glue onto this one here, and then I'm just going to fold that one down and bring this one over. Just make sure everything lines up, so you should have a nice 5x7 card blank. Okay, so now we've got our card ready to go. Okay, so I'm going to stick this one on the front and then stick that one down there. Okay, and that was using that matte die there, you can see. Now I'm just going to go and cut these two here in holographic cardstock. Okay, so we've got the same there. And I'm also going to die cut this one using some acetate, because I'm going to be using a speech bubble popping out of this one. Okay, so I've die cut my mechanism using some acetate. Again, you just want to make sure that you've got, you know, just a strong sandwich kind of order, and a metal shim will help a lot, and that will cut through your acetate for you. And I've also gone ahead and done this piece, because I forgot to mention this when I was doing it, but you would also want a piece of 2 by 4.5. Stamp it the same way that you've done this, and then just cut it in half so you've got 2 pieces, and these will go on the sides there. So I've just gone ahead and done that one. So now I just want to do my pop out piece. So I've got my sentiment here, which is have a blooming marvellous birthday. So I think that works really well. So I'm just going to stamp it just there, because I've got a big piece of scrap here, and then I can bring in my larger speech bubble from the set, like so, and I'm just going to run that through my die machine. Okay, so that's that one done. And then with your mechanism, make sure you've got the triangle in the bottom left hand corner, and I'm just using some of my red tape here. I'm just going to cover that bottom corner. Okay, like so, and I'm just going to peel that off and just trim off the excess there. Obviously you can do it, you know, with a lot more time, but you get the idea. You just want to cover that corner. And then also, before we stick that down, I'm going to run a just strip of it along the top there, and then I can attach my speech bubble, and it will be the exact, the widest point of the speech bubble will be the exact width of the mechanism part there, so it's a good way to know that you've got it bang on. So you can see now the tops there completely, you know, match up with that there. Now you could also put a little bit of red tape underneath there, but it'd probably be okay. I wouldn't have thought this one's going to catch. And then what we can do is grab our card, and we can just, you're sticking it behind the second panel. It's always behind the second panel. So I'm going to slide this in, and I can see just how high up. So I think there is going to be just fine, and then I can just flatten that on top so it sticks to the tape. And now when you close the card, I should have burnished it. I always forget to burnish the acetate, but just burnish the triangle, but you can do it when it's in there. But now look how nice that looks when it pops out. So I'm just going to close that up, stop the glare on my camera from the crazy holographic card, and I'm just going to run a few strips of my foam along here. I almost stuck it upside down, as I was saying don't stick it upside down, but now that's that one stuck down. And then all I need to do is just, I'm going to use some of my thicker double-sided tape to attach these pieces and the back ones there as well. Also, another nice touch is if you just die cut another one of these and pop it on the back, not only could you stamp another little secret message on here, but it just tidies up that acetate. Now if I flip it over, you've got a really fun wiper card. I think they look so cool. I love all the sparkle on those flowers. So that's just another idea on how to use the 5x7 and using the lovely Funky Flowers stamp set.
And I love it, and it's just so easy, like Sam has shown it. Now, of course, the one-day special, you have got 2 options because they were have left, because you had 3 options, but the option number 1 did sell out. The complete collection sold out. The papers did sell out. So now this, in the final call, you have got 2 options regarding the one-day special. So grab yours. £29.97 is the price for option 1 or the option, option 2 and option 3 if you wanted also £29.97. What you get in either of these collections is one main die set with all that, you know, kinetic mechanism, and then you are, look at that, this is right, and then you are getting a stamp and die set as well. Now they are different, so if you want to just say you wanted both of them, you can purchase both of them and no dies will be repeated. I love that not only it's kinetic, but it's also so very simple to assemble. I love the hot air balloon, and Sam's style is vibrant, is exciting, is colorful, is genderless and ageless, and that is the best definition of one that says that are versatile, because you wanted to invest money and very, very affordable money for that mindset in a set that will allow you to create, yes, those beautiful kinetic cards, interesting and surprising, but also look at that. I just love Sam's style because it is quite different to mine. It is a very exciting, cheerful style. It is one of those styles that, you know, cards for men, ticked. Cards for teenagers, tick. Presents, birthday invites, birthday parties for, you know, or now that we are in a situation where you can't, you know, go to a party or you cannot celebrate a party, what about putting a little bit of few goodies and decorate this and leave it in the front door of your friends? Now, you know, look at that. I love that. You know, it's the sort of thing that, for instance, our Holly director, I think she likes time travel, doesn't she? She's 84, but she looks like 10. I'm just joking. I don't know what's her age, but she looks amazing. Oh, apparently she's 20 now. I genuinely thought she was in her maybe 22, 23. Really? What do you do? I mean, well, I need to make her a very nice big card because, you know, the big 3 is 0. Really? I thought you were like 6, 7 years younger. Oh, now, of course, really shocked by that, actually. I'm really, now I cannot do the rest of the show. Now, sorry, apologies for that. But now, one of the things that I immediately was drawn to this set is the ability, the simpleness of this die set. You have got here, of course, the cut and emboss element in here. If I take it out, that's the die that cuts and scores that element. So the zigzag element. If I put it like this, you can see it exactly. So you can die cut 2, and then you have got the pop-up mechanism that pops in. So if you die cut it out of acetate, and the fact that it will cut acetate, that is amazing, as Sam was showing. You have got the speech bubbles in 2 different sizes, the mud and layers as well, and you have got that sentiment in here. It's your special day. Then you have got as well stamps and dies that coordinate perfectly. Fabulous Flight is the set that you are getting here, and I love that. The rocket, the hot air balloon, the plane, the of course the helicopter, they are all such exciting, uplifting, you know, images that are not just the traditional ones, and I love that. Because a lot of the times we go, and I'm the first one to be, I'm very guilty of just buying flowers and butterflies. But what about getting something that you can use for all those people that flowers and butterflies is not the right thing? Something, for instance, saying, you know, birthday hug incoming. I mean, how fun is that? Flying by just to say hi. And also how appropriate are of the time that we are in. I don't know you, but anything that is kinetic, that has got that movement, is exciting to me. It means that it's something a bit different. It's the sort of thing that should you be able to go to a shop, you don't find the sort of cards that are available. The sort of thing that allows you to be a little bit more creative. And also, when I do look at these slides, I think memory albums as well. What about incorporating this into an art journal? And this, yes, it comes with dies, with the hot air balloon and the, you know, on the rockets, but think about your graphic 45. Think about, imagine to doing, let's do another one of this one. No, let's do maybe this one. Yeah, let's do that one. Okay, that we have got here. Now, think about your graphic 45. You know those journaling cards that come in some of the sets? What about putting some of them in here? So when you pull it up, put some papers, beautiful papers in there, borders in here. Think about putting, and then when you pop them up, you have got something very vintagey. What Sam has created is the mechanism, the dies, the stamps that you can incorporate. But then, once that you start doing, is your creation, how you manipulate it. When I always look at these dies, I think, okay, so I have got that zigzag. You could do a diorama card as well. So even instead of going as a proper Z, imagine that this goes back as a C, so that goes under here. So that will create a diorama, and you do the same. So it creates a flat one that folds, and then you have got in here maybe a diorama card. And you know what I mean? Those ones that kind of have got layers and aperture inside it. So you have got the ability, because she has given you the die that cuts and scores it. And imagine a diorama card, and I'm sure you could, to have something like this that comes from the other side, because also once that it comes flat, then it will stand up once you put it. So there are so many mechanisms that you can explore. Now, this is the option number 2. So remember, option number 1 has sold out. £29.97, and of course, is the 5x7 Fabulous Flight collection. Then we have got the funky flowers. Now, in here we have got the mechanism, or the finish card is a 5x7. But when I turn it over, you can see it. In this one, you are also getting the 5x7, but then you have got the 5x7 strip along the bottom. So should you wish to do double-sided, you could do that, but also you can do that one. Now, this is featuring the flights from the stamps from the previous set, but of course, this is the one that showcases the stamps and the sentiment that comes with the, look at that, let me just put it there. The funky flowers. Look at that. But now again, think about all your maybe you have got decoupage papers from time going by. You know, those ones that are funny, those ones they have got kind of funky images. You can do that with. Look at that. I love that. Absolutely love that. Now, I'll say one thing though. If I was going to go for one, I would go for option number 3, because it gives you a few more options. But I love option number 2 because of the flights and the hot air balloon and the rocket. So why not put both of them? Because if you go for both, you will have £14 saving, because you will have £7 saving from this one and £7 saving in the other one, which means, and also that you still have got a fabulous value for money. Then what I would do is just maybe look at that. It's just so gorgeous, isn't it? Now then, you have got so many more possibilities to mix and match. You can do things like this, and this is a way that you could do as well with the dies that are included, but be a little bit creative with them. And this, of course, they are the stands in there. They are absolutely stunning in here. And then we have got also the ability to just use those stamps stamps and dies, the ones that cut around it into it. Now, do please check out your baskets. This is the one-day special. Remember, option 1 did sell out earlier. The complete collection with all 3 options did sell out earlier. The papers have sold out as well. Now is the time to check out those baskets. Option 1 or option 2 or 3 are available. Go Fabulous Flight or Funky Florals. Flowers, funky flowers. You know that ghost that we were talking before? Now it has gone into my mouth. I mean, seriously, what's wrong with me? So many things. I'm not going to disclose them on air. Let's have a look to the boards in here. Funky flowers. Again, I mean here. written twice in the screen. Funky flowers. They are florals, but they are funky flowers. Oh, I apologize. It's one of those ones. The ghost was, I think, possessed Leonie yesterday, and today has had a little bit of fun with me. You can see here, of course, the stamps and the dies that match beautifully. That style of font, of course, is the same one in the Fabulous Flight as well. They like the Fs, don't they? You know, Fabulous Flight, funky flowers. That's what I mean. Then you have got it here. Of course, yeah, it's your day. So you can see that die, you die cut it and then you glue it that way. Remember that the price will go up at 6. So if you want to make the most of that £7 saving, do check out your baskets at the minute. I do love the packaging as well. It is kind of my favorite sort of packaging. It's a cardboard envelope, so you can keep your dies safely inside them, so you can see exactly what you have got. Now, Made to My Surprise is a brand new brand, so you can start the journey with that collection designed by Sam Calcock. And of course, do check out your baskets for the one day special, because this is the final call. To thank you so much for joining me and all the team, and thank you. I was doing so well, and then I kind of, well, I mean, who I'm kidding, I wasn't going well. Funky needlework, of course, Yanis is here in the building. Heartfelt Creations, he will introduce that as well. Happy hour.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the loose seat style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. We also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. We also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all with lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows, and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers, and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together, and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hello everybody, a warm welcome. I really hope you're having a fantastic day. We've got a good hour ahead. We're talking funky needle work. We will be speaking to the lovely Josie shortly. But what Josie has done, looking down the counter, there is a lot to feast your eyes on. So we're going to go down the counter, a lot of stash builders for you, a lot of kits, and a lot of cool little gadgets as well. We will be speaking to, actually I think Josie is getting ready to have a little bit of a chat, which I'm looking forward to speaking. By the way, we have got some Hochi exclusives as well. Hochanda exclusives, green binding, which is a little bit special. And we will be discussing that with Josie. But let's have a little look. Oh, yes. Some green binding. This is very, very special, and it is a Hochanda exclusive, which we love. OK, so I think we're going to be speaking with Josie in just a moment. By the way, if you want to get your questions coming in, we'd love to hear from you, studio@hochanda.com. This is our first offering, and you are getting an awful lot for your money. It's a wall-hanging stash building quilt. But you don't need me to tell you about this, because I think we can hear it from the lovely Josie herself. Josie, hello.
Hi, Yanis. How are you?
I'm very good. Josie, it looks amazing where you are. Look at all those lovely fabrics.
Oh, this is my design studio. I love it.
Well, it looks incredible. Josie, you have to talk to us about this first option. So this is our wall-hanging kit, right?
This wall-hanging kit is, it's got the steamer seam in it and fantastic green bias binding. We've had this bias binding made especially for us.
Right.
And especially for you, really.
Yeah.
It's designed to go around curves, be stalks, and in fact, I have a small example here in front of me.
Oh, can we see that? Yeah.
I lift it up.
Yeah, please.
I lift that up. Can you see?
Wow. So you're actually using it to create your own design.
Yeah. So you swirl it as you're going along. Yeah. And this kit here is, oops, I'll come back again now. The design kit is, it's for a new way of putting together it's kind of applique, kind of Hawaiian quilting, sort of. It's got stitch and tear.
Right.
And you'll see it in the video how it works and how it's put together.
You talk about Hawaiian quilting. I've never heard that
So
before.
Hawaiian quilting is a very traditional, very specific kind of quilting. It's usually done in blocks, and this is a bit of a modern twist on it.
Oh.
So the piece that I've got in front of me, you would normally do a bit of hand quilting in this as well. I haven't gotten that far yet, which is why you haven't got it, because it only got to this stage on Wednesday. So it's a very new thing, and it just means that you can layer the fabric, and it's a very lightweight quilt as well. So it's good for a summer quilt, or you can put it on the wall as a wall hanging as well.
Incredible. I have to say, the batiks, Josie, are exquisite. And you always bring us goodies, but these batiks are incredible. They really are
I
lovely.
love a good range of colour and really good prints, very good quality fabric. You can mix them up and they all work together. No matter what colour you put together, they all work together.
I always think batiks as well are incredible. Something like the one I was just holding up is really good for applique if you're building up characters or scenes.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You can get different, with a multicoloured piece like that, you can do fussy cutting and get lots of different shapes from just the one piece.
There's a lot going on here, but can you just tell me a little bit about steamer seam?
So steamer seam, this is the 1/4 inch steamer seam, and it's kind of, it sort of looks a bit like sellotape or a double-sided sticky tape, but you use an iron to put it onto your fabric, and then you can either, if you're making a wall hanging and it's going to go in a frame, you don't need to stitch it.
Yeah.
If you're a sewer, then it's fantastic for even just little bits of it behind applicators to hold things in place. But this one here is the right width, exactly the right width for the bias binding, for the black and the green. And we have the bias binding made to fit this because we know it's such a great product.
Well, you really can tell, just speaking with you, how much effort you've put into everything on the show. So you really have designed everything to sort of mix, match and work together.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is a great fun project to do. You can either do it very quickly if you want something just put together very quickly for a gift, or if you are a sewer and you want to put a lot of time into this and you want something that's going to take you a good long time to do, you can do this by hand. You can do as much quilting or as little quilting as you like on it, and it's a great project for anybody really.
Josie, I always love chatting to you. Before I let you go, could you just tell me very quickly, we've got shrink fabric on the show. Now, I've worked with shrink plastic. I've never seen shrink fabric. Can you just tell us very quickly a little bit about that?
Shrink fabric is fantastic fun. There's a bit of a gimmick that I have in one of the videos, and you stitch it onto the back of your fabric, stitches all over the place, and then you shrink it and you get textured in your quilts. It's a really good... So if you're making flowers for the centre of a flower, if you want to do something like a landscape, it's really good for that. You can, there is a clever trick. You're supposed to use an iron on it, but my clever trick avoids any kind of singeing or curling up and touching your iron.
Nice.
And I'm not going to spoil it for you because it's in the video later on.
Well, we can't wait. I tell you what we're going to do, Josie, I'll let you go so we can get your videos in, but it's always a pleasure. Please stay safe, and hopefully we'll have you back in the studio really soon.
I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you for having me.
Lovely chatting to you, Josie. Take care. Bye. Oh, Josie's lovely. I love working with Josie. OK, so what we're going to do, because we have got some great videos from Josie and we want to show you those, I will go down the counter. I tell you what, I think we're going to go to the first video. Are we? No? OK, we're going to see this. We'll go down the counter, then we'll show the videos. Let me show you what you're getting here, because you are getting an awful lot for your money. Now, first and foremost, this is very special. It's a Hochanda exclusive, so you can see the bias binding, green bias binding, made exclusively for Hochanda, and it's perfect. Josie was showing that beautiful quilt using those swirls. You can bend it, you can manipulate it, create your own design. So you are getting that. You're also getting your light steam a seam too. So you're going to be getting those, so 2 of those, which you can see there. We are getting 2 of your steamer seam. The tearaway, which we show, well, we mentioned, so Josie mentioned, so you are getting your tearaway, stitch and tear, I should say. I mean, that's a sizable piece. So you're getting that. And then, if I fold that up as well, you are also getting your fabric in the mix as well. So you're getting your backing fabric. I think this is backing fabric. I'll just check, but I'm pretty sure that is that backing fabric or your fabric? Or it might be just the fabric we're working with. Yeah, it is your backing fabric. So your white cotton backing fabric. And then let's have a look at the batiks, because they are gorgeous. Look, you are getting a lot for $39.99. Having a look at these batiks, and they are exceptionally good batiks. Oh, we are busy. 10% of the stock's already gone here, so do not miss out. Really is a lovely bundle. And I have to say, Josie, and it has been a pleasure to work with Josie in the past when she's been in the studio, and her passion for everything brings you really shows. She's passionate about all these bundles. I'm just going to lift this up very, very quickly. Look at that one. Ooh. These are beautiful. We've got to move on. 10% of the stock has gone here, so do not miss out. If you want to pop it into your basket, details are on your screen, 779185. We have more for you. I like a pick and mix. The beauty of pick and mix is that you can really zero in and pick what speaks to you. We have got 4 different options, and you're getting an awful lot in each option. So, I mean, I'm presuming they come in these beautiful little bags. They come with the bags. 10 in each option. Here we've got the blues. Look at those blues. So in total, you're going to get 20 pieces. Obviously, you're picking which ones you want. I'll go through the options for you. So there's your blue. Let me pop that down. Here we've got the maroon coming through. Oh, look, maroon's nice. This next one I'm going to pick up, I really like. Your mixed. Oh, you got, come on. It's got to be part of your selection. There's a mixed. And then finally, I'm going to guess purples. Yeah. And there you got the purples. And I say, they do come in this lovely little bag as well. It's just a nice little touch. And I know as crafters, we will be using that bag for some project. Okay, so there we go. That is a pick and mix. Just pick your faves, any 2. So effectively, you're getting 20 in total, £19.99, saving £2, 132543 item number. And really is the quality that you're getting on the show today. All the fabrics are beautiful and a little bit different as well. Now, these are options. Should we start here? This is your mixed batik. So 10 by 10, and you're getting 25 pieces in total for £19.99. So 25, £19.99, saving £2, 867087, your item number there. That is your mixed batik. And then down here, we got the bold cottons going through, and I'm going to hazard a guess and say again 25. Yeah, so we are getting 25 in these again. And let me just show you, I have to say, I really like that. Normally, I gravitate straight to the batiks. The bold cottons, they're really nice. So think about this, just adding a little bit of diversity to your stash. Very nice for block work, for applique, or if you just want to make a smaller project as well. Because you've got that diversity to dip into. Very, very nice. Okay, right, we're getting busy here for your bold cottons. If you want to place them in your basket, £19.99 your price. So whether it is the bold cottons or the batiks, you're getting 25 in total, 25 pieces. Right, now, the bias bundle. So you're getting the Hochanda exclusive, which is your green. You're getting your black in there as well, and you're getting your steamer seam. So this is effectively essentials, allowing you to create some fantastic finishes to it. So look, the whole point of this is it's about technique. It's technique-led. £26.99 your price. Don't listen to me talking about this. Once you see Josie working with it, you're going to fall in love with it. If you're not familiar, if you've already got an idea of what these can do, I think you're going to be, they're going to be popular. It's coming up. I know we're going down the counter first, but I'm just saying that something like this you need to see in action. Now you are getting, each roll of green has 10 yards, and then the black has 25 meters. So 20 yards there with the green, Hochanda exclusive. Can't get these anywhere else, made exclusively to bring to Hochanda. And then we've got the black, 25. Okay, moving on. This is our mixed fabric bundle. Now, having a look over here, if you just have a look, this has actually been used, made up with our mixed bundle. I have to say, it looks great. You can also see, oh, there is that green bias binding being used to great effect. Now, with that ombre colour coming through, the pinwheel looks fantastic too. And you've got lovely colours going in. So that is just an example of what you can do. It's building your stash, giving you those possibilities. So my question is, do we have any patterns? You might have bought something from us previously or elsewhere, and you have, maybe it was a bundle with a pattern and fabric. You've made up whatever the pattern was, but now you've still got the pattern. You're looking for some more fabric, because by using different fabrics, totally change it. So it could be a wall hanging, it could be a bag, it could be a table runner, whatever you have at home. You've got in here, now includes your ombre fabrics, fat quarters. You've also getting your rainbow roll. The rainbow roll is what I've picked up, and that's 7 long quarters. Can we just show you here? Look at this one. I really like the birds. Isn't that nice? The birds fluttering. You've got lovely fabrics coming through. So you got blues. There's long one batiks in there. And this is a nice one too, that orange. And then obviously we've got the ombre fat quarters in the mix as well. $29.99 is your price, 621-268 your item number. I think we are going to go to our first demonstration from Josie. You're in for an absolute treat. Don't go anywhere, you're going to enjoy this.
Hi, this is the Secret English Garden ruler set. It comes in 2 pieces. Large piece, small piece. They essentially are the same shape. They just do come in different sizes, so you can do lots of different things with them. I'm going to start with showing you how to cut around the smallest piece to get this shape here. So what you need to do is a piece of fabric, fold it lengthways to make sure that it's wider than that piece, and then fold it in half the other way and make sure it's as long as the piece. You put this, there are 2 lines on here, one there and one there that say fold, and you put those on the 2 folds like this, and then use a rotary cutter. I've used an 18mm rotary cutter, it's my favourite. Always cutting away from yourself, round the curve. Before you blade away, before you move it, check that it's cut through all the way through. It has, that's great. Now you can use these without any extra additional stuff in it. So I'm just going to stitch one together for you now. And the way I've done it in the quilt that we've got there is I just stitched all the way around, leaving no gaps at all. There we go. I'm not even going to pin it. I'm just stitching about 1/4 of an inch away from the edge. Excuse me, all the way around, completely sealing it as if it were a packet of crisps or something like that. Sealed all the way around. Pivot at the point. And stitch all the way to the end, and then off the end. Now I need to do one more so I can show you how to overlap these. Now you'll notice that the stitching is on the outside, but what we're going to do is, because these will be attached to a quilt, not all of it will be on show. You could of course leave a small gap and turn it through, but I'm actually going to do a little cut in the back of it. So I'm going to just down this side nice and curved. Really straightforward. There we go. I'm going to open it up and pull it. So that's what it looks like with the stitching all the way around. Decide which is your front and back. It doesn't really make any difference in this case because the fabric is the same all the way around. If you're using a printed fabric, then you need to put the print on the inside when you're folding to begin with. I'm just going to put a little slit there and put my scissors inside. A little way that way, a little way all the way down to the core there. I'm going to chop off the point on the leaf and I'm going to turn it through. Now I said leaf, but this could just as easily be a petal. The sunflower hanging that's in the studio is made with this shape. Both the leaves and the petals come from this ruler. That's great. I just need a pin. There's a wonderful northeast phrase, and you say howking it out. So the corners there are a little bit like that. So I'm just going to put a pin in and do what's called howking it out. I'll hook the other one out as well. There you are. You can see that. That's great. I'm going to run my finger around all the way around on the inside, up the seam, and just make sure that the point comes all the way out as well. Excuse me. That's great. So that is my first petal. I'm going to do the same thing with the other one, because in a minute I'll need 3 to overlap them to show you what I did on the on the larger quilt. Oh, cut off the point and turn it through. I mean, this couldn't be any simpler, really. You can make flowers, you can make leaves. There is another thing that I'm going to show you how to make, and it's a neck cushion from the same shape as well. Cut off my spaghetti in a minute. Run my finger all the way around on the inside, make sure it's out. That's great. Okay, so I've got two there. I'll just put those to one side a minute because I'm going to show you a slightly different way of doing this. So I've got the same shape again, already cut out. Fold it in half, and I'm going to put it on top of a piece of fleece, and I'm just going to cut the same shape. Well, I'm going to stitch the same shape, sorry. So I'm going to stitch all the way around the edge, about 1/4 inch in. Oops, it's all falling apart. Let's put it back together. Put it down the middle. A little bit wasteful this way, but that's okay. Needle in, and up to the point, one more, and then down again. Now the difference with this one obviously is the piece of wadding, because we're going to have a thicker leaf. That's great. But obviously before you turn this through, I'm going to have to cut off. So that's what it looks like. I'm going to cut off this excess, and I'm going to cut it as close to this as I can. So the way to do that again is with applique scissors. Very carefully, just shearing it off as you're going around. Taking my time around the corners and the curves. And then when we've done this, we're going to treat it exactly the same way as the one that we've just done. We're going to put a little slit in it and turn it through. I love these scissors. They are my absolute favourite. You can use ordinary scissors if you don't have these, but these are my favourites. Whoops, that's it. I know that a lot of people have already bought them. There we go. So you have a leaf with a bit around the edge. We're going to pull it apart like a packet of crisps. But this time when we pull it apart, there's not just the wadding on this side. You need to really make sure that the two pieces of fabric come apart. Now you can feel that with your fingers, because if you pinch that, you'll know whether you've got one piece or two. A little snip. That's brilliant. Snip off the end and turn it through. Brilliant.
Amazing. So that is part one, and we're going to be showing you part two very, very soon, a couple of moments. Now, you might have noticed that Josie was using some very crafty goodies. Very crafty goodies? That didn't make sense. No, I was going to say crafty gadgets, but not really gadgets. With the rotary cutter, we're going to get to that. I've got more to share with you. Should we start here? This is your bold cotton 6x6 applique pack. You're kidding, $12.99 for all of this, and you are getting an awful lot. I'm going to spread this out a little bit so we can see. Let me just lift this up. So I'm fanning it out just a bit because there is so much here, and just me picking it up did not do it justice. Okay, here we go. Having a little look. Look Look at all of that. Oh, you're getting an awful lot. So all of that for $12.99, and you get the cute little bag as well. $12.99 your price there, 090797 your item number. There is more. We have got, this is your applique pack, this is your batiks. So we've got a mixed selection of batiks, but again, an awful lot of beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, look at these, are you kidding me? It's a great way to just inject some freshness into your stash. So if you like batiks, look at that one. That is a lovely one. So you've got all of these coming through. I know, I'm just going to lift these up now, and you can see. So again, it's another bumper bundle. If you want to get hold of these details on your screen, $12.99 your price. They are 6x6, and really embracing all that is great about batiks. So here we go. This is something that you were shopping ahead. You saw Josie using this, and suddenly we saw there was a big, big surge. How much did we, I think just in the video, did we lose like 20% or something just while people were watching? I might have made that up. Oh, sorry, it was something different. 10% of the stock's gone here. But considering we haven't even seen it, sorry, Kim, that was me jumping ahead. You can see that's our, oh, now we're at 20%. I should have just waited. Now, this is very nice because it's a rotary cutter. It's 18mm, but what it allows you to do for your delicate cuts. So let me just show you the packaging here. And obviously, we all know that with rotary cutters, we practice safely. You cut away from yourself, and you always cover up the blade afterwards. But here, if you have a look at the packaging, and it kind of discusses it's great for cutting, let's say, cuts out and carves pieces like drawing a line with a pen. So now think about that. If you've got a delicate cut, it's like you're effectively cutting with a pen. You're able to draw out those lines. So if you want to get hold of this, $17.99 is your price. 208590 item number. 20% of the stock has gone. Actually, jumped to 30% of the stock now. And we have got queues on our phone lines. Hey, we're busy. I'm so sorry if you're currently stuck in a queue. We'll try and get through to you as soon as possible, or you can always use the Hochanda app or go to our website and jump those queues. Right. 20%, 30% now has gone here. So look, these are extremely good applique scissors. So the way it works, if you've never seen applique scissors, you put this against your fabric, and then you're able to cut. So you're able to cut your applique but not damage the base fabric, the applique that you're appliquing onto. $24.99. Thing with scissors, you instantly know. Have you been in a similar situation where you picked up scissors and you know quality? You know when you pick it up and it's the whole feel, it's the weight, a combination of the weight, how it feels in the hand, but also just that crispness of cut. So again, applique scissors, just look out for Josie working with them, but they are a very good pair of scissors. Details are on your screen. Now these are going to be dispatched from the 3rd of March, just to let you know. 3rd of March? I think that's wrong. Have you ever watched a movie? Now, some of you might not watch this movie. There's a movie called Anchorman, and the running gag is that whatever's on the monitor, he reads. And I'm a little bit like that, because I saw it, I read it, and thought, surely that's not right. 3rd of March, you're going to have to wait a very long time. You are not going to have to wait till the 3rd of March. That was from when Josie was last on, so sorry. So what happened? These must have sold out, and then they were brought back on extended delivery. So apologies, it is absolutely not going to be dispatched from the 3rd of March. That was just me. It's immediate dispatch for that, just to clear that up. Okay, now we have got the secret English garden ruler kit. So first and foremost, we are getting our ruler kit. Are we at 40% of the stock here already? You're kidding. Look. $47.99 your price, you're saving £4, we're getting the ruler, and you saw Josie using this ruler. Incredible ruler that's going to be your go-to, especially for techniques, okay? You're getting and please stick around because Josie's got another video we will be showing you. This is the shrink material. So I've worked with shrink plastic before, I've never seen shrink materials, so Josie's going to show you. It gives you texture. You have to see it, okay? So you're getting that in the mix. Then we've got all of these beautiful fabrics. Sorry, Chloe, just knocked over everything. So you can see that you're getting 5 of these fat quarter fabrics, so you're getting those in the mix, and you are getting your wadding in there as well. The wadding roll, and whoo, that is a lot. That is a lot, and I've doubled it up. Let me just show you exactly what you're getting. So that is a lot of wadding. Okay, that's a huge amount. I feel like I'm doing a magic trick, so it just keeps on going. I'll fold that back up, Chloe. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I saw Chloe looking at me as floor manager, and bless her little cotton socks, her heart sank when she saw this opening up. Don't worry, Chloe, because I'm going to fold this up really nicely as well. What do you reckon to that? It's really bad, I know. We're moving on. OK, £24 is your price. You can split it in half. Half the stock has gone for this option. Don't miss out. Say, everything that I'm talking about, once you see Josie working with all the elements, you are going to be blown away. Trust me. Right, we've got more. This is our black cotton, and you're getting the steamer. Sorry, let me try it again. Steamer seam 2. So it's your black cotton black. Wow, why am I struggling so much? Let me try this again. It's your black cotton bias binding. That is not easy to say. Try it at home. And then you're also getting your steamer seam 2 as well. So now, if it does come up. Let me just show you. If it does come up extended dispatch, it's not. Sorry, it's just our system. $14.99 is your price there. 175,889 your item number. There is more. This is your essentials kit. Very busy for this already. You've been buying ahead. So in the essentials kit, what are we getting? It includes your elastic. So you're getting elastic in the mix. Getting 2 meters of 1-inch elastic. Now that is very, very handy. I tell you what, I need some of these on my trousers in lockdown. You know, we've all been indulging. Then we've got, look at all of this. So you're getting 8 strips of patterned bias. So that's already done for you. That's your patterned bias binding. You're getting 8 strips. 8 strips, that seems a lot more than 8 strips. Approximately a meter, but you're getting an awful lot there. Each one, okay. So there's a lot going on. Oh, look. Pandas in the mix. Can we just see that? Look, come on. Panda bias binding. I'm done. I'm there. Now, this is interesting stuff. This is your violin, your soft violin. So you're getting 1 meter of that. I won't open that up. And then you've got your 8 cotton squares in the mix. Now, prints may vary with your squares, but you will be getting 8 cotton squares, great quality. So your cotton squares, your violin, your bias binding, and your elastic for $19.99. It's a busy option, and a lot of you are popping that in your basket. If you would like to follow suit, your item number is 530436. There is more. We have a pick and mix for you. Look at these. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Beautiful. Now you are getting half a meter. Absolutely stunning. You have got 4 options. Okay, this one instantly jumps out at me, and I love this one as well. Isn't that beautiful? And the thing is, and Josie was saying, I totally agree, when you fussy cut, when you take out, you transform the look and feel. So I like that. And then we've got more for you. So that's another one. And then finally, so you've got all of those, all 4 to choose from. You're picking any 2 for $13.49, and you're getting a half meter on each option. Now, we did promise you part 2 of the demonstration from Josie, so without further ado, here it is.
And then you get to quilt this leaf. So this leaf is slightly different. And pull the corners out again as I did with the other one. So the quilting pattern I'm going to use, I'm going to start here and just go round and round and round and round and round, and then come back down the middle, and it will take me just a second or 2. I'm using an orange thread so that it can be seen. I'm going to start in the bottom, needle in, nice long stitches again. Oh, the end of this isn't pulled out. I don't want to trap that. It's brilliant. Got a nice pointy end. Very, very loosely. Following an almost leaf shape. The more you do this, the more well practiced you'll get at sort of creating some texture and movement in this. That's great. And I'm just going to follow right back down the middle. Brilliant. And off the edge. And that is the leaf. Okay, so on one of the quilts there, you've got them overlapped. So what I did was put them all out. Put one over the other, and then that one over that one. And then when you've got them all stitched down, the middle will form the centre of your flower. And that's how I did that one. I want to move on to the next way of doing this. So the shape that we've cut out, I've got 4 of them cut out, stitched them together from top to bottom, all the way down there. So that's one of the shapes. Stitched the next one on, and the next one, and the next one, and I've left a small gap in one of the seams. I'm going to turn it through. And then you stuff it, and you can have it so that you either have it as a pin cushion, or if you do the larger version, so there you go, if you do the larger version, you get this fabulous neck cushion, which goes around the back like that. Fantastic for travelling with, or even just snoozing on the couch. The other thing in your parcel is the shrink fabric, and I want to show you how to do this. So I've got 2 pieces of fabric here. This one I have stitched checks all up and down. And this one I've just gone wild and all kinds of crazy sort of all over the place stitching. Now this one, when it's shrunk, turns into this fabulous texture like that. But I'm going to show you how to do this one here, because you need to see it shrinking. Now most people will tell you to use a steam iron. But you'll find that it will shrink upwards a little bit. It'll curl upwards when you do that. So to avoid sticking to your iron, I have a clever trick, and it's with a hairdryer. So it's this one. So what I'll do is, just to make sure I can get it up to the hottest heat I can, I'm going to secure this to my ironing board and pin it on. And then I'm going to put this on the hottest temperature. So forgive the noise that I'm going to make, but here we go. Whoops! Yeah. There, you can see how much that's shrunk. Isn't that fab? And I'm going to turn it over and you'll see the texture that it's created. Wow. Look at that. Isn't that fab? So this then leaves you with options. So you can cut circular. So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to cut a circle out of it so that you can see how it would make the fun. So a texture like this would make the wonderful middle for something like a sunflower. And you could use a leaf or that kind of shape. So if I just stitch a circle on it first, because what you need to do, oh, do you know what? The threads have all got tangled in the sewing machine while I was doing that. Let me just see if I can fix this live. Right, okay, that's 1 and 2. So stitching around here, it's a good idea to use a cotton thread so that it makes, because you're going to use a lot of heat on that. You don't want any kind of polyester on there that's going to singe or melt. I'm going to stitch the circle on the back of it, and I'm going to use, because I used a bobbin thread on the bottom, this colourful thread on the top will give me an idea about how about where I've stitched. So when I cut it out in a minute, I'll know where I can cut. So I'm just doing a free stitch, not a freehand circle, I suppose. You can draw around something if you want to. I'm just going to take a chance and go all the way around and just lock the stitches off. That's not a bad circle. I'm quite impressed with that. There, whoops. There we go. So I think, see the circle? Not bad at all. Leave it that way up. And the reason I've stitched that is because when you start and cut it, if you don't do that, all this lovely stitching will disintegrate. You have a choice now. You can either go over it with some of this bias binding on, stitch it on and go over at the edge with some bias binding. The one that we showed earlier, the cotton bias would be lovely. Wouldn't it be a fantastic middle for a flower? And if I just hold it up against some yellow fabric, there's some, that's great. Whoops. You can see how the effect that would have. There's the other yellow petal, see if I can get that in together. That's great. And that's how you use the Stitch Magic. Shrink Magic and the ruler that we've included in the pack. So if you have any questions or any trouble using it, let me know and I'll be really...
It is Shrink Magic indeed. Thank you so much, Josie. Did you see the texture you're able to get with your shrink fabric? Now, you did notice that Josie was using the scissors. I can give you a little update with the scissors. 60% of the stock has gone of these fantastic applique scissors. So if you want to get hold of those, $24.99 is your price for your funky needlework pair of applique scissors. 857-585 your item number. We're going to talk about our bundle. So this is our open work bundle. Now, wall hanger, just to give you an idea of what you could do. You saw Josie actually playing around with a sunflower, but look at this. So we've got our steamer seam in the mix as well. We've got a green bias binding. This is just an idea to give you some inspiration using all the goodies in here. $39.99 is your price. You are saving £7. And not only that, you've got access to 2 flexi payments as well. So £20 today, you get everything that you see here. So starting off, we have got, if we have a little look, you are getting your green bias binding. This is made exclusively for Hochanda by Funky Needleworks. You're getting 2 of those. You're also getting your steamer seam. Which again, anyone who's used that before will know the merits of it, and it fits perfectly for the bias. Then you're getting your tearaway. Just open this up. So you've got ½ meter of your stitch and tear. So you're getting that quite a lot. And then we've got our over here our backing fabrics. Nice. You're also getting your batiks as well. So showing you these are stunning. Now have a look at those. And it's such a lovely collection of batiks. Beautiful for applique work, for your patchwork going through. And how about that? Lovely. All right, that's just a collection. Can I just lift up very, very quickly because I know we've got to move on. But look at this. Whew. Okay, so you're getting all of that, everything that you're seeing in front of me for $39.99. You're saving £7, but you've also got access to 2 flexi payments. You get in the bag in the mix as well. 2 flexi payments of £20. 779-185, your item number. Moving on, we have got a pick and mix for you. So just having a look at the pick and mix. Now, with the pick and mix, you're choosing any 2, and you're getting 10 in each option. So 10 by 10 batik applique pack. There's your blues. Ooh. So you're going to be getting 20 in total. Those are your blues. And then we have our maroons, which we're seeing here. Lovely. Oh, really nice. You've got your mixed. You see there, there's your mixed for $19.99. And then we have our purples. And they also come, I know I keep showing these, but I really like these bags. Aren't they nice? Because I could totally see those being used for another crafty make. Okay, so those are your pick and mix. You're choosing your two favourites. $19.99 is your price, saving £2. 132543 your item number. I think we do have a next demonstration from Josie, so I'm going to hand you over.
So I'm going to show you how to do this the simplest way that I know how. So you might think that having all of these very beautiful, intricate pieces cut out, here's another one, I can see that better against my jumper, there you are, cut out and then stitched onto the fabric over the edge like that would be the easiest way to do this, but I'm going to show you a much, much easier way to do it. So I'll just put those to one side for now, and I'll pop that on there and show you again at the end. So you start off with tracing pattern and stitch and tear, and you can see through that very easily. I mark it with just an ordinary biro. You don't need any fancy pens, straightforward. I think I used a dark purple biro for my piece here. Then you build up a sandwich, so you have a piece of white cotton in the background. Decide where you want to position it. Choose your lovely fabric that you want. I like that one. Put that one on the top, and you can very easily see the stitch line that you need. Now you can pin it if you need to, but you don't really need to. It'll probably just stay where it is because this is nice firm stuff, and you'll end up with a shape that needs a little bit of stitching. So I've got a sandwich here, then I'm going to just do a little bit of stitching on the points of. So I always start with the needle in. I've got a 50 weight thread in the top so that it's nice and strong, and needle in, there we go. I'm going to lock it to begin with. That's great. Stay in one place. Oops, just in 1 second, just reorganise my stitch a bit. There we go. Machine wasn't playing very well, so I'm just going to, there we go. I'm just going to follow the edge of the line, and when I get to the point, the next point at the edge, leave the needle in, lift the foot up, pivot it, and start stitching again out to the next one. You need to do this with all of the lines. Make sure all the little shapes in the middle are done as well. Reach the edge, lock it again, and take it out. Trim your spaghetti off as you go. So threads are gone, all the little threads gone, and then this stuff here, this lovely stitch and tear, give it a good scrumple in your hand, and then it will just rip off at the seams. It's a bit like perforations. So because you've stitched through it, it should just come off. It's a little bit fiddly getting the tiny little bits out the middle, as you can see here. So if you have any trouble with it, just scratch it with a pin or with your fingernail, and it'll just pull off like that. So once you've got all of that off, it will look something like this. Something like this. So then you take your applique scissors, D-shaped scissors if you can. Lovely D shape there. Flat blade on the table, work on the table, forefinger on the top, and put the D blade underneath the fabric that you need to cut off, and work. And the flatter the blade is, the closer you can get to the stitching without cutting it. So I'm just going to go around this corner as well. Nice and flat on the table. I'll show you how close that was. That was so close at the edge there. And then you're going to put another piece of stitch and tear underneath. So this is nice, good stabilizer, so that it doesn't all pucker up when you're in the machine. And you're going to put it back in the machine and do a satin stitch, a zigzag stitch, or a fancy stitch if you want to, over the edge. So if I put this one onto, zigzag stitch. I'm going to narrow it slightly because getting around corners is easier if it's a little bit narrower. And I'm going to shorten it so that it's nice and close together. Start with the needle in, and it's on, off, on, off. So in, that's it. All the way around here. Nice and slowly around the curves. Very straightforward. All the way to the point, slow it down. Leave the needle in, foot up, pivot it again, and foot back down, and then you're off. And you'll end up with this lovely, very, very intricate looking piece of work that's flat, smooth, and is really very, very beautiful. I'll just take it to the end point here, lift the needle up, pull it out and show you. Now I've used a contrasting thread here so that you can see it. You can do the same, or you can use a thread that blends with the fabric that you've got. So if I hold this up again, the stitch and tear will tear off the back of that other one nicely. And if I show you the orange one, really, really close up, can you see the lovely stitching? I've used a variegated thread around there and all of around the edges of these inner pieces as well. I've just done it exactly the same way. I hope you enjoy doing this and have fun.
Incredible. Words to live by. Do enjoy doing it and especially have fun. Okay, thank you so much, Josie. I just wanted to tell you, because I know time is getting on, just a reminder of our 7-day savers, because we launch our brand new 7-day savers tomorrow at 8 in the morning. So there is still time, but you've got to be quick. Only 14 hours remain now. Just to let you know, the mirror card is back in stock. The rainbow mirror card, it sold out yesterday. We've got zips as well, an awful lot of zips at such a good price. Look at the saving. And that is a realistic saving, because I think any sewer can appreciate you could spend £1 on a quality zip easily. You're getting 50 zips in total, and you're also getting metal denim zips in there as well. So lots on our 7-day savers. Do have a little look. We've got a totally patched as well. So it's a totally patched 100% cotton fabric, 1 meter for $10.49. So if you're fans of totally patched and you want to stock up, get some backing fabrics, great time to do it, because a lot of the time you might see patterns or kits for a quilt, but they don't come with backing fabric. So my advice, take advantage of the savings right now, stock up on your stash. So that was the 7-day savers. Now, what we're going to do is, we've got a few minutes left, so we'll just go down the counter. Scissors, I've just got to give you an update on those applique scissors, because they have been extremely popular. 70% of the stock has gone for the applique scissors, and we're just going to flash the details for you. $24.99 your price there, and thank you very much, Chloe. Thank you. And you can see those are your applique scissors. Beautiful. Okay. Pop those down. Now, let's have a little look here, because these have been very popular. You've got, these are 2 different options. These are applique pack. Let's start with the cottons, because I just want to show you some of these. These are your bold cottons. Now, you're getting 25 in total, but beautiful designs having through. And think you're getting 25 different designs coming in. So, lovely designs. And such a nice mix as well. I'm just going to keep on picking up and showing you a few of these. So, what I do like is just the diversity. And I know it's a word I've been using a lot this hour, but a lot of the kits, they do offer you and afford you such a nice mix of design work coming through. I mean, could you imagine using that? These are all 100% cotton, or what about something like that? I mean, I could go on. There is an awful lot. Look at all of this. We've also got the batiks in the mix as well. I'm a massive fan of batiks. This is something so engaging about batiks. Now, have a look at this. You are getting 25 in total. These are your mixed batiks. Now, what I would say, for $19.99, I know we have got our pick and mix, but with this option, $19.99, you're getting 25 10 by 10 batiks. So just something to consider if you want to pop those in your basket, and if you are a fan of your batiks. Okay, so there we go, $19.99 your price there. We shall move on down. I know we've got more to show you. We've got our bias, so we've got a bias bundle here. You've got your black, and you're also getting your green, which is a Hochanda exclusive, made exclusively by Funky Needlework to bring to Hochanda. Then you've got your black, and you've also getting your Steamer Seam 2 in the mix as well, which you can see there, so you're getting 2 of those. All of that for £26.99, saving £3. 930919, your item number. There is more. This is the mixed fabric bundle. Beautiful fabrics. The rainbow roll. You're also getting your, these are your fat quarters. They're an ombre fat quarter. Actually, we're going to have a look at the quilt, and this is just an indication how you might use yours. You can see the ombre fat quarters on the petals just work so well. That is the same fabric, but you're just working with your deeper tones, and then it obviously graduates to a lighter tone. And we've also, I really like this one too. You're getting this in the mix, the birds. So you've got that subtle sort of lilac base, and then the purity of the birds coming through, the doves. All of that. And you can see it here, all of this for $29.99, and that is an awful lot of fabric to be adding to your stash. So if you want to pop those into your basket, your item number is 621268. We've got our 6x6 cotton packs for you as well, just having a little look here. There is an awful lot in these. Oh, just time has beaten us. I'm just going to pick that up very quickly and showing you. Whoop. So you're getting all of those. $12.99 is your price. There is another option, but I suggest looking on our website. Thank you so much for keeping us company. A big thank you as well to Josie for those fantastic videos. They look great. Josie, genuinely, they look so good. So thank you. And we all enjoyed the inspirations. I really liked seeing the shrink fabric. I've never seen that before, so that was a new one to me. Adds such great texture. My advice, if you have enjoyed the show, if you want to look at anything in greater detail, have a look on our website or use the Hochanda app. Big thank you, though, to everyone for watching. Thank you to Josie. Got more coming up. Don't go anywhere. So we're about to launch our brand new one-day special. We are talking Heartfelt Creations, Cascading Petals. After that, we've got Happy Hour and then another look at our one-day special. Lots to enjoy. See you here in a moment.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Calling all the Hochanda viewers, we have some exciting news for you. From the 1st of April, we will have a new schedule for our one-day special shows. The one-day special will now be shown live at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m, followed by 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and the final call at 4 p.m. the following day. This means that following your feedback, when we have a special 2-hour launch of the one day special at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m, both hours will be available live to our Freeview viewers. So join us from the 1st of April for our new exciting one day special schedule, only on Hochanda.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. Over time, I want Crafterscope products to build you a complete library of dies, stamps and stencils which you'll enjoy using whether you're new to crafting or you're a seasoned crafter. My products will complement everything that you have already, but they will also work perfectly as a standalone product. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I like to pack my shows with lots of hints, tips and techniques, and my idea is to give the experience that I've got and I've gained to everyone at home and show as many things as I possibly can. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hello everybody and welcome to the launch of our brand new one day special. We are already very busy for this. It's a highly anticipated launch. It's a monthly release from Heartfelt Creations and my goodness have we got a bundle for you. Have a look at all of this. So we're talking Heartfelt Creations, Cascading Petals, I Want It All collection. 11 dies, 9 stamps, your 12 by 12. Here's the thing with Heartfelt Creations, massive fan base, an incredible American company. What Heartfelt Creations do though, they always bring you quality, and I'm really conscious, I know it's shopping TV, and you hear words like all quality, but genuinely, let me show you something. Have a look at these stamps. I just want to tilt these up. So this is just some of the petals, just having a little look. Let me just tilt that up and you'll see foam mounted red rubber. The depth, the detail that you get with these is absolutely exquisite, and they also come on their own little mount as well, so you can keep here the little sleeve, the insert, you can keep that and store your you can store your flowers. Now you're getting your stamps, you're also getting the coordinating dies, and this is the kind of niche, this is what Heartfelt Creations do with all their releases. Let me just show you the paper pad, because this sets the precedent for the release. This is kind of your foundation. You're getting 24 double-sided papers coming through. So let's have a look. This is always the fun bit when we get to start exploring the collection here. And look, double-sided. I love this one. I'm going to have to whip that around. I'm sorry. Okay, that's just fallen. So I think we're having a look at that earlier on. But you can see it's double-sided. So you're getting your large features, and then you've got all your toppers coming through here, and then we're going to start exploring those big pages. So they could be scrapbook pages, I mean layers of detail, all of this going on, allowing you to build up and build up and build up. So you're getting so much here in just this work. And now this is interesting, because this is something that Heartfelt Creations have introduced in the last few months really. It's giving you pages to die cut with your dies. So they're all ready, waiting for you to get more elements there. Going through, and then obviously you've got more There's your like 6x6s coming in, and then we've got our tags in the mix as well. So it is a full, comprehensive paper bundle, allowing you to get the most out of your release. You use your papers, you use your dies, you use your stamps. Before we get into this a little bit more, and we are very busy for this release, we always are, can I just say, get through some housekeeping, $99.92, heartfelt creations, and look at that, you can even split your payments over 3 months. So you get the complete collection. If you want it all, you can have it all for $33.31. That is your price, and you're saving £35. Let's speak to the lovely Nikki, who is on the phone right now. Nikki, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, Nikki. How have you been? How are you dealing with coping with lockdown?
I can't wait to get back to work.
Oh, Nikki, we miss you.
I know, but we have to do these things.
Of course.
So.
Now, have you been crafting in lockdown?
Probably every single day.
Amazing.
I have been in the craft room. You know me, crafting is my passion. It's something that I love. And that's got me through the last few weeks, to be fair.
I think so many people can relate to that, actually. Nikki, this is an incredible release. It really is. And so many. We're just looking at some of the finished inspirations. And I know you've been speaking to Molly and to Kim while we've been preparing for the show. You are clearly extremely passionate about this release. What is it that caught your imagination with it?
Right. I love the fact that you've got those three-dimensional flowers. You know me. I love my flowers. And this... You can just make small blossoms. You can make your cascading wisteria, because it is wisteria. So we're calling it cascading petals.
Yeah.
But when you look at some of what the design team have done with it, they've made the wisteria. You've got the birds in there. I mean, there they are. Look, aren't they amazing?
They're absolutely phenomenal. When we talk about 3D flowers, Nikki, these are incredible.
They are. And you've got 8 of those petals on one stamp. You've got the die that coordinates with it, and then all you need is a stamen with a wire on, and you can make something like this.
Now, I have to say, I always love seeing the finished inspirations from design teams, especially when it was a Heartfelt Creation show. Each one of these is such a showstopper.
They are.
I mean, achievable, and that's something you are so keen to impress on everyone is, and I know you've got some great demonstrations for us, but what we're showing you here, viewers at home can be making.
Of course, these are great for beginner crafters. These are great for the crafters that have been crafting for many, many years. And we have some designers on the design team that have been crafting for many years. But we've also got some crafters that have only been doing it for a year or so. And, you know, they're on the Heartfelt design team.
Wow.
And just looking at what they've made, everyone has their own unique style of how you make it.
And you see that, actually, just picking it up. You really see that. But one thing I'm getting from just... picking up the finished samples is how each one has got its own unique feel. But you, as resources go, from the paper pad, which you gave me a great tip. I remember when we first worked together, you gave me a tip that's always stuck with me. Because what you like to do, Nikki, is you'll get a collection and then you'll get an additional paper pad as well.
Always an additional paper pad, and it is a paper kit. It isn't just your paper pad. You've got your 6x6s, you've got panels in there, you've got tags, you've got sentiments. You can make nice, easy, quick cards, but then you can start exploring and making your mini albums and your scrapbooking. So I always say, go for a second paper pad.
We tend to find, Nikki, that Heartfelt Creations has a fan base. It's a community brand, and by that I mean a lot of people, once they start getting into Heartfelt Creations, and we have repeat viewers, so reviewers who come every month to find the new release and then get the new release. If we want to start sharing our makes with that, I know that there's a lot on Facebook. You run groups as well?
We do. We've got we've got the Heartfelt group, which is the official Heartfelt group. Then you've got my group, which is Nikki and Friends Crafting with Heartfelt and More. Lots of inspiration. We've also got a blog as well, so each of the design team will put a sample of what they've made with full instructions on once a week on a Wednesday.
Incredible.
So, you know, you're never lost. So you might buy this and you might think, oh, in 3 weeks' time when you get it, I forgot what to do. Just go on, you know, go in one of the groups, go on Heartfelt blog. There's always inspiration there.
Have a little look. Nikki, what would you say to anyone right now who's maybe tuned in, sitting on the fence with regard to this collection? What would you say to them as a crafter?
Right. I always always look at something and I think, am I going to use it? How often am I going to use it? When you look at this is for every occasion.
Yeah.
There isn't an occasion when, you know, weddings, you know, sympathy cards, which we don't like doing, unfortunately, but we have to, birthdays, anniversaries, any occasion, this is going to, you know, be great to use.
Such a good point. What blows me away is the unique feature to this collection is it has to be the 3D flowers. So we're saying wisteria, right?
It is. It's your wisteria flower, but you can make other flowers with it, as always with heartfelt flowers.
The thing with wisteria, it's one of my favourite flowers, and I especially love it. Near where I live, there's some houses that are fortunate to have wisteria. Now's the time you kind of see the wisteria on the houses. It's such a beautiful, beautiful flower.
Yeah, I've seen lots of people posting pictures on social media of their wisteria flowers, you know, and you can put as many on there or as little on there. You can just put 3 of them on there, and that makes a great card, but then you can adorn it with them.
Yeah.
You know, and the bird cage as well. I mean, it's
I've got to show you a bird cage.
So many things that you can do with that bird cage. You can make a 3-dimensional bird cage with it. You can use it on a card, use it in your scrapbooking.
So how do we, look, this bird cage, so are we actually, how do we make the bird cage?
Right, so basically, that's one I actually made. Now,
Right.
I made a box first out of acetate, and then I've just glued 4 of those bird cages onto it, and then folded the top, and then decorated it, and then tied it at the top. But you can do it without an acetate box, depending on how you're going to use it. I've put lights in that one that we're looking at now.
We were just saying, I'll try and
open
open
it
it up.
But there's no battery.
Oh, okay. I won't open it up
There's
then
no
and turn them on.
batteries
So you can make, with this collection, have we got the die? Have we got the die then for the bird cage?
The die that will cut the bird cage out with. Yeah.
So let me just show you, because if you're a little bit daunted by doing the 3D one, you can just make a card with the bird cage. You can. But please watch, because I think, Nikki, we're going to be seeing you with the bird cage this hour.
I'm not sure. I've done a card like you've got in your hand.
Okay,
but
well,
I
we'll
haven't
see
done
the
actual
card.
Bird cage.
That's
So,
fine.
yeah.
But look, the principles are there. So you could be making your own bird cages. Now imagine hanging those up in the summer, hanging those maybe on some trees and having a summer party once lockdown has been lifted, obviously. But
On
great
wedding
thing.
tables. Yeah, wedding
Weddings.
tables.
Yeah,
You can use them
centerpieces.
as a wedding box. There's a nice silver and white one down there that I've actually made into a box. You can put wedding favours in.
You can do so much
many
with
things that you
these.
can do,
And we're just,
yeah.
I think we're having a look at that. Nikki, it's been an absolute pleasure. I can't wait for when you do come back into the studio and we get to hang out. But
When
take
it's
care.
all safe, I'll be there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you so much,
Okay,
Nikki. You take care.
Thanks
Right.
so much.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
There's Nikki. Okay, so brand new release, I Want It All. We're talking cascading petals, but really embracing wisteria, which genuinely is actually one of my favourite flowers. Everything will be dispatched from the 11th of May. You are saving £35, $99.99 for a collection from Heartfelt is incredible. Already, we're 10 minutes into the show. 10% of the stock has gone, and that gives you an indication of how busy we are. Now, we have had an email in from the lovely Lou Withers. Lou, how are you? She's saying the flowers and wisteria are amazing, especially for mixed media, and absolutely right, Lou. Talking about mixed media and 3D embellishments would look fantastic. I'm genuinely, let me pick up example. The wisteria, just have a look at this. So those 3D flowers, and Lou's absolutely on it. Lou knows, you never miss out a chance. Imagine this, because you can just lift these flowers. So taking those embellishments, the wisteria, and putting it onto a mixed media piece or onto a box. If you've got a construction box, if you want to put it in, onto MDF tags, you've got the resources to make as many of these as you like. You have the stamps, you have the dies, and of course we have the paper pad in the mix as well. So this is the launch. Heartfelt Creations, you're kidding. We've gone from 10% to 20% of the stock. And can I just say, this is Heartfelt Creations. They always bring a lot of stock. Now, the reason why it's on extended delivery dispatch, it's going to be dispatched from the 7th of May, 11th of May, corrections, 11th of May, is because it's coming from America. That's the only reason. So it comes from the States, and then we offer it to you, and we get it straight out. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have a look at Nikki demonstrating this fantastic one-day special. If you do have any questions, feel free to get in touch. studio@hochanda.com.
So for this demo, we're going to be using lots of the images from the paper pad that coordinate with the dies with the Cascading Petals collection. I'm also using that gorgeous decorative bird cage there, but I've used it in a slightly different way for this card. So what I've done is I've cut out 2 of those here, and then what I've done is I've marked there where I'm going to cut them. So on these, I'm just going to cut all the way at the top there, straight, and then the same the other side. So I've then got 3 parts. Okay, so I just need the 2 outer edges for this, and what I'm going to do is I used actually my wet glue for this, but for quickness, just to show you how I put this together, I'm going to use my glue gun. So what I'm going to do is just put some glue from the glue gun all the way down that side, and then that just is going to fit just over there. You can see it's just overlapping slightly, so I've got that lifting up like that. So you can do it straight, and then you can, once it's dry, just move that around. So that's going to sit off of my card. So I'm going to do exactly the same with that other side, just using my glue gun all the way down, not putting too much on, but enough just to hold that. And then I'm going to, oh, I've done the wrong side, use the right side. So I do need to glue that in a minute, but what I'll do is just do the other side and add some more. So down that edge there, like that. And then that is going to go just here, just sit that on the side of the bird cage like that. You can see how that just sits in there perfectly. Using your glue gun, it does go off nice and quickly, so you haven't got any waiting time. Just pull that up to make sure that's in situ, make sure that's straight. So I'm laying it flat, and then when I put that on the card, I can just move that up like that. And then just to hide some of that glue, I can put some glitter or something down there. But that's just created a nice 3-dimensional bird cage there for the card. So the next part of the card is I'm going to take my card blank. I'm using one of the 6x6 panels from the paper pad, and I'm just going to glue that down onto my card blank like that, with just a little tiny edge around that card. So I think the card was about 6 1/4. Just glue that down in place. And then I've got some elements that I've already die cut out from the paper pad. So I've got 2 of the branches. So I'm going to glue those onto my card and put those in the center. So I'm just popping a little bit of glue on each edge, and I want them to come over the page slightly, just over the card, just a little bit like that. So once that's in place, and I know that's where I want it, I'm just going to add a bit more glue here just to hold that down there like that. So I've used my flower shaping tool as well, just to add some dimension to these. You can see the leaves are slightly lifted up. And then I'm going to take that bird cage that we've just created, just make sure that's about right. So I'm lifting that up. But before I do that, what I've done is I've cut out the birds from the paper pad. The die is cut absolutely perfectly here. So you've got a die for each of those. You've got 2 pages, so you've got 2 different birds there. Okay, so you've got 2 each of these. And so I've die cut those out. And then what I've done is I've cut the flowers off of each side. Okay, so I've cut those off, And then what I want to do is just add some dimension to the birds. So what I've done is just turn that over, image face down. I'm using one of the larger tips for my shaping, not pressing too hard because this is paper from the paper pad. It's about, I do believe it's about 80 pounds in weight, and then just added some dimension to my birds there. So I've done that to both of them, and then just before I put my bird cage down, I'm going to put my birds there. So for this, I'm just using a small amount of foam tape for each of my birds, and a small piece on this one. And then what you need to do is just take the backing off of there and just pop your birds so they're going to sit just inside that bird cage, quite close together. These are quite cute. Like that. Just make sure that they are going to fit nicely in there, which they do. And then I'm going to add some glue down the outer edge of that bird cage. So I'm using again my wet glue, my glue gun, because that's going to go off quicker for demo purposes. Then bring that down, make sure that's even, and then just, without pressing too hard, just make sure that glues down in place. So there you've now got a 3-dimensional bird cage. So you will need a box to put this in. Okay, so if I just show you there, might just add a bit more glue there. Actually, that'll be fine. So if I just show you there, that's the effect that you're going to get using that decorative bird cage. And then what I'm going to do is I'm now going to decorate the rest of my card. So what I've done for the bottom here is I've used one of the 6x6 panels. Now I don't very often do fussy cutting, but I did on this one. I just wanted to break that up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit that on the bottom of my card. So fussy cut that out, and that's just going to sit on the bottom there. And then the other parts of that bird that I cut off, I'm just going to pop on to my bird cage. So again, I've used my flower shaping tool just to add some dimension. I'm just going to just go inside there. So I'm going to put that along. In actual fact, I think I'm going to put them on each corner. I'm just going to snip off that bit there. Just added a tiny bit of dimension to these, and just on each corner of my bird cage. And that actually does hide some of that glue as well. Like that. Oops, it's not going to stick. Come on. There we go. So I'm not adding any of the wisteria flowers on this. I'm just using the elements from the paper pad. And then I've got my sentiment. I'm just going to pop that there. Okay, so I'm going to do this slightly different to the one that I prepped earlier, and I'm just going to pop that on there, bring it under that leaf, maybe just sit that over so that it's in the middle. And there you have your little birds in your bird cage with that 3-dimensional cage there. Really pretty, nice, effective, using the panels, using your papers, using all the images from your paper pad to create a nice, easy, quick card.
Amazing. And look, showing that this is what you could do. Can I say, we are 22 minutes into the launch show for stock that we did anticipate we would last 24 hours already. So 22 minutes into the show, 25% of the stock has gone. So a quarter of the stock has gone. Let me just show you a couple of examples, because for me, I love this collection. Would you like, wait for this, to make something like this? Look at that. Now, you know what you could do is you could put vellum behind as well, so build it up using vellum. You can have lights in there. We were just showing this one made by Nikki, and she put lights, so little lights in there. But taking advantage of the beautiful flowers, those wisteria flowers that we're getting, and inside, it's hard to see with the cameras, but inside, Nikki's even made a nest in there as well. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. But let's just say you wanted to go a step further. Oh, this, I'm so sorry. This was the one that Nikki made. Yeah, all right, that was my bad. This is the one Nikki made with the flowers inside. Look at the 3D wisteria flowers that you're getting in this collection, and they are incredible. Let me pop that down and just show you. Look, it's all about the 3D flowers. Now, obviously in this collection there is so much more to it, but for me the 3D flowers are incredible because they add a totally different dynamic, turning that on the side so you get this wonderful wisteria. And I don't know if you're the same, but near us, so I've been going for a couple of walks on lockdown when I've been at home, not working here with my wife. We go on our sort of half-an-hour walk near where we live, and there's a few houses that have wisteria, and every time we walk by, my wife and I always comment on how beautiful the flowers are. So here, that's what you're tapping into. I mean, this is a great example of those beautiful cascading wisteria petals that you're able to achieve. But let's just take a moment to really take all of this in, because we've got the 3D flowers with the wisteria, you've got this beautiful delicate, ornate birdcage. Then you've got all the other elements to build up your scene. That is a showstopper card, but it is so achievable. This is the one-day special. Just to clarify, you're getting your 12 by 12 paper pad. So you're getting 24 double-sided papers in there. You're getting tags, you're getting toppers, you're getting die-cut sheets, all of that. It's like Nikki described it as a paper crafting kit in one pad. Then you're getting your stamps and your dies. So we've got the bird cage, which is there. You can see we've got our bird cage, our 3D flowers, all the elements to build up. And because you've got your own stamps, because you've got your own dies, this is a collection. Once and eventually, you will get through your paper pad. I know a lot of you do like to double up on the paper pad, and it is an option to go for individually as well if you want to do that, bottom of your screen. But ultimately, once the paper pad has gone, we've got the stamps, we've got the flowers, so you will always have the possibilities to make things like this. Look at that. Come on. Incredible. With the bird cage, can I just pop that down for a second? The bird cage works really well if you do want to put, I mean, like mirror card. How good is that? That gilded cage. Isn't that nice? And then you've got the birds in there. I mean, everything about this collection I love. And I know why the Heartfelt Creations is always so unpopular. It's a community. If you want to be part of it, can I just tell you, you are saving £35. So great saving. It will be dispatched from the 11th of May, but you can split the price as well. So today, £33.31. That is the price you pay today. We send everything out to you, and you're spreading the cost over 3 months. The only reason it's being dispatched from the 11th of May is because it's coming from America. So the minute we have it, we're going to get it straight out to you. 712-195, your item number. We have got some more elements to show you, and then we will get to our next demonstration. So storage. Now, a lot of you like to build up your collection, so each month we launch a new collection from Heartfelt here at Hochanda. Take a look at this. So this is storage. Now, it's magnetic storage panels for stamps and dies, which is fantastic because what you can do is you've got your magnetic element where we can store our dies on one side, and then the other side acts as a cling for your stamps. So, I mean, fantastic, because the beauty of Heartfelt Creations, you always get your coordinating stamp and die sets in there. £12.99, you're getting 6 of those. You will use them, you will love them. They've got the punched holes as well, so start putting them into your folders and keeping everything stored safely. 934723, your item number. There is more of the flower shaping kit. Now, this is fantastic, and I know it's something that we see Nikki using time and time again. Look at all the tools that you are getting. All of these are different heads that you are putting into your flower shaping tool. So that's your tool, that's your foundation, and then you can see that you've got all the different sizes of ball tools and shapes. So I think there's even a quilling tool in there. Yeah, you've got your quilling tool, which is here. So that's your quilling head that you can put papers in. You've got your large ball tool graduating down, so lots in here. And if I just put this in, let me just show you something, because it's actually magnetic. So as we put it in, you can hear the click. There, so it's magnetic using those. Very easy to change in and out. You've also got your foam mat to work off of as well. $29.99. What I would say, keep an eye out, because you see Nikki working with this. Every time Nikki comes in, she's got hold of this. $29.99 is your price there. $395. No, let me try again. $939 $385 your item number. It seems that everything's very far away from me. Even the cameras are social distancing. Okay, moving on. We've got our foam paper going in. So foam paper, having a look, $14.99. You're getting 20 sheets in total coming through. It is super, super thin, and the beauty of this is you can use it with your dies, cut out, and then shape your flowers if you want as well. Really, really nice. So you're getting a lot there. $14.99, $675 $424 your item number. Now we've got a storage binder. I really like this. What I would do personally, if you are a massive fan of Heartfelt Creations, which I know so many of you are, invest in. You've got to think, you've spent £100 in your collection today. You want to store it. All of this folder will store your collection. So you can store your collection in here. It is a lovely folder to work with. Now you have got a magnetic clasp going in. Let me just show you that. So that is magnetic, and then opens up. You've got your binder in there and everything that you need. Take that out. But look, you're storing your collection in there, and I think I'm right in saying that will house. Nikki, if you're watching, can you email in? I think you can store a complete collection, maybe more than one collection. That was what I was going to ask Nikki. But definitely, obviously, for this collection as well. $12.99 your price. And do you know what then you will do is maybe label that, and you can have all your collections displayed beautifully on your shelf. $374-418 your item number there. We're going to be having a look at the decorative cage now with Nikki.
So for this demo, we're going to be using the birdcage die from the Cascading Petals collection. So this die comes in two parts. You've got your outer edge, and then you've got your decorative part. So when you cut out the outer edge, you're going to get this part. And then when you die cut the decorative part of the cage, you are going to get this one. A really pretty decorative bird cage there, look, and the door opens as well, so that all die cuts out for you. Very decorative and very pretty from top to bottom. It measures around 6.5 inches, so that's going to give you a nice base card, so you can create a pretty card like this using your card blank as your shape. So you're going to use this part of your die, the outer edge, to give you your card blank. So if you're not sure how to use this, I'll just show you quickly how to do that. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your die and you're going to lay it over where that spine is there on your card, on your score line, and you're going to take it over. Okay, so you're going to die cut that part out of it. So that's what's going to give you that. So obviously then you lose part of that decorative birdcage shape. But then when you take this part, which I've die cut out of the Cascading Petals papers, it's going to cover that up and give you a nice card blank to create a pretty card. So I'm just going to glue that with my wet glue over and pop that down. As you can see, that fits perfectly over, and it then covers up that spine. So when you turn that over, you're going to just see a little bit of that, but it will give you that full shape. And then I'm going to take my bird cage, which I've already die cut out. So this was die cut out of the papers. I'm going to add my glue, just popping it just randomly, just squeezing gently so I don't get too much glue around there, around that door there. And as you can see, you don't need too much glue, you just need to add enough just to pop that down. And then I'm going to pop that on to my card front. As you can see, if I bring that up there, you can see that gives you a nice edge because that outer edge is slightly bigger. So it gives you a nice shadow behind it. So once you're happy with that, you can start decorating it. So to decorate it, what I'm using is, I'm using some of the cascading wisteria. So you've got one with 3 and then you've got one with 2. You've got the coordinating dies. So always stamp these first, your images, and then die cut afterwards. And that will give you something like this. I'll just grab one of mine here. So that's going to give you that part. And then you just need to colour that up. So it's completely up to you what colour mediums you use. I'm using some Kuretake pens here, and I'm going in and I'm just adding some dark pink in there. And then I'm going to go in again with a lighter pink. And then I'm just going to blend all of that in. So I'm not using any water with these. And that gives you that nice kind of effect that the artist has actually given us most of the design anyway, but it's adding that darker in there has given me some shading. And then I'm going to go in on the stems of these and just colour these in with a little bit of brown, again using that watercoloured pens. And then just to finish that off, to colour the leaves in, I'm using my daubers here, and I'm just gently going to go in, take some of that colour off, and I'm just going to add lightly with the green. And then I'm going to go in again and then just add a bit of dark around the edges just to give me some shading in there. So if I just show you that, very nice and easy and quick to colour in. So on the actual card that I'm creating, I'm using 2 of these and then 2 of the ones with the 3 wisteria on. To finish that off, I'm going to use my deluxe flower shaping tool and my mat to create some dimension. So to create the dimension on this, I'm going to turn that image over. I'm going to go in with a smallish tip. I think mine's about the 6mm one, and I'm just going round in circular motions to add dimension to that wisteria. And then once I'm happy with that, I'm going to go in with the larger size, which I think is about an 8 or a 10mm, and then just go down those leaves, breaking up those fibres and adding dimension to those leaves. And then finally turn it over and then just go in a circular motion, and there you have a nice 3-dimensional wisteria leaf and flower there. So as I say, 2 of those and 2 of the ones with the 3 in. And then I'm going to go back in with my card and I'm going to decorate. So the one we're going to do very similar to is this one here. As you can see, I've created some wisteria here, 3-dimensional, using some stamens and the petals. So what I did was I put a hole through them, popped them through the stem of that wire there, and then started off with a bud and then slowly bringing those petals down. I think I've used about 7 on mine, but you can keep going depending on what size you want to create. Okay, and then what I've done is I've got 3, and then what I did was put those 3 together, bringing one down further than the other, and then I just twisted around just to keep that together and snip that off there. So the one that I've already gone ahead and done is this one. So as you can see, I've snipped it off quite short there. So that's my dimensional wisteria. And then I'm going to go in, I've got some buds as well. So I made some little blossoms, again, taking my flower shaping mat and that smaller tip, I'm just putting image down first and then just going down to create dimension on that petal. So I'm going to do that for each of those 3 petals. If you want to, you could put these through one of your flower shaping molds. I found that the tulip flower shaping mold worked really well with this one, but you can use your flower shaping basics mold as well. So just have a play with it, but you can, as I say, you can do it by hand using the same technique as what I'm doing, and popping that down, then just go around in a circular motion to bring those up. And as you can see, completely transforms those flowers. So I coloured these in using my daubers and some oxide inks. I think I also used the Memento Luxe Rosebud Pink on these. And I have coloured the back in as well, because when they are down, it does look nice if you just finish off that back. So I did mine in the green. So I've got a few of those that I'm going to pop on the card. So now I'm just going to bring my card over. So there's my card. That's all nice and dry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop one here and then one this side. I've already put my blossom on that one just to save a little bit of time. So I'm just going to glue that in place there, and then this one in place. So you could, if you wanted, put some little frills or some stamens in the middle of there. Just pop that in there in place. We could add some glitter to the centre as well. I'm just leaving these ones as they are because I think they look quite nice with that green centre. And then I'm going to bring those wisteria flowers in, and I'm going to use my glue gun for this. Okay, so I'll just give you a closer look at that. Look, that's how I put that together. And then just add plenty of glue to make sure that is going to go in place. There. And then just got my glue gun. Just bring that up. And then I'm taking another one of the images that I've just coloured in and added dimension. And I'm going to pop that just there, just above that wisteria. Just bring those wisterias over slightly. And then just finish that off at the top with a little blossom that I created, and that covers up that wire stem that I made that out of. And then I'm going to use another one of those mysterias, and I'm just going to put that at the edge of that door where that opens, making sure that that door still opens, just there. And then finish that off with another little blossom there. So again, just add a bit of glue just to finish that off. And then I've got a sentiment from the paper pad that I've already put foam tape on, and I've inked the edge in that pink as well. So just add a bit more glue there, and I'm going to pop that at the bottom of my card there. And you can decorate this up by using your pearls and some glitter as well, but it really is an effective, pretty card for any occasion. You can even do the inside of your card as well. So there's the one that I made earlier. So really pretty, something a little bit different as well. These would be great wedding cards as well, I think, but really nice and easy to make.
Done. I am sold on this. I mean, the cascading petals, the wisteria, absolutely amazing. Can I just say a big thank you, because we did have an email in from Sandy? Sorry, not Sandy at all. Angie, I'm so sorry, got your name wrong. Angie, could you do us a favour? Because you sent in pictures of your wisteria. look amazing. I know that they're in your garden. The pictures are too small for us to show on TV. So if you could send the original size, if you're able to send the original size, I know sometimes when we email it says, do you want us to reduce pictures? So if you are able to send the original size, only because I'm being selfish here, I want to see it myself. But Kim, my producer, says your garden looks amazing. But Angie was just saying, this is a nice little email because coincidentally, Angie was looking for, recently she was talking, saying that she would love to try and find a wisteria die and stamp set. And lo and behold, we've released it right now. So Angie, I know you placed your order. You're going to love this set. If you have just tuned in, we are talking Heartfelt Creations. This is I Want It All collection. We got cascading petals. They're not just cascading petals because they allow you to do the most exquisite 3D flowers. So all based around wisteria, which is such a beautiful flower going in. But the effects with these 3D flowers are incredible. And the cards you're seeing here, everything that I'm showing you, look at the detail from the tiny little elements. Obviously you've got your 3D flowers, you've got your foliage in the background, everything you have included in the sets. Could you imagine giving this to somebody? I mean, look at that. The delicateness of the ornate bird cage, the wonderful wisteria, the birdies in there as well. You've got your 3D flowers, or if you want to go to town, yeah. I mean, that is a special card. Actually, forget card, put a frame around that. That is just a beautiful piece to display in your home. Or how about this? Because you might be thinking, well, okay, I like the wisteria. You might not want to, on this occasion, with this make, use the 3D flowers. Well, you've still got the beautiful wisteria stamps going through. Or how about this? Nikki was just showing you that wonderful bird cage, so you could make something like that. If you want to take it a step further, let me just pick this up. Look at this 3D bird cage adorned with you've got the 3D wisteria flowers in there, all the elements. That is why we are busy for our one-day special. And if you want to pop it into your basket, look at what you are getting. We're seriously approaching a third of the stock. This is the launch hour. That's incredible. We're really busy and we had a lot of stock of this. Look at what you are getting. So you're getting 11 dies, 9 stamps, and you're getting that paper pad. But when we talk about stamps, I'm going to have to open the box. Bear with. Look, when we say stamps, look at the size of stamp that you're getting here and the quality of the stamp. So here we've got the 2 birds, different poses, red rubber stamps. You can actually see the depth of the etching and detail that you are getting. And if I just tilt that up, foam mounted, red rubber, pre-cut, absolute premium. We are going to just show you the details for this stamp storage as well. Now you're getting 15 panels into your stamp storage, and a lot of people are going for the storage box, which we're going to see. So not that bit, sorry, that was the inserts. We're just going to show you the actual box in there as well. Oh, here we go, $9.99 your price. That's your Heartfelt Creations 15 cling stamp storage panels. 021997 your item number. Okay, so one-day special time. Let me just show you the paper pad, because you are getting the paper pad, and this is just an intrinsic piece in any release, Heartfelt Creations. We describe it as your foundation, because this is your building block, and you've got so many elements coming in. So you've got your larger pages, so that could be a scrapbooking page, or of course you can cut that down if you want. Then we've got your toppers, you've got words in there, so you cut those out. But have you noticed too, the tones, the colour tones, all work seamlessly together. I love the character of that door. All right, that as a page is just screaming to be used. And do you know what I would be doing is putting some 3D flowers arching over that. There is an awful lot going on in one paper pad, and something that Heartfelt Creations do as well. They give you die cut sheets, so all of these we can die cut with the dies included in the set, so you're getting multiples of those. You've got another die cut sheet, again multiples of those different designs, and then we've got more elements coming through, your toppers. So you see how the whole kit, and Nikki described it as a kit, you even got elements at the very bottom that you'd cut into, cut away from. So all of those, and then we've got tags in the mix as well. I'll just show you that. So you're getting tags, all double-sided too. So you're getting those, that's your foundation. Some people, actually a lot of people, do like to double up with a paper pad. If you do want to go for that option, it's at the bottom of your screen individually. What a collection. It really is. And if you are a fan of wisteria, and what I would say to you, are you like me, when you go for a walk, if you see wisteria on a building, instantly on a house, it just catches your eye, it draws you in because it is such a beautiful flower. So what Heartfelt Creations have done is they've really tapped into that. It's a very special piece. Angie quite rightly is saying that, have you seen wisteria dies before? So it is something a little bit different, and the 3D flowers are exquisite. Something else I just want to remind you of, we have got our 7-day savers. Now these will be 7-day savers. They're only around till tomorrow at 8 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning they disappear and we launch brand new 7-day savers. Look at what you are getting, 200 sheets of Rainbow Mirror Card, A6 in total. Now this was an incredibly popular 7-day saver. It actually sold out and is back on extended delivery. It will be dispatched on the 5th of May. So dispatched on the 5th of May and wing its way to you. But that is an awful lot. I can barely hold it in one hand. That's like a... It's like a sandwich. Imagine that. An American deli sandwich. Here we go. All right, popping those down. So that's your 7-day saver. Just very quickly as well, just remind you, if you are going for the 1-day special, because we are busy for our 1-day special, you have got access to 3 flexi payments. We're just going to flash the details, so just get rid of some housekeeping for you. You're saving £35. Bad with my numbers today. So you're saving £35. You've got 3 flexi payments. So today, because you can spread the cost if you choose to do so over 3 months, £33.31. £33.31. You get everything. So if you do want it all, you can have it all for £33.31. 712195, your item number. 1-day special is busy. We're over 1/3 of the stock. So if you want to pop it into your basket, details are there. Now, as we move on, this is your stamp and magnetic storage panels. So these are great. If you are going for the storage, and we have got storage on the show, obviously designed perfectly for your stamps and your dies. The beauty of this is one side's magnetic for your dies, and then the corresponding side you've got the cling for your stamps. So perfect to house, especially if you've got dies and stamps that work together, because there's nothing more frustrating than not being able to find a coordinating die or coordinating stamp. Keep your collections together, keep them safe, keep them organised. £12.99 is your price. You're getting 6 of those. 934723, your item number. We got our flower shaping kit here. It's a deluxe flower shaping kit. You're getting an awful lot. So you get your central tool, which we can see here, and then you get the different heads that you can attach into it. So there's a magnetic housing, so it just pops in, and if I just turn that around, so you've got 10 different heads that you put. So ball tool, there's a quilling tool in here as well, different sizes of heads graduating down, so everything that you need in your flower shaping kit, and you're also getting the mat to work off of too. And we often see Nikki, what she will do is if she's cut out any flowers or from the paper pad, and she will just use the tools to give it that depth and mould it. We saw it in the previous demonstration actually, so there we go, leaving that there. If you want to pop that into your basket, always a bestseller here at Hochanda. $29.99 is your price, 939385 your item number. Now we've got some foam paper for you, and the beauty of foam paper, it works so well with your flowers. Let's just show you some of these. Look at this. That gives you an idea of the kind of flowers that you can make. Imagine having a go with your art foam paper pack with the wisteria. Oh, that's something I'd like to see. 20 sheets in total, $14.99 your price. Can I just show you the thinness that you're getting with the foam paper? I mean, that is incredibly thin. And the beauty of that is, even if you wanted to mould it with your hands, the heat of your hands, if I just do it here, it allows you. See, I've manipulated that just with my hands. Now, the only reason I say that is thicker foam, not all, because I know there are other foam papers on the market. Not all foam papers are the same thickness. Sometimes they're a little bit thicker, so you really have to use sort of your heat tools. When foam paper first came